you would think that I'm the only one that's ever done it?
No, but I'm saying that if you were making false claims about having invented something, we could probably find the real creator. However, nobody has ever claimed to have
And
written
how would you go about that? How would you find the real creator? How would you do that?
research and like asking, and especially if you start earning a bunch of money of your nerd's flavor, somebody's going to come forward and claim copyright. But nobody has.
That's an assumption.
Right. So there's only
Right.
been one
No,
person who has.
right. Well,
There's only
right.
there
Assumption.
there has only been one person who has claimed to be the author of the Harry Potter books. So I'm inclined to believe that one person. You're going to make somebody else up and say that she didn't do it, somebody else did it, even
Well, of
though nobody
course.
ever claimed.
You think Justin Bieber writes all of his songs? You think Taylor Swift writes all of her songs?
They do not, and they credit the other people they collaborate with.
Sometimes artists don't.
Sometimes they don't.
Right.
So your default is to not believe J.K. Rowling?
Well, why? What? Yeah. Why would you?
Because there's no evidence to the contrary.
That's you can't prove a negative, but why do you just assume that it's the truth? Is my question.
Wait, I'm not the one proving a negative. You're trying to prove that J.K.
You're the
Rowling
one
didn't
that's
write
saying
Harry
that
Potter.
she wrote all of those books herself, and she just happened to become a billionaire.
Yeah, that's a positive. You're trying to prove the negative.
Right. It's like how that's that. But how do you not know that she's just not bought and sold by some fucking government from the United Kingdom?
Well, I don't have to prove that negative.
That's what I'm not saying that you have to. I'm just saying why is that not a possibility that she's not bought and sold?
Well, certainly we can make.
You just believe every narrative that's told to you?
No, certainly we can look at all these different possibilities and look at and see which one makes most sense. But I don't think any of the other ones hold any water. There's no evidence for them.
Do you believe in the heliocentric model?
Yes, I think it's the strongest.
Well, then what? That this might be an issue then.
Round 2. Fight.
Because you believe in things you can't verify.
The only issue is you're making me agree with Matthew. Why the fuck are you doing that?
Well, I work full time and exhausted, and I'm arguing about Harry Potter, so that's my excuse.
To be fair, I read all the books and I didn't like them very much. I just don't think they're well written.
They're retarded. Harry Potter sucks, bro. Like, the fuck, man. Why are you reading Harry Potter?
I read them because a couple people I respect really enjoyed them, and so I thought, okay, I'll read the first one. Didn't like it. Okay, I'll read the second one.
What about it? You sell it to me. What's so great about Harry Potter?
Nothing. I don't like it.
Right. So you think that's a $1 billion idea? That's what you're saying. It's a $1 billion idea. Like, what the fuck?
Well, I'm not the one buying all the books, am I? So it's not.
You're the one that believes that it's a $1 billion idea.
Well, that's just the raw facts of the matter. I mean, she has $1 billion.
And how do you know that wasn't bought? She wasn't bought and sold. You think that Harry Potter revenated that, or?
Yeah, I don't know that. That's an interesting hypothesis. However, if you're going to try and prove that, you better come up with some evidence, and there hasn't been any evidence that she's been bought and sold. Look, all this was just me giving an example of the idea that there aren't any self-made billionaires, and I agree with you that there are very few. Many of them start off in very privileged situations, like Elon Musk, for example.
He's bought and sold 100%. He's a shape-shifting reptilian, bro.
He had millionaire parents and all this type of thing. But
he 100%
J.K. Rowling is an example of someone who she grew up in poverty, was a single mom at some point.
You never met her.
Okay, so she claims, and everybody else agrees, that she was a single mother growing up in poverty when she started writing the Harry Potter books.
Yeah.
So I didn't meet her, but I believe that story.
No, I don't.
Just to be contrary, you're like, oh, J.K. Rowling must have been rich.
No, on the contrary, I'm telling you that anyone who has $1 billion is bought and sold, bro.
And I'm saying J.K. Rowling is an example that didn't.
Like, all the stories are fabricated. It's like, essentially, mostly everything's a lie. Like, that's ridiculous.
Right, that's
Harry
what fiction
Potter
is.
is
Harry
just
Potter is
it's
is
garbage. It's
fabricated stories.
garbage. It's
But
genuinely retarded. It's like wizards shoving wands up their ass. It's stupid.
She really, she was really a single mom.
I think so. I mean, she was not. She was kind of poor when she wrote the first book. I believe.
Yeah, you believe, just like how you believe in the heliocentric model. You believe these things. Doesn't make it true. And then your argument is, oh, what's the evidence that it's not true? And then you try to say that I'm the one that's trying to prove a negative. It's like, no, Harry Potter is garbage. It's not $1 billion idea.
The fact that she's a single mom just puts the icing on the cake.
Exactly. Like as if anyone knows a single. Never mind. That's really mean to say. Never mind. That's kind of fucked up. And then again, it's a choice, right? Like if people just stop for a second, just stop clapping cheeks, just think, for a second.
All right
Think
there.
about the consequences of your actions in life, and just fucking
Well, whether
stop
she
it.
wrote it or not, we can't know. Only she knows that for sure. Like, we have to believe her when she says she wrote it. If you're asking him, Matthew, to prove that she didn't write it, then you're asking him to prove a negative.
Right.
Yeah, I'm saying I believe her until proven otherwise.
Actually, she was a teacher here in Portugal when she was writing that. Anyway.
Dude, all I'm saying is that anything associated with mainstream is predetermined, dude. Like Mike Tyson's stories bullshit. He never went to prison. Like all of it's fake. Like it's genuinely scripted. It's fake.
They're all actors.
It's televised, bro. It's televised. It's on your fucking TV screen. It's not real. It's no different than a Pixar film. Lights, camera, action. Everything's
all
a
actors?
lie. Yes.
Well, I
Yes,
mean,
100%, bro. 100. Dude, if you can swallow the pill that fucking outer space doesn't exist and astronauts are fake, why can't you swallow the pill that Harry Potter, fucking the writer of Harry Potter was bullshit? That whole story's fabricated dumb shit.
because I understand the difference
If
between
everything's
fiction
a lie,
and nonfiction.
I still watch Star Wars for fun, but not for because I
if everything's a lie, is that statement that everything's a lie a lie?
Yeah, yes.
Here we go.
But then everything
Well,
that
there's a problem.
but
I think he
then
means
saying that everything
mainstream
that's a
too.
lie that is a lie would also be a lie.
I think
Yeah, but is that
I
true?
think he means to say anything that gets really, really big and is very mainstream. It usually gets either co-opted, grifted, hijacked, or shilled. Like there's some element of shilling that usually happens when things get really big. Not all the time, but yeah.
Yeah, anything that's mainstream is predetermined. They show you what they want you to see. Like nothing happens by accident on the television. It's all scripted reality, if you will.
Yeah, like the Kardashians.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna post. I'm gonna post a famous library here in Porto City. It's the second largest city here in Portugal, and it was where she was a teacher there. She did inspire in this library to write her book. Some parts. Anyway, go on.
All right. So, anyways, is there any globe Earth, related or flat Earth related questions that anyone has? Actually, Doctor Ya, are you still there?
Sorry. I just wanted to just lastly say that the mainstream media promotes only what they themselves create. So, like, they create the events that you see. It's not like a natural occurrence. So just like to full circle back the whole J.K. Rowling, whatever. Like, her story was created. It's not like that genuinely happened. Is what I was trying to say.
Yeah, a lot of it's a lie.
Yes.
Anyways,
Yes.
Yeah, but you believe that, dude. You can't prove it.
What?
Which is the point. You believe that the J.K. Rowling story is a lie.
You can't prove that it's real.
You can't prove that it's not.
That's like you saying that outer space exists, and I say no, it doesn't, and then you say
No,
yes,
it's
it
not.
does.
It's nothing to do with outer space. It's to do with J.K. Rowling and whether her story is true or not.
Right, I'm saying it's not
Those
true.
two things are related.
And and the burden of proof is on anyone who says it is. It's not on
No,
me.
the burden of proof is on you if you expect all of us to believe that the story is not true.
Well, then
Wow.
Prove it.
what's you prove that it is.
Sorry, I
No,
agree with Bill.
It's whoever made the claim. Whoever made the first claim. It's like basically it's like first come first serve. Like have you guys ever went to lunch at a high school? You know when you
I
go
just
to the
want undeniable
cafeteria.
proof that like for anything in life at this point in my life when I like there's been so many fucking lies that
Yeah.
like I just want
You're not gonna get it.
undeniable proof. Undeniable
Yeah.
proof. So if anyone's gonna shove a claim down my throat, I want to know if it's the fucking 100% truth. So if you're gonna say that it's true, that her whole story that's on Google is 100% factual, without a doubt, gun to your head, then I want actual, genuine, undeniable proof of that. Undeniable
And repeatable and
and
verifiable
repeatable.
and
Yes, like I'm so
quantifiable.
tired. To see, like I don't want to fall into that bullshit deception of it's on Google, it's true. How could it not be true? Why would they lie about J.K. Rowling? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why wouldn't they? How about that for an answer? Why wouldn't they fucking lie?
Well, it's not
That's a
them. It's the interviews of she herself telling her story. So she's
oh
the one saying
really?
these things.
I could do this. We all could do the same thing. We could all just prop ourselves up. But the only difference is we didn't sell our soul.
But whether it is true or not, like, what's the difference?
The difference is that everything is just like a lie.
Scrabbled.
Mostly
It's
everything's a lie.
scrabbled.
Mostly, I should say.
Not everything. Don't
That's why I
black
changed what I
yourself.
said. Mostly everything's a lie. Like storytelling, the what you see on mainstream, it just furthers you away. It distracts you.
Yeah.
Like Harry Potter, there's nothing from Harry Potter that makes you a better person. Like
Yeah,
it's
well,
just
there's nothing from Harry Potter that makes you a worse person either.
but if it well, I would argue that.
I mean
What?
it's good for like if you want
It's
to
good for distracting you from
for
from
entertainment.
life.
For
Yeah, it's
entertainment.
entertainment at best. That's all it is.
Don't you use any entertainment? Though?
Well, yeah, I go for walks, I work out,
Yeah,
I
well,
Phase
that's
journal
your entertainment. Some people like fantasy stories. That's their entertainment.
because they
phase.
don't like their own life.
What about Star Wars though? I like Star
That's
Wars.
not necessarily true though.
Well,
Don't
if
you
you
like
do,
Star Wars?
Some people have normal lives and then they go to Harry Potter festivals. Like, who cares?
Harry Potter festivals.
Yeah,
I still watch Star Wars, by the way. Do you watch Star Wars?
only the
yeah.
three.
I'm a Trekkie.
Oh, you watch Star Trek.
Yeah,
You got the phaser guns, bro. The phasers are like
I've got the
so
engineering book for the Enterprise, mate.
damn,
Yeah,
bro. Those phaser guns are so much more intense than the Star Wars laser guns that the droids have. They're like,
but like,
So,
what I'm getting at, lo-fi, is like things like that are really unimportant to your life. Whether
I
J.K.
agree.
Rowling is a real person or a fictional character is no importance to how you live your daily life. When we're talking about things like the Earth and stuff like that, that's different. But shit like that, you don't need to get angry about that stuff.
Oh no, I'm not really angry. I just have a grumpy tone because I worked so much that I'm pissed. But yeah, no, it's like it's just life is precious and time is precious, and it's like investing so many
Yeah.
hours into certain things. Like I had to leave a server the other day because some guy was like trying to convince everyone to play World of Warcraft for 80 hours. It's a lot. It's like what like I get it, right? We've all been there some way, somehow. But it's like
yeah.
at what point do we just draw a line and say we gotta stop? Like we got
Okay.
like there's like it's like Harry
Alright.
Potter is a series.
Have you guys
Yeah,
met Jin
but just
CBR?
don't watch Harry Potter then. That's simple.
He's a legend.
How you doing, guys? Good morning and
Hello.
good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Jin
Going
CBR1
on
here,
from
reporting in
Japan.
at the 24/7 Flat Earth University, where you will learn everything that you don't learn in university here, ladies and gentlemen. Jin
Base.
CBR1 reporting in.
What's
How
up?
you doing, guys?
CR? What's up?
Yeah, what's happening, boys and girls?
Well,
Hey, I had a
Good
question.
to hear.
Yeah, what's
I
your
had a
question?
question for everyone. It's pseudo related to flat Earth. But I heard a comment the other day. I was listening to Nathan Oakley's show. Brian made a comment saying that temperature requires a container as well as gas pressure and volume, right? But I don't understand why. Does anybody know?
Well, temperature is related to pressure, isn't it?
I know pressure. Yeah, I mean, the more pressure you have, the more temperature you're gonna have.
Yeah, like when you get high and low pressures
No,
in
the
the
other
earth,
way around. The
annually.
more temperature you have, the more pressure that's going to increase if it's
Yeah.
contained. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, temperature
So the
also
more you
requires the matter. So if you would have a imagined absolute vacuum, you wouldn't have any temperature.
I'm gonna ask Huey that question next time he comes back.
Well, that's not actually true, by the way. That's not exactly true because water is boiling in a vacuum chamber at 37 degrees Celsius. Water in a vacuum
Yeah,
as
you're
it
not
evaporates.
listening to me,
The
Jin.
temperature's there. Sorry, go ahead. Try again.
Yeah, temperature needs a container because temperature needs to be in something. Like temperature is a property of matter. So if you have no matter, you're not going to have any temperature.
Oh yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. That's fine. I'm not disagreeing with that. I thought you meant there was no temperature in there. That's what I thought you meant. Because there is temperature in a vacuum still.
Yeah, of course, because it's not an absolute
Yeah.
vacuum.
Jin, when they say water boils in a vacuum, you don't think it's like literally at 200 and some degrees, though, right?
No, I did say it was at 37 degrees Celsius.
That's so you think that I'm not making fun. I'm just asking. So, like when you draw a vacuum in a vacuum chamber and water boils, it's really just air, gases escaping from the water. It's not increasing in temperature.
Yeah, it's called off-gassing. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, it's off-gassing or degassing, outgassing. Oh, yeah. The temperature is actually at 37 degrees Celsius anyway. So, but it's still a fantastic phenomena which destroys any idea of space travel. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, just that alone. Outgassing affects everything that we can muster up that can be subjected to a vacuum. It will outgas everything. In fact, outgassing is happening in Earth's air at 14.7 psi, albeit very slowly, a slow, dramatically slow degradation, but it does happen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, but when you put it into a vacuum now, it is accelerated dramatically, that phenomena. There you go. But I agree with what you said. Do not disagree at all. 100%.
All right. So, does anyone have questions about flat Earth? Does anyone have flat Earth related questions before we keep talking about?
Well, that was interesting. That was an interesting question related to flat Earth, by the way.
All right. Since there's no,
I was going to talk. I was talking to Jem Panda about 20 minutes ago about the flat Earth banjo video, where it's Pearl Harbor, the supposed surprise attack that wasn't a surprise, proves flat Earth. And if you look at the video, it shows the Japanese fleet supposedly trying to catch up with Pearl Harbor because if they're heading eastwards, following the rotation of the Earth supposedly spinning, the Japanese Zero aircrafts wouldn't have been able to make it to Pearl Harbor because it would be moving at 1,000 odd miles per hour, but the aeroplanes can only muster up maybe 400 miles per hour or thereabouts. So they would never be able to catch up. But the thing is, they did obviously hit Pearl Harbor. There you go.
Yeah, it's almost as if the Earth is not moving. Wow.
I'd imagine
Stationary flat plane, ladies and gents.
there'd be many instances they required a flat Earth for that mission. including and not limited to their internal combustion engines, which require a container.
Yeah.
Right. Yes, it would definitely require a flat Earth for that,
And
and
we're in
those
the air
torpedoes.
above the plane because they call it an airplane, like they're in the air above a plane. Get it?
Yeah, yeah. And they
Anyway,
keep lying, because they're talking about a projectile and an aeroplane in flight are different, but they're not. They're exactly the same when they're in flight. So whatever the projectile is being subjected to, it would be the same for the aeroplane flying next side by side. So if the Coriolis is affecting the bullet, it would affect the plane. And they keep lying that it's got flaps, it's got nothing to do with it. It would be affected.
oh yeah, one more thing. Doctor, yeah, are you still there?
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I ain't got no place better to be.
Did you
Well done,
So
sir. Well done.
just I know I know we already talked about this, but do you don't like calling your or labeling yourself as flat earther, right?
Right. It's not just flat Earth. I try not to take any labels, bro.
Okay, gotcha. And is that because of the topography or what is it? Why? Like you
Well,
don't
no,
want go ahead.
no. Yeah, I know. I know. Flat's not a shape. I understand that we live on a topographical Earth here, but I just don't. I just don't like people to stick labels on me. If I had to pick one or the other, I definitely would pick flat. But
Okay.
yeah, it's I don't. I mean, it's not like I'm ashamed. I just don't wear labels, bro, because
Yeah.
people take that shit the wrong way a lot of times.
Yeah, they
So we
strong
could
man.
call you a non-label type of guy, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't. I don't mind the flat Earth label because Samuel wrote one.
Stop labeling him, Matthew.
Yeah, label them as non-label.
All right. Let's see. Let's see. Is there anyone else that? Oh. Actually, I had one more question. One more question.
So can I.
So doctor, yeah, I
I
got
think
one
you
more
cut
question.
out there, Jin.
I got one more question. So, um, would you be? You said you don't like labels, so I was going to offer if you wanted to earn the flat earther role, but actually, I don't think you want the flat earther role. Then, in
No,
that case,
nope.
Yeah,
okay,
I've
never
left,
mind that.
I've left several servers because they wouldn't let me speak because I wouldn't choose a role or a label. So I just left the server.
Well, I gave you globe skeptic. You'll agree with that label, though.
I didn't even know that I had a role in here. Honestly, I knew when they told me, okay, well, I'm gonna give you permission to chat and voice that they had
Yeah,
to do something. But I'm like a damn tech retard. But
Me too.
Well, globe
I don't even.
skeptic is
I
sort
have
of a
never
wait,
seen it.
non-label, so that
wait.
fits.
People in other servers were muting you because you didn't have a role.
No, in other
Yeah,
servers, you have to choose a role before you're allowed to speak for certain
Oh,
things.
that's lame.
yeah.
Because
So I just yeah. I'm a big advocate of free speech. I don't like censorship. Uh,
Facts.
you know.
what'll happen in here, Doctor Yar, is you'll jump in the room and then they'll click on your name and they'll look at your roles, and then if you've got Globe Skeptic, which you will, everyone will start going, "Oh, Globe Skeptic, let's talk to him."
But it doesn't matter. Y'all put whatever y'all want to on it. I don't have to wear it, but y'all make y'all's own judgments over time. You'll get to
Uh,
see. I'm pretty damn authentic, genuine, honest, and blunt. I ain't
Very
got shit. I ain't got shit to hide, and
give
I
him
you know I ain't.
space. Give him space herpes.
Why are you saying that if somebody knew every single last detail about your life, they wouldn't judge you?
I don't give a damn if they judge me or not, bro.
Would they
God
like
bless
you?
America, brother.
That's the thing. Like I always think about like every single person on Earth. I don't think anyone knows them 100% because if they did, they probably wouldn't have anyone that would want to be around them.
I care about what everybody thinks while not giving a damn.
Yeah,
I
too much.
can't. Yeah, I
Being
lost my train
very,
of thought there.
Dr.
being
Ya
very,
is cool. I like
being
him.
very philosophical today,
Yeah,
Lo-Fi.
he's a very good. Well, you have
All
to
right,
be right. Sometimes you have to think about like the true character of somebody, because
all right.
like
So, yeah, go ahead. Sorry. Go
oh
ahead.
sorry no I was
What
just
do you
saying
mean?
yeah like
Everyone's got skeletons in the closet. That's what you're talking about.
100% like everybody acts all like sanctimonious like they like when people make fun of people like that's something that I've always found fascinating or like when people are assholes I always think about like wait
Hey,
what makes
I'm
this
an asshole
person
sometimes.
we all are right but like we it's like a genuine form of projection or something rather where it's like if that person was humble, they would probably think about the fact that if people knew who they really were, like every last detail of their life, they probably would have no friends. Like nobody would fuck with them. But and that's the thing. So like in a sense, everybody is bullshitting, and like that's just like something I found fascinating because everybody likes to act like they're on a high horse. In reality, like if their entire life was exposed, I don't think they would act so cool.
All right.
I
So,
agree.
anyways, we do have one other person besides Matthew. Victor, are you there, Victor?
To
Okay.
service. I don't go to service to insult anyone, but if you want to be insulted, I'll insult you, your family, and your race. That's the way I operate. But I don't go into this service to actually insult anybody. I always go in peace to deliver accuracy, the truth, historical facts. I only deal with the facts only. I don't give theories, opinions, speculation. Don't do any of that. So if I'm going to get insulted for that, then you're going to receive the wrath. Like I said, your family, your race, the lot of you will be insulted by me. So don't even go down that road. Do you know what I mean? And I don't judge everybody by my standards, whatever. Let's see what you got and let's go for it. Always got to give everybody a
Unfortunately,
chance. Never forget that you were a Glober yourself. I was a Glober,
Victor said he has people
48 years,
sleeping, so
believing in the
he
yeah,
wrong
can't really
thing.
like talk to you.
yeah.
So I'm always
Unfortunately, Victor, he can't talk
prepared
right
to give people a chance. Yeah, always
now.
give people a chance
I hear you,
to
Jin.
speak. Yeah, always give people a chance to speak. Let them get their information out, even if they are misled or making a mistake. Let them make the mistake and then address it amicably. That's the way I operate. You see,
All right. So
that's the way I
besides
always operate.
Victor and besides Dr. Ya, let's see. Is there any other, and besides Matthew, is there any other new person that does not have flat earther role? Uh,
Hmm.
flat garlic
I do
bread.
like the flat earther name.
Yeah.
Come on, I do like the flat earther name because originally it was labelled to Samuel Rowbotham, the man who started it all off. So I think flat earther name is not really a problem for me at all. I'm proud to be calling myself a flat a flat earther. God made a flat earth, so it's no degree on my position. Doesn't harm me. Doesn't lower my stature. Slow me down. In fact, it uplifts me like a helium balloon. So there's lots of benefits to it. So I
Base.
love it. Yeah,
Base.
there you go.
Is does anyone know flat garlic bread? He's the only other person that doesn't have the flat earther role yet, but he
Oh,
has the
yeah.
same sincere role besides Matthew and
Yeah.
besides
No,
Victor.
I don't know the guy, but maybe I've heard him speak, but I don't really know him.
Well, his pronouns are he and they,
All right.
Oh my god!
so I don't know what that means, but
All right. Well, yeah. There's no other. I mean, it looks like right now he's muted, so it looks like yeah. There's no other Globers besides Matt. Oh wait, actually there is one. Matthew. You guys can talk to Matthew still.
Oh, hello, Matthew. Please
Hey, Jen.
unmute your mic
Good to
and
hear you.
conversation. Let's have a conversation
Yeah,
about
I'm
the
always happy to hear your
shape
voice. It's nice
of
to
the
hear you.
earth.
All right, here we go.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate that, man.
All right, here we go. Here. Actually, wait. Before we go down this road, is there anything else that you wanted to say about rainbows before we go down the talking about flat versus globe with Matthew again?
Wait. Did you just mention rainbows?
That
Yeah.
would be more interesting than talking, because the thing is, he's been here for like ever, so we already know.
Yeah, you already know what I'm going to say. We can talk about something else.
Yeah. Wait, are
Well,
you a
not
paid agent?
necessarily. I mean,
I'm
if you
just
don't want to talk about rainbows, talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Rainbows.
Yeah, because there's no other Globers in.
Who is Ozzy? What does succatus mean?
There is someone named Snow. Are you there? He's a VC verified.
Informer.
Oh shit! He left instantly. As soon as I mentioned his name, he left.
Yeah, I wonder why they do that.
But yeah. All right.
What did the icon for snow look like? I didn't get to see it.
I don't know. It was like gray, I think.
I know someone on a different server named Snow. It's like a mod or something. I was just curious.
I posted. I pinged him in the chat. That's what it looks like. It looks like a ping. I just pinged him. You see that? You see that ping?
Yeah, I see where it says at Snow.
Yeah. If you click on that link, you can see his profile picture.
Oh, okay.
All right, but anyways. So Matthew. All right. So is there anything else that you want to say about rainbows before we get back into globe versus flat Earth?
I like rainbows. They're beautiful. So enjoy them.
Nice.
Well, he also believes that they are created through raindrops. Just raindrops.
Right. Okay. All right. Here we go again.
So what about
believe
oil slicks? We see rainbows through oil slicks as well. Remember? Yeah. Oil creates rainbows. I've seen it many a time, and petrol.
Yeah, so Jin's
Gasoline.
right. There are many things that can split white light into a spectrum. I just would call those other things kind of like a rainbow effect or a spectrum. And the true rainbows, I think, are mainly in the atmosphere, in air, created by water droplets. Like I wouldn't call like putting light through a prism makes the same effect, but I wouldn't call that a rainbow. But maybe, I mean, that's just sort of being pedantic about the definitions, which doesn't really.
Well, I actually have a pretty interesting question for you, Matthew. Do you believe that rainbows go to space?
I don't think so, because you have to have like water droplets in the atmosphere to see it.
Yeah. So they don't go to space now. No, most certainly not.
All right.
They're curving as well.
Is there any unique globe proof that you've heard recently, Matthew? Any unique ones that we haven't heard before?
How about this one? On the day of the solstice, the June solstice and the December solstice, the subsolar point of the Earth goes the same speed.
Is
and
this light in
therefore
the sky?
No, it's talking about the point on Earth that's directly beneath the sun. There's only one point that is at any moment in time directly beneath the sun, and that point moves like 951 miles per hour, but it moves at the same speed during both solstices. Therefore, and it takes the same time, 24 hours in both solstices. Therefore,
Wait,
that would indicate that the yeah. Let me finish the argument first, and then therefore, the Tropic of Cancer is the same size as the Tropic of Capricorn. It's hard to see how that could work if the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
So wait,
absolute rubbish.
you said it had to be directly. There was a point that was directly underneath the sun. Are you talking about the
Yeah.
directly underneath an apparent location, or do you know where the real sun is?
There's only one point on Earth at any moment in time that there's no shadows, and that's called the subsolar point. Like the sun is at the zenith.
So it's based on the fact that there are no shadows, not based on the actual location of the sun.
The apparent location
There
of
you
the sun
go.
is directly above, 90 degrees above, or zero.
Apparent. Okay, so it is based on an apparent location.
Right.
Isn't that
Okay.
not 12 noon?
Yes, it's solar noon.
Gotcha.
12 noon.
And so
Solar
if
noon.
the Earth was flat, what would be the difference? Like, what would you be
Yeah.
expecting?
So the question is, how large is the Tropic of Cancer and how large is the Tropic of Capricorn? And in both cases,
Yeah.
the subsolar point is moving along the Tropic of Cancer or the Tropic of Capricorn at the same speed, about 951 miles per hour, and it takes about the same time, 24 hours. So 24 hours times 951 is the same for both the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. But all flat Earth maps I've ever seen have one being bigger than the other one.
What you said,
Yeah. That's why I think the statement is incorrect then. How can it be that, it's 12 noon in the Tropic of Cancer, which is a smaller circle, and clearly we have a larger circle at the Capricorn point, and they do have their 12 noon. So that's something's wrong with the description now. That's a misdirection, I think. Something doesn't seem right.
Yeah, so it's kind of an arcane argument, but I mean, he asked if I had something different that you hadn't heard.
Yeah,
Maybe that's
interesting.
something you hadn't heard.
Interesting. Bearing in mind, we don't the clearly obvious one that totally destroys that anyway is that we are able to see the sun above the horizon at the Arctic Circle for 3 months above the horizon, daylight. But then we don't have that phenomena supposedly at the Tropic of Capricorn, the south. There is no such event. So goodbye globe right there. Yeah.
I think there are places. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I do think there are places that have 24-hour sun during January or December.
Not in the Tropic of Capricorn, there isn't.
Yeah, if you go farther south.
Not in the Tropic of Capricorn. There is not. There isn't a video where you can see for 3 months the sun above the horizon with daylight continuously. No video exists. Every video that I've seen has been faked, CGI'd, composite Photoshop nonsense, video trickery. And if such a video exists, I would have seen it in the last 9 years of looking.
Okay,
Yet
so
there are
people
ample
at the bottom
amounts.
of South America and Tierra del Fuego experience 17 hours of daylight.
I said 24 hours. I said 24 hours for 3 months. 17 hours is not going to cut it. 17 hours is not 24. I said 24 hours for 3 months above the horizon, daytime. That means I'm standing on one point and I can see the sun 360 degrees going around me all the time. I never lose sight of the sun. Lots of time-lapse photography and videos exist for the Arctic Circle, the North Pole. Not at the south. Not one video exists.
Yeah, because there's hardly any land down there, so there's not that many people that live there. So
That is not the
I see what
excuse,
you're
I'm
saying.
afraid. That is an unacceptable excuse. They've been down there they've been there supposedly down there, I use the word loosely there, for at least, 62 years of all of my life, and maybe longer, and not a video exists. Unacceptable. Sorry. It's a cop-out answer. Not good enough. Clearly, the reason we don't have one video is because we're not a ball. It's clearly obvious. That's a Sherlock Holmes method right there. Remove all the impossibilities. Whatever's left, no matter how improbable it may seem to be, has to be the truth. And that is, we have no videos. Where are the videos of this spectacle? See? The silence is noisy. Thank you very much. Welcome to the flat earth.
I mean, I do think there are videos, but I recognize that you find flaws in those videos, so I don't have anything more to say about that, I guess.
Exactly. You don't have any genuine videos with no flaws. Genuine, real. Not one exists, but yet at the North Pole, there are loads. Two people I know, three people I know have done it. D Marble did it for us, flat earther, black guy, and then two Sergeys, both same name but two different people. They both proved it as well. Videos on YouTube. North Pole, it for us, lovely. You know, I say North Pole, near the North Pole, Russia. Okay, and it's a beautiful spectacle, really is. You actually see the sun moving across the horizon in an up and down wave motion as it's going around in its circuit. Absolutely beautiful. We don't get to see that from the McMurdo base in the south. Come on, that would be an impossibility. Where they are, they should have that happening all the time. But nothing but CGI. And loops and cuts and editing going on. Why would you do that? And then when you look at when they put the stick in the ground, right? They put the stick in the ground and the sun's casting its shadow on that stick. It goes as far as 18 hours and back to zero. 18 hours and back to zero. 18 hours and back to zero. Now, Generism contacted the base and said, why is it we're only getting 18 hours? They reckon the bandwidth wasn't enough to supply the footage. So he asked them, why don't you do two 12 hours? Do it in two halves. Then we get the whole lot. And he didn't get a reply. There you go. Down at the South Pole, supposedly. So there you have it, unfortunately. Welcome to the flat earth. Fortunately. Beautiful place, the flat earth. Can you imagine God created it so level, right across the expanse? Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? All these different countries living on the flat earth. That distance, all that distance, flat, level. Whew. That's some feat in itself. Some feat in itself, man. What created this earth? You should all be scared, man. You should all be scared of that power that we're going to meet later on when we die. Yes. And God will ask you, what did you do on my flat earth? That beautiful flat earth I made for you. What did you do with the gift of life I gave you on my flat earth?
Is he going to specify that it's flat? Is he going to say that?
I reckon he is, yeah. I reckon he is.
That's a
Because
good
he's
question.
chuckling at the ball earth and how hideous it is. And, you know, and then our attempts in our little rockets. And he's looking down, look at these idiots, look at them. What are they trying to do? And I've given them the gift of life, and this is how they repay me. And they're chuckling and laughing. Yes. And God and his friends. They're just laughing every day. Look at them, look. And there's another rocket. Look at that, look, into the ocean. And then all of them are believing. Tut, tut, tut. Yeah. They literally have to lie to present. It's all lies. They have to lie. This globe is required on lies, built upon lies. It needs lies to survive. That's it. There is nothing truthful but one thing. It is a lie. Ladies and gentlemen. Fool's Gold Pendulum. Coriolis. I mean, so the Coriolis is a real thing, though. If it's obviously it covers things that are spinning. The thing is, we're not experiencing that on Earth. If the Earth were spinning, then we would experience the Coriolis, and that would be a nightmare again for aeroplanes to try and land on a moving runway. It would
No
be.
shit.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So, how does anyone know what the furthest distance anyone's traveled south?
Oh, that's a good question. I can't give you that. I mean, only to, as far as I only know, to the fake South Pole where they polished that ball up. You know, they've probably gone further. I mean, I think, what's his name? Admiral Byrd went a bit further in his plane, didn't he not?
Yeah, so hundreds of people claim to have been all the way south to the South Pole.
Yeah. What about
Yeah,
it?
I know. I know, but we don't know really that that's the end of the. You know, I mean, I believe there's a dome too, and there's some type of containment. Whether you look at it as a computer chip or a circle with a dome over it, however you look at it, there's still got to be an end to it, unless it's it's not an actual physical mass, huh? I know that sounds kind of strange, but it's more like a, a a field or something. I've heard that there's a big rock or a hole at the North Pole that goes all the way through, but of course you hear all kind of shit like the hollow Earth theory type shit. I've heard it being magnetic force fields that all kind of shit, but
Yeah,
there's
you
no
just,
proof of it.
yeah, I'm with you on that one. Yeah, there's no proof of it. I mean, I'd love to see video footage of this stuff, something, or at least, people there examining it and looking at it and with their Geiger counters or whatever. Let's check what it is. Is it radiated? What is it? But we don't get any of that footage at the moment. This is why I say that, we need to go there for ourselves.
I
We need
agree.
that and go and check it for ourselves.
I agree.
Yeah. Doesn't matter how hostile they say it is. We've got the technology and the buildings just to survive that, no problem. And if you approach it with common sense, you will go there and come back and enjoy your stories. It's quite easy. No one needs to be losing their lives. Of course, the things we cannot predict are the crevasses and that. Those are the dangers that are there awaiting. But other than that, though, we should be able to go there and come back. I don't know what the problem is. Well, I know what the problem is. So it's all about controlling the slaves and hiding and keeping the lie alive. That's why we
Yeah,
flat earthers, we've given them a lot of trouble.
yeah.
We've definitely troubled them.
Where are you from, man?
Sorry, yeah, I was born in England, London. Islington, that's North London. And then I lived in East London in the early 60s. And then we moved to a place called Camden Town, and that was shortly after that. NASA went to the moon, and then we went to Nigeria. So I'm an African who was born in England, but I'm now talking to you from Japan. You know what I mean? Isn't that amazing, eh?
Yeah, I'm saying.
Yeah, man. So I can speak English, I can speak Yoruba, that's African tongue, should I say, and then Japanese, a little bit of Greek, a little bit of Spanish, oui, bit of French, as they're so close, yeah. You know?
Cool. You're an interesting fellow for sure.
Yeah, I've been around. Luckily, I travelled. I started travelling with my family back in 1969. That's when we first went to Nigeria by plane. I would have been 96. I would have been 7 years old to be 8 that year, though. So I was 7, almost 8 years old when we travelled first time by aeroplane. Yeah, and I haven't looked back. I've travelled a lot since then. By ship, by hot air balloon, by plane, motorbike. Yeah, hovercraft.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's living there, buddy.
Where about you from?
I'm from the swamps of Louisiana, man. I travel around a
Oh,
good bit myself. I
nice.
grew I grew up hunting
Louisiana.
alligators. grew up hunting gators all my life.
Right, right. Yeah. How did
But
you get to the flat Earth then? How did you stumble onto the flat Earth?
well, I grew up basically in an airplane, man. My uncles had planes ever since I was born. So I've been knowing for a long time it wasn't what they said. But
Right.
you know, just I don't know. I guess when you're younger, you kind of brush it off. Uh, you know something, but you can't explain it. And
Yeah. Yeah. I know that
but
feeling.
but as I got older, I looked into it a little more. And my sister, she's a hardcore flat earther, and
When did she become a hardcore flat earther? When?
oh, probably 10, 15 years ago. She's a little bit younger than me,
Okay.
and
Right.
we've been doing experiments together over the last few years. She puts a lot of pictures online and on YouTube and with the P900, and we do all kind of shit, bro. Uh,
Okay.
but you know, it's just it really causes a lot of argument, um, and a
Well, yeah,
lot of
it does.
places.
Of course it does. Of course it does. It gets heated. I was dealing with some trolls this morning on my little gallery that I've got in another server. What I do now is if I get invited to a server, I get them to allow me to put up a Jin's Flat Earth Gallery of Facts. So it's a flat Earth gallery showing the idiocy of the heliocentric model. And through the journey, they learn how to prove to themselves that the Earth isn't a globe and it is indeed a level stationary plane. All the information that's there are facts. Nothing is theoretical. Nothing. No theories. Right. And then, of course, lots of questions come from that. Yeah. And then I update the gallery every so often with more information,
Yeah,
which then brings on more questions. But I get a lot of trolls, of course, but I delete all their shit to keep the gallery as clean as possible.
yep, I get that.
Yeah,
I
it
don't.
does lead to problems.
I don't just stay stuck in one spot though. I move around in a lot of stuff. I get into the frequencies and um, yeah, man, I'll take on anything. I do.
Yeah, likewise, likewise. I do the same. I move around a lot. I take on a lot of all. I come from all angles. But like I said to them, all they've got is a bag of beliefs. And when you've got a bag of beliefs, you don't have any truth there. It's just your
That's
beliefs.
true.
Nothing's been proven.
That's
So
true.
whereas I have a bag of facts that if I take to a court, a court of law, it would win every time because everything in there is irrefutable, undeniable evidence. See, this is what they don't like now. When they come to my gallery, they know that Jin's not going to. Whenever I open my mouth, I'm just going to be talking facts. That's it. I'm not. This is not theoretical. What I'm saying to you now. You know what I mean? And these are the facts. So you can take them or leave them, but these are the facts. And they don't
So,
like that.
so how much? I'm sure you're probably familiar with Eric DeBay, then, huh?
Oh, I like the guy. Yeah, I like the guy. I like the guy.
So,
As
have you?
controversial as he is, I like his work.
Yeah, I do too. I do too. Have you seen any of his stuff on the spiritual science?
Spiritual science. No, I don't do that. I don't really go into that. I'm only dealing with like the dinosaurs never existed, satellites don't exist, the 200 proofs. The real foundation stuff. When he goes into the speculation and that, well, I don't do well with that stuff. I don't really find that interesting.
Y- Yeah,
So
yeah,
I leave it
no,
alone.
right, right. I get that. I'm talking more in the sense of everything's interconnectedness.
Well, yeah, I'm into that kind of thing. That when you connect with Earth, you're connecting to God. Yeah, that I'm into.
Yeah,
Definitely into that. Yeah, definitely into that. No doubt about it. No doubt about that. That's clearly. I mean, when you can look inside the bud in spring when the flowers are about to bloom and that, and you look into a bud and you see the flower coiled up like a spring waiting to come out. No human being did that. Do you know what I mean? And you knew that grew out of nothing to be ready to be springing out. That's power right there, right there. That's powerful. You know,
What about
to look
what?
inside a bud and see the flower coiled up neatly. Amazing.
Yeah, the Fibonacci's spiral. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Yeah, it's everywhere. Love it.
Yeah, yeah, it's in
So
everything, man.
natural. It's
It
in
is
everything, man. It's natural. Beautiful. That's
a
power.
sacred, yeah, sacred geometry and all that, bro. You can't
Yeah.
deny that stuff.
No, you can't. It humbles you. When you see it, you're humbled immediately. If you have any integrity, it humbles you. You think, wow,
Absolutely.
wow, look at that. Wow. It humbles and amazes at the same time. So you get the uplift and then you get the humbling. Like, yeah, that humbling is God's power. That's what's humbling you there. That God's power is humbling you. That's what I feel when I see the splendor and the wonder of nature itself. That's God's power. And that's when I project, I close my eyes and then travel across the places I've been across the earth. And the one thing I keep saying to myself, and all that was level. All the places I've been to, and all that was level. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Just level. How did he make that? Amazing.
Yeah, yeah.
Great creation. Earth,
Yes, it
great
is
creation. Yeah.
fascinating.
Yeah, that kind of spirituality I'm into. Yeah, that. I'm into that. And I don't need a Bible. Didn't need a Bible. I didn't really need the Quran. I could feel it and see it and taste it. So I know it.
Yeah,
All the
that's me.
things you want. Yeah,
I'm big
not
on
getting
it.
the books. Not saying
I'm
the
big
books are
on
of no use. But
experience.
yeah, I experience it. It gives me more passion to it. I'm more connected. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. People always ask, yeah, but how do you know God exists? Look at one leaf is enough for you to know. One leaf. All you got to know. One leaf. And if you can't associate with that, you're lost. One leaf. One little leaf. Touch it, smell it. It's oily. It's weak, but yet it's strong. This leaf. Amazing.
Yeah.
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 One leaf. That's God's work. That's not man's work. That's God's work. Even if you plant it in the soil, still God's work. All you did was drill a hole and, dig out a hole and put it in. And okay, now you've started it. But it's God's force that's going to make that thing grow. And if you have to
Yes.
put water, then you're aiding it. So if you are pouring water, then you're the custodian of that one. Okay. So you've helped it to grow. But the magic of it all, that's God's work. Amazing. I'll never forget that.
Yeah.
So
I
yeah,
agree.
I agree with you, sir. Flat Earth brings you to the spirituality of God. Yeah, definitely. And if you're looking for a mosque, a church, a synagogue, the Flat Earth is it. It's right out there.
Mm.
The big outdoors. That's your church. That's your synagogue. That's your mosque. So you can stand there and pray to God if that's what you want to do. You don't necessarily need to be in a building. Stand out there on the earth and give your thanks and give your worship if that's what you want to do. You don't need
I
to be in a
agree.
building. Yeah,
Yeah, it ain't no building and it ain't in no religion. Yeah, I agree. Nature
yeah,
itself proves the existence of God.
yeah, exactly. So sometimes when I go climbing now, right, hiking and I get to the summit, I thank God for the climb up, and I thank God for looking after all my family, friends around the world, everywhere. Thank you for the beautiful flat earth, and then can you please give me a safe journey down? You know,
Yeah.
yeah. I connect to God that way as well. Survey the flat earth from a high vantage point. It is beautiful. It's also taking in what man has created as well. The roads, the buildings, towers. It's all good. I mean, it's all there, isn't it?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Man's ability to create and to construct, it's amazing.
Yeah, I think like well, you said since you've traveled around a good bit, I'll go ahead and ask you: have you ever been to Egypt around
My
the Giza
brother, that's
pyramid?
one place I've been. My brothers have. I haven't, unfortunately. No. The closest I would say I've been to Egypt would be, yeah, Nigeria,
Yeah,
which is the other side, isn't it? The
yeah.
west coast. Yeah, I haven't been to the east coast, and my brothers have.
So
Or
what?
closer. Hang on. Greece. Greece is the closest. Greece, Crete. That's pretty close. Yeah, that's the
So what?
Mediterranean.
What would you say about? Have you done any kind of background history on the pyramids and what they might be used for?
I remember watching some documentaries that said that the pyramids were lined up with the Orion's belt, and I thought that was amazing. Do you understand what I
Yeah,
mean? Yeah.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Um,
Yeah. I
yeah.
think they're for free energy. I think it was energy. I think it was. It ties in with the obelisk all over the different places on the planet. I
Yeah, we
think it
don't
has
remember we
something.
don't live on a planet, but that was a slip of the tongue there. But yeah, I would agree with you there that there was some kind of power, kind of like a station or something like that. It's a possibility. Because when you see it, when I've seen images of it, when it was all perfectly plastered, clean pyramid with the gold capping stone on top, and it looked magnificent. You know, a sight to behold. So you are right in what you're saying.
Yeah.
You understand?
Um,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah. I thought I had seen pictures of it before too, older pictures of it with the top on it, the capstone. But
yeah.
even then, they said that there wasn't no capstone on it.
Yeah, what I'm talking, the one I've seen, it's got the gold capstone at the top, and then the rest is this white, polished marble looking thing. It's magnificent.
Right. Right. Right.
The pyramids, when they were completed back in the day, they looked fantastic. It's a shame they don't. It's a shame that they can't rebuild it back to that formula, former glory or former situation, because it would be nice to see. If they could um, formulate the plaster that they used traditionally back then and then rebuild it. That would be nice. Rather than to see them crumbling away gradually being windswept. Why don't they just rebuild it back? You
Yeah.
know?
No, I don't think they were. I don't think it wore away. They stole that stuff because it had a lot of writings on it that they wanted to keep hid. Uh, but
Mm,
regardless, whatever they did, they're not there now. There's a
yeah,
lot of stuff back in like the ancient times, the technologies that even we don't have today. So, and I think we do, or at least it's there. It's just it's not available to the general public. So, um,
yeah. Something's
so
wrong there.
yeah, they're hiding a lot of shit, bro.
Yeah. Mount Pichu Pichu, for example, right? Now, those
Yeah,
buildings, how did they get the material up there, for example, to then build them and they didn't use any cement mix or anything? Those joints are so tight together that you couldn't slide a credit card in the gap. That tight. Amazing. Yeah?
yeah. I think
Uh,
they molded them. I think they had some kind of way of molding, plastering. Maybe built like
yeah.
I've seen stories of where they or hypotheses where they think they built some kind of big magnifying glass and used the sun to melt shit and pour it like a plaster almost.
Yeah, but they had to get up there and get all that material up there, though.
Yeah, but if you build it as you go, you going up it at the same. Yeah, true though. It's still a lot of damn work, or whichever way it was done.
Yeah, it's a lot of work there. And there's a lot of precision going on there. Laser beam technology precision. That's the other thing.
Yeah,
Do you
yeah,
understand? Nano degrees of excellence. Nano degrees. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, some of that shit's so big. We don't have the technology to lift it today. That's
Yeah.
why I
We
think
can't.
it was poured in place. I think.
Yeah. And the other thing is that the levelness, that's today's technology. Now.
Oh
We've
yeah,
got
no.
today.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I think they were way more sophisticated than what we're told.
That's right. I would agree. They are more sophisticated than we're giving them credit for. They always seem to belittle. Have you noticed the story? Primitive man, oog, ugh, ugh, not intelligent, but when you work it out, they were more intelligent than we are today.
Yeah, I think so. Probably lived a hell of a lot better life than we do today. That all the shit we got going on.
Yeah, all the nonsense that we got going. Yeah, what we got going on is just death and destruction, devaluation, degradation, downtrodden, all the D's, everything on a downward slope. Nothing is uplift except for flat Earth. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm in the praying mantis position in yoga, and I'm saying to you that flat Earth is ecstasy, flat Earth is the way, flat Earth is uplifting, flat Earth is correct. All hell for the flat Earth. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I do in other servers anyway. What I just did there, I do it in the heliocentric servers. Really get them wound up. Yeah, man. You'll never bring me down as I'm in my praying mantis position and my helium balloon right in the room, staring me in the face, disproving gravity right there. It's ecstasy. Yes. Any attempt to try to diminish, destroy, devalue my energy will be fruitless, for you will go down quicker than a stone falling off a mountain. Bring it on, bring it on. Yeah, bring it on. And I'm being very mild here because when I do that rebel yell, you have to hold your ears, because I do it loud. Especially for the Glovers. I do it to yeah. I take on maybe like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of them at once, and I shout them all down. The reason I'm here now is because Jem Panda couldn't take it anymore. He had to mute me. He had to mute because he knew that I was just going to destroy them and everything's going to fall off the shelves. And he's getting tired of that. He says, you're preaching, you're preaching. I said, I'm not preaching. I'm talking to you and I'm talking to the YouTube live stream because they're listening to what I'm saying. And you never address them, Yeah. They always attempt to try and control what you say, but I don't let them do that. So I come through trailblazing, literally leaving the place on fire. Yeah.
You're laying it on them, huh?
I whip them into shape. They're out of breath when I'm finished with them. Literally, ladies and gentlemen, they're breathing heavy. They are out of breath. Yeah. They're that unfit. And I remind them that they're getting worse. I can tell some of you put on weight just by the sound of your voices. Your tongue's getting bigger in your mouths. You're finding it hard to take the air in. That's because you're becoming overweight. You useless keyboard nonsense. Yeah. Wind them up like that. Well, you can't keep up with me. And then I wind them up. I send pictures of myself exercising. See, I train to do this. And I torpedo them with my photographs of me exercising in the park, just to wind them up. Just like Eric Dubay, I do the same.
Awesome.
Yeah. And then I say to them, show me your physical prowess. Don't tell me about it. Show me. Because you can't, because you're a dishonest individual. That's why you can't put yourself either that or you're just a fat dump. Either one of them two anyway. Or you're a fat dump and you're dishonest. That's why you won't come out. I'm going to put myself on the server. I got nothing to hide. I got nothing to lose. To bring it on, you fools. I got everything to win. I'm a winner.
Oh shit!
Yeah, that's what I tell them. As soon as I come in, you've lost. You losers. That's why they have to mute me. because there's just no going. There is no stopping this guy. There is no stopping Jin CBR1. I'm like a Swiss Army knife and more. Yeah. That's what's required when you go into these servers where you know that these individuals aren't stupid. Flat Earth is child's play. It doesn't require a doctorate, a PhD, any kind of high excellence education certificate. It's not required. This is understandable from an 8-year viewpoint, 8-year-old. So when you're dealing with adults who are very articulate in the English language, you know that they know the heliocentric model doesn't exist because of the types of lie that they formulate to try and prop it up. And I just kick it down with a Bruce Lee roundhouse kick. Down on the floor, that's bullshit. Shut up. Stop lying. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, we know who they are. So the psychology it's a war of attrition, and I'm made of granite. I ain't getting worn out. You don't wear me out, man. You wear yourself out trying to wear me out. And then I wind them up. And I'm 62 years of age. Can you believe that, ladies and gentlemen? 62. I'm not no 20-year-old, 30-year-old. 62, ladies and gentlemen. Kicking ass. Smashing them on their rocks of disillusionment. Yeah. And I coined an expression. They need to attain the excellence and integrity of a blade of grass. They're never going to get it. They're never going to attain that, ladies and gentlemen, for they don't have the integrity to attain the excellence of a blade of grass, the excellence and integrity. When you look at that blade of grass, that green is uniform right across, oozing integrity. And then you look at the excellence, put it to the sun, and yet you see a different shade of green coming through. They're never going to be like that. And then after, if they've ever managed to attain that excellence of a blade of grass and the integrity therein, they can then become like water, as Bruce Lee described it. Be like water, my friends, he said. So you must be able to flow and then crush and smack these globers onto their rocks of disillusionment and then purify them by drowning them with the flood of truth. That's me, the professional expert specialist. That's another one of my wind-ups. I'm a professional expert specialist. You don't get that title overnight, ladies and gentlemen. I am the expert that the experts call. Yes, indeed. The professional expert specialist. Just winds them up, Yeah, antagonizing them all the way. Yeah. That's my speciality.
You can start talking that and pull Glovers out of the closet, won't you?
Yeah, you got it. You got it, buddy. Because I honed these skills up in my youth. I used to have these debates with my friends, and the punishment was if you lost your temper, you would have to strip down to your underpants and do a lap of the park. That was the rules. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in the group, and they'd shun you. If you didn't do that lap after you forfeited, you couldn't be in the group anymore. You'd have to, they'd get rid of you. You'd be shunned out of the group. So yeah, many a time we had lots of debates over the years, man, and yeah. So that's helped me to come into these debates now, especially when they want to, because when you have the facts, you've got no problem to deliver the facts. The problem becomes when you're being attacked, and most people are not used to being attacked. Insults, I am. So I am absolutely devastating. Like I said, you insult me, I'll insult you, your family, and your race. Don't push that button. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I warned them beforehand. So, yeah. So I'm ready to rumble, man. I'll take it intellectually and we deliver the facts and have it amicably. Or if you want to fight me all the way with all your insults, I'll bury you. You'll drown with my onslaught. That's what I say to them in the Gem Panda server or the medicinal mass media server or any other server that's global. Modern day debates as well. Yeah, there was a lot of Jews in that one. I don't do Jew bashing, don't get me wrong, but the Jews were very insulting, and then I hammered them to death. They had to ban me from there. Modern day debates, yeah, they banned me. They started it though. I finished it.
Yeah. Usually, the Jews are pretty insulting. I've spoken with some of them, and the Muslims seem to be nice, but they're just so damn far off in left field.
Yeah. And I always say to them in that every time I went in there was always an argument about religion. And I always used to say to them, why don't you leave your religion in your pocket? Leave
Yeah.
that and leave that for God to judge and get on with. Be the best you can be with your religion. Be the best. Show that shining religion of yours. That's what you're not supposed to point fingers. Your religion is this. No, that's not what you're meant to do because it's not your religion. You should be concerned about your religion only, not others. Don't point out the faults in others. That's not what you're meant to. Even in your religion, it states that you shouldn't do that. So you're not really being the best when you start arguing. So shut the F up. Shut the F up and start dealing with reality. The earth is not a spinning ball. Thank you.
That's true.
Yeah. So I got attacked by the Jews in the modern day debates, and when I hit them with the facts and the material, I said, because like I said, I only mentioned facts, I'm not giving you any theories here. They didn't like it. Didn't like it at all, did they? Calling me anti-Semite. I said, I cannot be anti-Semitic because the blacks were the original Semites. So for you to make that statement, that's historically inaccurate, what you're saying right there. And we're talking about historical accuracy. Yeah, that's all. Not some fantasy Jew story that you want to be a Semite nonsense. Don't give me that nonsense, please. Just keep it factual. So what I'm saying is not anti-Semitic. Sorry. And if the Jews have got a story that is inaccurate, it must be highlighted so that people learn the truth. Yeah? Right. So shut the F up. And I didn't like all that. That's why I got banned from the server. Because I hit them hard where it hurts. Solid. That's after delivering the flat earth truth and all its facts. And then the faults of the heliocentric model and all its faults. Yeah. And they could see that they couldn't debunk anything from the flat earth, and I was delivering it with pepper, must, venom, volatile, explosive. They couldn't hack it. Yeah, that's what I do.
I can see that, no doubt.
Yeah, that's it. So, I like to do it softly, gently. That's the way I like it, ladies and gentlemen. But these people start throwing insults and innuendos and they laugh and that. They're laughing. They don't even have the proof of their ball, and they're laughing at you. I mean, that's an insult in itself. They'd have not one single shred of proof for their beliefs. You're showing them proofs using their mathematical formulas to ascertain whether it's curving or not, and they're laughing in your face. Ha ha! Not in my face, they're not. I'll tell you that. Yeah. I remind them very quickly that a belief without validation or confirmation is a mistake. And that's what Carl Sagan said. And he said this just a few number of years before he passed on. Okay, his latter part of his life there, he was concerned about the scientific method. This method he never used in his life because he was an astronomer, and astronomy is not science. Okay, but he was aware that the scientific method had to be adhered to, and he was worried about that. And he went on to say that a belief without confirmation is a mistake, because he was worried about pseudoscience and the beliefs that come with pseudoscience maths, and who's going to be teaching the scientific method, he was saying. And he was genuinely concerned. And this is a man that didn't even use the scientific method, by the way, not in his field.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Carl Sagan. I mean, I hadn't studied a whole lot about him, but I'm familiar. I've heard the name and a little bit of his theologies.
Yeah. None of it's science-based. That's the thing.
Yeah.
None of it is based in the realms of the scientific method. None of it. He even lied about the curving of the earth, you know what I mean? With the Aristophanes and the obliques and all that, you know what I mean? Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he was a cheeky upstart at the beginning, but by the time he got the cancer, and he had the operation and that, and I think it came back anyway. He was definitely singing a different song. I noticed it, and that song was, if you're carrying beliefs, that's a mistake because they're not validated. And if you validate your beliefs, then it's not a belief; it's a fact. It's a fact, scientific fact, even. There you go. So you can pack up your bags of beliefs and do whatever you want with them. I'm going to keep my bag of facts, scientifically proven facts, observational facts, measured facts. Yeah.
Uh, yeah. Observation, measurable, repeatable. Yep, I agree with that.
Yeah.
That's just the first three.
That's right. Dependable. And you can depend on them, ladies and gentlemen. Dependable. Yes. And we all like to depend on something, don't we? Yeah. You go to the restaurant, you order a chicken korma with onion bhaji, naan bread, okay, and papadam, and you're depending on that chef to get everything correct. And when you put when you put one into your mouth, crunch, oh, ecstasy. There you go. So we all depend on things now and again. Yeah, you can depend on the flat earther. In fact, when you hear someone's a flat earther, you know they're bristling with truth and integrity. Should be shaking their hand, hugging them, and yeah, you can rely on a flat earther like that. Trustworthy, instantly. I'm a flat earther. Oh, great, glad to meet you. Could you help me? Yeah, of course, madam. Of course, madam. Yes, sir. Flat earther. See what I mean? Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm a glober. I'm a glober. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Any flat earthers in the house, please? I'm a glober. Oh, how unfortunate. Can you get out of the way, please? I'm looking for some flat earthers, trustworthy flat earthers in the house. Any flat earther I do, trustworthy. Oh, you there, sir? Come over, please. Yeah, excuse me, Glober, can you get out of the way? Get some integrity, for F's sake. Robert, and get alive. Not get alive, get some integrity. Yeah. Usually you say get some integrity and then get alive. Yeah, you got to wind up those. You got to wind those Globers up. Yes. Twisted psychological screws. Put their head in the flat earth clamp and twist the handle. Yes. That's my method. Exactly. See, you're laughing because you're getting the humorous side of it. Exactly. That's what I do. That's what I do in these other servers, man. Wind them up. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, their heads are caught in the flat earth jaw, the clamp, and I could push the button and accelerate the squeeze, but I like to see it happen slowly. So I'm manually twisting it. I would enjoy the crunch and the pop as I apply the truth, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. I've had them say, "Why do you come in here? Why do you come in the server? Why do you come? You never stop talking." Yeah, because I'm talking the truth. That's why. Come in here to flog you people. I'm here to remind you that you will never be comfortable in your lie. You're never going to be comfortable as long as I'm around. You're never going to be comfortable. Yes. That's the whole point. See? Another psychological twist right there. You're never going to be comfortable in your lie. Isn't there? Words to live by there. See?
Yeah.
See? There you go. You know what I mean? Like I said, I'm a Swiss army knife and some. Unstoppable, unceasing, unwavering. Yes. Forthcoming. Yes.
Good God. I ain't never heard them go off on a rant like that, bro.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, you got to do that. That's what's necessary when you deal with these people when they're lying, using all manner of psychology to try and belittle the flat earther, who he or she's just trying to get the truth out there, but they're getting insulted and no, not with me. They don't. Like they say in Japan, yeah, they say the nail that sticks out will get hammered down. You know what I said? Well, I'm the nail that's going to break every fucking hammer you got. You're going to need a lot of hammers. Okay?
Good God.
Yeah. That's one of their proverbs. That the nail that sticks up gets hammered down. I learned that proverb the first month I arrived in Japan. I thought, yeah, is that what they're thinking? I said immediately. I said they're going to need a lot of hammers because I'm the hammer that break. I'm the nail that breaks the hammer. And I've been doing that. I've been doing that ever since. Breaking their hammers, man. Learning truths and then totally just spilling the beans quickly.
Yeah, I ain't no need beating around the bush.
No, no need, no. As soon as I found out about the flat earth, all my kids knew. My wife learned. She took 8 years to come round, though, but the kids knew immediately, right? Closest to nature. They're young. They're still uploading the nonsense they're teaching at school. Now they're challenging their teachers. And then, of course, I attacked all the other young youth of my children's friends and in the neighbourhood, yeah. Got them wised up pretty quick. No, yeah, to the flat earth
Yeah,
truth, man. Yeah,
my
challenge your
little
teachers. Yeah.
my little nieces and nephews go to school and teach the damn teachers.
Yeah, that's brilliant when that happens, you see. That's how it should be. That's how it should be. If the children have information and they're asking the simple question of, do you have validated proof, sir? Do you have tangible evidence? Can you take us to a place where we can see the curvature of the earth and then experience the spin? Yeah, can you do that for us, please, Sensei? Please, yeah, can we go? Show me what you saw. And when they don't take you there, when they don't take you there, that means it's not a place. It means it doesn't exist. It's as simple as that. And you've never seen it. I'm older than you. I'm 62. I've never seen it. Can you see it before me? Can I live 62 years looking? I don't see it. You're going to see it before me? And they all say, no, exactly. You can't see more than me. Right. I've seen more than you. I'm 62. How old are you? 10, 15, 11, 9, 8. Do you know what I mean? You haven't seen nothing yet. Exactly. And they're learning quickly. Jin Sensei, it's flat. Yeah, it's flat, ne? Taylor, flat, yeah. Shouting across the road, when they see me. Yeah, love all that, man. Just love all that. Yesterday, I was exercising in the rain in the park, and the kids are going to school, so they're witnessing me doing my exercises. And then they use the words "gambate kudasai," and they're saying, "Do your best, do your best." Okay, so I said, "Yeah, arigato, thank you very much." And then they said, "Ishoni gambarimashou." Let's do our best together. And I said, "Yapari ishoni ne?" I said, "Yes, together we do our best together because they're going to need me to point them in the right direction. And then once I get too old, I'll need them. See that? That's why together we'll do our best for
Yep,
each other. Yeah,
it's
man.
true.
That's a spirituality right there. Yeah, and they're learning it. They're learning it from a black guy in Japan, the only one they've ever seen. There you
Oh,
go.
shit.
There you go. And they don't have that spiritual communication as often as they do with me with their parents or with their friends or their teachers. But yet, a teacher, that I've been to their school, so know me anyway. But a foreigner in their country, put it like that. That's the kind of impact that I'm having from time to time with the
Yeah,
youth.
yeah,
The youth that, yeah,
you still
elementary
having
school
a
kids.
ball, ain't you?
Yeah. Elementary school kids, junior high, high school, university, and then you've got the senior citizens, all of them. Yesterday they were saying, your Japanese is excellent. I said, thank you very much, but so's yours. And then they laughed. They're Japanese. I said, yours is perfect.
What in the hell made you want to go to Japan?
My wife, of course.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah. I said to the kids in England, because I was a youth worker for 12 and a half years, and I said to the kids in England, whenever you do anything, make sure you do it for the love of it. Otherwise, it ain't worth doing.
I
That's what I
agree with
said to them.
that.
Yeah, those were the words I left them. And then I showed them when I was in Japan here, doing the housework and that. Got my marigold gloves on to wash the dishes. So I got my wife to take the pictures so I could send it. I said, you see what I mean? You've also got to do the housework. So they could see that Jin still followed through with what he said. Sent pictures and everything. And yeah,
Yep.
it motivated them to keep going, yeah. Because they were sad that I was leaving. Some of them were saying that, I'm not going to go to the club anymore. Because no, that's silly. There's going to be another instructor coming in. Carry on. Don't worry, I'm going to be sending letters and pictures. So you'll see what it's like in Japan. Don't worry. Are you going to get a motorbike there? Of course I am.
Mm.
Yeah, man. So the same story with the youth in London is the same story I'm having with the youth here in Japan as well now. They're
Yep.
all learning. Yeah, they're learning. They're learning quickly. Learning, and it's important that the youth get it so that they don't buy into any of the space agency lies of going to space,
Yeah, I agree.
slowly. Yeah, they've got to learn that the vacuum of space is so. I've shown them videos of what happens to a vacuum chain, household goods in a vacuum here on Earth, on a very low vacuum, like 10 to the minus one or less. And things are problematic. Mobile phones explode, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, 10 to the minus one. Now, space is described as 10 to the minus 17 tour, deep space. Then if you go towards the moon, it's like 10 to the minus 11, they said, and 10 to the minus 12 on the far side, the dark side, okay? But problems are already happening at 10 to the minus 1. LeBlanc, the astronaut LeBlanc, he went into a vacuum chamber here on Earth. It was only not even 10 to the minus 1. It was less than that. And he collapsed because the pipe that connected the air supply to his suit dislocated, actually detached. Okay, and then he dropped 1.7 seconds. He was out, falling backwards like a tree. He didn't even make an attempt to try and break his fall. Like if you're aware of what's going on, you try and break your fall, and you rotate yourself to try and have a more of a softer landing. You try and break your fall. He just fell down like a tree, being like a timber. He just went straight back, legs up in the air, ladies and gentlemen. So he was out cold. So you can imagine that, one little tear in your space suit, it is good night.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. And they got them held together with Velcro.
There you go, ladies. Velcro and zips and press studs, ladies and gentlemen. And you're talking tons of PSI. Tons of PSI.
Yeah, I think
When you
all that shit.
square, yeah, you got to
Most
square
of
it.
that shit is filmed underwater, I think.
Well, there you go. And that is a bone of contention, ladies and gentlemen, because if you go to space, there is no water there. It's a vacuum. So your movement is going to be less hampered because you've got no air. But yet they're training in a swimming pool. You're totally
Exactly.
wrong medium. In fact, let me explain this, ladies and gentlemen, like this. The water is going to add resistance to your movement. And if your body works against resistance, it develops strength and stamina. And now you go to a medium where there's nothing. Now you're over moving. You move slightly. Now you got to compensate for that, and you will always overcompensate. And now you're out of control in a weightless environment, ladies and gents. It's the wrong medium, isn't it? Water. Absolutely ridiculous. You don't move slowly. There is no such thing as a slow movement on the moon if you could get there. Suddenly you're moving in slow motion. Everything is slowed down. That would be wrong. It would be the opposite. Things would be speeded up. You would be able to jump 6 times as high as you could do on Earth and come back down. Okay, fine. But you're going to have this physical prowess. Things are going to be moving quickly, not slowly. Remember, there's no air on the moon.
Yeah, yeah. So they say. Hell, they don't know.
Yeah, they don't know is correct.
I don't think they ever made it out of the upper atmosphere. I really don't.
No, they didn't. You know, I've got video footage, right, taken by an amateur photographer, right, film video, when they're in an aeroplane, obviously going on holiday, and it just happened to coincide with the space shuttle taking off. And when you see the space shuttle lifting off, right, and going up into the sky and going up and going up and going up, it gets, it's so tiny, and it hasn't got anywhere near space yet. And you think that thing can go to the moon? Don't be silly. That's never going to get there. Never. That could never have happened because it looks so out of place. The size of it and the expanse of the earth. It's just so odd. It's impossible. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the it gets this. The air, the oxygen is thinner, but it's more dense up there. It's just like I don't know how to explain. They call it a firmament. I mean, I've heard it termed a glass ceiling. I really think it's water. I think it turns to ice because it damn sure gets cold up there. I think it
Yeah.
turns to ice.
Yeah, it gets cold up there, but then the sun is there and it can heat things up, and then the outgassing phenomenon goes on. So how cold is it really? Is it cold or is it really hot? We don't know. This is the thing. This is what it's been said to us. The funny thing is, um, when they actually say they go to space, the vacuum would eat away at the spacecraft.
Right,
The
right.
vacuum alone would just deteriorate that spacecraft. The outgassing, off-gassing would just be happening all the way there, losing its integrity all the way there and back. They would never have made it. They
Nah,
would
they
never
can't
have
make
made
it
it.
up there.
Yeah, the pressure inside the spacecraft would have pushed out as the aluminium on the outside starts to off gas and starts to lose its structural integrity. The top rivets that hold the panels together would be off gassing. And once that's compromised, the air pressure with the inside would be pushing out and you would have an explosion going on. And
Yeah.
that would be good night. Yeah, good night to all of them. They would never have made it. But yeah, you were right though about the rocket, the shuttle looking odd.
Yeah. Well, look, I have had a good time. I've enjoyed the conversation, but I'm gonna get off here for the night. I appreciate you spending some time talking.
Yeah, nice talking to you as well, sir. You enjoy yourself, have a good rest, and we hope to talk to you again soon, my man.
You too, man.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yes, two flat earthers exchanging facts, ladies and gentlemen. See, there you go. The fact of space, it will kill anything that we put in it. Anything. We cannot survive it. It's not something we can survive. It's not a place we can go to. We don't have that technology. We never will. Space is not a place we can go to. That's the problem. And as for the moon, we don't know what the moon is. No one does. We've never been there. Some of you are thinking, yeah, but when we look through the telescope, yes, when you look through your telescopes, what are you proving? What are you manipulating to confirm your hypothesis, your ideas, your suggestions? Nothing. You're just looking through two lenses and a tube. That's all you're doing. Magnifying it closer, that's all. Nothing else. Right, there you have it. So you don't know what the moon is the correct answer. What is the moon? I don't know what it is. I see it going above our head over the 30 days, 28 days, yeah. And then the full moon comes up. That's all you know. Don't know what its composite is. Never been there. Yeah, no human being has. What is the sun? We don't know what that is either. We've never gone there to check anything. But we know that it's not 93 million miles away. That's what we do know. We know it's within 3 to 5,000 miles. We give you that estimate. Again, it's an estimate because we can't go there to confirm it. But it's a 3,000 to 5,000 mile estimate. Yeah, quite interesting. So it's important for the young to get this message first and foremost. They're the ones that are uploading the nonsense that they're learning about the heliocentric model when they should be learning about the geocentric model, flat Earth. They should be learning about these other models, but they're not. So we approach them first. They in turn can challenge their teachers, and basically it's just to ask for tangible physical evidence. Yeah, that's it. Actual evidence. Let's go see it in the real world now, sir. We've got the theories under our belts. Let's go get the practical facts now. Do the field work, boots on the ground. Get the kids, get them out there. As soon as they learn it now and they find out it's a lie and they learn that space travel is not possible, that's it. It's all over. The future will be very less money expenditure on any kind of artifacts, toys, and whatever. That will just drop because the new generation are not buying that nonsense anymore. They won't be watching it on TV. And that's a good sign. That's the revolution beginning right there. Right there is the revolution. Working perfectly. Yeah, and it's down to us oldies to get out there and make sure that they learn it. What we do. Gather our intel at home base 24/7 Flat Earth Discord University right here where I'm talking to you from. And then we take it out into the real world and challenge people. Yeah, we get all kinds of responses. It's always worth it for the response, no matter which way it goes. Because even if the response is negative, the guy might get 20 negative responses, okay? That individual may go on to be negative for 20 times. And then the 21st time he realizes, it just takes one thing. And then they realize they're in error. That's it. So you just keep trying. And that's what I like about the flat earth. It's the real deal. Yeah. It's real. It's the truth. It's ecstasy. Interesting. So, ladies and gentlemen, I shall now bid you goodbye for now. Go and get something to eat. Yeah, a late lunch. Someone else can take over. My lead. Thanks, guys. Enjoy.
these things because you're only getting 9 pixels or less or more, whatever, from these things, and then you're interpreting pretty much
Interpreting.
what you.
Yes, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, you're interpreting what you see. You're not actually seeing the spherical object in the distance. You're seeing something that you will interpret as a spherical object, right?
Yes, I've been very clear about that.
Okay. So that's a problem, right?
For some people. So eclipsing binaries are an interesting example of a prediction, right? Before we had the capability of measuring these things, they were theorized. We said, okay, well, if things can form in binaries and if not all stars are the same size, then you might expect there to be a situation where you'd have an eclipsing binary, and people pretty quickly worked out what that light curve should look like. And then eventually it was observed to look just like that. We're like, oh, that's
Yeah, but
interesting.
I just need to know that it's an interpretation. That's all.
Yes, it's an interpretation of the data,
Yeah,
100%.
that's all I
Yeah.
need. That's
All
all.
right, well, there we go.
Nice.
We're on the same page.
Okay, so when you look at a basketball, each one of your eyes only get a 2D image of it. You don't really see the ball in 3D. Each one of your eyes gets a two-dimensional image of the basketball. The depth that allows you to understand that's a sphere and not just a flat disk is an interpretation of your brain. Your eyes don't have that information. They don't know if the ball was sufficiently far away, you wouldn't be able to distinguish an actual spherical basketball and a picture of one. But once it's close enough, you can use the parallax between your eyes to interpret that that's actually a sphere, not a disk, for example. And I think I don't think anyone
But
would complain about it.
you're
Right?
okay, but you're getting caught up in the interpretations of what we see in the sky that we can't actually go there and verify. So that would be a problem, right?
Yeah, I guess my analogy is not that analogous because you can put your hand on a basketball and you cannot do that with a planet. So I think you got me there.
Yeah. But as I'm saying in the side chat, this is not the point of science, right? The point of science is to
No, it
collect
is the point of
collect
science.
evidence that favors or
No,
disfavors hypotheses and draw conclusions from that. It's not to prove things.
listen, I love you, ITR. I really do. I think that you're valuable. I really do. So
Well, I appreciate that,
like
Flatsy. Thank you.
I would like to say this at least. What you're saying to go off interpretations of what we see in the sky is kind of religious. Yeah, it's religious because you're not able to go and test whatever you see in the sky. So, whatever anybody thinks that they see, and also now they're doing these computer generated software programs for these people's uh, uh, telescopes. Sorry, telescopes. So we're having to deal with people that are looking at computer generated images through their telescope because they're going through these software programs. And
Are we though?
yes, yes. What?
Are you
I
claiming that
consider these
all?
things testable. I do.
Okay, well, we need to be able to differentiate what we see with the naked eye and what we see through computer generated images.
Well, I don't
Okay.
use computer generated
I
images.
know you don't. I know you don't. Okay. You use pixels. Listen, I already know. Let's just say I've already like talked about how you will use 9 pixels, right? Nine. It's nine.
It sometimes is. In the example that I gave you last time we talked, there were 9 pixels, yes.
Yeah, 9 pixels to, but 9 pixels is a very, very small amount.
Yeah. I mean, you know that some of these objects can be directly resolved, right?
The not into a sphere. What?
So you can maybe not a sphere if that's your interested in, but we're of course not really talking about that. What I'm saying is that
Yeah,
for
we are.
the objects that I study, which are protoplanetary disks, you can resolve these. See the rings of the disk where the planets have cleared out the debris. You can see the central star. It is possible, not with a backyard telescope, of course.
Space really doesn't make sense without gravity, though, does it?
All right, your
You're
contribution's
talking
appreciated,
about,
man.
dude, you're talking about something that you're like viewing through some sort of telescope that would be in a higher zoom than any other telescopes. Also, with a software program to help you resolve it, right?
Um, if you're talking about interferometry, that's just true, but you can resolve disks without interferometry. You can
Interferometry would not. What? Just let me just say this. So
Okay.
you're looking at something through a telescope and you're using a software program to look at it and resolve it and take an image of it.
Yes.
Yes, okay. That's my point.
What is your point? That I shouldn't trust anything
No,
that's touched by a computer?
no, I'm saying that that's my point. Like you're not actually able to view it with the naked eye at all. You need some sort of software
Well, no, you
program.
could put your eye up to this telescope and look at it. We just don't construct them like that
No,
anymore. It's not useful.
don't act like you can see the same thing that the software will come up with. Please don't do that.
Depends on the object.
Yeah, but the software will come up with something more defined, right?
Mm, no, I don't think that's a
Like
fair
that.
statement.
Please
Yeah,
don't.
you admitted this yesterday, ITU.
Well, we were talking about interferometry yesterday.
Yeah, what are you talking about
Not
now?
required to resolve a disk. It's certainly our primary method of looking at planet forming disks, but you can do it with extreme AO.
You're
And
being
my point
dishonest.
to Flatsy then is that the reason we use computers is not to create anything or to clean up the image. It's because we use CCDs, right? Charged coupled devices that are more sensitive to photons than our eyes are, and therefore
I would,
require a computer to collect
I
the
would
data.
hope. I would hope.
Codependent. Do you think they're teaching these people? Do you think they're resolving their issue with
Just having a chat,
space?
man. I'm just talking.
Okay, just wondering.
I'm not here to change anyone's mind.
Look, I would hope.
Oh,
Notice
you
how
were
he
saying
took
I
these
wasn't
people.
contributing. I was just wondering what you think you're
Would you
contributing to, and if you're
talk to
making
him?
any
I'm just
progress.
having a conversation. That's all.
No,
Just
Okay, fair enough.
notice
Then.
how
Fair
he
enough.
said these people, right? Like, we're the
no.
other
Yeah.
guys, them, we're the them.
What
What
do
do
you
you
They,
mean
mean,
by
you
these people?
people? Dude, that's my. You seen Tropic Thunder, Larry?
Mm-hmm.
they,
Yeah.
That's my favorite line from Tropic Thunder. What do you mean, you people? What do you mean? What do you mean? God damn,
look,
that's
if I
funny.
feel like I'm not being heard, I'm just gonna mute
Oh, I'm
and
sorry, Flatsy. Continue.
if I feel like I'm not being heard, I'll mute and I don't care to mute. That's fine. If people mute me, that's fine too. Like I hope they do if I'm not
All
contributing.
right. You asked for it.
Flatsy, please continue. We're going to stop the interruptions.
No, I don't care. If you have interruptions that will contribute, absolutely do it. So I'm not gonna ever complain about being muted or interrupted. Except when I'm trying to make a point and somebody that is on the opposing end won't receive the point. But I know IT here. He's here. He's here to hear the point. Um so I'm saying so you're looking at an object in the distance. You're using some sort of software to do so to resolve it better. And on top of that, whatever hardware you're using, I don't know. Let's say um, you're using something that is uh, that you didn't actually look at yourself. You're looking at something that somebody else looked at, right?
Some parts of that are true and some parts are not. And if you'd like, I can explain to you exactly how the the software and hardware of the telescope work because I have
Yeah,
to know
but
that for
you're
my
gonna
job.
have to tell me if somebody else looked at something that you
Nobody
didn't.
else looks at the data before I do.
No,
So
I didn't tell you the data.
okay,
Listen.
okay.
Looking into the sky. You're looking into the sky with
hmm
something,
hmm
right?
Yeah,
So tell me if it's you or if it's somebody else.
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
Are you the one that's doing the pointing and looking, or is
Yes.
somebody else doing the pointing and looking?
Yeah, I operate the telescope.
So you point and look at where you're looking,
Yes.
and you distribute the information from where you point and look on your own.
If I'm understanding what your question is, then yes.
Okay.
So I have two. If
But
I are you done, or do you want to keep talking for a minute?
let me ask you,
Okay.
what would you not be understanding if I was saying what I was saying? What would be some sort of discrepancy?
Like, what would I look for to see if the data were fake or something?
What would be the discrepancy of you looking and pointing at what you're collecting the data from?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
You told, good grief, you just told me. If I'm doing this and that, then yes. But you need to tell me the discrepancy from this and that. Are you are you being silent,
I'm
or am
just
I?
trying to think about what you said. I really don't understand where you're trying to go with this.
Yeah, but you told me that you're looking at an object in the sky,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's a discrepancy where you're not in some sort of information gap. Where is the information gap given?
The information gap between what?
You and wherever you're looking.
Where I point the telescope?
Sure.
Yeah, well, the telescope points where I tell it to point.
Okay, but you're talking about some sort of information gap. Because
I don't know
you,
what you mean by that phrase.
there is some sort of information gap from wherever you're pointing the telescope and what you're recording, right?
What do you mean by information gap?
He means when the light dims.
Dude. What do
Is
you
that right?
mean?
Is that right, Flatsy?
Something. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, we're just trying to figure out what you're talking about because you said information gap. Do you mean the medium between the star, or do you mean the medium, the light dimming? What's the information?
Because
The
he is
ether.
getting to
Oh,
some sort of information gap, but I can't pinpoint it. Maybe somebody else can.
Maybe could you just explain to me what you mean by the phrase information gap?
Yeah, I can't. That's why I'm asking somebody else to take over.
Okay. So I have, if I could just before we jump in, I have two possible responses that because I don't quite understand your question, I do not know if they will necessarily address what you're asking me, but I can try to keep them sort of brief, right?
Hello.
Hey Timbo, what's up?
No, I was thinking, did he cut out then for everyone else, or was that just me?
I think it was just you.
You.
Okay,
Right.
sorry.
So
Sorry, mate.
there's two possible ways I could address this. So number one is like if you're suggesting that I didn't build all of this hardware and computers from scratch, and that it's possible that because I'm using data that touched a computer at some point, that it is misleading me somehow. That's completely possible. I'm not going to dispute that. If the computer is programmed by some nefarious agency to secretly inject little things into the images that I take, then yeah, I mean it's fine. It's possible. I don't
completely
really have.
possible, but how probable? I mean,
Well, they do
Talking,
that
talking
That's
to
for.
not
flat
what.
C.
That's not what
Talking to
any.
flat.
I don't think anyone's saying that
completely possible.
Okay,
some
so the second thing
entity
I
is
would say is that
putting
I
things
think
into your
you're.
computer, though. Yeah, I don't think
Sorry,
anyone's saying that. I don't
I'm
think
just trying
anyone's
to
saying
understand
an
what you're saying.
entity is
Okay, all right,
putting
all right.
things into the computer. Yeah,
I don't
you
mean
don't
an
need
entity
to
like
do
an
that.
alien. I mean like an organization or
No,
something.
I know what you mean. Yeah,
Okay. So the
but no
second thing
one's
is I
saying
think
that.
you may be overestimating the role of software in this process. So the way that this works, super briefly, right, is we have a thing called a CCD. It's sensitive to light. It's a detector, right? It's in the telescope. I point the telescope at the star. The CCD is then exposed to light, and it counts how many electron excitations happen, how many photons hit the detector, and it reports that number to me. So I have a grid, right, of pixels, and each pixel has a value, and that value is a number, and that number represents a brightness, right? How many photons struck, and that's it. That's what I get from the telescope. The
And
CCD
then it
readout
creates,
values.
and then it creates a picture from those readings.
That is a picture. Like fundamentally, that is a picture. There's no need to create anything. So it's a grid, right, with brightnesses. If you make those, 0 black and 1,000 white, you now have a grayscale picture just by definition. So there's no need to like manipulate the data or interpret the data. That's just the raw readout from the sensor. Doesn't look
Right.
amazing,
So
but it is
you
real.
get that, and then how do you go from that to this is a protoplanet?
Yeah, so you take a series of images, you identify the star, because the images are much bigger than just the star you're looking at, right? The field of view depends on the telescope, but it's going to be a lot larger. So you identify the star you're interested in, you isolate that star, and then you go through all your images and you say, okay, so based on the telescope I'm using and the seeing that night, I'm going to draw a little circle around that star that excludes all the other stars. There are scientific ways of doing this. I'm just running through it. You choose the aperture around the star, and you measure the brightness of all the pixels within that circle, and you do the same thing to all those images, and then each image becomes a data point in the y-axis, and the x-axis is time. So you watch as the brightness of that star changes with time through your different pictures.
But we established earlier that you don't know what's causing it.
This is not proof of anything. He just asked me how
Right.
Yeah,
right.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, I consider this to be strong evidence for the existence of exoplanets. You may not, and that's just a matter of interpretation, right? That's fine.
Well, it's
But how do
evidence
you
of
get
something.
to? Sorry,
Go
Lee.
ahead. You're good, bro. Go ahead.
How do you actually get to these are protoplanets?
So there's a variety of ways you can hone in on it, but the fundamental idea, right, is that if this star is dipping every, certain number of hours or days or months or years, whatever, then there's something causing that, and you can investigate, all right, what are the reasons that stars might change their brightness in our paradigm? So there are stars that intrinsically change their brightness. They're called variable stars, and we know many of these. But they have a characteristic shape
Well,
to
you
the light
assume
curve. So
many of these.
the way that they
Assume many of these.
change is different than if there was an object passing in front of the star. So the example that I showed Larry earlier is a great example. An exoplanet makes a certain shape, and then an eclipsing binary has like a characteristic feature that's different. And so if you understand how different things would work and you look at the data you have, you get a certain conclusion.
Yeah, I know, but like the premise that these things are planets in the first place, how do you get to that?
Well, we got planets here. It's a bit facetious, but
Yeah, I'm not. I don't take it personally, man. That's my jump of logic, though. Yeah.
yeah, that's fine. That's fair. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's like
you would
I
have
guess
to.
to be
get
slightly
Okay,
from a
more.
light in the
hold on.
yeah.
So you would have
Go
to
ahead, Blake.
assume that the Earth is a planet, and that all of the stars are also planets. The wandering stars, by the way, but specifically Venus, you would have to assume that it's the same size as Earth, and that would be the way that you would figure out everything in the elliptical orbits around the sun and the distance of the sun from the Earth, right?
For this observation? No. I mean, you have a backyard telescope, you look at the star, you notice that the brightness dips. That
No,
requires no assumptions whatsoever.
I'm talking about how you would. Are you kidding me?
The
Yeah. How do you know
interpretation,
it's a
yeah.
planet? Yeah. How do you
Yeah.
know it's a planet how far away it is? Yeah. I get what she's saying.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone's confused that this interpretation is dependent on the heliocentric, whatever,
Yeah, well, it's the
causality.
first step of the cosmic ladder, really, isn't it? You know,
Yeah, you would need to know the
the
cosmic
radius of the Earth.
ladder.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
familiar with that concept, yes.
you would need to
Yeah.
know the cosmic ladder to be able to make any of these uh, claims.
Yes.
Just an interesting question. How do you decipher between a star and a planet at that distance?
Well, planets don't shine.
What?
Stars, on the other hand, are bright as fuck, so that makes it a bit easy.
So how are you seeing the planet then?
Planet is passing in front of the star, dimming the light from the star.
Oh, so you don't actually see a planet. You see
Not
a
in the
star,
observation that we're talking about right now, no.
and then the star dims, and you assume
Although it
that
is
it's a
possible
planet
to
gone in
directly
front of it.
resolve exoplanets, yes.
And then you say, okay, well, it dims every 365 years, so therefore it could be like an Earth planet. Yeah.
Has a variety
So
of
it's
things that are consistent
365
with it
days.
being it is a variety of features that make it consistent with being a planet, yeah. The shape of the light curve, the spectra.
It's pretty big assumptions.
But also, you would need to be able to extrapolate a lot more to make it an exoplanet. So let's not forget that there are pixels that you are. Don't please don't forget the way that they will make an image of an exoplanet off of your pixels. Please don't
Yeah,
forget that.
that's all drawings. Yeah, you can
Yeah,
Yeah,
admit
but
that,
please don't
can't you?
nobody's
forget.
claiming those are real images.
Yeah, but I'm saying that
What the artists do is none of my concern.
yeah, but I'm telling
Yeah, they just
you
make shit up.
that you will be the one who will be um blamed. So don't be blamed
I
because
believe I'm being blamed right now.
no, I'm not blaming you. I'm sorry. I'm not blaming you. I'm saying like have you seen your pixels versus the images that they send people? That is ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
It very well may be. I haven't really looked into that. It's not really
Oh
my
my
interest.
gosh, you're the one doing it. What?
I don't look
That's
up
messed
artistic
up
images
that
of
you
space.
won't.
It's not of interest to me.
Yeah, but you're
Oh,
not
they're all
looking
artistic
at what they
images, though.
display to the public because of your pixels.
Well,
Sorry. Sorry. Sorry, my
You guys
husband.
think those
Yeah,
pictures
Flats,
of
be
Jupiter and
quiet.
Saturn?
Sorry.
You guys think those pictures of Jupiter and Saturn are artistic, or you guys consider those one are real
Some
ones?
are, some are real, some are fake. Yeah.
How do you
What?
distinguish?
I don't know.
Well,
How do you distinguish?
I'm not claiming some are real, some are fake. So
Some say
Any
this is
picture that
a
doesn't
artist.
confirm my
Some say
bias is
this is
real.
a. Some say this is a artist rendition. Some say this is a computer image. Some say that this is a real photograph taken from a telescope. So,
So
as far as I know, I got no reason to doubt any of those. You know, it's not my concern whether it's a real picture. Or
I believe he's cutting out.
yeah, he is for
yeah,
me as well.
cutting out for me as well. You're about to say something,
Larry,
Larry?
you have something there?
Yeah, I was gonna. I don't want to interrupt him, but it sounds like he's tapered off.
okay, sorry.
Wait, go ahead. You're back now. Go ahead. Finish that last part.
I'm not
Was
sure
that
he's
me?
back.
Yeah.
Yeah, Timbo, you cut out there for a second, but if you want to finish what you were getting at.
Oh, okay. No, I was just saying, yeah, you know, some images say they're artist renditions, some say CGI, some say real photograph. Now, it's not really up to me to decide which ones, if anyone's lying or not, but they do show that some of these are artist renditions, some are CGI, and they
Yeah,
claim some are
absolutely.
real. So,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's true.
I got no qualms with that.
I've been collecting copper and silver coins from our currency for a long time. the year I was born, they stopped making copper pennies. So I got a few pennies laying around the house, and I can tell which ones are copper and which ones aren't because I have copper pennies. So when I come across a penny, well, the easiest way is to look at the date, right? But it didn't happen exactly January the 1st, 1982. It happened in the middle of the year. So when you get an 82 penny, you have to look at it and decide, is it copper or is it zinc? And what you do is you obviously compare it to another copper penny. Because to me, the zinc pennies are counterfeit. Because we used to have real silver, real copper, and probably real gold at one point in this country until it got
This
taken
used to
away.
be a real country with the
Yeah.
gold standard.
Yeah. But don't worry, all you Globers out there. Richard Nixon said he's taking us off the gold standard temporarily. Don't worry, he's gonna put us back on. Don't be a
Thank God.
conspiracy
I'm glad to
theorist.
hear that. Old Tricky Dick
Yeah.
would never mislead us, would he?
Yeah, it was only temporary. So you can trust the government that they wouldn't lie to you.
You know, Larry,
They'll
that's
put
a
it back
great
on
relief to
eventually.
me. I appreciate that.
Yeah, because how great would it be if we had God's money instead of banksters' money, right? It's real hard
Anyway,
to
so
deflate gold. Yeah, so the counterfeit pictures are like the 1982 pennies. You don't have any coppers to compare them to. You just have, what you have. And you know
They're
what?
not counterfeit though, man.
How do you know?
Wait.
Well, I was going to ask
Do you understand what counterfeit means?
No, bro. Can you please tell me what counterfeit is?
do
I
you
don't
have
want to go to
mod, Larry?
jail.
Because this guy just cannot control his mic. Timbo, man, you're cutting out super bad.
Yeah, real hard. Yeah, so
So I realize this is not incredibly helpful for you, but I do have real copper pennies, right? Because I do take these images myself.
That's what I was gonna get to. That's where I was going before the guy interrupted.
Yeah.
So with you having real images, and we're talking about optical, right? Not computer stuff. You could supply us.
Yeah. Yeah. I do.
With
I do mostly
optical
optical
images.
photometry. Yeah, almost entirely. I have taken some near infrared and some interferometry and microwave, but the majority of my work is in the optical.
Right. You could supply us with the real images. That way we can show the Globers, because I think a lot of
Well, it depends
normies,
on what
right?
you're interested in. I mean, I don't have images of everything, but I could pull up an image right now and show you what like an actual science image looks like. Because I have one in this other monitor real fast.
There's a bunch of
Jupiter and the moons.
I don't take pictures of Jupiter or the moon, unfortunately.
There's a bunch of.
Go ahead, Big.
Sorry. Okay, so there's a bunch of amateur astrophotographers in these communities. So we have a bunch of examples of people who taken those pictures themselves, and yeah, like we have a bunch of copper pennies.
Well, and often the amateur astronomers' images look significantly better than mine because mine are not designed for the same thing.
Right, that's for the planets, not for Earth itself. Go ahead, Tim.
Sorry.
Your connection's terrible tonight, man. Sorry.
Always, yeah.
Is that
It is not better, I'm afraid. I'd love to hear you out, but it's pretty bad.
That's how it is when you're walking upside down,
No, I don't have any images of Jupiter or anything like that because that's not what I study.
Okay. So I was going to say that
post in the
images.
side. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Images of like Mars, Venus, Mercury, right? Yeah, we have the copper pennies because we can actually take those. But images of the Earth, we don't have anything to compare the counterfeit to. Go ahead.
Okay, I think that's reasonable for the average person to say. Yeah, I don't have any dispute with that. I mean, I don't even take images of the Earth, right? Not what I study. I take images of disks, comments. This is not an object I'm studying, but this is a cutout. I'll just post it in the side chat of an image that I had open in my other monitor. You can see a little spiral galaxy there.
Is that one you took?
I took this one, yeah.
Nice. You're right. It doesn't look as great as the ones
No,
from the.
not at all, yeah.
Yeah, but I guess, yeah, that wasn't the intention of it, right?
No, I mean this is not even the image. This was not the object this image was taken to study at all. But it is kind of cute. Here's a different. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just asking, what was that picture for?
So this was a picture of a comet, but it's not in the frame here. I could find a better picture of a comet somewhere. You know, like many scientists, my files are just a disaster.
You're not a scientist. You don't manipulate variables.
Science does not require you to manipulate variables. Want some citations
Can
for
you
that?
guys hear me?
Kind of.
Damn.
If I could have got to choose the job that I wanted to do when I was a child, it probably would have been similar to what you were doing. Also wanted to toss pizza, by the way. But that would have been like my side hustle. But I thought I was going to be a scientist. Like I was like, for sure, I'm going to be a scientist. You know, everything else is stupid. Like every bit of school sucks except for science class. And you know, it's like really weird. I tore my quadricep my freshman year, so I'm not going to college. That was a devastating injury. But yeah, it's pretty interesting. So it turns out you don't have to go to college to like study the sky.
No, of
But
course not.
I don't know if I would call it science.
Well, you may
Because
not, but
to me,
people
like
do.
chemist, biochemist, like they actually know why you need to take selenium to absorb the vitamin C to make the vitamin C bioavailable. Like you can't really disprove that. It is falsifiable, but you can't prove that wrong. Whereas the stuff that you're looking at, you know, these exoplanets allegedly, it's not falsifiable.
It is
Like
falsifiable.
so I can
No, it's not.
prove or disprove what's causing the
So
dimming of the sun periodically. Or sorry, the star.
in science, what you need to be falsifiable is the hypothesis, right?
What's your hypothesis?
So, in just using the example of an exoplanet, right?
Please define a hypothesis. Please define it. Please.
Should I answer Flatsy or continue what I was going to say?
You can do both. Finish what you're going to say, then address Flatsy.
Flatsy, what is a scientific hypothesis? Answer Flatsy. What?
So,
Larry.
I'll
yeah, I
finish
said he could do. I said he could do both.
I'll finish what I was going to say first, and then I'll answer Larry. So, in the example of an exoplanet, right? So the observation, right, at the beginning here would be that you observe some star and you observe that the brightness dims, right? And you might say, okay, I think this might be an exoplanet, right? So my hypothesis is that if this is an exoplanet, then I would expect to see the dimming happen again. And it would have certain features, and I can observe the planet and if the star, and if the dimming does not happen again, my hypothesis has been falsified.
What is a scientific
No.
That was a very drawn out no there, Timbo.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, what is a scientific hypothesis, ITR?
Just an if-then statement summarizing, a scientific idea. If I think this might happen, then I expect to see this.
What is a scientific prediction?
It's a hypothesis.
Yes. Okay. So you're gonna give us some sort of hypothesis that would have some sort of
I
cause
just
and
did, actually.
You didn't actually. You gave us an interpretation of what you see in the sky instead of giving us a cause and effect in nature by it.
I understand full well that we differ on, what constitutes science, Flatsy. I think we
But
both
no,
understand.
that you have nothing to prove your
I'm
cause
not
and effect.
trying to prove anything. That's not what science does.
Yes, it does. What?
No, the point of science is not to prove things.
That's
That
weird that you say that, because science means knowledge. What do you think knowledge means?
Right. Just before you could do that, Larry, the etymology of the word science is literally to know. So you're wrong.
That's fascinating. I'm not sure you can use the etymology of a word to redefine it. I mean, the
But
truth is
that's
that
what it
the point of
means.
science is not to define things. That's just how it's understood.
I would say that if you're going to use science to extrapolate some sort of reasoning, it would lead us to knowledge, not something that would be a correlation, maybe, or maybe this, maybe not. You know,
I agree. I mean, I think that if you have enough supporting evidence for something, you can consider it known.
Would
so
you say
what would be your maybe this, maybe that? What's that?
wait, would you say that a definition from Merriam-Webster would be sufficient?
Sure, hit me with it.
No, I want to know what you observe is maybe this or maybe that. Not just it is this, say it is this or it's that.
Did you hear the hypothesis that I gave earlier?
Yeah, but you need to be able to say
Can you
it's
repeat
this
it to me?
or that. Oh my gosh. Can you at
I just want to
least,
see if you're listening to me.
what did you say earlier? Okay, what are you asking me to refer to?
I gave a hypothesis earlier in the form of an if-then statement.
Okay, so if some no, I won't be able to do that. I'm sorry.
Okay, so
If the light stops,
if the light dims,
yeah.
Does everybody agree with the definition I posted?
I have a citation for you, by the way, Was.
Sure,
of,
but just I didn't want to hijack Larry's knowledge thing there. I just wanted to clarify what you actually mean by science.
Sure, but I mean, the idea of general
do you-
truth is something that's understood to be true based on evidence that supports it.
But if something is true, then you also know it, right?
No. Things can be
if you
true and not
know-
known.
As in, you understand something to be true, which would imply that you know it.
If I understand something to be true, then I know it, yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
not
So knowledge, true, and knowledge, true, and fact are all like three words that are essentially describing the same thing. Would you agree with the definition I posted?
I don't have any problem with it.
Okay. Go ahead, Larry, if you want to.
Oh, you covered it probably better than I did, because I didn't say. I said science means knowledge. You said to know. I think that's more accurate than what I said.
Right. And literally the first word of the Merriam-Webster definition is knowledge. So, I mean, that's just one website. There's many websites, but, you know.
What is okay? I mean, we can get involved in semantics the whole time, but that's not really the point, right? Like,
well, I think the reason Larry brought it up is because, like, at the end of the day, epistemology is kind of baked into our understanding of the world and so on, right? That's why you said that she might have a different interpretation of science than you.
certainly has a different interpretation of science than I do.
Right, and so the conversation kind of gets to a halt, a stop, once you reach that sort of epistemological limit, if you know what I mean.
You can call it that, sure. I mean, I think it's a little bit simpler than that. I mean, we have a different standard of what we consider science, and if I don't meet her standard, she doesn't consider it science. And, anyone's free to hold that opinion, right? I don't think it's correct, but welcome to that. It's fine.
How do you ever get to the conclusion of your assumption, though?
How do you mean?
So you say if the light dims, I would expect that the light dims in this way. There would be an exoplanet orbiting a star. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the light dims, therefore there's an exoplanet. How do you get to How do you get to a definitive conclusion that is what is happening?
Gather enough evidence to meet your standard.
What other evidence do you take?
For exoplanets in particular?
Yeah, with the light dimming. So your hypothesis was the light dimming, right? What other things are you investigating to show that the light dimming is a planet crossing the sun or a star?
As we discussed earlier, the shape of the light curve can be extremely diagnostic to what's actually happening. You can make a little computer model, right, and say, okay, if a planet passes in front of a little pretend star, geometrically, what do I expect to happen? And you can show that there's a certain slope, right? It starts curve, it tapers really fast, and it curves again when a planet passes the limb of a star. And you can say, oh, interesting. So models of this situation predict that I would see this. I wonder if I see that. And you go look and you do see it. And you're like, oh, okay, interesting. All right, I wonder if there's anything else I can do. Well, I wonder if there's, if the spectra of the star changes whenever this planet happens, and you observe it, and the spectra does change. Oh, that's interesting. And you keep making, doing simulations or methods or, intuitive arguments, and you say,
sorry, the spectra changing means what the planet's made out of? You mean
that's one
spectroscopy?
That's one interpretation of it, yeah. And so after you gathered
So
some number
why
of
would
pieces
it
of evidence,
change? Shouldn't it be the same light though? It'll be just the light dimming. So
no,
shouldn't the
because
light be the same?
the light has now passed through the atmosphere of the planet, so it's been altered. But the point is that you gather, some number of pieces of evidence until you say, okay, I feel pretty confident saying that, this is a planet. And then you write a paper and you present what you did and why you think that these conclusions is valid, right? And you publish it, and people tell you if they think you're stupid or not. And then people do this a lot and a lot and a lot and a lot, and eventually you build some form of consensus.
So would it be right to say that you've got 3 results that you get that makes you convinced that this is an exoplanet crossing a star?
There are many, many ways that you can probe this. So I gave you 3 examples.
Okay. So I still don't see how you get to a conclusive conclusion, like a really definitive conclusion, because
as I said,
these
right,
are all
you
assumptions
build up
on what things would
evidence.
be doing if this was that. Like, you don't even know that that's a star made up of what you think it's made out of.
Well,
and
I
you don't
consider
know that that's a planet
me.
crossing that star that you don't know that what it's made out of.
Yeah,
So
it
you're
was pretty clear on saying that it was just kind of like guesswork. So
yeah,
that's what they do. He's never. One thing about Iter is that he's never claimed that this is a definitive absolute. So he's.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That was because they were talking about like science. So the problem I have with that definition of science is you never come to a conclusion.
Well,
right, yeah.
he only observed 9 pixels for an exoplanet.
His
but
citation,
you go, Edwaz. You go.
No, I'm just saying his citation says science neither proves or disproves. It accepts or rejects ideas based on supporting and refuting evidence. Those conclusions may be warranted by new evidence or perspectives. I feel like it's just kind of like a gray area, right? Like what's
an open,
the point?
Mitchell Kaku
like an
actually
open
did
end.
it best,
Sorry.
right? So he outlined what it is basically in Iter's field, what it's going to be like for him to actually entertain new theories. Like, these guys are doing things that are outside of the realm of empiricism. So does that make sense? I don't know if you guys do.
Yeah, it's outside of the realms
agree.
of empiricism. Yeah, it's just it's kind of it's weird, man. It's weird.
So I wanted to get in just for a second.
That's cool. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, I got a few things to say. Earlier, Platzi interrupted Codependent. Not a big deal. But he said, should I respond to her or should I finish? I said, you should finish, then respond to her.
I did respond to her. We got through that, though.
I know. But I was
Okay, sorry.
judging by the way that Platzi responded to that, is that she thought I said something else. I just wanted to clarify that. And I also wanted to say, if you look at the first sentence, misconception, right? Science can only disprove ideas. So if I claim that vitamin C deficiency causes scurvy, right? And let's say hypothetically that was disproven. Shucks, it wasn't vitamin C after all, right? It's vitamin C and selenium. If you have a deficiency in either one of those two things, that's what causes scurvy, right? So that would mean that I disproved, ipso facto, proved the other one, right? So you would prove things if you have a binary. It's either this or this. If you have a binary and it's not that, well, then it has to be this, right? So science does ipso facto disprove, simultaneously
Because you're
proving
still
the other.
leaving room open.
Bro, if I could just finish. You know how long I've been waiting to say that? Okay, so, yeah. If you have a binary, it's either yes or no. If the answer is not no, then what's the only other option? You guys are retarded. You know that?
No, we heard you. Just ignore that.
Thank you to whoever muted that guy.
Yeah, so it's really important that you understand that science does prove things by disproving things.
I understand what you're saying, and I don't necessarily disagree, but I think the point here. Sorry, let me just reply. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you did. I think the point is if you have a situation where you are reasonably convinced that the choices are binary, right? Either it's vitamin C or it's vitamin C and selenium, and then you just don't give someone vitamin C or whatever you may do, right? Then you say, okay, so that supports the idea of it being vitamin C and selenium. But you're only as confident in that proof as you are confident that it is truly a binary, right? Someone may say, "Oh, well, it turns out that the factory that we got our selenium pills from was accidentally adding some additive, and the additive is actually also critical, right?" Good to know. But I don't think, at
I
least not
agree.
to my satisfaction, could you ever find something to be truly a binary, such that disproving one thing, so quote unquote, proves another. But that's a little bit subjective for sure.
Well, still to this day, we see someone.
I don't
with scurvy
disagree that how scurvy works. To be clear, I'm not
right. Yeah.
arguing that. Yeah, I mean that's fine. I certainly
So-
consider the evidence to be supporting that theory quite strongly.
So
Yeah.
some people actually make sure that they get like large amounts of vitamin C. Some people inject it, directly into their. Anyway, that's another conversation for another server, probably.
We'll save that for the after hours chat room, Larry.
Yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, to me, it's really important that we understand that there's a difference between theoretical astrophysics and biochemistry. Now, I'm not saying I stand behind everything they do in the biochemistry lab. I read a book once called Science Gone Wrong or something like that. When Science Goes Wrong. That was an interesting read. But yeah, it's very different, right? I think that if the star, for some crazy reason, had a light bulb instead of a star, I think that it would appear to you the same way. Like, how a light bulb is like almost a sphere, but on that one side it has.
Yo, do we have
plug.
any flat earthers in here?
Why do you
We're in
just
the middle of
butt
the
in while
conversation.
someone's
So.
talking?
I just joined, big boy.
Okay, well maybe listen for a minute then, yeah?
No, I just joined.
Yeah, that's great that you joined, Bolt Action.
Let me put it this way. Listen for a minute or you will be listening for a minute.
Yeah. Looks like you chose the latter.
All right. Well, anyway. Yeah. You were saying.
If the star, hypothetically, now this is the crazy one. I get it that it's crazy.
Yeah. It's fine. It's hypothetical. It's fine. I don't mind.
If the star was not an actual ball of gas, if it was a light bulb that was lit up like wirelessly and it was spinning it would give you the same results, because when that plug part went in between you, the observer, and the light, it would give you the same results, would it not?
Depending on the size of the plug, yeah, I can imagine a geometry where that would work. Sure.
So now let's take away the ridiculousness of my argument and replace that light bulb plug with X, Y, or Z. And X,
Right,
Y,
but
or
the
Z,
point here is
one
that
of those X
these
could be an
hypotheses have
exoplanet.
testable predictions.
Yeah, I get it that you're predicting things, but you don't know what's causing it. X, when I said X, I was going to finish and say X could be your exoplanet. Y could be some foreign thing to us that exists in deep space, maybe some sort of creature or biological life form or something. And then Z could be just unknown. X, Y, or Z could be causing the phenomena that you're detecting, is what I was trying to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, and in a certain sense, that's true, right? So if you have some creature that's passing in front of the star every once in a while, it is possible to imagine a situation in which that gives you the same observation. I think it's worth noting that you have essentially observed an exoplanet, right? If the creature is passing in front of the star, all I'm saying is something's passing in front of the star. But that's why we don't rely on just one hypothesis, one observation, one idea. There's multiple things. And if they're all consistent, then you consider it proven. So it's like, okay, if there's some random thing that's doing this, would it have the same shape of a light curve? Well, okay, the light curve here only happens, the shape is because the body that's passing in front of the star is spherical. Okay.
You mean circular?
Sure, it's fine. So now we've said, okay, well, whatever this thing may be, I don't know what it is, but I know it's at least some sort of a circular, spherical object, whatever. I'm like, all right, well, if it's a planet, then there's other things. Like I said, the spectra might be changed, or if it's a sufficiently large planet, as the one that I gave in the example earlier was that Jupiter that was orbiting with a period of, like, I think it was 2 days. If it's a large planet close to its star, then we know from gravity that it would be pulling on its star, which we expect to see imprinted in the radio velocity spectra. So we go take those spectra and we see the redshift and blue shift on the same cycle as the planet. And we say, oh, that's interesting. And you do this, with many different ideas, and they're all consistent with the idea that there's a planet orbiting the star. I agree, you don't consider it logically proven, which again is not the point of science, but you consider it favored by all the evidence. You say, look, I did all these things. They all work out exactly the way I would expect if there was a planet orbiting this star.
And with
then
your
someone says, all right,
worldview,
fair enough. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. In your worldview, in your paradigm,
yeah,
fair enough.
Yeah, and to be clear, these things, they do this, right? We look at these things, we make all these, questions, we take all these observations, and everything is, in our worldview, perfectly consistent with the fact that there's a star or a planet orbiting the star, which is certainly an interesting coincidence, if nothing else. I assume you'd agree with at least that much, right?
Yeah, for sure. But like I said, in your worldview,
even if it's nothing else, it is an interesting coincidence, right?
No, wait. I would say that it is perfectly explained in your paradigm.
Fine, sure.
Not something like just completely that they can demonstrate. Nobody's ever demonstrated anything. So, yeah, it's completely explanatory in your paradigm.
And that's
but for
sufficient.
someone who's skeptical, go ahead.
Yeah, that explanatory power is a lot of the time sufficient for people who have the similar worldview to Iter.
That's really a problem because people will go after some sort of explanatory power instead of like some sort of demonstrable power, because that should be your objective for truth. You should have something demonstrated to you instead of just explained to you. But everybody wants some sort of explanation. And if you can't provide it, then whatever you have in your pocket, buddy, you don't have you don't have anybody following after you. You just go on your merry way.
So I think, to sum up what she's trying to say, and tell me if I'm wrong, explanation without experimentation is not scientific validation.
Right.
Yeah, right. Also, I would say that just because somebody provides you with some sort of explanation, you don't need some sort of replacement for that explanation to be falsified.
I certainly understand that falsification is independent of replacement.
Damn,
You've heard
what's
that
it?
before.
What's coming back from the? Anyway, so yeah, to quote what's it again? It's a correlation causation conflation. You're saying honestly
Oh,
that it could be this, which I think is admirable because you're not making like 100% proven you guys are wrong, you're idiots. You're not doing that. You're kind
I've
of
never
going
called
along.
anyone here an idiot. Never
I,
once.
I, I
Well,
know that's what I'm saying.
maybe once.
I'm commending you that the way that you
I think I called
handle your.
Apocryphon an idiot a couple times. I take that back, but only
Larry,
him.
Okay, that's okay.
Larry,
What
how
I'm
far along are you in this journey? How long have you been here?
me
Here, as in,
Yes, Larry, you.
oh,
since
Larry.
2015, I started going into the debate rooms. Started my channel around April or May, and within a month, I think someone had noticed me and invited me.
Then you know that the falsification without represent, you know that that's not like Witsit. That didn't originate with him, right?
No, he just popularized it. Right.
Yeah, he popularized
I'm
it.
not
He
quoting Witsit.
did.
This is just a.
You wouldn't attribute that to him just because he popularized it, right?
I'm pretty sure. I don't know who coined it, but it's something that he says.
I would really be remiss to think that you would cope to the things that are mainstream instead of just giving the facts to these people like you usually do, because you do very well in giving facts to people, and I want you to continue doing that. Please don't just give some sort of arbitrary whatever to someone, nameless, faceless, whatever. Why don't you go look into who taught them first?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, Witsit isn't the first person to say those things. He was
Well, I'd
taught.
imagine. Yeah, he didn't coin that. Yeah, I know that.
Taught. He was taught and he was fed information by somebody. And who was that person that fed him and taught
I
him?
mean,
Lots of people.
falsification is independent of placement. It's just like a fact. It doesn't nothing to do with
Yeah,
which
it's just a
anyone.
thing, right? Like, I think
Right.
everyone.
Yeah.
Well,
It's just
hopefully
a
everyone can agree
sentence.
on that. Yeah,
It's kind of like an old Latin phrase, probably. I bet you could find it in Latin. Like it's a well-known thing. Yeah, I definitely don't think Witsit coined that. If he did, that would be pretty remarkable that it took us that long to figure that out.
Anyway, I think you were saying something, Larry.
You can ridicule me if you want to, but I was just
No
making.
one's ridiculing you.
I'm not ridiculing. I'm saying that I don't think Witsit coined that. I'm in agreement with you. So that was me agreeing with you. That was an olive branch, not a ridicule. But yeah. What I was saying was this guy coefficient. He's doing things the correct way, in my opinion, because he's only called a few people idiots, and they may or may not have deserved it. I don't know, I wasn't there.
It's just
But
the one.
he's saying that this is not proof. Now, if he was saying this is proof, I would be like, bro, where's your independent variable? And I've already
And
addressed
that's
that.
proof with like a capital P, right? I consider
Yeah,
it proven
yeah,
to me, more or less to my
yeah,
standard, but not
within
like
your worldview.
proof. Yeah.
That's like me saying, okay, well, look at these 52 archaeological digs that provide evidence for the Bible. I would say, okay, this isn't just like strong evidence. This proves that the Bible is true because here's 50 archaeological evidences that back it up. Now, if it was one or two, okay, that might be counterfeit, right? But 52, that's more along the lines of proof. So within my worldview, now I don't expect atheists to accept that as proof, but within my worldview as a Bible thumper, 52, 52 archaeological digs. Yeah,
And
that's proof.
that's the best you can do in like a practical sense because you can't go back, right, when these things are happening and
Right.
test it yourself.
Right.
That's fair. I have no argument with that.
I have a little bit of a problem with.
Well, if I just let me just finish up real fast. It's the same thing with the stars, right? You can't go there. You can't test them, right? And so you are you have two choices. You can either say, well, I'm still like to investigate that because I'm really curious about what's happening up there, or you can throw up your hands and say, can't be known, impossible to test, and move on. And I think, either of those it's personal choice, right?
I think there's a problem with equating proof with a particular worldview. I feel like proof is in its own category.
Capital P proof, yes, but everyone has a personal standard of proof. That's what Larry was saying. He considers that proven to him, lowercase p proven, right?
I was saying
but
capital within my worldview.
Within
But
well, same thing, right?
Yeah, outside
capital
of
within your worldview is lowercase to everyone else, right?
Well,
that's fine.
They can be subjective as they want, right? Just like I can. Well, I guess I should say objecting as they want. Just like I can be, objecting to the evidence that you're showing, and the other gentleman was going to say something.
You're welcome to.
Larry, would you say that proof is subjective?
No.
Okay. Fair enough.
I meant to say object, and then I thought that was the wrong word, and then I tried to. I misspoke. So yeah,
I didn't hear you misspoke. I just asked.
I did misspeak.
Oh, okay.
I struggled with my words. It is getting late, and I'm tired. But yeah, proof to me is something that's objective. To be clear.
Okay. Fair enough.
But is an atheist going to look at these 52 archaeological digs and be like, "Yep, Jesus walked on water"? No, probably not. He's going to be, objecting is what I was trying to say to the, full conclusion. Because when I look at, because you can Google that, like you can pull it up pretty easily, the 52 archaeological digs that support the scripture. That doesn't mean that Jesus walked on water.
Wouldn't
right? That part you got to take on faith.
Right. Wouldn't that fall under the category of evidence as opposed to proof?
Well, I mean, as far as the Bible said, there was this city, right, called Petra, and the atheists and the scholars, they were like, "No, you're crazy. It doesn't exist." Well, we found Petra, so that's capital P for me. Like, if you want to still go back and say, "Well, actually," I think you're, I think you're being ridiculous.
Okay. Well, when I read the definition of evidence, it sounds like what you're describing falls under that category as opposed to proof. But
I agree. It's
I don't
evidence.
So if they found like pure sulfur there in this place that was apparently destroyed with, how do they say it's a limestone fire, brimstone? I think is how it goes in the book. Like if they found pure sulfur there, and you wouldn't expect to find that unless the Bible happened the exact same way that it happened. I mean, to me, that's proof. Like, not only did you find the city, but you found what, destroyed the city. And it was exactly what it said in the text. And we didn't know it was there until we found it. I mean, what more do you want? Like, as far as, ancient manuscripts from thousands of years ago, it don't get much better than that. Right, we're talking about a text message from 2,000 or 3,000 years ago. Let that sink in. You're not going to get much better proof than that.
So, space.
Fake space? Space fake? So, I was going to ask something earlier. So, with the original theory for comets, they're ice and dust. And when the comet gets close to the sun, the ice and the dust leave a comet trail. That's the old theory, right?
That's the current theory.
Oh, y'all still going with that one? Well, if this comet, Halley, have been, hanging out next to the sun every once every 150 years or something like that, then wouldn't it lose like quite a bit of, mass and cause a change in trajectory, and the orbit would change over time?
Yes.
Has it been consistent?
No. It changes.
So
Not by
how
much,
much?
but measurably.
So it changes. Does it get faster
I don't know exactly how much
or
it's
slower?
changed by.
So
But
theoretically, it should
every
get
comet
slower.
undergoes non-gravitational acceleration for several reasons.
Whoops, that's an anomaly. Go ahead and explain.
So the sublimation of ice pushes the comet
Like little jets.
like little jets. Not much though. It's a big fucking comet.
So ice in a vacuum, and it gets close to the sun, and then it sublimates, but not before the sunlight.
Well, it's not a question of before the sunlight. I don't even know what that would mean. It's a question of
Before it gets
temperature.
close.
Well, it's
Well, the sunlight's causing the temperature.
right. So there's a certain temperature at which the ice will begin to sublimate.
But doesn't ice
This
in a
I know a great
vacuum?
deal about. If you're curious.
But doesn't ice sublimate in a vacuum automatically?
Not really. So, I mean, like, if you want a yes or no answer, yes, but it's strongly temperature dependent. So, at low temperatures, the sublimation rate is extremely low. It doesn't, and it turns over. So there's an exponential turnover at like for water, it's like 150 Kelvin, I think, and then it starts to really pick up. But before then, while it is sublimating technically, it's very very slow. And this has been demonstrated in a lab. You can show this.
Well, it's not just temperature, it's pressure and temperature.
Well, the pressure doesn't really change except during sublimation.
So we're talking about deep space, right? I mean, this Halley's Comet, it's like going out to the edge of the solar system and past Pluto, right?
I don't know where its aphelion is. Let me look it up. 35 AU, so Pluto-ish, yeah.
Yeah. So it's going hang out with Pluto the dog, not the planet. I mean, you know what I mean, the planet, not the dog. And while it's hanging out there with the face of Pluto from Disney, it's pretty, low pressure, because if there is somewhat of a heliosphere or atmosphere of the solar system, I don't know what you would call that, solar systemosphere, it would be even less dense out there next to Pluto, right?
Slightly, maybe. A little bit.
I don't even know if that exists or if that's something I just made up, but it would seem that with
There should be a radial dependency, yeah. I don't imagine it would be sufficient to really change the sublimation, though. The temperature, so the rate of sublimation is not a strong function of pressure. It's a strong function of temperature. Pressure does matter. You're right about that. But not nearly as much as temperature, yeah.
Okay. But yeah, these comets, I think they're electrical in phenomenon. It's the electric universe theory. We're seeing something up there, right? Now,
We're definitely seeing something.
what is it exactly? Well, you might use spectroscopy, excuse me, and you might say, I know what this is. I've seen this before. Whereas,
I mostly use optical photometry, actually.
What's that?
Just pictures, like in the optical.
Oh.
So not infrared or something is what I'm saying, like just visible light.
Right. So to me, that's kind of like, hey, what's in that gas can over there? Is that weed eater fuel, or is that gasoline, or did somebody dump their oil? Well, I can't tell. It's really far away.
Well, but just sitting there doing nothing, it'd be hard to tell from a picture.
Right. Right.
Fortunately, comets are not sitting there doing nothing. In fact, that's why we're interested, right? They very much do something.
What are they doing?
Well, they're sublimating. They're a beautiful big tail.
And what's in that tail?
Gas. Gas and dust. Fair amount.
Right, but is it, part oil, part gasoline? What's it made of?
Well, you can tell without spectroscopy, actually.
Okay, what's it made of?
Gas and dust, right? Mostly water, a bit of CO2, and then a small amount of CO.
Okay, what if I said that it's plasma, it's ionized particles?
Well, ionized particles don't scatter light in the same way that dust does.
Plasma doesn't scatter light? You ever seen a fluorescent
Not
bulb?
in the same way that dust does. No. Not even close. Completely different. It's me scattering, not really scattering.
Me scattering. I don't know what that is.
MIE, you can look it up.
All right, I'll go do that right now. By the way, I'm tempted to ridicule that shit too. Me scattering, but I fight the urges.
Gotta fight those demons in you, man.
Right. I'm trying to look it up. Give me a second.
Yeah, I can link you a source if you want.
I got it right here.
I'll drop it in
Atmospheric science.
Yeah.
Blue
Well, obviously
color of the
that's
sky.
slightly different. You want to look at a general thing.
Well, I'm looking at a bunch of things.
Okay.
Okay, so it's not the mathematical framework. Polarization. Incident of light with differing polarizations. Differing scatter. Okay, that actually is covered by me scattering. That was the electric universe theory. I didn't coin that, obviously.
Yeah. You don't think I'm just making all this up, do you?
Well, no, I'm saying what you brought up is actually what I was claiming. Me scattering, polarization. The scattering efficiency can also depend on the polarization of the incident light with different polarization. So what they
It can
say,
depend on the polarization of the incident light and the particles as it happens.
right. So what the electric universe is saying is that the positively charged sun is interacting with a negatively charged comet. And when that happens, it creates a plasma. And the polarization is in the me scattering, which is the word that you brought up, but it fits with what I was saying, or at least for this AI generated answer. So I might need to fact check that.
And is this happening in a heliocentric cosmology, or?
Yeah, the electric universe is heliocentric. In fact, the flat earthers are probably getting really annoyed with me because I'm stepping into your worldview quite a bit tonight.
That's all right. I mean, I think we've had a pretty reasonable discussion tonight, to be honest with you.
Me scattering theory. Me scattering theory.
That's the source I'd link, but it might not be
Been a
interesting.
pleasure listening to both of you.
Thanks, Timbo.
Thanks, bro.
If you want, I can start screaming at him and call him an idiot. If just get you back to the normal, right?
I can
In case you feel a little uncomfortable, right?
I don't actually enjoy that stuff, though.
No, I don't like it either.
Yeah.
I can cite my sources and put them on mute.
There you go. Yeah. And then I could scream at you in chat to unmute me. It's just like old times, man.
Yeah. There's a lot of math in here that I'm not going to understand.
There's
English. There is English. Therefore, unlike Rayleigh scattering, it does not work.
I better get going, guys. I'm sorry. I totally lost track of time.
All right, get some sleep. You got to drive in the morning.
See you later, man.
Peace.
Thanks for chatting, guys. I appreciate it.
Now I get
See
to
y'all
learn
later.
about me scattering tomorrow.
Exciting. Get up early, eat your Wheaties.
Yep. Both based on me scattering theory derived from Maxwell equations of electromagnetism. Got him.
That's the one. That's the one right there. All right. Have a good one, guys. Thanks for chatting with me tonight.
See ya. Hey, he put himself on mute after his link backed up my theory. It's funny. Let's see, he posted this link. Okay, is that the same thing? Yeah, that's the same thing. His link backed up my theory. That's funny. Maybe I misunderstood. Maybe he was saying what you're talking about is me scattering. No, he said I was wrong because of me scattering. Did I get that
Yeah,
right?
he said dust won't give off that certain light or something like that. Dust won't scatter in that way. Dust won't scatter light in that way. He said, yeah, that's me scattering or something. I don't know. It could be
Well,
either way. Yeah.
he left at a inopportune moment because I had him. He
I got
left.
to duck out too. Been a pleasure, Larry. See you guys.
All right, peace.
See ya.
I've been hogging the mic. If anybody wants to get a little bit of mic time in, I apologize for hogging because
Nah,
you guys
it's
know that my head's
it's
in the
good,
clouds.
Larry. It's good. It's been good content.
You guys know my head's in the clouds, and I'm always telling Globers to put their feet on the ground because I'm always trying to remind myself to get my head out of the clouds. So. All right, let's see. Is anybody else in here?
Hello.
So, what's up? How's it going, Soul? Soul Cinder?
All good.
Good, bro. Where you from?
Yeah.
Oh, you're having some mic issues. Yeah, Soul Cinder, you're getting really bad connection
It's
issues.
going.
Bandwidth issues, I think. Yeah, Soul, you're having some real big issues. Sorry, bro. So his link that he gave says the electric and magnetic field of such polarization can be expressed due to the form of infinite series with each element representing the contribution of one particular order of multipole expansion. So this is what's causing the scattering in its own link. So he's saying that it's ice and dust, which it does say up here earlier Therefore, unlike Rayleigh scattering, it does not require a condition of 2 and then mathematical stuff. 1. To be fulfilled. Dust, smoke, rain, drop particles are common cause of scattering of propagation waves following the Me solution. But this, when I click on the propagation waves, is introduction to electromagnetics. So it sucks that he left.
We got Soul Cinder in here. Soul Cinder wants to chime in.
Yeah, he was having trouble with his mic. He can try again. He was having bandwidth issues. Maybe he's driving home or something.
By the way, that guy I tier, he's a pretty good dude, man. He basically concedes the point that he has anything empirical to present. So, anybody that just believes that the Earth is a globe, we always said that it's not a big deal to us. It's those who claim that it actually is, they become the problem. Because it's like, how can you, it's contradictory. Either you know or you just believe. And the realm of belief, it's like, for people that are in this Earth right now that are just taking information in and don't know how to weigh it out, the problem is they're on either side. Doesn't matter where you land on what you think. If it's just a belief that you have and you're not challenged as to critically think as to how you know, that becomes an issue.
Yeah.
So somebody can be told a belief, like what ITR is telling the people, if he's going to teach a class or whatever, but it's up to the individual to understand whether or not that's true what he's saying.
Right, that's why I went over the light bulb analogy and said, okay, throw away that light bulb idea. That was kind of dumb. But let's do XYZ. It could be an exoplanet, hypothetically. It could also be some sort of living organism, or it could be Z, some unknown creature or unknown object or unknown gas particle. We don't know what's causing it. And I think that he understood that he can't say for certain what's causing it. That makes me think that he's honest. And I've been saying for a while that these people that are actually college students studying in their field, they seem honorable compared to the anti-flat earthers who just come in here and say whatever without backing it up, without citations, without any sort of sensibility or honor or anything. These college students seem to be well grounded in ethics, at least.
Yeah, that's because they're held to a higher standard than these internet bobbleheads. The internet bobblehead is not held to a high standard. These guys are. And so they will be scrutinized, and they will have to learn how to be in an environment where people will fire questions at them and they have to give an answer to them. So if there's not an absolute answer that they can point to, they're going to be actually, seeing the repercussions from that. But these guys on here, they're not held to any standard. There's no accountability, so they can say whatever they want definitively without having any evidence to back or proof to back it up. You see the difference?
But maybe I have a question. Can you answer it right now?
Yeah, go ahead. Well, before my machine started up, yeah.
Yeah, I got you. I'm asking, did Brennan come over to our side? Is he a flat earther now?
Who?
Brennan.
Oh, Brendan. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Put him on
Okay.
mute. Yeah, Brendan.
Yeah.
He's a
Okay.
meteorologist. Yeah, he's on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's a flatty. Yeah, for sure. This happened within the course of him having his experience with QE. I don't know if you remember that, but and of course the whole 24/7 team, because we kind of fostered that environment for him to kind of, because most of it, he was already saying that his operations were doing things that it didn't require a globe. So most of his work professionally never used a globe, but it's a globe is like an afterthought for whatever he was doing. So technically or practically, when he does his work, he doesn't use the Earth practically as if it's a globe. So it was easy for him to think of like how it's not useful. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
So yeah,
remember, but I remember him being in here and not being a flat earther, but being a glober. So that's why I was asking, just in case. I just wanted to know if he was, because he was
yeah,
sound.
he declared it. He declared it, Flatsy. I'm not sure. Like, if he comes back and says, "No, I'm just kidding around. I'm a Glober." So, like, he basically declared it. So, outside of that, like, I wouldn't know if he actually is or not.
No, no, I was saying that he sounded awfully like a flat earther the last time I heard him talking here, but he didn't attribute anything to the home server. He was just in here because I heard him in here being a globe earther, and then I heard him in here being a flat earther. But even when he was a globe earther, he was being honest. He wasn't like these anti-flat earthers. So, anyways, that's the only thing I was asking.
Yeah, yeah, he is. According to him, his declaration was that he is. So, we don't know like the person unless we actually have more conversations with them. So all we know is what they tell us. So according to him, he is. So whether he's LARPing or whatever, like, we wouldn't know that until later on.
Hey, hey, Alpha. Have you or anybody else have you guys caught wind of that? It's been going on for a little bit now. The thing that I don't know. I guess the guy's mysterious. I don't I don't know if people actually know who's behind it, but there's something called the final experiment. Have you heard that?
No, no, I haven't heard that.
So there's this person. No, I guess no one knows who it is, and they're
It's
gonna reveal
Mattoon.
them. Is it?
I'm pretty sure it's Mattoon. Yeah.
All right. So it's they're getting together 24 flat earthers, 24 globers, like the usual suspects, and they are planning a trip to Antarctica to go see if there truly is a 24-hour sun. And today, like they've had a YouTube for quite a while now. So like the first video they just put like the argument, like, look, there's something wrong here. Everyone's disagreeing. The second video they put, they're like, we're gonna disclose the location, and then like that was an event. Okay, it's gonna be Antarctica, but like, okay, when though? And today they announced December 14th of this year.
Yeah,
So now, so
it has to be in our winter time, and
right,
of course Antarctica summertime. Yep.
yeah, the
I
southern
got a
summer. So
question.
yeah, go ahead.
Is it possible that they could fake a sun in the sky if they have that kind of technology down there, like the HARP technology that those guys are talking about? Would
Well,
they be
well,
able
my
to make a holographic
Who
sun?
cares? Who cares? It doesn't
well,
matter. We're
well,
talking
Mike. Oh,
surface
sorry.
of the earth. The surface of the earth, is it curving? Do we
You,
have gas pressure without a container? Did anybody ever demonstrate that yet?
Yeah,
I really
and
don't.
whatever they're doing isn't an experiment either. So I don't really know what the purpose of their little expedition is. Like, who cares what the sun's
Yeah,
doing? It's not
it's
I
relevant.
really.
okay. So there's been an old debate about, like, so if the sun was to move in its particular path in the sky, that it would signify that the Earth is a globe. But I gotta get back. But anyways, you guys know.
all right. Yeah. So just to finish up, one of my comments was like, well, this is interesting because lately you've been hearing a lot about this that China created like this like fake sun or
Yeah,
artificial
no,
sun they call it.
but I haven't because I know better. Because I know that the curvature of the earth has never been measured, and the reason why we ask for it is kind of rhetorical. We know that they can't supply it. They're
Right.
not going to be able to supply us the direct measurement of curvature. We know that when we ask it.
Right.
So why are we even going to entertain anything? from
Well,
their
just
side. They
I
can't
I
even
guess
apply the direct measurement of curvature.
right. No, I totally agree with you, but I guess the point that they would be making is that if you do see a sun in the sky for 24 hours, then to them that would be a 100%. Well, then back to the drawing board, because
The
technically you
exact
shouldn't be
problem,
able to see the sun 24 hours in Antarctica,
but
in the summer.
But you
Uh,
do realize that the last few years, I don't know because I've not been here for a few years, but I do know that people have told me the past few years they've realized that since there's no measurement of curvature, and there's so many artificial, like, uh, uh, 24-hour suns trying to be recorded. Not really, but you can guarantee that they've been tampered with.
yeah, they added it. Yeah.
God. So we don't need to go for that kind of evidence anymore. So this is something that uh, they can somehow, um, let's say that they can make some sort of evidence for that isn't actually evidence, and
But
we
yeah,
don't.
well, I'm sorry.
Hold on, buddy.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
They
Go ahead.
they're going to be able to do this, and we're going to have to stand here, and we're going to be like dumbfounded. Are we going to be dumbfounded, or are we going to be like, "Hey, where is your evidence for curvature?" So you need
Right.
to know what side of this you're going to be on at this point. Not you specifically,
No, yeah,
but
but just
you
everybody. Yeah, I
generally.
get it.
The
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's why one of the questions I asked was like, well, that's interesting that they're making this big push now to go view a 24-hour sun when, like, for the past couple years, up to recently, like I believe 2 months ago, they were talking about this humongous artificial light that they're putting in the sky, and they show, like, it's built, like, you can research it. It's like in a facility. It's just like a bunch of huge, like, think of it like getting football field lights and then just putting them in a sphere and then launching it up into the sky, and they're so bright that it's literally creating, it's like this, it looks like it's the sun, just optically it looks like the sun. So I'm like, okay, so they go down and do this test because we know that it's not a ball, and we know that when they say, oh, there's a 24-hour sun down in the South Pole just like there is in North Pole because it's a ball, but we know, like, okay, but they've been working on the sun, so who's to say that they're just not going to have that object down in the south, like, just spinning in circles? But I don't know. I was kind of like, that's going to be weird because then people would
Yeah,
be able to observe that.
I'm not gonna fixate my life on figuring out if they can
I don't see
somehow
what would matter. Like,
replicate a 24-hour sun in the sky.
I don't
It's
see
just
what would
Yeah.
not.
matter. Why don't they get a
It's
freaking
not.
find a big water hump? Why don't they go find a big
Sorry,
water hump? Just a big
I
water
don't know if
hump.
they're hot micing or not. I don't know.
That's
Bear Pig.
me.
So you
Can't
people,
hear you.
wait, give me a second. Let me
I'm
get this
talking.
clear. You people are saying that they made an artificial sun in South Pole with lights of a football light.
I
No, no,
don't.
Oh
it's
wow,
I
wow,
don't.
no,
wow,
He's
it's
wow,
not
wow.
saying that. He's not saying that.
What if
I
the
don't.
Oh,
okay? Hold on, time out. What if
that's
they
what I'm
did
asking.
make an artificial sun? And if they did, what if they used it to terraform Antarctica? That way they could push the global warming, climate change, total lockdown control.
That
Larry's
artificial
striking
sun,
some poles there.
that thing was just a nuclear reactor that could reach to the temperature of the sun. That's all.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no. So there's that where they have in a facility like this thing that generates heat, right? But then in another facility, they actually have the photos of it, and it's like this huge just lights like that are being put, like, actually it's made like on the beginning stages. It was like on a wall, like they were just like putting them together, and then they were saying like they are creating, or they have created what would have, if you put in the sky, it would look like a sun in the sky. And it's not a sphere. Sorry, I didn't mean sphere, meaning it's like a ball in all directions, 360. It's actually concave, but it's like a huge thing. Picture like a huge satellite dish that is like, but there's lights, so it's like ecliptic, right, or elliptic, or how, I guess that's the right word, elliptic. It's an elliptical dish that is like curved and concave, but those bright lights will just, when, of course, obviously, bright will always look like a circle or a sphere in the sky. But let me try to get a photo, and then I'll show it to you. I don't know.
Okay,
It doesn't even
go ahead.
matter. It doesn't even matter. It's not going to prove anything. It's not going to prove anything about what we're standing on. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, no, I
I
get
want to
that,
know.
but the
Wait, I
argument.
want to know what the hell Mickey's doing. I want to know what's Mickey doing. Is he a barista? Was he steaming milk? What the hell was he doing?
I think he works for a CNC company.
Okay.
I just believe that this is a misunderstanding.
Germany.
Another misunderstanding from you flat earthers.
Actually, I would say this. I would say if they didn't have anything to hide, then their previous 24-hour sun footage wouldn't have been faked, and it's provably faked. We
Right.
can you. Also, there would be much more footage of the 24-hour sun if it was real, and there's not. The only thing that they've supplied anyone is faked. So why would they fake it? Anyways, I don't care. They can fake it all they want, but they're going to go ahead and try to prove it otherwise now
Yeah.
after the 24-hour sun is
It was
provable with
like
many
what?
much
Yeah,
footage.
it was like
The
5 years
norm.
ago when they were it was journalism was doing that shit where they were just
We're not even talking
they
about
were
that.
just
We're talking about
cut and
what's
paste bullshit.
provable.
Right.
If you're skeptical at all of information, which you should be, you should always be skeptical, like we are. You
Well,
should be able to it and not believe it blindly. If you're
so
gonna believe it blindly, then that's religion. And so,
well
if
the
you want,
cool
go ahead and believe it. We are not trying to tell you not to. You can believe it. Go ahead.
the cool thing on the flip side of that coin, Flatsy, is if they do go down there with all the Globers and they don't record a 24-hour sun, that's going to make the Globers have to go back to the drawing board and say, okay, hold on, wait.
I really don't.
Technically,
I really don't care, buddy. I'm telling you, at this point, if there's not footage of it now, and there's no actual measurement of curvature now,
right,
we don't need to even bother
right. No,
ourselves with that
yeah,
kind of
it's
stuff.
not
It's
for us
just
though,
a
Flatsy. It's not for us
religion.
though, Flatsy. It's for them. It's for the ones
Yeah,
that don't believe, right? It's like, so we
no,
get it. Like, we
it's still
understand. We know that it's not a globe,
no,
right? We know that.
no,
But for,
a
but
on
go ahead. Go ahead.
it's still a red herring. It's still a red herring. Do you not realize that? Like, this is still a red herring. You don't have any measurement of curvature anywhere. And then they're going to do this just as a red herring for our subject that we're trying to tackle right here.
Right.
No measurable curvature anywhere. Oh, you're
Right.
going to go ahead and go pay attention to that. That's a red herring.
Well,
So
how much is it going to
I
cost if it's $10,000 a piece? How many people are going down there?
It's still a red
40. It's supposed to be 48 people that go
why.
down, and everyone
Well,
Yo,
has
yeah,
to.
So
And
somebody's
everybody
yo,
paying. Hold
guys.
wasting
on,
money.
time out.
They're
Somebody's
wasting
paying
money.
$20,000 to prove that the Earth is a globe by looking at the sun.
I'm telling
Yo,
you,
I've got a
Yeah,
man.
question
it's going to
about
be more
flat
than that.
Go
Yo,
ahead. Go ahead.
so like if you go right to the edge, um, like what's on the edges basically? So I
We
want
don't
to know.
know. We don't know.
Who cares?
How do you find out what's on the edge?
Did you not just hear me? I said
I'm not talking.
there's.
I'm not talking to you.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so someone
Yeah,
answer that for me because I'm
So,
curious. Like, can you
so
fall off the edge?
when you say edge, we don't know of any edge, right? That's a picture that you saw on TV or the internet or something. That's not a direct representation of reality. So if you turn off your TV and go outside and point to the edge to me so that I can see it outside where the dirt is, because that's what the real Earth is, and show me the edge, then maybe we could talk about what you're talking about.
So if it's flat, then like, what's the shape like? Like, what does it look like?
Well, surface description is what flat is, right? The claim is that the Earth is an object, right? But when I say the word Earth and you picture the blue marble in your head, that's something you saw on TV. Earth is the dirt outside that the earthworms live in, right?
Yeah.
So if you go in a straight line, yeah,
Bro,
non-stop,
you're going down the
what
list.
happens?
You're going down the list. Have you ever
Yeah,
walked
yeah.
in a straight line without hills?
Grief.
Sorry?
Yeah.
Have you ever walked in a straight line without going up and down a hill?
Yeah, for real. Nobody
Yeah, you
walks.
do. You go up and down.
Right.
You
So
know,
you
Okay, then
can't
it's
walk
not
in a straight
straight.
line.
But you know what I mean, though. Like if you just keep going.
no, we do know, but you're wrong. Nobody does that.
Not you again, man. I wasn't talking to you.
Well, who
Don't be too
who
rude,
has
bro.
done
Who
it
was
though?
the guy that I was just talking to?
Yeah,
Larry.
Damn,
is Larry and I,
you need to
but don't
you
be so
need to be
rude
a
to her.
little bit
She's
more
nice.
cordial, boy.
Yeah, yeah. You don't have to be so rude to her.
Oh, he doesn't like a gal.
Spicy.
So if we could just go back to the dirt
My bad,
outside.
my bad. Listen, I don't mean to be disrespectful. I just wanted that guy to answer. I just wanted so if you like, you know what I mean, right? So if you just keep going, like what's on the end? Is what I want to
What
know.
I don't know, brother. What end? Show me
what's
the
straight
end.
to you?
Yeah,
Because nothing.
the size of the Earth is unknown actually.
Yeah, and what's
So how do you know if it's flat then?
no? What's straight
It's
to you?
just the surface that we observe. It's not the whole. We don't know the whole Earth has never been actually measured. It's
Ask
just
what's straight to him?
yeah.
I'm
It's
straight.
just yeah.
Okay,
I
but
think,
you know what I mean.
I,
But
I
like,
think
if it's like if
like
it's
do you
bumpy and
ever
there's hills, then how's it flat?
How will
okay
I know?
topography Earther okay. So we
How
can call
will
it
I
bumpy. That's fine.
like
I don't
if I
care.
go out into
Wait,
the wilderness?
I need to
How
say
am I going to
something.
navigate a straight line? Tell me,
I need
man.
I need to say something.
No,
Wait.
stop. Let me ask him. If I go out into the wild, how am I going to navigate a straight line? Please tell me.
I don't know. You tell me.
Oh, so you don't actually know. You're just asking me.
What?
Yeah, I'm asking you. If I go out into the wild, how do I navigate a straight line to you? Tell me how to do that.
If you go into the wild, how do you navigate a straight line?
Yes, anywhere. Just
Yeah.
give me a straight line to go from anywhere.
Yeah. How do you make sure that you're going in a straight line when you're navigating long
Yeah,
distance? Long
tell me
distance.
how to go in a straight line and I'll do it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you mean literally, I just mean like just looking forward and just walking.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, but that's not.
nobody
you-
walks in a straight
that's
line.
not precise enough. You need to actually know that you're going
But
straight
why do I need to like do that?
I'm going in a straight
because
line
you're.
for a
That's what
long
you
time.
want. That's what you're asking. The question you're asking
That's
is,
not what I'm asking. I just want to know
Yeah,
what's on the edge.
don't ask.
oh my, did you?
Don't
So you didn't ask about it going in a straight line
Yeah,
earlier.
don't
but you're
You
looking too
did.
deep into it. I just meant like when you look
Oh,
forward and you walk
okay.
until the
I,
end.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
You know?
not
yeah,
precise.
yeah. So you tell me how
Looking,
to
just
go
looking is
straight.
not enough. You need to like
No,
actually have something.
Yeah, but now
Zodiac.
you're focusing on the wrong thing though.
No, you're gonna tell me how I'm gonna navigate myself in a straight line.
But that's not what I'm
Go,
focused on.
no, go ahead. Tell me how I'm gonna do that.
Why
We
do you
we
want to know that?
Okay, the Earth's size is unknown. So if you're asking about an edge, there is no evidence that there is an edge. Yeah, there's no evidence. So
This guy,
so
So
the
then,
size of
so
the Earth
then
is
that
unknown, and that
you're
so that
doesn't mean
means
it's
you
not
don't really know
flat.
if the Earth is flat.
no,
No, no,
no.
it doesn't mean it's not flat. No,
That
the
is
flat
that is
is
What
true.
just
does it mean?
the
My friend, you're
flat doesn't
conflating the
imply
two.
edge. Flat does not imply an edge.
Yeah, you're conflating the two.
No,
So
but
if hold
you're
on,
making
brother.
a claim about the Earth, but you don't know what's on the edge. You don't know the shape.
Hold
So
on,
Oh,
how
brother.
can you
Hold
be
on.
for
Time out.
certain it's flat?
Flat
Time
is
out.
not
We
a
didn't.
shape.
Hold on, guys. Can I be heard?
What if it
We
just
didn't.
curves in the end? You know?
If I could just get a word in, we didn't claim anything about an edge. You came in here talking about an edge. I said
Why
I
do
don't know what you're talking about. Could you show me the edge? And now you're saying, wait a minute, if you don't know about the edge, then it can't be flat. You don't know what you're talking about. That's a bit dishonest. Why don't you reformulate your argument and we can address what we've claimed, that the Earth isn't curving, rather than a straw man that you've built for us about some edge that we did not bring up.
Okay, let me clarify what I meant. Okay, so
Okay.
I was just curious to know what was on the edge. So the guy said that he doesn't know.
Right.
So then
You're
my point
assuming
was
there is
just
an
that
edge.
if you don't know everything about the Earth, you don't know what's on the edge. Then how can you make a claim, a positive claim? That's what I was saying.
Because it's
Well, the
not curving.
surface is what we're talking about. We live on the surface. That's why we can make a claim about the surface.
Because there's no curvature. That's the bottom line.
Then what is at the end of the Earth?
We don't
Why do you
know.
assume there's an end? Yeah, we don't know.
Tell us about the edge of space.
Well,
Oh, you didn't bring that up?
if you don't
can't
know,
tell us
then
about it?
it's because
Well,
like
if
it
you
could
don't
be
know
any
about the
shape,
edge
you
of,
know.
if you don't know about the edge of space, then it could be any shape, even flat.
Flat is
What if it
not a
like
shape.
curves at the end, you know?
Flat is not a shape.
Yeah, if you can't tell us about the edge of space, then it must be flat.
Yeah, then the universe is flat because you don't know what's beyond the edge of space. That's the logic right now.
No,
Jesus
we're
Christ.
just saying that you don't really know it. You don't know what the Earth is if you don't know everything
Okay,
about
so
it.
okay, you're gonna tell me
So
how
it's
I
not
can.
curving.
Never mind.
No, we're just saying that you don't know. That's it.
It's okay, but we know it's not curving, do we not?
Oh, so you're saying it's not curving?
Yeah, that would be that's
How do you
what
know
you
it's
need
not
in
curving?
order. Yeah, that's what you just let me finish. That's what you need in order for it to be flat is no curvature. Anything any other claims like what's at the boundaries or is there a boundary or what's the size? All of that is like a completely separate all of those questions are completely separate. I don't know if that makes sense, but basically flat is not a shape
Yeah,
and
just Cam
yeah, I
to
know
you.
it's kind of a weird way to say it, but it's true. The word flat does not indicate a overall shape. It's
But if
Yeah,
it's
just
bumpy and
describing.
like there's hills, how is it flat?
Oh, topography, you mean?
You
Yeah,
know
it's
what I
the
mean?
Earth is not. Yeah, I agree with you. The Earth is not a 2D straight line. That would be
So why
insane.
don't you change your channel's name then?
To Bumpy Earth,
Yeah,
I'm down. We can name it Bumpy Earth. I'm down.
I
Sure,
think
I don't
Platzi
care.
I
wanna.
just disproved you guys. It's not flat.
What because
That's
That's refuge.
based. That's based. Good job. Good job.
that's good. That's
Change
a
the
nice
name then.
Yeah,
answer.
we need Bumpy Earther. Bumpy
Okay,
Earth. That's what
so
we need.
is the spherical Earth, is it perfectly spherical or is it bumpy?
Oh, he got you there.
I don't know.
Not
I never made a
Oh,
claim
it's
about anything.
bumpy. It's bumpy,
Oh,
so it can't be spherical if it's
so it's not a
bumpy.
globe.
So I just debunked you.
Yeah, it's not a globe.
I put an elaborate drawing of the flat Earth
He got you
in the
there.
chat.
Damn, he got you there, bro.
Dude,
Yeah, the Earth is not
There is no globe because
shaped.
of hills, bro. It's not
yeah.
a sphere. So freaking GG, no re. Try harder next time.
All I need is
But
some
what's
sort
a
of.
globe defined as though?
All I
is
need is.
a sphere, right?
Perfect sphere.
Oh yeah, curvature.
Go
That's
ahead,
what it is.
Fletzy.
I don't think I can be heard. Maybe I
You can
can't
be
be.
heard.
Okay,
It's because
I'm
you're a
just.
female. That's why.
Yeah, that's probably.
It's
No, I'm
because
joking.
you're a Muslim and you don't respect females. But go ahead, Fletzy.
Say,
Why are you
can you
getting mad, buddy? Stop simping.
I'm not mad.
stop talking? Can you give me
I'll
some.
let you speak.
Brother, can you give me some sort of path that would be a straight line anywhere that I could go and prove
There
the
is
Earth as a globe, which would
Just
be
look
a
outside, but
Yeah,
contradictory.
but that's not enough. You
Yeah,
need
but he's
to.
contradictory statement. A straight line would be supposedly curved on a curved Earth. So he's telling me, let's go in a straight line somewhere. That would be a straight line, not a curved line.
Right, then the Earth would be flat if you went in a straight line, because otherwise you just walk
I never
out
said
into
it was straight
space.
though.
But you had a question about
You
going in a
did.
straight
You
line.
asked me if you
But
would
you're
go in
taking
a
it
straight
literally
line.
though.
You
What do you
asked
mean? Yeah, it is literal. What do you mean?
Why would you take that literally? You know, I just meant that you just keep walking.
oh, just keep walking.
Yeah, but
Because
you need to
okay,
in order.
If
Okay,
I
go
tell you
ahead,
to
Flatsy.
walk in a straight line
hey,
on a road, right?
yeah, I'm telling
Wait.
you.
Let Flatsy
Hey,
cook. Wait. Let
yeah,
Flatsy cook.
Okay, if I tell you to, all right, go on.
hold
Go
on,
ahead. Go
hold
ahead,
on.
Flatsy.
Has anyone ever walked in a straight line for a given long distance any time in history? Because I'll tell
No,
you right now that it's not possible for a human being to walk in a straight line at
but no one's
all.
arguing that though.
Oh, well, then you tell me how I'm going to walk in a straight line
But
for
you know
any.
that's not what I meant though.
Yeah, but you're telling me to walk in a straight line and
Okay,
to
but you're
stay
taking it
where I
literally.
am, right? Right? That's what you want me to do. How am I going to
No,
do that?
that's not what I want you to do.
Well, then what are you talking about when you ask me to walk in a straight line?
Okay, so you see outside your house, right? There's probably a road, right? If I tell
Okay.
you to go
I walk
outside on that
outside.
road and just walk in a straight line, what do you think I mean?
Walk
Is
outside
the
and
road straight?
It just means that you just keep walking on that road. It doesn't
Yeah.
mean like
Yeah, but you need to verify that the
No,
road is
you would
straight, though.
you would say
that's
follow the road. You wouldn't say walk
straight
in a straight
line,
line. So that's just
buddy.
stupid.
Yeah.
That's
no, you
stupid.
guys are just taking it like you guys
Yeah,
just
but
it's
walking
It's
just
not.
a
It's not
Why?
realistic to do
So why
what
would
you're
you use the
asking.
words walk in
line.
a straight line if you want them to follow the road, which isn't a straight
if I
line?
tell you to walk in a straight line on a road, right, that doesn't mean that you cannot move just slightly to the left, slightly to the
Well,
right.
no. If you
Like
said
it
that
just
to me,
means
I
just
would
keep
walk
walking.
down the
It doesn't
road.
matter if
I
you
would
move a
walk down
bit
the
to the
road.
left and right.
You
I would
just
walk down the road as straight as I
Like what the
could
hell are you talking about,
without
bro?
deviating from straight. And if the road happened to bend, I would keep
Walking a
walking
straight
in a
line doesn't
straight
mean you just
line.
don't budge a tiny bit, like not even an inch to the left. You just
This is
that's not what it
hilarious.
means.
It's funny
hell.
you don't understand how words work.
Why does
I'm sorry you
everybody
take
shut
everything
up?
literally. It's okay.
Yeah, you
Hold
don't
on.
understand how words work. It's pretty funny.
Okay. Ray, and
Whatever, man.
God, you guys are hilarious, bro.
I'm sorry, buddy. You're right, but let me just talk to him for a second because all of us talking at once isn't doing anything. So you walking in a straight line isn't actually proving anything, and you're asking us to walk in a
All
straight
right.
line, which is stupid.
All right, fine. Maybe I should have said walk in a in a bendy line. How about that?
So
Which is
circle.
stupid.
That wouldn't prove anything though,
Maybe I
because
should have
it
said
is.
walk in a bumpy line.
Maybe everything you
If it
and
makes you happy.
shut up.
Yeah, bumpy line. There we go. Now we're talking.
Now something real.
Okay, so your question. By the way, do you have any more questions about the alleged edge that you're claiming exists?
I'm
And
okay. So no one has ever like tried to like see if there's what's on the edge. Like no one's like tried to go there.
I've never. I don't even. First of all, I don't even assume it exists.
Why?
But I don't even. I wouldn't even know. Okay, let me put it this way. I have never seen it if it exists. So I don't even. I wouldn't even know where to start.
So you're telling me it's like not possible to go there.
I mean, you can try, but um, as you're see the thing here. Here's the thing. Here's the problem: is the size of the Earth has never been proven. Okay.
Let's just go on the map real quick. Wait.
Okay. Okay. So let me ask you this: do you believe that there is?
Antarctica. So what's there? What's in Antarctica?
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I'm getting to my point here. In order. So, what is the size of the Earth? And how do you know what the size of the Earth is?
How do you know? You tell
You
me.
don't. You
Oh
don't. That's
gosh.
what I'm. That's my
That's
point.
you.
My point is you don't. No one has ever proven the size of the Earth. So when you're asking about the limitations or the boundaries, right? But the we don't even know how big it is. So it's like you're on step number 3. We can't even get past step 1.
But why? Why can't you just go to Antarctica and like use some equipment to see what's
Why
on the other
don't
side?
you just go to Antarctica
Go
and
I'm
see
for
sure
it.
our technology is advanced enough to know, right?
and why can't they just go to
I'm
Antarctica?
not even. I don't even assume Antarctica is the limitation. I don't. I'm not making any assumptions about what. See, okay. Let me say it like this, right? There is no flat Earth model. Does that make sense?
No, but we have it. Do we not have equipment to like just see what's
Do
there?
they? Do they?
Okay. Okay.
If
Get
they
in
do,
it. Take a flight. Have you ever taken a flight across all the continents?
Yeah.
And okay. So you've taken a flight across North Pole, Antarctica, all of those.
I mean, I don't know where, but
he
I've
doesn't
taken
even
flights.
know. Listen, buddy, you don't even know if they have some sort of technology to prove the curvature of the Earth at all. Why don't you go look into the subject before you come into a flat Earth server and act like you know more than us?
I never said, bro. I came in here to ask questions. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but you meant to ask us questions
Apparently,
in
Yeah, well,
relation to claims
apparently,
we've
you
why
guys
made.
don't know.
why don't you ask questions instead of insinuate
That's
something
exactly what I
you
did,
don't?
though.
You
Okay,
don't.
let me
So
ask you this. Let me ask you this, right?
She
If
hates me
if
for no reason.
hold on, let me ask you this. Do you agree that the people that believe that in a globe, if you ask one of those people w- what is beyond the edge of outer space, that person they'll tell you they don't know. Not only will they tell you they don't know, but they will be comfortable and they have accepted those people have already accepted the fact that they may never know what is beyond the edge of outer space, right? Do you agree
Oh,
with that?
yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean,
He has
they
to.
could they could tell me
Okay, what's beyond the
what's
edge of outer
outside of the
space?
Earth because they can use equipment
What is
that can
outer
go
No,
into
space?
but
space, right?
not just outer space. I'm talking what's beyond the edge of the universe.
No, what is outer space? Just ask him that
But
simple
that's
question.
probably, but they'll make like an argument. They'll probably say that that's not in our control, right?
Yeah, but
What is,
so do you agree that they have accepted the fact that they don't know and they're okay with that, right?
Right, right. But then it's not the same with the question I asked you though.
So
oh,
if you're hold on, stop. If
hey.
you're okay saying I don't know to what's beyond the edge of outer space, and you're asking me about something I don't know how big it is, right? So I don't even know how big the Earth is, and then you're asking me, okay, what's beyond the edge of the Earth? And I'm saying, well, I don't even know if there is one. And so, and I'm already see you have to come from a place of humility,
But
unless
their
you
But
model
I,
is
actually,
different though. They'll say something else. Like yours
yeah.
is different.
Shocky.
There is no
Shocky.
flat
There
Earth
is a
model.
difference
Listen,
between our
Shocky. I'll tell
models.
you this,
They have a
Yeah,
Shocky.
there
different model though.
there
Your
is no
model is
flat Earth
different, right?
Shocky.
model. There is no
Shocky.
flat Earth
So what's
model.
the model? So where are we?
Okay,
Where are we right now?
No
tell you.
curvature, not
Or
spinning.
where are we? Are we in space?
I'm gonna tell you
We're
right
not
now.
in a vacuum without
But you
at the very least, we're not in a vacuum without a container.
you
So
do realize if something is
yeah,
not curved, it's flat by definition.
yeah,
How incredibly
So where
stupid are
are
you?
we? Where
Hold
is
on.
this?
Listen,
Where are we?
we're on
listen.
the
Are we
ground.
on a planet?
Are you gonna listen to me? Listen to me.
Okay, well I was talking to the other guy, but
Yeah, but I'm gonna tell you. This
Go ahead,
guy,
Flat C. Go ahead.
yeah,
go
the
on
other
then.
guy agrees with me.
Since you want to
So
talk so bad. Go on.
I do. I do. The Earth is all of the space. No, there is no outer space from the Earth. Where we reside is the space. So what we see in the sky is relative to the space that we live on. Okay. So it's not some sort of outer space. It is above us. It's the sky. So
Yeah.
Did
we're
you
not talking
study this?
yeah, I'm telling you that there is no disk and some sort of vacuum of space. It's
And how
just
the hell do you know?
I'm telling you that this is where we reside is in the space of Earth. Because there's gas pressure. You can't have gas pressure without a container. So you need a container to contain all of the gas pressure, then we don't have any curvature on the surface at all. So there is no curvature to be a globe at all. And on top of that, we would say that
It's not spinning and
there
it's
is
not
So if you
rotating.
go high up in the
there is
sky,
no
where do you go?
motion. There is no motion on the earth at all, except for we'll give you some earthquakes, but that's it.
Flatsy. So if you fly up in the sky and you keep going up, where do you go?
You don't go to the vacuum of space because that
So
would be
where
a
do you go then?
that would be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. We have
So when you look up,
a zero
okay, do you?
We just
It,
see.
first law and we
We,
have a
so
second
how far
law,
is the
third
sun?
law of
nobody
thermodynamics.
knows. Nobody knows that.
So what's there? So where is the
It's
sun then?
between the clouds. It's
Who
inside
cares?
the sun.
I
Is
don't
inside
know.
I
the
say,
sky.
who cares? What is
All
this
we
ignorance?
have. Okay, okay. Let me say it like this. The people that believe in the globe, they are telling you that the sun has a certain distance.
Forget about what they say.
However,
You can see the sun, right, with
however,
your own eyes, right?
listen. However, those people do not have any evidence for what they say.
Why do
We
you
don't
So
keep
have
talking about them though? Why?
because
we don't have a
because the mainstream is the whole reason we even realized like basically as soon as you start investigating the mainstream cosmology, you start realizing that their whole system is based on blind assumptions, right? And
don't have a
that's
replacement.
and then
Forget
so
about that though.
that's the death of the globe right there, is like as soon as
I'm
you
not telling
realize
you
that
about
there is
anything
no evidence.
mainstream. I'm asking you.
Yeah.
I'm
We
asking you.
don't have a replacement.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
don't
you don't
have
need
a
to replace.
Flatsy, when you look up and you see the sun, right, or the
we
moon,
don't have a replacement. I'm telling you, we do not have a replacement
for
for
what?
your mythos.
The distance and
Religion.
the yeah.
Your religion is based off of you
What the
knowing.
hell are you talking about? You don't even know what I believe. Your religion, you're this, you're that. What
Are
are
you
you
gonna
saying?
listen?
I'm
Okay.
asking you how far the sun is.
I'm
Yeah,
telling you,
nobody knows that.
listening. I'm telling you that you have some sort of idea of these things. We don't have a replacement of them. We don't know what they are or where they are, but we know what they say is not real. That's not real.
Forget about what they say. What I'm trying to understand is, okay.
I'm going to tell you, we don't have a replacement. We don't
Okay,
have some
forget
Yeah.
the replacement. I just want to know, like,
The basic
okay.
the basic idea
have
the
So
basic idea of the
if
flat
what
earth.
we're on is flats, right? There has to be
Okay,
something out there, right? Because the
let
sun
me
is so far. Like it makes you think where the sun is, right?
you don't
are
know how far the
it
sun is.
where it is. It is where it is. The sun is
But
where
where
it
do you
is.
think the sun is? I'm curious.
It doesn't
We
matter.
just we don't
No,
we just see a light in the sky above our heads. That's it.
we don't have a
We just have
replacement.
an apparent location. We don't have the distance.
Would you guys mind if I get a
Right.
101 with this guy just
Go
real
ahead.
fast? Really
Yeah.
quick.
What's
Yeah,
the
go ahead.
cause of
So,
the wind in flat
yes.
Earth?
Hold
So
on. Let Larry go. Go ahead.
let me just get a 101 real fast. So, my friend, we all see the sun, right? We see it in the sky. But do we see it 93 million miles away, like with a tape measure? Like, of course not. So, when we say we see the sun in the sky, well, that begs the question, what is the sky? Is it an infinite vacuum where there's no atmosphere? Like, can you verify that? Or is
Where
that
is
just
it? You
something
tell
you
me.
saw on TV? That's what I'm saying. You tell me what it is because I don't know. I'm saying I don't know. And when the lady mentioned your religion, she wasn't talking about the book, right? She was saying you're a sun worshiper if you believe that the sun is like the center of the universe or the
I
sun is
didn't
the
say
center of the
anything.
solar system. I know that's.
She
I'm just
was just
saying.
assuming for no reason. I just asked her where the sun is.
Right, but I'm saying that when we say religious belief, we're talking about the model too, because it is a belief that the sun is 93 million miles away, because no man has ever measured it. It's only been calculated to be that far away to fit a model.
Based on assumptions.
Calculation is not a measurement.
Calculation is
How would
It's
you
just
how
so
would you
confusing,
measure?
man. It's so
Just a second.
confusing
I'll
because
let me make it simple for you.
Just a
I'll make it very
second.
simple. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
If you got 93 million miles by calculation, how would you measure it with a tape measure? Are you going to make a tape measure
Okay,
that
how
far?
far away do you guys think it is?
You can't.
We don't know.
You can't.
No.
But you can see it, so there has to be a fact about it, right?
Oh my
See,
god.
see, your calculations will give you a number.
The thing is, it's
the one you
real,
just said,
right?
okay,
It's
wait.
real. That's the thing. It's real.
Yeah, the sun
You
is
can
real.
see it.
How do you intend to verify your calculation? Let's say you calculate it and it says 93 million miles. Now, how do you verify that? Tell me.
Huh? What do you
That's
mean?
a question for you.
No, you, Shocky. That's a measure.
When you don't believe in
What?
That's a
I never
question for
said it was
Larry.
like 90 million miles away. So
No,
why are you
you,
asking
no,
me?
you, no, you.
No,
Larry.
but we're
I'm
asking
No
you
one has
questions,
ever
and
measured the
you're asking us
distance of the
questions about
sun.
shit we didn't say.
Yeah, no one has ever measured it.
Okay,
Okay.
so how do you measure?
You
Nah,
can't.
the reason I even asked you is because it's
No,
like
you can't. Just a second, Shocky.
it
So,
just
in
it
any
gives an
model,
idea, right? Because you're saying the
even in
Earth is flat, and then you can see the sky, you can see the sun, which kind of tells us that the sun is in a different location. Like obviously the sun is not on the Earth. Like, do you get it? So it gives you like an idea about reality. Okay.
Okay, how'd you get the
So
distance?
the distance.
Yeah, how do you measure the distance to the sun? Go ahead, tell us.
How do I know?
Nobody
I
knows.
ne-
No one has ever done it.
okay, but I
This
never
is the
made a claim
point.
about the distance.
Yeah, but that's the point. No one has ever, even the mainstream people have never actually done it. They just tell you a story based on assumptions. They don't have
Who
any
cares
evidence.
about the distance? The point I was trying to make was
Okay.
that it's a reality, right? It's obviously very far away. Okay.
That's an assumption as well. Now
I mean, it's
you
obviously not close to us. We could bloody see it with our eyes, man. It's not next to you, bro.
you can see it
It's
above
far
your
away,
head, but
right?
Shocky,
So
this is what you're gonna get trapped into, right? Ask them, Larry.
it's
You're
far
the
away.
yeah, now you're
Yeah.
assuming everything.
Hold on.
What are you talking
Let me
about?
ask this.
It's obviously far away. What do you mean?
It's in the sky. Yeah.
It's in the sky, you could say, but far away is a more specific claim.
If the sun is
How is that
100
specific?
Just
Go
let me
ahead,
ask you a
Larry. Go
question.
ahead.
If the sun is 109 times the diameter of Earth and 93 million miles away, or if it is actually 3,000 miles away and very much smaller, like, say, 30 miles in diameter, would you be able to tell the difference from here?
I don't know.
I don't think you would. Now, if you could go to space, maybe, but you're not going to space. That only exists on TV. You're a man. You are of the earth, which is the dirt. That's where you belong.
I don't think you guys. When I say something, I feel like you guys you miss the point most of the time.
Well, there may
Like
be.
you guys don't actually listen.
Can I just make it simple? Let me just make it simple for you,
You
okay?
don't even know what I was trying to get at, right? I bet
Hold
none of
on,
you could
hold
even
on.
tell me what I was trying to say.
Just ask
We're talking about the sun being very far away.
Oh my god.
That's not what I was trying to say.
That's what you said, though. Those are the words that came out of your
I'll
mouth.
say it one more time. Okay, so my point, the reason I was asking these questions was because clearly you guys say, okay, reality tells us, okay, we're on Earth, right? We're obviously on something, okay? And you guys say it's flat, whatever, it's bumpy, whatever you want to call it. And now you say you don't know the edge, but clearly there has to be something because it's just logical. Like it just doesn't make sense. I mean, there has to be something around us, right? And clearly there's a sky, you can go up. Clearly there's
Sorry, that's
a bloody
fallacious
sun,
logic. It's
which
not.
is far
It's not
away.
logical.
It's not on the
Yeah,
Earth.
logic is not
So there's things around us, right?
An argument for incredulity. That's not right.
There's obviously something around us.
Logic does not mean irrefutable proof. They're
So
not the
where
same
are we?
thing.
Where is the
Okay,
Earth placed? Where is it located?
I'll say this. You say something is around us, something spins above us.
And clearly the sun
Yeah,
rotates, right?
the moon.
Yeah, you see a sunset.
Move
The
above
sun
us.
moves.
It moves, right?
Yeah, you see a sunset. The sun is moving. Yeah, there you go.
So what
The
happens
sun-
then? So when it gets nighttime in some areas and it's day, like there's light, like how does that work?
Yeah,
But
you need to know the actual location of the sun, not
man,
just an apparent location.
so the sun, the moon, and the stars move above us. The sun, wherever it is making day for someone. But when it's above us, it makes day for us, right? So when it's not above us and it's somewhere else, it's making day for someone else. And then we have night. We have the night sky. So you are either just not understanding where we're coming from, or you're just being
So how does the sun work? Where does it start and where does it go?
we have some sort of solar noon time frame, but that would require the earth to be flat because we need to measure the elevation angle to the sun and its given position throughout the year because it does an analemma, and that would determine where the sun is and at any given time at any point of the time of year that we would need to understand where the sun is.
It makes a circuit or a circle
It
above
makes an
Earth.
that the only thing we know, it makes a pattern of an analemma.
So you're saying like the sun starts from one side and it goes to the other?
It doesn't matter what the sun
I
does.
struggle with this concept as well.
Look,
Like,
here,
the sun
Larry.
No,
starts from
because
the
I want to
east
know
and then
why it's dark in some areas.
Larry
Because
can answer that. Go
Yeah,
the
ahead.
sun's
so
not in those dark areas, and then when it isn't dark, the sun is in those areas. Is that
But
not?
where does it start? Like, where does it go
Just
from where to where?
let Larry answer that. Go ahead.
I'll be
Go
super
ahead.
quick. Yeah, super quick. So you have to understand that you can't mix the models, right? This makes some sort of weird, like, animal child with a human. Like, you can't do that, right? You cannot mix them, oil and water. So if the sun is a lot closer, it would have a spotlight effect if it was a lot smaller. So imagine walking around your backyard, around the perimeter, your fence, with a cell phone light on. You're not going to light up the whole backyard at once. Just like the sun has light that is closer and smaller, it would have attenuation. Like light doesn't go to the bottom of the ocean, right? And light doesn't travel forever at the same intensity. There's this thing called the inverse square law. So there's attenuation through the atmosphere and the natural physics of light. It gets dimmer and dimmer the further you go away from it.
To be fair, I tried this. I have a warehouse. My family owns a warehouse. So I like shut down all lamps but one. The warehouse is big. I'm European, so I'm gonna use meters, so it's gonna be confusing for North Americans, but it's like 1,200 square meters, right? And in terms of space, and the light is in the center. When I turn every other light, but that one in the center,
I don't
I
know,
can
man. You
still
guys are
see the
like,
light from all sides of the warehouse, right? And it's a
you guys
small
are
light.
just,
So
you guys
it's
are
a bulb.
brainwashed, honestly.
I
Brother,
struggle with that.
you saw the globe on TV since you were a child, and you're telling me that
I've
you're
never seen
brainwashed.
people such low IQ. Like, I didn't think this would exist in 2024. Like,
Where do
what
you
is
see
this?
Earth as a sphere
Hold
in
on,
real
time out,
life?
time out, time
It's
out.
actually kind of sad
You never
Is it,
see the Earth as a
hold
that
sphere.
people
on,
like this
time out,
exist.
time
Literally
out,
asking for help.
time out, yeah. So he's talking about the light in the center of a building. Now, the building isn't very big, and if you have industrial lights, of course you're going to be able to see the light from anywhere in the building. But is it as bright when you are under it as it is near the walls? Is the brightness the same while you're directly under it as it is near the edge of the building?
Why do you guys believe in all this stuff?
Because
Why?
we think outside of the box and we went and checked for ourselves. And when you measure over water, we can see too far. That's why the Globers say it's refraction.
What do
That's
you,
why.
like, do you
Hold
guys get
on, look,
paid for this? Like,
bro.
why do you put so much effort
Nobody.
Just
into
let
this stuff
Larry
that you
Bro,
don't
finish
even
his
know is
statement.
true?
Stop
why
interrupting
are you
Larry.
interrupting me, man?
Go on
Listen,
then.
you
Just
asked the
let him
question.
finish.
Okay, I went
But I'm
outside to go
losing
look.
brain cells at this point.
Just let him
What am I
finish.
listening
Just
to?
let him
I don't
finish.
know. Why are you listening? Why did you ask a question if you're not capable of
This
listening
is
to the
too
answer?
much, like, Low
then
IQness.
yeah, and you're
It's too much to like
Okay,
bear.
okay,
I
let
just
me
can't listen to
then.
this anymore.
Okay, where do you see the Earth as a sphere in real life? When have you seen that?
I
Where?
muted him because if he can't listen, then he can't
Okay.
talk either.
Well,
So I'm gonna go ahead and answer.
yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and
Go
answer
ahead.
the question. Yeah, the reason we think outside of the box and question the mainstream and the government and NASA and all that stuff is because we went outside and checked for ourselves and we can see too far. And when the anti-flat earthers come in here and they say, well, the reason that you can see too far is because of refraction, they're admitting that they can't see the curvature of the earth because it's optical. The horizon is optical, not a earth curved cause edge. So I would ask you, my friend, oh, he left, where is your edge?
Yeah. Yeah, he's gone. Oh well.
I don't like using the you see too far, because saying too far is actually a concession of their globe belief as it is anyway. You just see it because it's there, because that's where it is. Don't
Facts.
even invoke too far. Like there's no you see too far. You just see it because that's what it is, and that's where it is, and that's what you see. Like giving them too far is already giving them credence to invoke a globe.
I disagree. We're giving them their measurements, allegedly. And when we take their numbers and we go outside and we see too far, if what they told us is true, then we wouldn't have been able to see what we saw. So when we give them their information and we debunk it, that's what's happening when we say we see too far. So I don't have a problem with saying that.
No, I get that, and we can know that in their paradigm you wouldn't see that. But again, like the fact that we're even giving them their paradigm in the discussion, I think is a bit of a concession, and that's just my opinion. And fair enough if you disagree, but I wouldn't even say that if it were me. I would just be like, I wouldn't even use the too far thing. They have to say why. Like if we say we see something, they need to come up with a reason in their paradigm as to why we see it. We don't. We just see it because it's there. Do you know what I mean? So we're
Yeah.
actually
If
forcing
anything,
them to make more claims about why we
if,
see it, whereas we don't need a claim other than it's there.
well, if anything, I'd be saying that we see beyond the geometric limitations that are presented.
Yeah, I think it's fair if you phrase it that way. Yeah.
Anyways, is there any? Are there any other people that believe that the Earth is a globe? Any other spinning space monkeys that want to unmute
No,
themselves?
I'm just a skeptic. I don't believe in like anything until I prove it.
That was rude.
Sorry,
Peace.
I'm
but
not a
yeah.
monkey, but
Do you
I
have any
believe in.
questions about flat Earth? Any questions about flat Earth?
But I
Yeah,
was
how is
asking,
it because of the wind? How is the wind created?
What causes wind?
Yes.
Well, the thing is that do you agree that the sun is moving?
Entropy causes wind.
Yeah, the
Yes, sun
gas
is
gas.
moving
Do you
around
agree
the
that the sun
galaxy.
is moving?
Yeah,
Do you
it's
agree?
moving around the galaxy. Yes.
What galaxy?
Milky Way galaxy.
How do you know you're inside of a Milky Way galaxy? How
Uh,
did you validate that?
that's a
Well,
fantasy.
Yeah,
That's
it's a story. It's a belief.
that's
How do you validate that you're inside of a Milky Way galaxy in real
just
life?
because you know what is the shape and appearance of a galaxy. You go and look at the night sky, and
You're
you
just
see that
looking up.
there's the core of the galaxy, and it matches the other shapes of the galaxies and other appearances.
If you just look up and see lights in the sky, that doesn't prove that you're inside of a galaxy.
Then okay, so if you're looking at your phone and you're looking at the light from your phone, that doesn't mean that the phone is there.
No, that's not what I. You see, when you go outside, right, and you look up at the sky, all you can say for certain is that at the very least, you definitely see some kind of lights, whether that means stars, planets, whatever they are. That's the observation, right? So you definitely see lights in the sky. Now the question is that a galaxy or what is it? You know, what medium is like what medium are they in? You know, that's no one has ever proven that.
You mean what's the galaxy inside? Like,
So there's no way to tell if it's actually a galaxy. You just see lights in the sky, bro. That's it.
yeah, those lights are coming from a galaxy, and the stars inside the galaxy. Yeah. Pointless. But yeah, you didn't answer my question. You just
You never
saying that.
proved it was yeah, but you never proved that it was
Did I
when you
prove
got
my question? What is the cause of the wind?
oh yeah, I was getting to that. So firstly the sun is moving. So obviously if the sun is moving, the sun's light has caught or rather the light that is from the sun causes temperature change, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so if the light's causing temperature change and the sun is moving, so now you have, at the very least, you have some kind of temperature differential, right?
Yep.
Uh, okay, so that's one variable. The second variable is there's so many. So do you think that the behavior of gas is to travel freely and randomly in all directions? Do you understand that?
Wait, can you ask it again?
Okay. Gas behavior, like let's say
Yeah.
the air that you're breathing,
Yeah.
what direction is it traveling?
The direction that has less pressure.
It travels to fill the volume, or it expands. Gas expands to fill the available space, right?
Yes.
Right.
You're
So it
right.
goes in all directions. Agreed.
All directions.
Yeah.
It depends
Gas.
where the low pressure area is. Yeah,
Yeah,
it
but
goes in
it
all.
doesn't. Yeah, but it all the gas behavior is not just like for example, the wind is not always in one direction, right?
Mm,
Sometimes on different days the wind travels in different directions, right?
well, because in spring, the wind is always going from South Pole to the North Pole. That's why it's like always raining in winter. Because
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah, so basically there's two factors. It's the way that gas behaves is that it travels freely and randomly in all directions. That's one side of why what causes it, right? Right. The second thing is that there's a temperature differential. Um, there's also the there's also a lot of like the water cycle. There's a lot of different variables. Um, I'm pretty sure there's a water cycle. I think there's like another like I'm sure there's like three or two other things that I'm missing, but I
Well,
can't
the
Nitrogen
wind
remember.
is just
cycle.
basically caused, like you said, and like Flatzy said, from differential in heating, which
Yeah,
causes air pressure differences due to temperature variations. So that's
right.
leading to different pressures. And then wind and air actually move naturally across different areas between high pressure and low pressure. So basically, as Flatsy said, entropy. Yeah. And other than that,
Yep.
that's it.
Yeah, temperature
Question
is
done.
what causes a gas pressure gradient. but this is what you would need in a delta X. So delta X means a change in gas pressure. The pressure meaning that you need a container for the gas to achieve pressure. The gradient is only a result of that with the given temperature differential.
Okay. So
And
So
that's
the
just not a flat Earth answer. Yeah, that is the globe paradigm. That is the current belief
yes,
that we're stating
yes,
to you. You're not getting
exactly.
wind according to the globe due to rotation of the Earth, because apparently
Wait,
when the Earth's rotating, the atmosphere is moving alongside it and with it.
that's not true.
right, and that's
So
also
if
a
that's not
claim.
true, then why can't we leave the surface of the Earth in, say, a balloon or a helicopter, sit there and hover, and wait for the destination to come to us?
You already know what I'm going to answer you, don't you?
Yeah, you're going to tell me that the wind is moving and that the atmosphere is moving with the Earth,
Yes,
just like I
you already
stated.
know.
And you just said that that was garbage. So which way is it? Yeah.
Right.
But
So do you
That's
think?
what we call a
Okay.
gotcha.
He's just
Yep.
contradicted himself.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
I didn't.
Okay. Explain how you did not contradict yourself. Go ahead.
Because I was just trying to make sure you know how is the wind created, and you say it. And I'm going to go to the next question.
No, 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 no. You're not
Well,
going to the next
No,
no,
no.
question.
no,
What?
No
no.
chance, mate. No
We're
chance. That's
staying
completely
on this
I
disingenuous.
question.
stated that there was no wind due to Coriolis on the globe due to the fact that the
Yep.
atmosphere is moving with the globe. You stated no, that's incorrect. I then asked you why we could not leave the Earth and hover and wait for a destination to come to us. And then you went, oh, well, you know what I'm going to say. And I do. You're going to tell me that the atmosphere is connected to the Earth rotating with it. Therefore, it's not possible. So, yes, you have contradicted yourself.
Hmm, that's too fast.
No,
Take a
so if you
moment.
can just concede your point, accept that that's what happened, and then we can move on after you've conceded.
Yeah. Take a moment to think about it. Really try to understand what he just told you.
Yeah. Maybe it's because of my poor English sometimes.
Okay, how about this? How about this? Can you repeat what he said? Can you repeat back to us what
Okay.
you heard him
Yeah, I'm
say?
trying to do it right now. He said that why I forgot the whole point. No,
Okay, one more time, AJ. Say it again one more time.
Let me help
I
you
know what
out.
you're saying. I
Okay,
just
so
cannot.
you asked us the question, what causes wind? Now, I gave you the answer that
Yep.
was entropy. Okay. I told you that that was due to differential in heating. The
Yep.
differential in heating creates different pressure, where
Yep.
high pressure will then go to lower pressure, causing entropy. We also
That's
have wind movement, where air, again, naturally moves between high and low pressure areas. Okay.
that's
I
right.
said it
Yep.
is not, wind is not caused by the Coriolis effect or the rotation of the Earth. It's caused by entropy, as stated. Okay. And then you said, no, that is incorrect, that the wind is caused by the rotation of the Earth. I then
Oh,
asked you
yes.
why
The wind is
we
caused by the
cannot.
rotation of the Earth.
Okay, so if that is the case, why then
Yes.
can we not leave the Earth's surface in a hot air balloon or a helicopter and then wait for the location to come to us? Right? And then you said, no,
Um,
we couldn't do that.
the, the reason of that is let me think about this. Yeah, you're right. I need to think.
Okay, take your time.
Yeah,
Take your
yeah.
time,
I
bro.
think I contradicted myself. Yeah, you're right at the moment. Yeah. So we have mountains that make the pressures, don't we? Do you agree on that?
Mountains that what? You're
Yeah, the mountains, like the Earth is rotating, and the wind, and those mountains are making different pressure, like pressure differential.
um
Is that right?
the mountains are creating a difference in pressure, you said?
Yeah. So
Okay.
that's how we have wind in every direction. Can that be right?
Why would the earth need to be rotating for the mountains to have difference in pressure?
Like the Earth is rotating, okay, and the atmosphere is like the air is going from uh, south to north because of the winter, for example. And there is mountains that are somehow manipulating this.
What?
Yeah.
The
Wait.
mountains are manipulating what?
A wind that is going from south to north.
Okay.
Well, mountains will direct wind, yeah, because it's a physical barrier. So where I live, there's a lot of mountains, and when it gets very windy, there's big valleys, and you hear the wind howling down through the valleys, and the wind will come in all different directions due to the valleys and the mountains
High
around
pressure,
me. Okay.
high pressure always goes to low pressure. It
But at
always
the end of the day, correct. I'm not quite sure what you're trying to achieve here because what you asked was what creates the wind.
high
We
pressure.
gave you the answer. Of course, mountains and valleys and different temperatures are going to direct these winds in different directions. I'm not sure where you're trying to go, Soul
High
Soul.
pressure always goes to low pressure.
But I would throw a curveball in this guy's logic because, for
No,
instance,
I would. I
In
wouldn't.
Cali-
I think he already
in,
did.
in
Let him
California,
cook. Go ahead.
in California, you have something called the Santa Ana wind, and it's actually coming off of the coast where there's no mountains. So your mountains causing these pressures aren't being created by mountains. So it kind of negates your position of only the mountains spinning are creating these pressures, because Santa Ana winds, they're not coming over mountains, because from San Diego to LA, it's a plain. It's there's no mountains to be creating such high gust winds, and it's actually winds coming off the coast. So I
It's
think you need to go back to the drawing board and
Yeah.
rethink what you're
The
thinking.
mountains
it's only. It's
the
still
mountains won't
high.
create wind, but in your local area, they may direct it into different directions due to the hills and
Right,
valleys, but it's
right,
not
right.
creating the wind, and it's not
Exactly.
something it's more
Yes.
local in your area to not everywhere.
Exactly.
That's why wind is always a different direction because high pressure always goes to low pressure.
Okay,
Right.
okay, so let's hear his response
Hey,
to the
wait.
winds coming off the coast. There's no mountains there. What's your response to that?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, GG no re. I'm just kidding, by the way. That was a joke.
Hey, am I hearing sassy?
You mean
I'm
Flatsy?
Sorry, everyone.
I'm kind of sassy.
Sassy.
I may be a
All
little
right.
sassy.
All right, my bad.
I'm patting my back.
No, that definitely is Sassy's voice.
I'm patting my back
Depends
tonight.
how much she's had to drink as to how sassy she.
Oh well, I also I made a homemade chicken pot pie tonight,
Lame.
and it was so amazing. Can I show you guys a picture? I will. I'm gonna show you.
I want to see.
So just to are you, by the way, the guy who asked about wind, are you still there? Is he still here or is he
Who
gone?
who are you talking to about me?
The guy who was asking of us what
Oh,
causes the
oh
wind.
yeah.
Are you still there?
No, I think he's jumped out. Yeah, he's
Oh, okay.
ditched us.
All good.
He's got to go do some thinking.
Yep. It happens.
Gotta do some stuff. Just got to do stuff.
Yeah.
Who
I
else we got
was
in here?
any other globe, any other spinning space ball monkey
I don't know.
religion?
What are we even talking about in here anyway? Wait, flat Earth. Oh
Yeah.
shit! Does anyone really want to have this conversation? Because I'm down. I'm a glober. Let's go.
Okay.
But
Why
let's
are
be
you a
like chill
glober?
about it though. Let's not yell at each other. I hate that.
Okay, why are you a glober?
Well, alright. So when we're looking at,
Yeah, go ahead.
well, I'm not sure why you're laughing.
Go ahead.
So when I look at the flat Earth model, where is the equator?
There's
There's
no
not
flat Earth model.
a model.
There's no flat Earth model.
Well, but like, if there is a flat Earth, where's the equator? That's what I want to know. I'm just asking for real.
I'll
The
tell you.
size is
Like,
unknown yet.
I'm actually kind of starting to come around to this side, but then everyone keeps being mad at me instead of
The,
answering questions.
the size of the Earth is unknown. The
Let
size
me
of the Earth is unknown.
Yeah.
let me tell him where the equator comes from. So it's also
Yeah,
it's yeah, I'm gonna tell you. It's a right angle triangle, what we would call an elevation angle to the celestial sphere of stars, and the
a
equator would be,
triangle.
yeah, it's an elevation angle. So it would be a triangle from your position
Well, that
to.
wouldn't make any sense with what we can see in the sky. See, this is what I'm talking about. All
I'm
right,
not done.
keep going. Sorry.
What?
Sorry, I'm almost done. I'm sorry. I'm almost done. So an elevation angle would be from your position to some object at an elevation, which would be Polaris at this instance, because you're at the equator. So it's a celestial thing. It's not a terrestrial thing. It's a celestial thing. It's only the ground position of something celestial. So we're taking an
Nobody can
elevation.
answer this.
I'm telling you, though, we're
I can.
taking an
You've already
elevate.
failed to answer it.
Just let
I'm
her
sorry.
finish. Let her finish. Let her finish.
What are you talking about? I'm talking. I'm trying to break it down for you so you understand it, and you just, oh, I failed. You're not listening though.
Look, maybe I'm
Just
dumb.
let her
Maybe I'm
cook.
dumb. I'll
Just let her
listen. I'm sorry.
cook. Let her cook. Let her cook.
Listen. So, celestial is not terrestrial. Do you know the difference between celestial and terrestrial? Okay,
I do not.
tell you. I'll tell you.
Let,
Celestial would be something in the sky, some sort of object in the sky, like stars, moon, sun. Those are celestial
Like
objects.
things we can see.
Yeah, or in the sky that we can see, not just anything,
Okay.
just in the sky that we, because there's some sort of anomaly of the sky that makes it seem like the stars are some sort of pinprick. I can give you a citation for this from Berkeley, but it's almost like the sky is laid over us with pinpricks in it, and they move above us with those pinpricks, and they have ground positions. This is why we're able to do celestial navigation,
But
is because we have
does that
these.
really
all right.
make sense to you, though?
let,
No, no,
let me
no.
help out a little bit, yeah?
Not done.
So,
Go
and I'm
ahead,
going to steel
AJ.
man you, Flatsy. I'm going to
Well,
steel
no,
man
hold
you,
on.
Flatsy.
I'm
It's
not
all
trying to
good.
stop you from. I'm not trying to stop you from
I
giving
know,
your
because I
explanation,
feel
but
like
I
does
can.
that
I
really
feel
make
like that
sense to
you
you though?
asked where
Like
the
pinpricks, like
equator
there's
I
came
like
from.
can.
graph paper around us,
Hang on,
I
and there's
Just
a
let
light on the
AJ.
other
Just let
side.
AJ
hang
help.
on,
Go
dude.
ahead.
You've
man.
you were
Let,
asking about the equator to begin with, okay? So let me answer that for you. So
Well, hold
this is
on.
going to also hang on. This is also going to steel man what Flatsy's saying. Okay, so what we have around the Earth is latitude lines. Okay, these are parallel lines that encircle the Earth, parallel to the equator. These latitude lines are measured from elevation angles to Polaris. And once we get to the
So
equator,
the equator would
we can
simply
know.
be a
Hold on.
circle.
Let AJ finish. Just let
So
AJ
the
finish.
equator is the equidistant circle, correct? And this is measured from flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris. But it would be the equidistant circle between the north and the south.
Does that answer
Well,
your
and see,
question?
this is kind of why I'm trying to say, like, I might actually be coming around, but I'm not gonna come around simply because you said something.
No, we don't want you to come around
But
because
yeah,
we said
so like
something.
the
We're not
equator,
here to change
I need
anybody's
some
mind.
questions.
Okay, I sent
Okay, where do
Well,
you
but
see the
no,
Earth?
I need some questions answered.
a citation in
It's
Well, we
the
not
just
that
did,
you.
yeah.
It's not that you're supposed to change my mind, and I'm not here to change yours. I'm not even going to try. But I need some questions answered in order for this to make sense.
Ludo.
Okay, where do you see the
That's
Earth as a
cool.
sphere in real life? Where do you see that?
Me. I sent a citation in the chat. Did you see that?
No. Is that like a warning for me or something?
Yeah, look in the chat. It's the
No,
the
she's
It's not a
showing you
warning.
how they
I
have a
mean, you can just
celestial
mute me.
sphere.
I mean,
It's
people
not a
mute me all the
warning.
time, and I
It's
still
not
move
a. It's
on.
No,
not a
no,
warning.
Like,
Ludo,
my life
stop,
doesn't
stop,
exist
stop.
here, so.
Relax, relax.
Ludo, all it is a citation now
yeah. I,
explaining how they measured that elevation angle from a flat surface by chopping the Earth in half and having the observer stand on the equatorial plane where they place the stars in a dome above your head. They do this because they require that horizontal plane to measure the
All right.
angle. So if you have a look at what she posted
So,
at
I
53
got
minutes past the hour, the celestial sphere.
well, look,
yeah. I got the celestial sphere.
look,
I'll even quote it if you can't see it. It's in the voice chat, which is like a one of those you know how they have some sort of chat
I'm,
bubble, a chat bubble above something with an arrow to the person saying it. There's a chat bubble that you can click on and
yeah,
be where in the voice chat.
I'm not gonna go there. But
Okay,
like
I'll
I
read
can picture
I'll
inside of my mind. I
I'll
can
read
picture inside of my
I'll read
mind
it.
how the equator,
Okay,
given the
I'll read
flat
it.
Earth model,
Okay,
like how
I'll read
there's like an ice wall
okay.
around us on the outside, and then we
Okay.
have one on the inside.
Okay, I
Like
will read it.
I can kind of picture
I'll
why it would be possible
Well,
that this like
hang on
the
a second.
sun
I
would
just
be
let me clear something up,
closer to certain
Ingrid.
places than others, and it would
okay.
create like a it would
Okay.
create like a circle.
Okay, I'll
Yes.
But
read
see,
it.
So
here's the thing
let me
too
clear
is
up this ice wall thing first,
I
Flatsy.
started thinking about
Oh, brother.
how
Dude,
certain places on Earth,
shut
have
up.
summer like all the time, like they're
Okay.
like
Okay,
and
Ludo, I
also
just
the
want to
fact
clear up.
that well, hear me out,
Hang on,
please.
No,
because you're sort of stacking claims here, dude.
I don't want to
Want
hear
to
Well,
go
no, hear me
one
out
thing at a
though.
time. Let us go one. Yeah, let us go one point at a time so that we can discuss one point at a time.
All
Otherwise,
right,
we're
so
just
we're gonna
lost.
talk
We're
You
about
just
the
don't
fact
want
that it's
to talk
summer
about.
and winter on opposite sides of the planet.
Oh my god. You don't
That's
know
what
what
we're going
you're
to talk
well.
about. Let's
No,
talk
first
about
we're
this.
going to
And it
clarify.
actually makes
No, no,
sense to me
no.
if I look
We're
at the
going.
equator as a
Dude,
circle.
stop,
If I look at
man.
the
Stop for a
equator
minute,
as a circle, then I can start.
about.
dude. I'm going to mute you because you can't control yourself. Yeah, we're going to take it one step at a time. Your first claim was ice walls. Yes. Oh,
Did he
I
leave?
think
Was
he's
that?
gone.
Oh
Yeah,
my
he jumped
god.
out. Meltdowns today.
I really don't care. What a nightmare.
Wow.
Well, if he can't control the room, why should he want to be here? You know.
He was just
Yeah.
so loud and belligerent. I don't want to hear somebody that doesn't want to hear anyone else's point of view. Honestly,
Yeah, I don't know what I don't know why he wouldn't just let all of us finish. I think AJ was getting somewhere, and he just he just bolted.
Well, it seems like he asked a question. Once someone started to answer it, he then had another interjection on his own question. So it was like it was throwing himself off.
Yeah, I don't see the. Oh, you know the other thing too is see the thing is, as soon as he brought up flat Earth model, like instantly I was like, oh no, this is not gonna. But I mean,
Right.
I
yeah,
will I will happily read out my citation to anyone. And it doesn't seem like it's very flat earth friendly, but that's only because people that are globe earthers are stupid.
wow, damn, that's shade. That's
Yeah,
shade.
because it's the truth. Because it says, even though we now know that this ancient model of stationary Earth is incorrect, we still use this model because it is a convenient way to predict the motions of stars and planets relative to a location on Earth.
Right. Which is
So
like key, like
globe
because you
will be like, oh, that says that it's still not a stationary Earth, blah, 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 blah. It means blah, blah, blah. No, it says that it still uses a stationary Earth. Come
right.
on. People are so dumb. Come on.
I will say this. I don't know if you guys have ever gotten into debates with people on TikTok, but whoa, TikTok's got some crazy glober zealots on there, and they will not, listen at all. They don't get it. And here's what I learned. There's so many people that are so now further indoctrinated into the globe because the topic is so popular nowadays. And you have, your typical goons that are spreading those lies to them, that they come with these dumbass questions like what you just know, like you said, once he said model, flat earth model, like they're still trying to incorporate their disc that they see on YouTube that's fucking a falsehood, and they're trying to create it to be like to fit it in with their heliocentric model. So it's counterproductive because you can't get through to them if they're constantly like making their
Assumptions.
their assumptions, because they're incorporating their heliocentric model with the flat earth model, but they're both not, you can't go at it like that. You gotta
Yeah,
break them down.
it's a false. Yeah, it's basically they create a idea of flat Earth in their head, and then unfortunately, it always backfires because like basically the only thing that they should be when they think of flat Earth, the only thing is it's not curving and it's not spinning slash rotating, and at the very least it's either no vacuum or basically there has to be a container. If it's in a vacuum, you definitely need a container. So the main two things is just the earth is not curving and it's not rotating spinning, right? So those are like that's like the model, I guess, but there's not really a model. So you know what I mean?
Right.
Because there's see the thing is the size of the earth is no one has ever actually proven it. So that's why this whole like, oh, we have to come up with a model. That's no, we don't, because that would be really not accurate at all. Because no one knows the size of the earth.
Yeah.
So
Well, especially when you're dealing with looking at something optically and then trying to say, well, my measurements and calculations are based upon what I'm seeing optically. And it's like, dude, from day to day, then that means your observations will change because optically that horizon changes. And it's either their globe Earth model is either getting bigger on one day and smaller on another, but they can't grasp that either. They don't
yeah.
understand. Yeah, they don't understand. Your math
Could
doesn't work overall.
it's even worse than that because, like, okay, imagine you're at the beach, right? And let's say you're looking out at the horizon, okay? And then let's say 10 minutes later, some random guy out of nowhere just walks up to you and he says, wait, that's not the horizon. Would you believe him? Obviously not, right? But the people that believe in the globe, they say, "Oh, actually what you're seeing, it's actually not it's actually in a different location, so therefore it's being refracted, so it's an illusion, right? So you're seeing it not where it's actually supposed to
The
be."
mirage, yeah.
Right. So it is literally insane. Like it's almost like it is insanity actually because if you see something that is so obvious, like every day you see the horizon, literally every day, you're not hallucinating. No, it's not an illusion. That would be insane. It's literally insanity. So yeah,
Hmm.
it's not an illusion. They just believe it is.
Yeah, they can't grasp that though. They will
Yeah.
they it's almost like they refuse to accept the fact that we are seeing things that you shouldn't be seeing, but then you have goons online that are saying, no, it makes perfect sense. That's what we calculated and expected to be based upon the globe Earth math with the calculations of refraction. So yes, we should see that from this distance. And it's like, dude, no, like you cannot piss on my leg and tell me it's raining when I'm seeing like over something that's obstructing my view, like optically. Like no difference than you
Yeah.
standing behind a car, right? And all I can see is the top of your head. But then you're gonna tell me on another day I can see your waist? Like get the fuck out of here. You're lost, bro. Like you are
Yeah.
wrong to think
Yeah.
that, dude. Crazy.
Yeah, imagine someone coming up to you, like let's say you're I don't know, let's say you're playing tennis, right? And the the referee of the tennis match, he says, you're not actually playing tennis against this guy that you're seeing across the net. Like that is literally how stupid this argument is. He,
Right.
the referee's going to be like, "Oh wait, no, you're actually playing against this other guy on a different tennis court right next door." And
That's
it's like,
refracted up
no,
in your view.
that's reflected over the tennis court. It's so
Right.
stupid, bro. It's so
How people
stupid.
ignore self-evident truth.
It's so stupid.
Yeah. And they won't get that though. They don't even get that analogy. They won't even understand because they can't comprehend like logically like what you're trying to explain to them. Like, dude,
Yeah.
if I see it, it's not obstructed. And there is
Especially the fact that you've seen you've seen horizons your whole life, like every single day of your life. It's not like one time, right? So the idea that all of them were illusions is like insanity. It's actually insanity.
well, what I've noticed is that they like to focus on moments of time to prove their falsehood. But you can just simply tell them, okay, but on another day, you can see the bottom of that boat. If the conditions were correct, you can see that in the distance where you're saying it's completely behind the ball or the water mountain, right? But they're just going to tell you, oh, yeah, because refraction lifted it up. Like, dude, like now you're just in La La Land. Yeah, you're just in Narnia.
So
If you think that things come up.
my question to them would be like, did you actually see the real boat or did you see the optical boat?
Yeah, the phantom boat.
Like
The
it's so
phantom.
it's stupid. Yeah,
And
it's
that's
really
that's
stupid.
that's what I meant though by saying they're seeing something in a moment and they snap a picture. And I feel like telling them, okay, wait for 4 hours and hopefully that boat is anchored. And then in 4 hours' time, you will all of a sudden see more of that boat. miraculously. You're gonna
You
see it
know,
now.
you know what the trick is, though. You know what the trick is. Okay, so you know how I said there's a guy standing at the beach and he's looking out at the horizon. The trick is that when the guy comes up to him and says that's not the horizon, that actually is a claim. Or if he says, "Oh, it's, it's you're seeing it this way because of this." That actually is a claim that goes against your senses. So that also needs to be validated. So if they say, "Oh, it's because of this reason," or "This is what's going on with the light," those are all positive claims, right?
Right.
So they never actually validate that it's that it's whatever they're telling you. They just say it. Just like, oh, gravity. Oh, it's you see the horizon because of gravity. Nice. Great. Can you validate that? It's the same bullshit with gravity and refraction. The same shit.
Yeah, those are their wedges that they can use to fill the gaps and the holes of when things don't make sense. Like when you show them how electrostatics can levitate an object, and it's not a like a light object. It could be an object with weight, and you would think logically, well, this thing should be pulling down, and they're like, no, no, no. Then they'll agree with you. No, no, kinetics can make things rise. Okay, but you just debunked yourself though, because you said that gravity exists. So if you're saying that gravity
Hey,
can
Ox,
hold,
Ox, please don't do that. Please don't.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no scientific evidence to gravity. Well, you know what's
I
actually
know that's
really
the point.
funny?
That's
You
the
know what's
point of
really
it.
funny? I I actually thought of I actually like a different question. So,
Hello?
but before we get into
Hello?
this, is there any other globers in here? Any other
Me.
globe
I'm a glober.
believers?
I'm a glober.
You're a glober?
Yeah.
Okay, why are you a glober?
Why am I glober? Because the Earth is not flat.
Wow. Okay, and how do you know that the Earth is not flat?
Because I went up to space and I saw it wasn't flat, so it was like a ball.
You have to lie, though, hey?
You went to
No.
space? Holy shit,
Yeah.
bro. That's crazy.
Do you have one ball? How many balls do you have?
Wait, when did you go to space?
Oh, he left. He's out here.
It's such a
Oh, he's
globe that I have to lie to prove it.
all right.
Good times, bro. All right, are there any other people in here that believe in the spinning ball space monkey religion? Okay, I guess flat Earth wins today. GG's, guys. Moment of silence for the globe. I'm just kidding. We don't need a moment of silence.
Flat Earth wins every day, my dude.
Facts,
There is
bro.
no alternative.
Yep. The truth is undefeated and will always remain undefeated.
Yeah.
Because no matter what happens, reality is it is what it is. And it ain't what it ain't. Just like Asmongold said. It is what it is. What's that meme that goes, "It is what it is"? It's a really funny one. It is what it is.
So why do you guys think they're trying to cover up the flat Earth truth?
I think it's to lead people away from God.
But there's
I
lots
can
of
agree with that.
people who don't believe in flat Earth who believe in God.
Sure, but those
Well,
people still believe in heliocentrism.
it happens. So the question really, let me explain. So if the idea that the Earth is a is a rock floating in space is actually it would actually be more plausible if the Big Bang, which is a previous lie or I guess story that they told before, uh so it's basically like you have a
More
rock in
plausible.
space that is a
Uh,
result of an
It,
explosion.
it is more plausible. You're right. I'm sorry.
Right. So it's actually to the globe is actually a way to justify or make it seem plausible that you would have a Big Bang before that event. So it's actually kind of like
Attend to
a
the.
second lie basically. It's like a second addition to the other previous lie, which is the Big Bang, or I guess alleged lie. I don't know. I wasn't there, but the real question is why they lie about the Big Bang. You know, that's like the ultimate question, really.
That would be their miracle because they think that miracles don't exist, but they require miracles like the Big Bang and evolution. Those are miracles and cannot be proven. By the way, they can't be proven because of the second law of thermodynamics.
Right.
Well, like my point was that all this like wonderful mystical stuff that you guys are labeling are the things that they replace God with in people's
Don't
lives.
do what you did with me the other night, yesterday, maybe. Please don't do that. We don't need a
Go ahead.
religion.
Just let him cook. Just
Yeah,
let him
but he's
cook.
a replacement religion. We don't need that.
What is a religion? Like people pretty much agree about that. Heliocentrism is a religion.
Yeah, it's a. The thing is, but yeah,
I
what was your question? Go ahead. Just ask your question. You were gonna say something, and then I don't know what he said. He was gonna say something. I'm
I'm
pretty sure.
I
Not
talked to him.
really. I mean, like I think people know what point I was making anyway. So
Sorry, I talked to him last night and we got very far. I thought he was getting somewhere and then we got to a point and then he started talking about ether and I knew that he was alluding to the ether earth and I just that's another religion, buddy.
Yeah, there's no evidence, or at least that I'm aware of, that the ether exist, alleged ether exists.
Nobody
Um, but the
defined.
question was previously is why they lie about the globe, and so I explained, well, they had to justify the Big Bang and make it seem more plausible. And then the question is, okay, then why did they lie about the Big Bang? And so that is really that's really where um that's actually a better question, honestly. Because why would someone create an entire cosmology that
because
is
it deletes
predic
God from the picture.
to what?
It removes the need for God to be there in the creation story.
Oh, okay.
Actually, it would put God in the creation and he is in and out of the creation. So you don't need to put him inside of it. The
See,
ether idea puts
No,
him
he's
in.
saying
yeah, I would agree with Flatsy. I mean, I feel like, and you know, I'm not trying to take a side here either way, but I feel like the the globe Earth thing isn't necessarily like precluding God from it. You know, it just maybe gives a different origin for God's intervention in the creation of the universe. Um,
Yeah,
so
but
like,
the ether would be something that would be you could detect the God presence, and you can't do that. You can only give the glory to God from His creation. His creation only gives evidence to Him.
okay, I appreciate that. So, do you guys, is that a common sentiment then? Do you think that the reason that globe myth has been perpetuated is because of trying to tamp down on like religion, like like trying to get rid of God? Do you think that's like the primary motivation behind it?
Yep.
There's multiple. I think honestly, there's multiple
To me,
answers.
it's the only actual practical outcome of doing it.
Yeah, that is one. Hiding or trying to hide the creator, which is kind of. But then. But see, the thing is, in that case, then the question becomes, why do they want to hide a creator? That's then the next question is that, right?
Right, that is a good question. Do you guys have
Well,
any theories on that? Like,
yeah, like if you read the Bible, it explains all that. But I'm not going to sit here and like make an argument. I'm just going to state the
Well,
opinion.
you know what really doesn't matter? The fact that they would try to hide it, but also the reason why they would try to hijack it. So we have people in flat Earth that are dragging it through the mud and bringing God into the creation instead of holding him as the creator. They want to be able to harness the creator and be able to utilize the creator instead of just holding him outside of it.
So like idolatry, then.
Precisely. Yes. Like
Okay,
the god of the, or who is the prince of the air? There you go.
Satan.
I don't know. Kratos. I'm just kidding.
Satan.
The prince of the air is Satan.
Oh, Satan. Oh. Satan's kind of a weirdo, bro. Like, why can't he just chill? Like, I don't know what he was thinking. Oh, let me
Why
fight the ultimate being that can't be defeated by anything in existence.
why
Okay.
can't Earthers just chill? Because they know that they don't have any sort of basis off of anything, but they perpetrate it like they have some sort of basis, and they don't have any proof of it, but they act like it's like they're globers. They're globers.
No, no. I was saying, why can't Satan just chill? That was my question.
I'm giving you an example why he doesn't chill, because he's even perpetrating the flat Earth.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, that is weird.
I mean, super weird. It's super weird. Like, can you just not? Like,
Invent an entire cosmology.
people in the flat Earth are supposed to be better than that, and then they develop a whole cosmology
Oh,
outside.
oh. You know what I just realized? Okay, so
Go ahead.
i- so it's not one reason could be hiding the creator, but another reason actually is putting the sun
I'll let you
at
out.
the center, right?
Hey, we let you out.
There, there's different things, man.
Come
It's
on, in the
not
crate.
just the sun.
In the crate.
It's but
Come
the
on,
sun is
hop in.
like the heliocentric
So,
thing.
but then the question becomes, why do they always worship the sun? You know, it's just weird, man. These people are weird.
It
Why
is
can't
weird.
they? Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not something
Right.
significant. It's only what rules the day. What rules the night? It's not the sun. The sun doesn't rule the night.
Actually,
Why are
Go
you
get in the
working?
crate.
you do you want to? By the way, is
And
the guy who asked why would they lie? Are you
How
still
long?
there?
yeah, brother.
Okay, okay.
I'll get on the road.
Do you wanna hear Scott Mackey's answer for why they lied about the Big Bang?
I don't know. He's got a way out. He's jumping
Sure.
the fence. He's
So his
doing
answer
something.
was because they believed it was true.
I mean,
And
I don't know. I think that's a
right.
good reason to lie about something. I don't know if it would be a lie at that point if you actually believe it's true, but
It right, exactly. That was Scott. That was his answer. So there you go.
Yeah,
It's very anticlimactic.
I would say that that's the main reason why anyone believes anything. It's not because they're lying to you. It's because they believe it.
Yeah.
right.
Ready?
So that would
Hey,
be my next question. If you guys are willing
he's out somewhere to
to
breathe.
go into this deeper, like, why do
Underneath
you
me,
think
fat boy.
so many
Yeah.
people believe that the Earth is a globe?
I'm sorry,
Like,
I
Pictures from
muted Tom.
space.
But
That is the primary reason, and the moon landing as well.
Yeah.
Hey, you are you're hot micing AJ.
Yeah, sorry, I was talking to my wife. I got doofus sending me
We can hear
abusive
you, AJ.
messages,
You're hot
calling
like
me
it.
dumb as a brick and fatso.
Oh well,
Yeah,
you're
the primary reason is pictures from space, moon landings, obviously. You
tradition.
know, yeah.
but I
It's
mean, people believed in it before that, so obviously it has to go deeper than that, right? Like,
yeah, it's tradition. This is the reason why people believe anything is because of
Oh, their
tradition.
parents taught them. Yeah, their
Yeah.
when you were a kid in school,
right?
like when you were a kid in
But like,
school, they
how?
teach
Why
you.
did their parents start believing it? Like, what's the
I
root of
just
this?
told
You know, that's what I'm kind of trying
Yeah,
to get to.
I just told you tradition.
yeah. Who
Just
was the first person that believed that the Earth was a globe?
you don't know that. You can't
Right.
know
That's
that.
the ultimate. Yeah. See that would probably give us a clue.
But
But
you
I don't
can't.
know who invented the heliocentric model. Was it, I don't know, Galileo or some other?
No,
It was a Catholic priest.
Let's
Copernicus.
let's
Copernicus.
say that
Copernicus. Okay. So
say that
why did Copernicus believe? Why did he believe it? That's the ultimate question, I guess.
I would actually just question all of the things because history is written by the victors whatsoever. Let's question all of history and wonder back in history by your generations who was actually trying to give you that kind of knowledge if it was knowledge.
Back in
Yeah.
the day, knowledge and discovery was like
It's definitely taught in schools. So was it taught in schools at some point? Can you pinpoint when it was starting to be taught in schools? Who was the reason why? Can you trace this evidence back? Can you source this information back so
there
you
are a
know?
lot of documents. There are a lot of sorry, Flatsy. I think I know what you're getting at here, but I'll let you finish. Sorry. Oh, sorry.
No, I just want to know the source of the information because the source is what's going to be prominent. So you can understand who the source is, why the source is, and where in history it's going to be something that will be
Solidified, right?
pro- prominent. So you can go and research where they come from and their origins and this and that. So you can piece together your own, let's say, your own uh, conclusion because you need to be able to make a conclusion on your own, right?
Love
So you
everything you're saying,
know where
Flatsy.
the source comes from. So wherever the information is given to you from, let's go find out where the source is. So
Were they
we
not a Were they not a bunch of Freemasons, Patsy?
Well, if they're Freemasons, that means that they came from the Jesuits. So I'm
Right,
going to go back to the Roman Catholic Church. The
right.
Roman Catholic Church was killing a bunch of Christians who were trying to translate the Bible. And there was 6 translations of the Bible before there was the King James version.
Who was a Freemason, by the way?
All crucified and killed, not just crucified, but killed and persecuted because they were trying to translate the Bible because the Roman Catholic Church was trying to be the gatekeepers of the scripture.
Knowledge.
You hear
Yeah.
that, guys? Be a
They
gatekeeper, soon you become a psychotic murderer.
Yeah, so they were killing people and even hanging those Bibles that they translated around their necks. The Inquisition, the Crusades, all of those things were against the Albigenses, the
Yeah.
Waldenses.
It was
And
demonic.
yeah, it was pretty bad. It was awful. And you can go back and you can know where all of these things came from because luckily people died for you to know. Luckily. And
That's
they didn't
crazy.
die in vain because
Right.
died because they were fighting. They died because they were translating.
Well, yeah. Thankfully, we have some texts about that kind of stuff. You are. I like your points there, Flatsy. First of all, the victor generally does write the winning argument. Luckily, we had an argument in the latter of your statement that was about how if you're writing something or translating something, you will still have some written proof. So that's good. So I guess what you can take away from that is like if someone's screwing you over, just write something down, write a diary or something. And the middle point I think was great as well. Very scientific. You definitely got to apply yourself to a method of filtering through information, right? I think that's great. And on the point of like say heliocentric model, let's go to that first before we go to the globe or flat Earth
Yeah, Jess,
theorems. Um,
the Jess
so
and why
so
these things pass. If you don't, you have to be able to track it back to the Jesuit priest. You already know that the Big Bang was presented by a Jesuit priest, right?
I I I don't know. I don't know everything.
Yeah.
I studied a physics degree,
The,
but I know bits here and there.
the, okay. Well, the Big Bang was presented by a Jesuit priest who was also a proclaimed astronomer,
I have a
and
question.
What? Right.
we need the globe Earth. We need the globe Earth as a setting stage for something like that. Because how are you going to believe um, the Big Bang if you don't have some sort of um, globe Earth in a cosmic vacuum? You know, like that's not believable unless you have that kind of setting. They needed this kind of like stage for everyone to believe the evolution setting. So
Okay.
it's not. It's these are things that have been propped up in history from the 1700s. I can go back and I can present you with a meeting from the 1700s that was meant to propagate the evolution idea, but it started with Franz Mesmer. Mesmer being the mesmerize, he was going to introduce the occultism into medicine. And it was going to be considered scientific because he was going to be able to mesmerize Franz mesmerize the clients that he had into some sort of state of being so he could operate on them, and they wouldn't know that he was operating on them until afterwards, right? So that sounds a lot like anesthetic, right?
Yeah.
So okay, so that's the 1700s. So I can trace it back to the 1700s at least with that kind of progressive uh, agenda towards the globe Earth evolution type of paradigm. This is something that was very meticulously calculated throughout history because they play the long game where we are so short minded and now we have TikTok brains and we don't freaking know what's happening 30 seconds away from us anymore. I'm just wondering. I don't have TikTok and I don't have Facebook and I don't have these things. So I'm wondering what the heck is going on around me all the time.
Wow. Okay, that's brilliant. Great, like social point of view. Great, interesting kind of I mean, we do have the whole victor, and kind of like all that kind of idea. Um, I would say that like there are some groups of people who can be demonized, but I'd advise to stay off of that genre some of the time, especially if there's no written kind of like article about it that you can reference or have referenced. But ultimately, I would say yeah, you're pretty much on the money there, Flatsy. Um, what I'm scared about, but also what leads me to a happy thought. So I'm scared about the idea that there's so much science out there that can't be um, like proven yet. But that's what gives me the happy thought is the scientific method is like the nipple on the circle or sphere of information that provides the expansion of that circle over averages over time. If you think of it like a little nipple, then you spread the word of that knowledge, and then it becomes the circle. If you see what I mean, if people believe it. And it's proven, that's how things get into our journals. So that's good. You know, we have hope. We have hope that we can get information and we can agree on things, which is great. And I think that's like kind of like the whole corpus mentis and like axiom of this channel. Even it's about using the scientific method, using debate to kind of prove and or prove and try and persuade. And those are human things to prove and persuade. So not everyone's going to agree with what you say, but it's what it is.
I have a question. I confess that I am a glober, as it were, and it's been interesting to listen to you guys. What about like the historical cases of people who have been persecuted for putting forward a cosmological model that is closer to the mainstream consensus than to the flat Earth model?
Okay, I would
Like
say that
historical cases
the
where
only
people. Sorry.
the only historical cases that I can find are someone that's under house arrest that was able to still be free, but under house arrest.
Well, I was thinking of
That's just
Giordano Bruno
eh,
specifically, who's a Dominican friar, and he was ultimately burned
are
at the
what
stake
are
as a
we talking about?
heretic because
Are
he,
we talking about like certain individuals? Are we
yeah.
talking about a mass like extermination of people?
Well, I mean, I was just providing a specific
Yeah,
example.
but the Crusades and the Inquisition was exclusively from the Roman Catholic Church against people who were translating and distributing the scripture. That was what those um, uh, let's say the what are they called, like persecution. Those are the persecutions from history that we're talking about. So you need to go back and study the history from when Constantine came into power, from then, and how many people tried to translate the scriptures and how many people were persecuted for that reason.
Right.
They had
And
Bibles hung around their necks and they were burned at the stakes. And
yeah,
people
and
like to talk about like the uh the Spanish Inquisition, the Crusades, and all that. The
Well,
Crusades on the Waldenses and Albigenses, and they were Christians that were trying to spread the actual gospel. So they were, the Crusades were on them. They were the ones that were persecuted. They wouldn't eat the bread.
well,
They needed to do in those times was eat that bread, and they refused to eat the bread. You know what I'm
well,
talking about? The communion, the eat
yeah,
the
of course,
bread,
the
drink the
Eucharist and
wine.
all that.
Yeah, they wouldn't
well,
eat.
Specific.
Flatsy, he's actually bringing up a good point because what I got from that was that he's actually pointing out to when people were coming up with this falsehood that went against what they originally
Okay,
believed in. Uh,
I'm trying to give
I'm
some
not done.
actual.
I'm not done, Flatsy.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So he actually brings up a good point for our argument because back then, I mean, as sad as it was, there were people being persecuted for spreading this heretic falsehood, and then they were killed because they knew back then that it wasn't a globe spinning heliocentric model, blah blah blah. So they were killed. But imagine in today's world if you were killed for your falsehood belief. But with that
That
being said,
wasn't the
okay,
case back then.
go ahead, Flossie. I'm gonna mute myself.
Yeah, that wasn't the case back then. It wasn't about the globe and any of that.
No, no,
No,
no, it was. No, it was. No, no, Flatsy,
no, it was
people.
about the bread.
Okay,
And
Flatsy. People were being killed that were trying to tell the church
I don't
of
know
this.
what you're talking about.
Okay, okay, I'm gonna.
I don't know what he's talking about. All I know is that in the Dark Ages,
If you don't know what I'm talking about, then why are you over? Get that
I
kind of.
do know what I'm talking about.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that people back then, the people that were bringing up this heliocentric model or this, rotating Earth, round Earth, that they were trying to,
He's
like,
not talking. I am. I'm talking about further back.
all right, I think you're just missing the point, but it's okay.
I'm not dismissing the point. I'm talking about further back.
I think we all agree that new information creates friction, and some people go to the extremes with that friction, and I
I'm
think that's
talking about further back. He's talking about something that was more recent in the past. I'm talking about the Dark Ages. What happened in those times?
Okay, so then we're crossing each other, Flatsy, because what I was saying is that he brought up a good. In other words, you're not arguing his point. His point was about somebody that started talking about heliocentrism and then was killed for it, and you're like, no, 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 back before then. But that's not
That's
his point,
correct.
though. So what I'm saying, I'm trying to. I know. I'm just trying to correct her because she just totally missed her point. But my point about your point was that what you said was that once upon a time, when someone introduced that falsehood, they were killed because they found it to be like it was heretic to the church. Like they didn't believe in that, so then you were just a liar, if you will, and
No,
thou shalt not lie. Go ahead,
I,
Flatsy. Go ahead.
I did address this point because the person he was alluding to was placed under house arrest. So I said they were placed under house arrest. They weren't persecuted. They weren't killed. They weren't even. Um,
Giordano Bruno was killed. Galileo was put in house arrest. That's correct, but Bruno was killed.
Galileo was
He was
put
burned
under
at the
house.
stake.
So I was just saying, like the vast majority of people in the prior times were killed because they were trying to translate the scriptures. There was 6 different scriptures before the King James,
You're talking about
and
two different things, Flatsy.
all of the people that were trying to translate those scriptures from the Roman Catholic Church, who are the persecutors of all these people that you're talking about, were persecuting Christians that were trying to translate the scriptures beforehand.
But that's a
Before,
different argument.
yeah, no, it leads up to that.
No, no, but that wasn't his point though.
That's the
Like
backdrop.
he's not talking about the translation of scriptures. He's talking about the theory or the of this new system of heliocentrism compared to those that were in the scriptures that knew the earth. And the reason why I started was like he's
I'm not
actually
saying that.
he's
I'm saying
actually. I know that's not what you're saying, but that's not what he's saying. I'll shut up. Go ahead. I'll let you talk.
I'm just saying that those people that were house arrested or maybe killed, that was very few. It was a tiny amount of people that were trying to do something alluding to what we have now. And I was telling them about the 1700s with Franz Mesmer leading up to from before that there was just persecution of people trying to translate the Bible in the 1600s. Guess what? The King James version of the Bible came out with the printing press because of King James, and the English uh, uh,
But
the people that were in charge, let's say the monastery, the kings were either Protestant or they were Catholic. It was swapping back and forth all the time. So at that point we had a Protestant king who had the printing press under his authority, and he allowed them to go through with a translation, and they had 6 different groups of people that sent all of the verses through each 6 different groups to translate the King James Version Bible, because they had to translate through the Geneva, and uh there were 6 different other.
I get that, but that's not his argument. Do you understand that?
This is the backdrop to his argument. It really does matter that he has some sort of backdrop and stage setting for what he's arguing for.
Could
Okay,
I intercept here and
go ahead.
ask a question that I think is relevant here?
Go ahead.
So earlier I asked, why do people believe? Why do so many people believe the Earth is a globe, right? And the answer I got was because of like pictures from space and that kind of thing. But now we're kind of going back into this historical thing, right? Where way back hundreds of years ago, there were people who were arguing that the Earth was flat, and they would kill people, right, for offering these alternative viewpoints. So obviously, at some point a long time ago,
That's
there
false.
was.
That's incorrect. Don't
Well, okay,
poison the
maybe
well
not
and
kill
with
people,
lies. Don't
but there.
poison the.
I'm not
Don't
trying
do
to
that.
poison the well or anything, right? But that's what this conversation is kind of dug up, right? Is that this sort of tension goes back a
No, it
long.
hasn't. You just brought that up. No, the conversation has nothing to do with um people's lives on the line due to shape of
Okay.
Earth. So no, that was just
So once
something you
upon
made
a
up.
time, heliocentrism was like people were getting killed for believing in that once upon a time. But
Right.
then,
That's what I'm
but
saying.
then, but then, not until the church accepted that because one of their own archbishops came out with that model and then started propagating it. Then the church finally accepted that claim because then things started spreading. So to answer your
So
question,
yeah.
the answer to this question, he said, how did everybody start believing in it? Is because it started getting propagated through the church itself. Once the church backed it, then everybody started believing it because it's
Okay.
one of their own. Okay, I'll stop. Go ahead.
Right. No. I appreciate that. So we've got the how then. What's the why behind it?
That goes to a whole nother argument because you could talk about the platform of it's just demonic. It's a demonic belief that's just you're taking God's creation, and what better for the adversary to make everybody believe that the creation that you have been living on all your life and the scriptures told you what it was, that it isn't that. And then they changed it and they made it something to where God is not even in the equation because their equation is mathematical and they have a big bang and it's all happenstance and these coincidences, and that's a whole nother argument.
Right. But you're saying that this came from the church, right? So that
Yeah,
seems a
exactly.
little.
No, that came from the Catholic Church.
The
It came
Catholic
from the
Church.
city,
Yeah.
the Vatican City.
Right.
Very specific. It didn't come from Christianity. It came from the Pope.
Yeah.
Catholicism. So Catholicism is
Catholicism.
in
Yeah.
Christianity.
It was a wolf in sheep's
Realistically,
clothing.
though, guys,
Yeah.
realistically, at the end of the day, yeah, to answer Chardsy's question, is people lie for many reasons, but it's usually for some type of gain. Yeah, gain,
Right.
control, power, etc. So why they exactly lied, we're speculating. Yeah, we can't tell why certain individuals lie. However, like I said, we do know that it is for usually some type of gain.
For control
Right.
and
And I
power.
get
Yeah.
that. But we're talking not just
Well,
about
why?
like an
Well, just think about
individual
this.
here.
Why do people lie and
We're
say
talking
that
about
air has weight?
an entire
Why do
institution,
people lie
like an
about that?
entire religion, right? Like millions and millions of people. This isn't just like an individual trying to advance themselves. This is like an
Well,
institutional level
we don't know how
conspiracy,
many people.
essential, right?
We don't
Like,
know exactly how many people would know the truth. Yeah, the majority probably don't. The majority are just taught the way that we are. They believe it, and they go
Well,
on and they do their
see, he's
compartmentalized
asking relative
jobs.
questions. The truth of what? The truth in the Vatican. You're in the Vatican City. What truths do you know? They literally own the largest library. I mean, yeah. What truths are you talking about that they're lying about and hiding? Like,
But
is
here's
it
the
a
thing, though. But hold on, though. Here's the
like
thing, though. Hold on, just real quick. We're talking about things that we know nothing about, to be honest, because that's the past. Let's talk about today of what can you present on the table right now that can actually, for in your own self belief, if you're a Glober, that would make sense to what was once taught way back in the day. We can't go back then, so that's like a dead
lay
argument
it out
because
flat
we
on
weren't
the
there.
table,
So
right?
how
Lay it out
exactly? So
flat on the
flat
table.
on the table, exactly. So as a
Lay it on the
Glober,
table.
right?
Let's
What
assess it.
what
Let's
evidence
assess
do you
these
have?
measurements.
Exactly. So what evidence does a Glober have that would actually make the arguments from way back then valid? And I would say, in my own words, I would say we're at a point today in 2024. Today, we're at a point to where we can say, yeah, they lied to us because it's not that. Because everything they said back then, we have now have measurements and observations that destroy that narrative. So why does a Glober still believe the lies from hundreds of years ago? Let's go there.
Right.
Thousands
And
of years ago.
that's kind of the question I'm trying to ask. I'm not trying to argue with you about,
Why
you
would
know,
your
if
first
the Earth
appeal
is flat or
be
not,
to
but I'm trying to kind of
a
get to the
Greek
bottom of
from
whether or not,
4,000 years
what is
ago?
the motivation behind it? What's the end goal? You know, the Earth is flat,
The
so
end goal.
how are they able to
What
cover
end
this up?
goal are
How are
you
they able to
covering
convince
it
so
up?
many
You
people?
you are covering it up. You don't even know why. You don't even know
You're
why
being
you're
really
arguing
contentious
for
with me,
Hold on,
man.
illogical.
hold on. Wait.
I'm
Let's
not.
let's just
I'm not
wait.
being
Hold on.
contentious.
Wait, both of you, both of
I'm
you.
assessing your
Hold on.
logical argument, and I'm
Hey,
saying that it's wrong. And you're and
into the break. Into the break. Hold on. Let's start here. Into the break and charge C. Who is on what side? Do you believe it's a globe or a flat? Because I think you might be arguing against each other, and you're on the same side. I don't know. I mean, what are your positions? Let's start there.
Yeah, personally, I don't think the Earth is flat, but I'm trying to
well,
conduct this
personally, I
conversation.
know that the Earth is flat.
Okay,
Okay,
so
so
that's
so
where
now we're
I'm
in
coming
contention.
from. I'm not trying to
Okay,
And it's
argue
not a
with you.
personal thing, it's an actual thing based on
Okay,
knowledge
so I'm
of
accepting that.
measurements
From
and
what I'm saying, I'm trying to
measurements,
accept that.
calculations, scientific experiments. This
Right.
is knowledge based. What you
So
have is you're confused. You're
I'm not trying to
confused and you're
argue
looking
with you,
for a
man.
direction.
okay,
And
And
so
I'm here to offer you a direction. And that is you need to learn how to read, son. You
okay,
need
okay,
so
how to learn how to read, and you need how to go to the methods of
okay.
whatever you're looking at, and you need to
Can we
see
get past
exactly
this?
how they're doing what they say that they're doing.
Okay, so
That's
Chartsy,
it. It's
what
very
evidence
simple.
do you have for it to be a globe? What makes
I'm
you?
not making that
What,
argument, man. I'm saying
oh,
look, I'm operating here under the assumption that
Well,
the Earth is
okay.
flat. Okay,
Well,
I'm
I
not
know
trying to
that the Earth is
disprove
flat because
anything.
I can actually
Right.
prove that.
Okay,
I'm
that's great,
actually
man. I'm not
leveling out
arguing with
land,
you.
pieces of
I'm not
land.
arguing with you. I'm
I'm
agreeing with you.
leveling them out.
Okay, that's great, man.
I'm leveling so many pieces of land.
That's
Every
awesome.
single piece of level land that I've ever gone to has been, guess what? Level, right?
Okay, and I'm agreeing with you. I'm not arguing
Okay,
with you.
there we go. So where is the
Okay.
contention? See, this is why a
I'm
lot
not
of talking
contending with
past each other as a flat
if you
earther
stopped
versus
interrupting
a
me.
globe earther. I'm not interrupting you. You're not saying anything. There's a lot of this talking past when it's like, yeah, it's level here, it's level you. I can
Hmm,
FaceTime you, we can FaceTime somebody in Australia, Africa, Indonesia, China, and guess what? We're all gonna look at a level on a flat table, and we're all gonna put the video it, and it's all level. Every
okay.
single time, 100% of the time, it'll always be level. Level
Okay.
will be level. That is
I
the measurement. That's the
Yeah,
standard,
no
son.
one's
I
arguing
have a
with you, man.
question
That's
for
the
Into the
standard.
Break.
Then nobody's arguing that the Earth is measurably flat. Then
I have a question for you, sir. Okay, so let's.
the Earth is measurably flat,
Okay,
right, Chartsy? Like, are you questioning that experiment, that
I'm not arguing with
observational
you, man.
experimentation?
I
have
think
a question for
you're
you.
totally missing what I'm trying to say, but I'd like to let
No, I'm
someone else talk.
addressing what you're saying. Nobody's lying to you about geometry.
I got a
Nobody's
question for you
lying to
about
you.
geometry.
There's people lying to you about you thinking that you live on the most illogical shape to possibly live on. That's what people are lying to you about. And those
Right.
are they're
And that's
and
kind of
those
what
are
I was
just a
trying
bunch of
to talk
retards
about.
like you that are confused about
Okay.
what level is.
Can we let Old
That's
Windmill
it.
say what he was going to say?
He
Hi,
didn't have
sorry,
much to
someone
say.
told me that my volume is low. I'm gonna give it a second to fix. Um, give me a moment here. All right.
Do level is level, isn't it? Right? You
Okay.
agree with
Can
we
you
can
hear
at
me better
least
now?
can we at least
There
agree
you
that
go.
level is level?
Right. All right. So I have a question about level being level for you into the break specifically. Just like as a conceptual matter, like would a surface with a curve that is so slight that it appears level, is that even conceptually possible? Now, I'm not asking if the Earth is that shape, because obviously you
Curves
believe it
are
isn't, and that's
possible.
fine.
Okay,
But just as a conceptual matter, is
and
that
okay,
possible?
stop. Are possible.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Could you say that again?
Yeah, you were talking like you were saying, yeah, curves are possible.
Right, but I mean like a curve that is large enough that if you attempted to measure it from a very, very close
Great job. Yes, a
view,
curve
that it
is
appears
very
flat.
possible.
Does
Yeah, a curve
that...
is very possible.
Okay, okay. So specifically, your
Okay.
contention is just that category of curves that can appear flat, that the shape of the Earth
Wait,
is a curve that
category
does not
of
fall into that
curves
category.
that appear flat. Well, hold on. This category of curves
Yes, that was my first question,
that
and you said that
appear
that exists.
flat.
Okay, hang on a
Well, no, I
second.
said curves do exist.
We're here discussing, yeah, what we believe in regards to the earth that we live on. Okay, so what you're doing here is you're pulling a little bit of a trick question here, especially when we have
He's being a clown.
hang on, we have a known radius that we're given of this globe. So this earth that we're standing on is not a sphere that large that you wouldn't be able to see the curvature. Do you know what the radius is that we're given?
I don't offhand, but I have a feeling you're going to tell me, and I'm
Oh,
excited
I
for
don't
that.
have to. You can Google it if you like.
All right, I will Google it. Okay, so it appears to be.
Well, I would actually like to answer him. It's actually a mean radius, so it's a give or take 15 miles.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, it probably
3959.
depends on the elevation of where you're
3959.
measuring it,
You
right?
seem American, so I'm giving you units of miles, right? So
Yep.
3959, give or take 15 miles. No more, no less. Like, that's the extremities.
Okay. All right.
It's not
So the
very much
3959 miles
of
that
a
we're
fair.
given is at the equator.
Okay. Point being.
So based off that, we then can work out a mathematical equation that tells us the distance to this curvature, depending on our observer's height. Yes?
I mean, sure.
Okay, so according to our globe radius, the horizon should be no more, so this is the physical geometric horizon, no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So this means that if you're a 6-foot observer, then the horizon should be at approximately 3 miles.
Okay.
Or 5 kilometers. Okay. So, according to the geometry, the issue we have is that we can see well beyond what the geometry dictates we should be seeing. Secondly, when we navigate, we also utilize the Earth as flat. It's measured flat, and we observe it to be flat. So no, we don't have this ball that's that large that you shouldn't be able to witness or see any type of curvature that it appears to be flat.
Okay, but my initial question was just like, does the concept of a curve of that size or a ball of that size or whatever terminology you want to use, like, is that something that within y'all's worldview can
You
exist
just
at some point?
conceptualized it. You just conceptualized it. Yes, we
Okay,
can. There curves do exist, and we can
right.
measure them. You know how we measure them? We measure them from. How do we measure them? You know.
Like, what do you mean? Like the
You know
curves?
how we would measure a curve?
What specifically are you talking about? Are you talking about like the size of the curve? Or are you talking about like
No,
the
I'm just
angle? Are
asking
you talking
you.
about to get like the
How would you
radius of a
measure the
sphere?
curve? You're saying curves
Or
exist.
measure
I'm saying
distances
curves
across
are
the surface of a
possible.
curve? Like, what are we talking?
How would you measure the curve?
When you say how do you measure the curve, what are you talking about?
You
Like,
said curves exist. I
yes,
agreed.
yes.
Now I'm asking you, how would you measure such?
Um,
Very simple.
okay. I mean, do you mean a curve on a plane? Like, what
Measure the curve. How are you going to do it?
do you mean? The I'm sorry. I promise I'm not trying to be
How do you
difficult.
mean? How do you
There
Um,
is
mean?
no curve on a plane,
You're
dude.
saying there's a
no,
curve.
like, I mean,
You're
on a
saying he's saying there's a
if you
curve. I'm
plot
saying
out like a
I'm
normal
asking him
distribution, like on a
how
graph
would
with
you
two
measure the curve?
axes, right? And you
Okay.
do some like calculus or whatever to get the area
Two
underneath the
axes.
curve,
Okay,
that
so
could be
now you
measuring
brought
a
it to a
curve.
flat Earth. Now you
Or
said,
you could
okay,
like
two
take a piece of
axes. You're
string
going to
around a
measure a curve
circle, around the
from two
circumference
axes.
of that.
You
That could be
just did
measuring
that.
a curve. Or you could take like a
Okay,
protractor, right? And you could measure an angle and you could say like,
an
okay,
angle.
well, this creates this kind of a curve. So those are all, I just gave you three examples
So
of things that
three
you could call
examples, all
measuring a
requiring
curve,
a
but
flat
they're all
Earth,
measuring different
all
things,
requiring a
right?
horizontal, all required a horizontal, right?
Okay, hold on, hold on. I'm sorry. You were talking while I
Right?
was talking, and
Every
that maybe that
single
was my bad. So go ahead.
every single measurement of a curve required a horizontal. Yes or no? You just did it. You named all three.
Every single measurement of a curve requires a horizontal. Like horizontal in reference to what?
In reference to the curve, obviously. We're talking about the curve.
Okay, so the thing is, like, I think we
Oh,
got
the
some
thing is,
circularity going here. So this is interesting.
mm,
Because if
oh,
you're
circularity
standing
is
on
interesting.
a flat surface, right, then you have a flat point of reference from which you're making your measurements. Okay.
Precisely.
But here's the thing. All right.
Precisely. That is the thing.
Okay. All right.
Level
I'm
is the
sorry.
measurement.
Um okay, here's what I'm saying. So any measurements that you make from a point of reference, right? And you also define what is horizontal from that point of reference. So basically saying that like, oh, well, you need a horizontal in order to make any measurement. Like there's a circularity there. You see what I'm saying? He seems to have been muted.
Where's the circularity? That's what I asked.
And like a logical circularity. Not a physical
No, we're
circularity.
talking about actually just leveling. So I'm not. Maybe I'm making a circle table.
Okay. All right. So what's your question? Like if you're making a circle table, how would you measure the
No,
curve
you said there was
for
a circularity to my logic of
Yes,
level.
because you asked me, okay, how would you
I
measure a
said maybe
curve?
if I made a
I said, what
freaking
types of
table.
curves are we talking? What types of measurements? And you say, well, it doesn't really matter because regardless, there has to be a horizontal. And then I said, okay,
No,
well,
I
there's
didn't
only
say
a
it doesn't matter.
horizontal
I
if you
said
have a point of reference,
how.
right?
I asked how would you measure the curve, and you gave examples of requiring a horizontal to measure a change from the horizontal.
I
That's what you did. That's
gave
what
an
you did.
example
You're
of
trying to
needing a
put this
frame of
on me,
reference.
but this is a you problem. It's not a my problem. My problem, I called you and my 20 friends all across the flat earth, and we all gave you level measurements. We're all FaceTiming you, literally looking at a level.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm having
And then
trouble
here you're
understanding
saying
what
that level
specifically you're
isn't
getting
level.
at. Because if you have a frame of reference, right? Okay,
No,
and you
I
set
have a level. I have
like
a level, and
okay,
you have a
let's
level,
go a little bit more
and I
abstract so you
have
can
a
understand what
level,
I'm
and it
talking
goes
about.
all the way to your level.
All right.
Depending on
I apologize. I'm
elevation,
getting a little bit frustrated here.
we are on the same ladder.
Okay, so if you have, let's say that you
Flat
have a
Earth. It's
number
an
line.
economic book.
All
Have
right,
you
it's
not
nice and
read the
flat. You'll love it.
economical book?
Okay, let's say you have a number line. All right, you need anytime that you're going to be measuring anything along this number line. Okay, you need a specific point that you're going to start from. You need a zero. You need an origin. Okay, like you follow me so
There's
far?
no such thing as a horizontal point. So no, I'm not
Okay,
following you so
okay.
far. You
I'm
said
not
there's a point.
go even more abstract. I'm not talking about space yet. I'm just talking
A
about
point in
just a
space and
number line,
time.
right? As an abstract object, like a number or a
Oh yeah,
letter.
very abstract.
All right. Okay, you follow so far? We got a number line. Okay. Has a specific point. That's your origin. Okay. Anytime you're going to make any measurement, all right, you're measuring increments along the number line. Is that right? All right. He seems to have
No,
been muted.
not when we're measuring the Earth, mate. No,
Okay. That's fair.
I think we're
And
dealing with numbers.
I'd be happy to get to that. But just for the time being, right, related to our earlier discussion of whether or not any measurement of any curve in any circumstance requires a quote unquote horizontal. So I think that like we have some shared conceptual ground, me and Into the Break, in that you do need an initial reference point, an initial reference frame, you could say. But I disagree that that's necessarily a horizontal, is what I'm trying to get at. But I got a little bit
Wait,
into the
what?
weeds there, so thank you for your patience with that.
No, that was okay. What was it's? Can you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
It's okay. These kinds of conversations can be a little bit hectic sometimes. So, all right. So you asked me, okay, well, how do you measure a curve? And I said, like, well, what do you mean by measure? What do we mean by curve, right? And I gave some examples of different things that could qualify as measuring a curve. And then you said, well, regardless of any of those circumstances in which you're measuring a curve, you require a horizontal. And I said, no, that's not necessarily true. That all you require is an initial frame of reference, right? Which might include something that you could call a horizontal, right? So, for example, if you were going to make a measurement along a number line, this was the example that I was giving earlier, okay, you're measuring the distance of something from a zero. And then the zero is your initial frame of reference, right? Or if you have it like a coordinate grid, 0, 0 on the coordinate grid to add another dimension to it, right? From 1 dimension to 2 dimensions, okay, you still have your initial frame of reference, you still have your zero, okay? And in those cases, that's all really that requires. Okay, that's not necessarily a quote unquote horizontal. You see what I'm saying? So
So can
when
I
you
ask you
say
a
like, oh,
question?
well, you can't
Sorry, mate.
measure a curve without a
Sorry, mate.
horizontal, and
I'm
I
just
think this
trying
is
to
where
keep.
we go
Yes.
from.
I was just trying to
Sorry,
keep
go ahead.
This is
I've been
where
talking for
the
a while. I
problem.
apologize.
This is where the problem arises. We're talking about reality. I'm talking about you and me and our friends here. Everybody, we just get on camera and have a level, and we can all be on the same reference. Okay.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about. Is we're on it's level here, it's level there, it's level everywhere, right? As long as it's
Right. I'm not sure if he's still here, but I believe he was Australian.
hire that contractor.
Yeah, well, he pointed
No, so
out that
we
like
would have
probably the main
level.
contention
So
that you guys have empirically with like a round Earth model would be that like mathematical projections
about what you would expect to see and what you actually see don't line up. Is that correct?
Yeah, basically, dude, yes. The mathematical projections that we've got on the dimensions of the globe, they don't actually line up when you go out and you apply them directly. As you say, the horizontal, that would be your baseline. But the dimensions, what you're actually looking for is deviation from that. And that's at 8 inches per mile squared. And if that's not there, then there's a major issue. That's what gives us a drop over distance on the size of Earth given on its given radius and circumference. So if that isn't there, and that's what we're looking for, there's a big problem.
Okay. And so the big problem, as you say, is sufficient to diagnose like the entire baseline cosmology of the Earth as the mainstream cosmology is incorrect. Is that right? As opposed to like,
No,
oh, okay, there might be something wrong with the measurements, or there might be something wrong.
We measure it flat.
Okay, fair enough.
We're pointing out that lots of issues, but when you do measurements, and particularly when you do celestial navigation, it requires a flat baseline when you do your elevation angle measurements, and the surface of the Earth is navigated as flat.
Again, you're right about it. The whole thing about the radius. That's what gravity is built on. That's what the size of Earth is built on. That's what the size of the sun is alleged to be, the distance to the sun. So yes, it underwrites all heliocentrism. And in effect, we've pulled the plug on it.
I mean, in my mind, when I think about like maybe the distance to the equator, which is measured from Polaris at 90 degrees, and coming back further back till you get a 0 degree elevation angle measurement, where Polaris seems to be just touching the horizon, that using sea level, that would be using the surface of Earth to do that, and that would require a horizontal baseline for them elevation angles, proving without a doubt that sea is level and the Earth is flat.
Okay, I mean, you need a point of reference, right?
Yeah, so let's start.
And so when you're making your measurements,
let's start at 90 degree underneath Polaris then, at sea level.
Okay, so whenever you're making your measurements from like a point of reference, okay, you say, okay, so we have a horizontal from which we're making the measurement. Is that correct? Am I understanding that correctly?
Well, you will need a horizontal for an elevation angle, and if you're using a sea level, that will be your horizontal.
So now, again, I am very casual to all this. I'm pretty new at this server, you know, and so forgive my ignorance here, but isn't there the potential that in extrapolating your initial point of reference to the horizontal, you know, going out from the point where you're standing or the point from which you make the measurement, that you are in effect presupposing the flat Earth into the measurement? See what I'm saying?
because you are obtaining an elevation angle, you are using sea level, which is the surface of Earth, what we're measuring. So no,
right, but sea level itself is contingent on some things, right? Like Pacific sea level and Atlantic sea level aren't the same, for example.
Yeah, well, we're using mean sea level. It's not curved. It's the horizontal baseline for the elevation angle.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, I haven't done those measurements myself, but you know, it's obvious that I'm in the minority here in my view of there being the Earth that's round. So I will do some more looking at those measurements.
Okay. Talk to you later.
All right. Well, I mean, I'm not going anywhere. I'm still enjoying the discussion, but I mean, I don't want to like argue about something that I haven't researched.
That's fair, dude. Good on you. Yeah, we'll link you all the details that we can. And the whole idea is that, you know, you look at how we've been going out and doing these things, the tests that we've been doing, what other people have been doing. It'll give you an idea of what's required. Basically, you're looking for drop over distance. You can either use something like Ship Tracker for boats out at sea, or, you know, pick a landmass 20, 30 miles away in the distance. And if you can see that at a certain height above sea level, where there must be curve, then there's a major issue. But yeah, like, take all the time you need. This is no big rush thing, and it takes getting your head around the math a little bit, or how it's implied, and more in reality. You know, what you should actually be seeing as to what you actually are seeing. But yeah, that's how we do it. Literally, we take given distances that we know across land or over water, and you apply the metrics of the globe, and it doesn't actually fit.
Okay, well, like I said, I am skeptical, okay, of what you guys are saying here. But yeah, it's been a while since I've done some trig, so I can do some trig.
Yeah,
Good for
stay
me, I guess.
skeptical. Like, you know,
Trig requires triangles that are flat, brother. Oh wait.
Yeah, which brings back to my previous point about like extrapolating from your point of reference along a flat line, like baking in a presupposition about a flat Earth. But
But the flat line is what you're navigating.
okay, well, there we go.
It's the angle that they've acquired from the zenith and horizontal that they're navigating. And some of these globers, they got some tricks up their sleeves to where they'll tell you, we don't need the horizontal. We just use our zenith. But it's still an angle based upon a flat 90-degree horizontal line that makes your zenith a 0 degree. But, you know, whatever. It is what it is.
And you know, especially the Mariner's sextant. I mean, we can use bubble sextants, and that's just using a built-in level to get your horizontal baseline. But when you're out at sea, you don't use them because you're bobbing about too much. The waves are up and down, so you need to use some other reference for. Instead of using a level, you use the you use the horizon to establish that horizontal. That's what the horizon is for, the sextant, which is designed to measure elevation angles, which does require that horizontal baseline, which we are using the horizon for, as I've just said, to establish the horizontal. So the horizon is being used, and that's just the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet, but it does reference the Earth's surface. So in doing that, we're using the horizon and we're referring to the Earth's surface when doing that to establish the horizontal, which is, look at horizontal. I mean, that's just like, you know, that's, I think the definition for that's like parallel to the plane of the horizon. So we've got the horizon referencing Earth's surface. We're using the horizon to establish horizontal, which is parallel to the plane of the horizon. And then, so the plane of the horizon, what's the plane of the horizon? Plane, the definition of plane is a flat surface on which a straight line joining any 2 points on it would wholly lie. So that is a flat surface, again being referenced, horizontal horizon to do that. So it's all sort of horizontal plane level, and then we are actually using the horizon, which is, you know, referring to the surface of Earth, which is what we're using. We're out at sea, we're bobbing about on the ocean, that's sea level, to get a distance between the GP of the luminary and yourself, which could be thousands of miles between them 2 points on the surface of Earth. And that will be the baseline. So if there was any curvature there, we wouldn't be able to establish a horizontal line or an elevation angle in the first instance. But we are doing, not we, it has been done for hundreds or not thousands of years, utilising the horizon, horizontal and sea level.
Right.
But I've just set up driving. I'm in and out, but I'm driving, mate. So I hope you understand that. But I'm sure the guys
you're
can
good.
post something on the basics. Sorry, mate.
No, you're good. You don't have anything to apologize for. You're just fine. So, all right. So as a casual, as a filthy casual, as a normie, as it were, I presume that you guys are familiar with the filthy globist propaganda known as the Behind the Curve documentary on Netflix. You guys seen that?
Yeah, we know that. I wouldn't say filthy, bro, but it's some seriously underhanded tactics. Yeah, we know it.
Okay. Well, I have seen that. I mean, it was a while ago. But I seem to remember like there was an issue with the experimental design that the people who were featured in that documentary were experiencing, where they were testing the variable, which would be like the curvature of the Earth, right? And then in the design of the experiment, what they would do is they would essentially presuppose the conclusion, in the design of the experiment, if that makes sense. And then when they made modifications to design their experiments better, then they ended up kind of disproving themselves, and it was pretty embarrassing. So the experiment specifically that I'm thinking of, although like I said, it's been a while since I have seen this documentary, was the laser light experiment, in which they attempted to they held several lights at the same elevation over a long series of distance, and confirmed that that some holes that they were going to shine it through were equal elevation from the surface, right? And then showed that, like, well, because the light travels straight, despite the fact that those lines that it was attempting to travel through were equidistant from the surface, it wasn't going through them at a straight angle because of the curvature of the surface they were standing on, right?
Not quite. No, memory serves roughly. Something broke, either the laser or the collimator, so they had to go and try and use a torch. Now, a torch has got diffraction anyway. The beam spreads with any torch. It's not it's not a constant beam. It's not a straight beam. It can't be, it's not collimatable, and that's actually why the test failed. They proved that light shone through a hole will diffract, and that's why it couldn't make the second or the third hole. Basically, it broke itself. Had they used a laser, possibly it might have worked, but again, the test somewhat flawed. I can link you other laser tests that pan across three destinations from one to the third. A stepper motor was made for it. It burnt out, but again, they hit their destination over water. So we've umpteen other laser tests that didn't fail and that did actually show direct lack of curvature. And in that regard, it was put out as a hit piece that the test failed, amongst other, various different hit pieces that allegedly the test failed. It was propagandized as a failure, like Aries failure. Sold to science as, oh, he failed. He didn't detect Earth spin. But hang on, that means we're stationary, and that's just been walked right by. So the same thing with Jeranism, the same thing with a lot of these hit piece documentaries. Once you look into it, you discover that something's failed, but it's been put out that, oh, no, they didn't detect flat Earth, or, oh, no, they found curvature.
I mean, you just walk out your front door and realize that you're not moving. The best.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you. I had to turn up my volume earlier. You might need to do the same thing.
That.
No, you're good.
You just walk out your front door and realize that you're not spinning and wobbling, and tilting, and all this sort of shit.
Oh, well, I mean, I don't know. I don't find that particularly persuasive. I don't necessarily trust my own failure to feel motion.
So why were you made with senses that are just like fucking throw them in the trash can?
Let's say that one more time.
The point of it all. What would be the point of having senses They're immediately thrown in the trash can and it cannot be used for day-to-day basis.
I mean, you don't have to be like you can have senses that
right
like exist within
right, but just
like you have inertia. You know what I mean? Like
when it comes to like figuring out where the fuck you live.
Okay, so like if you if you wait. So you're saying that like if I just walk outside,
right,
I should be able to feel that the Earth is spinning.
Correct.
Okay.
Because
have you ever been in a car or a train or a bus?
Yeah, let me give you 10 seconds and I'll let you go.
Go for it.
So the proof of the Earth moving is that when I walk out my front door, I don't feel that I'm moving and spinning because it's just too big. And the proof of the flat Earth, when I walk out my front door, I don't feel that I'm moving and spinning because it's not spinning. Therefore, unfalsifiable model. Does that make sense? Because both proofs are going to be the same thing.
It's not that the Earth is too big that you don't feel it moving.
Does that make sense to you, bro? Go ahead.
I think the original claim is that the lights in the sky are moving overhead, therefore the Earth is spinning.
Oh, that's trash, bro. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
so that's so. I mean, so in that case, then you can hover drones stationary above the Earth. Flight times would alter if the Earth was spinning from one destination to another.
You can measure the Earth spin with your cell phone.
You're on crack, bro. That's impossible. You can measure acceleration. There's an accelerometer in there, like when you drop it, so that it like shuts the SSD card off, so it doesn't ruin your phone.
Well, why does it always have a 1G number on there? Why is there always an acceleration of 1G toward the
because it's just a thing that they can put there, bro.
Oh gosh.
Essentially mind control you, apparently, because you believe it.
No, I don't believe it.
Well then, great. Welcome to the flat Earth, bro.
Okay.
No, I've actually tested it and measured it myself. I don't have to believe it. I have done it.
No. You can measure things falling. That doesn't mean that the globe math is right or nothing like that.
No, I've tested gravity.
No, you can't test gravity. It doesn't exist.
Sure can.
Little g exists, but not
it is
spinning and warping of retardation.
Tell us about your experiment, Donald.
Okay, sure. So I took a telescope with a solar filter, and whenever there was a solar eclipse, I tracked the stars next to the sun, and they shifted just enough that relativity predicted it.
Wow, relativity predicted it. So you're a relativist. That's been debunked by Renzi Cow.
I have no idea what that means.
Just some run-of-the-muck Asian guy.
I've never heard that in my entire life.
Never heard that in your entire life.
I don't know what that means.
Flat Earth, buddy.
Please stop saying that to me. The Earth is an oblate spheroid. It has a.
There's no proof of any of that, dude. It's retardation.
Except I've measured it myself personally.
You can't measure. You've measured the whole Earth yourself, brother. Get the fuck out of town.
I had one buddy help me.
You had one buddy. You can't even explore the whole Earth, dude.
I don't care. I can still measure it.
How can you measure it all? Are we gonna do lots and longs, where we measure the Earth from the sky, so it can't be debunked because it's? Is that what we're doing?
Wait, what's wrong with measuring the Earth from the sky?
Oh, fuck off, mate.
What's wrong with that? I need you to tell me why I can't do that.
Somebody else, please.
So you weren't here for the earlier discussion, but it was explained to me that apparently anytime that you measure a curve, and I asked like, okay, well, what do you mean measure a curve? Because that could mean a lot of different things. That means a horizontal, and that you need a horizontal as your initial frame of reference, right?
So what?
And
that's
so,
okay. It's called a tangent.
Listen, bro, I'm not really into celestial navigation and all that stuff. It's cool, bro.
No,
There's a couple of flat earthers. They got it on lock. I'm not really into that. I'm more into like the logical analyses.
That has nothing to do with what I was going to say. Would it be okay if I like said the thing that I was going to say?
Yeah, go ahead, brother. No, you're allowed to talk.
So I actually took a theodolite and I measured the angle to the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
So on a flat Earth, because I read Samuel Rowbotham's book. on a flat Earth, the horizon will always, without fail, rise to eye level as you.
Is this guy
increase.
God? Is this like? Are we reading from scripture?
No, man,
Increase
let him
Because-
finish, Flatman.
because
Let him just finish. He's digging his
Okay, let him go.
hole by himself. You don't need to add to it, man. It's already hilarious by listening
All
to
right,
it.
brother. Sorry, brother.
Okay, what's wrong with
No,
it?
it's
So what's
okay.
Not true.
No, Donald, go on, man. I want to listen to that. This is amazing, man.
I mean, I only had 2 words left. I only had 2 words left when he interrupted. 2 words left, and I was done.
Yeah,
But
just
it's,
go from the beginning again.
I am.
This is gravy.
I don't need to go through the whole thing. I just need to say the 2 words. So the horizon will always rise to eye level.
According to God. Okay, go ahead.
Holy shit! 2 words again. I had 2 words left in that
All right,
sentence.
sorry. Next time
words
I'll
left.
let you go.
So you're wrong.
How do you know I never finished the sentence?
Guys, you're always helping these guys. Why don't you let them like dig the hole themselves? You're always like helping them by interrupting them.
Oh no, dude, it's too hard not to.
So
mean,
what
this
was
is
I
pure
wrong
gravy.
about? What? Explain what I was wrong about the
Just
female
go ahead,
voice.
bro. Explain your
Okay,
rhetoric.
I can tell you what you're already
Well,
wrong
well,
about.
hang on.
You're
The
already wrong
female
about
voice.
the. Listen.
What about
You
the
want to know
female
what you're wrong
voice?
about?
Sure.
You want to know what you're wrong about?
Sure.
You're wrong about the notion
Everything.
that you can make up something in your mind that you call on a flat earth it should be like this. No. What you need to understand is there's something called reality outside of the boundaries of what we are using as a medium to talk to each other, which we can go outside, we can measure it, we can look at it, we can observe it, we can even scan it with LiDAR scanners. And what we will realize is if we take reality for what it represents itself to be, it represents itself to be, and this is the plot twist, right? Not to be a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball flying through an ever-expanding world of darkness, but in fact it represents itself to be a topographical stationary plane. Right? So there's no need for me. Listen. And then when Clay goes inside and has a medium like a PC where he's talking through to another guy on the internet, he's not gonna say, actually on a globe Earth or actually on a flat. No. Actually, reality is representing itself to be in a very precise way, and this is what I'm going to accept as a human being. I'm not going to insert some vain imaginations in my mind upon something I haven't discovered in the first place. So Donald, what you need to do is go outside into reality, observe it, measure it, look at it, and realize that the Earth is definitely representing itself to be a topographical stationary plane with horizontal sea level water everywhere. If you want to insert upon that a complete opposite worldview, then you're bringing upon yourself a huge burden which you will never be able to prove in the first place, because that's not reality. There is no spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball. Very simple.
That was an excellent sermon. Thank you very much for that. But I have measured the planet myself, so
Yeah,
you are wrong.
cannot
sir.
measure the planet yourself. You're
Sir,
committing a
sir,
fallacy, dog.
I can measure the planet.
How do you measure a place that you don't even have full access to?
You're happening again, Fred, man.
I'm sorry, Clay. I'm sorry.
I have access.
You're happening again.
I have access to planet Earth. I'm standing on planet Earth. I have access to planet Earth. I can measure planet Earth.
Yeah, I keep telling you that. You're
I
living
want
on a
Donald
star,
to
right?
hear his argument. I believe the Earth is round.
Every time when you say, I live on planet Earth, I hear a grown man saying, I live on a wandering star. Between wandering stars. I
know what those wandering stars are.
Comedy.
I can explain those wandering stars.
This is pure comedy. So you live on a wandering star full of water, water ball, where the water comes from some other wandering stars that hit it, and then from a very big wandering star, the wandering star made a little wandering star that is then the right size to cover the other wandering star, so you get eclipse, and wow, all these very nice coincidences, and that
What is so funny?
So I can explain all of that. It's very simple.
This is so weird. No, I'm laughing
But
at
you cannot explain it. You cannot.
Funky is so
I mean, I was talking. Go ahead. You're way more
explain
important.
it, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah, I can explain it. It's very simple.
Wow.
I want to hear Donald speak. You guys interrupt because you're scared what he has to say.
Yeah, we're so
Yes.
scared, bro.
Yes,
Tell me
I
how you
am.
measure the planet that nobody is able to traverse.
Yes, I'm so
Okay.
scared to hear
He
what he
measured
says
it-
that I
he
literally
measured centuries,
said
bro.
flat man that they shouldn't help him and just let him speak. That's how afraid I am.
Just let him.
So,
That'd be
Let him
amazing.
speak. Then let him speak if you believe it.
That'd be amazing. So, do you think that you have to go somewhere to measure that thing?
No.
I agree. So, I can measure the entire planet without going to the entire planet. Do you agree?
Demonstrate.
Demonstrate? Okay, so we call it the Eratosthenes experiment. It's just taking an angle.
That's hot trash, bro.
Okay,
You don't have
guys,
to go
I'm
to
a goddamn United Marine in the goddamn Marine Corps 20 years of my goddamn life.
All right, but
I served in Afghanistan for 20 fucking years. I can take out serious other business.
They're never going to listen
All
to
right,
you. They don't want
that
to.
sounds cool,
all right,
bro.
but I do it a different way.
Number
I do
one,
it,
Aristophanes is trash. And number two, you need 3 sticks, not 2.
Why is it trash?
Goddamn United States Marine Corps, you would not speak to me this way. Sir, yes, sir.
Would it be okay if I actually finished?
Did somebody
Because
mute
I
Jackson
I
Murphy?
didn't. I didn't
Shut the hell up,
repeat.
you anti-American piece of shit terrorist.
I
That guy
did not
sounds like
repeat
a really
it.
bad
Oh
version
my
of Alex
God.
Jones.
Can I finish, please? I did not repeat it. Oh my God.
I would like
I
to
did
hear
not-
about the Aristophanes experiment, please.
No,
Me
I
too,
did not.
Me too, guys. Let's let Don tell us, please. I
yeah,
wanna
me
hear
too.
it.
Please.
I want to hear it.
I did not repeat his experiment,
Perfect.
but
No,
I used his measurement method. But I applied it in a very different way, so please, I must explain. It would be very important.
Yes.
So I measured it from DFW. My buddy measured it from OKC, which is Oklahoma City. And we measured it at the same time, on the same day. And whenever you do that, you can get a position for the sun. Now, once you do that, you can plot it on both a plane, a flat surface. I did not make any assumptions. I did both. You can map it on a surface that is flat and a surface that is curved. And if you do it with both measurements from the sun, not from the surface, I'm not talking about the surface, the position of the sun is what I was measuring. And whenever you do that, if you do it on a flat surface, the sun has 2 different positions. However, if you do it on a curved surface, there is only one position for the sun at both locations. Whenever you do that, you also know the ground position of the sun if you do it on a day like the winter solstice, where you know exactly where the sun is going to be at solar noon, and they're both on the same latitude. They're both on the same latitude, and you know the ground position of the sun, then you can solve for the triangles. And there are 4 of them, and they're all right angle triangles, and you can solve for them using the Pythagorean theorem, which is just geometry. And whenever you do that, you get a non-Euclidean number. You get a triangle with internal angles greater than 180 degrees. And you can do that with a fucking protractor.
Mm-hmm. How do you get a vertical to celestial bodies?
So we understand what a
on the ball.
So do you understand what a ground position of the sun is?
The ground position of the sun. You mean like you? Yeah, but what is the establishment as a reference point that you have to have in order to establish a vertical in the first place to the heavenly bodies or to the celestial bodies, however you want to call it?
It's the ground position of the sun, the thing you're measuring.
No, I think
yeah.
How can you have a vertical to these celestial bodies if the reference, and the point is you need a reference point which would be a horizontal.
Yeah, that's
which is a horizontal plane. Yeah, it's a horizontal plane where the observer stands on.
Not a tangent. Not a plane. A tangent. It's not a plane. It's not a plane. It's a tangent. So, okay. So what I want you to do right now? Do you have a soccer ball? I'm sorry. Do you have like a football or a soccer ball or a basketball or anything near you?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay,
no,
so anything that's a curved object? Do you have anything that's a curved object? Do you have a cup? Do you have a cup? So if you take a cup and turn it on its side, right? Take a cup and turn it on its side, and then take a pencil. Hang on, and then take a pencil or a pen or something, and then touch it to the side of the cup, right? Mm-hmm. That's the ground, like that's the representation.
Yeah,
of the
but that's not answering my question. I said, how do I get a vertical if the reference that I need is a horizontal, which is according to a plane.
Dude.
That's something I don't get on a bottle. That's something I don't get on a basketball. That's something I don't get in general on a ball.
You don't need it. You don't need
I would
it.
need no.
No,
I
you
would
don't.
need. I would
That's
need
irrelevant
to
shit.
slice up. I would need to slice up the basketball so I get a flat plane top, and then I have
you don't have to do
I
that.
have a horizontal reference point in order to create the vertical to the celestial bodies.
This was the point that I was getting at earlier, right? Because if you have an initial point of reference, and then you say like, okay, my point of reference is by definition horizontal, then you are in effect baking in your conclusion into your experiment.
You said it needed to be a grounding. This is a grounding. I mean, quite literally, this is the ground position. It is a single point on the surface where that we are taking a 90-degree angle on a single point on the surface.
Are we all just going to let him whistle past the presuppositions he's made as well? You've made several presuppositions. Okay, so when you did your quote-unquote experiment, which it wasn't an experiment.
It was a measurement.
Hang on. Okay, measurement. What presuppositions did you make about the sun? Did you presuppose its size or distance by any chance?
No.
You didn't?
Good point, man. Good point. Thanks.
It's irrelevant. No, the size.
No, it's not. No, it's not irrelevant. It's completely relevant.
Absolutely.
Okay. Just a hand wave assertion then. It's irrelevant.
Well, no,
worries.
it's not part of the equation. It's not part of the equation.
When you're measuring how light works on a surface, you don't think that the size or distance of light to the surface is going to affect the measurement you're going to get?
No, I'm not measuring light. I'm measuring angles. Just angles. That's all I measure.
Angles that require a flat baseline, right?
No, they don't require any presuppositions except for this place and that place.
So what did your measurements demonstrate? I don't understand.
So whenever I solved for the 4 triangles, I got a triangle on the surface of the mapping, like when I mapped it on a surface, of more than 180 degrees on the internal angles of a triangle. That can only happen on a curved surface.
You can't get angles of triangles on a curved surface.
Sure you can. You ever seen a basketball? It's got lines on it. There's angles.
Golly.
No.
You've never seen
you're talking about spherical triangles, which are not triangles.
Yeah, they are. They're spherical triangles.
No.
They're still
Do you know
triangles.
Okay, let's go back to the etymology of the word.
Sure.
Triangle. Do you know what an angle is?
I do.
Okay, please feel free to elaborate.
It is a measurement of a ratio.
It's not a measurement. It's two. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. You're right. I'll let you finish.
So it is a measurement from 2 point. It is a measurement of the ratio between 2 points from a third point.
It's not points.
Yes, it is.
It's not. It's 2 lines that meet at a vertex.
Nope,
do you want me to cite what an angle is for you, or provide a citation?
No, I want you to tell me what measuring.
You don't want a citation.
Yes, go ahead. Give me your citation, please. I would love that.
Yep, bear with me. I'll post it in chat.
Oh, I don't even know if I'm in chat. I'm not. Oh, here we go.
It's the symbol right next to the name of the channel.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome, man.
I found it. Yay.
We are learning what is angle now.
Yes, it is the measurement of 2 points from a third point. But we were talking about triangles. Triangles are a geometric shape that has 3 angles that all equal 180 degrees on a plane, more than 180 degrees on a convex surface, and less than 180 degrees on a concave surface. That is a triangle.
A triangle is a two-dimensional shape that is comprised of 3 angles.
Yes, that's what I said. That's exactly what I said.
That is not what you said at all. And you're applying a 2-dimensional shape that has 3 angles, that is 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex, and then applying that to a ball.
Yeah, you can put a triangle on like a ball. Like you can measure a triangle on a ball.
As soon as you do that, it's not a triangle.
That's incorrect. Triangle. Have you ever heard of non-Euclidean?
Bro, there's three straight lines that are a requirement.
hold on.
See,
If
that makes
you're
no sense.
going to say that it's non-Euclidean triangle, then you need to say such, which
I
would
did.
be in regular geometric terms something. So we're talking about apples and oranges.
No,
If I'm speaking
no, we're not. That's wrong. But go ahead.
to
I
you in
apologize.
Euclidean language of no, it's absolutely correct. If I'm speaking to you, I'm saying a triangle, a triangle, a triangle, and you're like, oh, and you're thinking non-Euclidean triangle, not a triangle,
Still,
a spherical cap or
still a
whatever the
triangle.
hell kind of shape that you're thinking of, then we are not speaking the same language.
Still a
And so
triangle.
yes, so that's what you're letting. So we're saying we're using elevation angles, something real in reality, a triangle, and you're saying we're not using that. And so,
Still
but
a triangle.
we actually are using this, and you're saying no, we're not using that. See, this
Never
is the
said.
problem
Never said.
because you're redefining a term.
Never did
We
that.
understand what a triangle is.
So
You're not
sermon
talking
time.
about
Got
a
it. Sermon
triangle. You're
time.
talking
Sermon
about
time. Got it.
something
Sermon time.
completely different.
Preach, preach, brother,
If not
preach.
sermon time, you're
You
you're
are
preaching
because I
about how you
tried. I
believe in
tried.
something. You believe in
It is a
other
sermon. You are.
triangles, the other triangle religion that you
You are
believe in. I'm
preaching.
talking about a
You are
triangle.
preaching
You're talking
because you
about
won't
something
let me
Yo,
completely
talk.
different
Donald,
that you
Preaching,
hijacked
chill,
and
bro.
called a
Why are
triangle
you
because
interrupting
you're a
me?
retard and you don't know how to use terms.
preaching.
See, we
Insults.
can
Thank you.
define
Insults. I
terms.
win.
We can actually speak. We can actually have a conversation where you can actually know what you're talking about, and you can say terms that I will agree upon, and we can have a whole language, whole conversation through language, right? But that's not.
You're preaching. You're
This
preaching.
is what we're defining right now. You
No,
do
no,
not
you're
know what a
preaching.
triangle is.
No, no,
You're saying
I do.
something that
I know
isn't a
exactly.
triangle is a
Preaching. You're
triangle.
preaching. You're
Okay,
preaching.
so you do
You're
understand? No,
preaching.
no preaching. You
You're
do
preaching. You
understand
are.
that we're talking about
You won't
Euclidean
engage in.
triangles right now, and we're not speaking about spherical imagination land, right? We're talking about terms. You got another term you want to define it? You can go ahead and you can define it. You can go
Into
preach now. Like I'm just
into the
saying, Euclid exists. A triangle exists. We've all learned about it. You're talking about something completely different now. You're not talking about a triangle.
break. I think he doesn't want to clarify it, and therefore he muted
Yeah, of
himself and
course.
and told you that you're a preacher. That shows that he's not
And
really
I'm
trying
the
to have
bad
a
guy because
honest. No, no, man, you're right. You're totally right. You wanted to make it more clarified, and he is against that. And then weirdly enough, the hypocrisy is he calls you a preacher for actually clarifying something, which is weird. Makes no sense.
yeah, he was just going on and on imagination, like hypothetically something like this, and if we use this other geometry that isn't the geometry that we're talking about. So it's like it's still not like a Euclidean triangle is a Euclidean triangle, and that's just triangles, right?
Right.
If you're talking
And
about something that isn't that, then now we're talking past each other because I'm saying triangle, you're saying triangle, but we mean the exact opposite thing.
right. Right. And
I'm trying.
just for the
Nail it
stream.
down. Like, why is this debate still going on? Honestly,
Right.
like it's so retarded to believe that level is a curve, and then now we're talking about, and then he's saying I'm preaching because I'm saying, hey, yeah, I put a triangle through a shape thing as a kindergartner or what,
Well,
in
yeah.
preschool, right? Preschool, we learn what shapes are. This is the litmus test. You learn what shapes are. It'd be nice to live on a triangle plot of land. But to live on
Right.
a spherical piece of land, that is the most illogical shape that you could possibly conceive yourself to be on. And it's retarded. It's
Right.
literally retarded.
But
It's a
just for the
litmus test.
stream, just for the stream, real quick, for the people who can't see it, the guy who has been talking about his curved straight lines, he has muted himself and disengaged from the conversation for the people listening in the stream.
Okay,
Just for
just
the
to
They can't
clarification.
have debates.
to try and push
Did you
back.
watch the atrocity on Jeranism of Flatsoid and Sovereign speaking to the most demonistic demon worshippers of McToon and FTFE.
Nah, I can't see their faces.
It was just disgusting and vile. I'm
I
like,
I get sad for these people. That's the reason why I can't watch them. Like I
it
have no
is, yeah.
clue
That's
how
why
you
I have
can
to
lie
come
to
back.
yourself so much.
I have to
Can I
save
ask
some
a question on a different
Wait,
topic?
no, real quick. I just want to get it back on topic. I want to get it back on topic if we can into the break.
They look
okay,
so
I agree.
sad every time.
I agree. There was a difference that you got. Like you guys were using two different terms. You were using Euclidean triangles. He was using non-Euclidean triangles. Is that correct? From
It
what I
was
understand?
that simple, yes.
Okay, perfect. But do you know that they're both still classified as just like triangles?
Do you know that is like illogical to even say?
Well,
No, a
well, no,
triangle is a
because
triangle. Something else
a
is
triangle
something
is something
else.
that has three
So,
sides and three
so you
corners.
would call that you would
Yeah, no,
call that a non-Euclidean
sure, no,
triangle,
for sure,
right?
yes,
You
absolutely,
need
yes.
to use
And
more verbiage.
okay, yeah,
You need to
absolutely, I
use
agree
more
with you.
words.
I agree
It's
with
not
you,
just
but
the triangle.
no, I agree with
No,
you,
the
but
triangle is something
triangle
very
is a
specific.
umbrella. No,
If you
well,
want to
no,
say
not really.
no, it's not an umbrella term. It's not an umbrella
It
term
kind of is.
because
No,
the
because listen,
triangle existed and then you made up something else. Oh, I can draw this shape
we
on
didn't
this.
make it up.
It's a
It's
whole other shape. It's a whole other shape.
okay. Well,
A
okay.
triangle is a
A
2D.
triangle. No, that's Euclidean
A
triangle.
non-Euclidean, a spherical, and it's not even non-Euclidean. It's just spherical, where it has a measured curvature to it.
Yes, that's true.
That is not called that's not a triangle. That's not a triangle. It's
Non-Euclidean
not
shapes
a
or
triangle.
shapes.
It's a non-Euclidean
Okay, yes,
triangle,
yes,
right?
and you would say you
Okay,
have
perfect. That's
more
fine.
words.
That's
Now
fine.
you
That's
have
fine. But okay, so
more
one,
words to use. You
okay,
have more
sure.
adjectives, and now I
Okay,
need to
sure.
put an
So
adjective into the adjective to
okay,
actually
sure.
describe this. You don't
Okay,
just say triangles when you're talking
okay,
about
I
an
I
actual not a
agree.
triangle.
Okay,
It's
okay. Well,
literally
it is
retarded.
okay. Well,
Like, why are we having this conversation?
okay, a triangle is a shape that
Dude,
has
if you tell
three.
me a triangle is curved again, I'm gonna
No, that's not
fucking
what I was saying. That's not what I'm saying. No.
don't
Buffy,
do
we
that.
know what
Don't do that.
Buffy, we know
Okay,
what is
a
triangle. We
triangle.
don't need to
Okay,
speak
can
1 hour
can
about
I speak?
triangles.
Can I
Oh,
say one word? Can I
guys.
say one sentence?
Just
One
let
sentence,
him
please.
talk. Let him talk.
One sentence. Okay, carry on. Okay, a triangle is something that has three sides, three corners. Okay, a non-Euclidean triangle is a 2D dimensional flat triangle. A Euclidean triangle is something that we can trace a triangle on top of a basketball. It still has three sides. It still has
You
three
got those back
corners.
to
The
front.
wrong way around. Wrong way
You got
around.
those back to front.
Okay, then sure. My bad. So a non-Euclidean triangle is the curved triangle on top of a basketball. A Euclidean triangle is the flat plane 2D, right? But they're still both. I mean, you can look at the literal prefix of both of those.
Not the same. You don't write them
Yeah, they're not the
same. You
same.
don't
They're
draw.
not claiming to be the same thing. It would
I was
be.
like, I was like in the middle of a point,
Sorry.
like almost.
Sorry.
So yeah, they have different names, different definitions, different geometry. So yeah, they're different, not the same. Yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
Exactly.
And that what you're doing with one on a sphere is just going, if I am not in control of up and down, can I connect 3 points with lines that at least do not deviate left and right? Because it's very easy to tell if you're deviating left and right. Correct? Wouldn't we agree? You can tell
Yeah. So
if you're...
one is deviating and the other one is not deviating. Like you're saying, the line, one of the lines will be curving, the other line is not curving.
Yeah, one could be curving down because you're just ignoring that axis. And a way to tell which one you're on would be to add up the angles and go, if those angles come out to more than 180 degrees, then it's probable that I'm on something curved, because in Euclidean space, they should always only equal 180 degrees. So, get your error bars and see how accurately you can measure. I think that's a better test for flat Earth, because you
they
can
never go
definitely
beyond
tell if
that.
it's left and right.
But they never go beyond that eggshell. The only time they go beyond that is when somebody is improperly using the equipment to measure those angles. And this is something that
What do you
we've
mean,
been
to measure
arguing.
spherical excess?
Yes, that's total bullshit, because the second that the second that you're using the equipment to take an angle to the point of where you're optically looking at an object in the distance, if
Yeah.
you are using your equipment inaccurately, then you are going to have an inaccurate calculation and conclusion in your measurement.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, if you do it a bad way, you're going to get a bad result. Nobody's going to argue against
Right.
that.
So, right.
But I think
So
there are good ways to do it. Like, here's what I'd do. I would develop a way to know if I'm looking directly north-south, and then I would go to a state border. You've got a load of them, same as in Australia, because the British always turned up and just put it on lats and longs. Just put it, and you'll notice many of yours are the same. Australia's certainly were, and Australia's later, where they just randomly go, it's on 33 degrees south and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And it's definitionally on this line, even though you don't know where that line is. So many surveyors would have to go out and find that using the stars. So if you can use surveying equipment and find due north and south, you can just go up to any state border and keep checking along that border, is this going due south? And then all you need to do is then be willing to do a road trip across that state, and you will know that the roads east and west at the top of the state are shorter, whereas when you go south, the same longitude to get to will be a longer drive.
But
measurably longer drive.
But eggshells, you are basing those coordinates off a system that we are arguing is a falsehood. So you're literally using the lie to prove the lie. No, you are.
You're not.
So no, you are though.
No, you okay. Where's the lie? What are you testing in the lie?
Okay,
Can you find if a line is north south? Yes or no?
Okay. So once you find that, but what line being north, south, east, or west
The
are
state
you
border.
equating it to? No. But it's biased of a globe. If you're using
how's north biased to a globe?
Okay, but then once you start going south, east and west, and you're trying to say that if I go east and west, the measurement recorded is shorter or longer, however you want to, I guess in your case would be shorter, but you're going off
Yeah,
because
is it a
has to
Euclidean triangle? Could I make a Euclidean triangle out of this, or could I could I fail to make a Euclidean triangle out of this? So I'm testing flat Earth. I'm assuming the Earth's flat and going, this triangle, this square distance east to west, should have a certain relationship, right?
You can't say that if you are trying to measure this according to the model itself. So for instance,
What do you mean?
For instance, if there is a point, a datum, right, that you are now taking a position from, but that datum is represented upon a model based upon it being a globe, then when you do your measurements and calculations, you're going to be addressing a globe because
that's wrong though.
You
That's
can't
wrong,
you're-
though.
Okay,
You can find north. You can find north. Surely we can find north. Come on, guys. We can find north.
Okay, but that's a straw man
North's
because
not
I'm
a
not
globe
saying, I'm not
datum.
saying
Come
you
on,
can't.
you guys
I'm not
are
saying,
getting
I'm
to the
not
point
saying
where
you
you
can't find north.
deny you can do so many things, and it's like, well, how can you claim that you've disproven the globe if you
Actually,
can't measure it?
when you say north, which north are you talking about?
Yeah, due north. I'm talking about due north. Can you find it? Yes or no?
Okay. You're making an argument
like
that
geographical
I'm not arguing.
north on a map. That's what you're talking about.
Due
North on the
north,
map.
not magnetic north.
Like
due
the
north.
north that we draw lines on a map and we
Can you
convert
find it?
those
Yes or
lines
no?
to a
Is the
point,
question.
and we converge those lines to a point on a map, and then we reach that point, and that's north, geographical north.
I don't care
It's
where
a
the point is. I'm
political
saying where
north.
you are now.
What's
Can you
political
find
north,
due north
right?
from where you are now?
You
That's
have
my
to.
question.
Yes, we're not arguing
you have to convert it though. Each map is different.
That's a way to do it. Yeah, do the magnetic declination and sort of trust the map. That could be a way to do it. Sure, I'd find Polaris. That'd be a bit. I think down to a degree way of doing it. Polaris
But eggshells,
plus knowing what the time
you're
is,
missing
you get even closer.
Eggshells, you're missing the point though.
He said celestial north. He said Polaris. That's not north. That's celestial north.
A
That's
way to find due
different
north is what I'm saying. I could also use a gyroscopic, mechanical gyroscopic gyro compass.
Nobody
and find due
argue
north
that you
down
can't
a cave
find
without
north.
being able to find. Okay.
Nobody argue that you can't find north. But the
Well,
argument
it sounds like some people do think that.
Okay. Well, but the argument that you're like trying to invoke here is that we can't, and that's not the argument. That's a straw man. The point here is that if you have a system, a model, to where you are now trying to adhere to it, you are using the lie to prove the lie, and that's my whole point.
You're
Because
not
technically-
engaging with my point. That's what I'm trying to say. I can find north. Forget the model. And now
All
what I
right.
want you to do is conceive at the same time of two models.
North. What do
One
you
in
mean
which the
north? What does
surface...
that mean? No. When you say north, what are
I've
you talking
described
about?
it. I think it's pretty clear what north is. I mean
You say north, and
geographic
then
north.
you say I'm on a border. That now I'm looking at north. What are you looking at?
Due north. I can find due north. Is your claim you can't do that? Can I just be clear on this? Are you saying
No, we're
I
just
cannot
asking
find
how
due north?
we're just asking how
I've given
you do
three
it.
methods. A simple one is take magnetic north and do the magnetic declination that you're told about from your thing. You just trust whoever tells you magnetic declination, right? Or I could use Polaris. I could use Polaris and the time of day to get even closer, or I could use a mechanical gyro compass. I've given you a variety of methods I could find north. Are the flat earthers really here claiming, as a way of making a truth claim about the shape of the earth, we can't find north? Because I earlier heard somebody have incredulity when somebody said, I've measured the earth, and I heard someone go, you can't measure the earth. What, flat earth? Do you realize that you're admitting to not being able to do simple things? And these simple things are required for you to have credibility when you say we've measured the earth. If you can't find north, your credibility is shot.
Again, nobody said you can't find north.
No, I get
bro.
you
Like,
aren't
why are you
apocryphon. I
saying
get
that?
you aren't. I get you aren't. You're solid on this, I know. But other people here are pretending you can't find north. Which north? Like, come on, we know what north is.
Okay, we can find north. And then what is
Well
conclusion of
done.
your
Thank you.
experiment? What is conclusion of your
Okay,
conclusion of that experiment?
perfect, great. So now we have the debate: is the north in the center of the Earth, or is the south in the center of the Earth? Okay, because
Or neither.
Or neither.
Yeah. But the sun is circling a point. Is the point the sun's circling south or north? And it cannot be both south and north, can it? On a flat Earth, it can't be both south and north because then it's a ball, right? So it needs to be either south or north, or as Crit correctly just said, it might be neither. But the sun's certainly circling one of the two. And as we get closer to that line will converge because it has to be going towards a central point.
In the model.
That point is the north. No. If on a flat surface, this is just the way Euclidean geometry works.
That's politics.
You cannot have a
That's
line.
convention.
You
That's
cannot have a
politics.
straight line come back and touch itself, right? A straight line must continue off getting diametrically opposed to one another.
A line that's straight. Got it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so in
It's like
Euclidean
an
space,
optical.
that line that goes out from the north, if the north is a point, if we're calling that point the bit which is sun circling, then that must radiate out from that point. It must get further. In Euclid's postulates would say it would have to keep getting further from every other ray coming out from that central point. Agreed? So if the lines converge in the south, it must be the south center. And if the lines converge in the north, it must be the north center. But the problem is they converge in the north and they converge in the south. Now it cannot be flat. If you can find north, the
Like
Earth
a
is not
rainbow.
flat.
That means it's spherical.
It makes it probable, but it just proves it's not flat.
That
No,
means
that's the claim, though.
that mean it's spherical.
My claim. That's my claim.
Is it spherical then?
No,
that's the one it leans towards. Sure, that's like you do the math, man. Do the math.
Hold on.
No,
I get.
No, I want to come to conclusion. That means that it's spherical.
It's an
it makes it more
optical
probable.
effect.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Great. That mean we have with that we prove that cannot be flat. It must be spherical. That means
it disproves flat. Yes.
Yeah. That means that we have the radius and everything. That everything is true. That then because it cannot be flat. That means the radius is correct and everything is correct.
Well, yeah, nautical miles are a measure of that. So a nautical mile is like a 2,500th or something of a circle.
Yeah.
It's 360 times 60 gets you your nautical miles.
Yeah, that means that every observation with 1 foot observer height will show the geometrical horizon of 1 mile. Is that correct?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't imply that the atmosphere doesn't bend light. It doesn't say anything about that.
No, you didn't say nothing about that. No, listen. You didn't say nothing about that. I didn't say nothing about that. But books and all literal and all education saying all about that. You know?
Right, but we're running away from the central point. The central point is if we can find north.
I want to understand you. Central point was this. You explained how something cannot work on flat Earth. Great. That means it's spherical.
So
that
it's
means
not
now
flat,
Yeah, now we realize it's not flat. That means it's spherical. We have a radius now, we have all math, and we have geometrical horizon of 1.22 miles. But that
Well,
doesn't
what I
have...
certainly would do is I would look at the flat Earth priests who've told you this kind of stuff and go, what bullshit have they been feeding me?
Okay, can I ask you the question? What for you would be a flat surface?
A flat surface would follow Euclid's postulates. So parallel lines would always remain parallel. Equidistant never touch. A triangle will have 180 degrees, that kind of stuff.
Can you describe me that flat surface?
I just did. It would follow Euclidean geometry. I would be able to measure it, and distance would follow Euclidean geometry. If I made triangles, they would follow trigonometry.
If you see the 10 miles of flat water, can you say this is 10 miles of flat water? Can you say that?
Can I detect that? We're now stepping from maths
you can detect that. Yes, you can detect that.
The second you take an angle to that, hold on, eggshells. The second you take an angle to something that's 10 miles away from you, you have now created this triangle, if you will, because that baseline that you even made that reference point of 10 miles away from you, you've created a baseline that's flat. And then your elevation, your eyes are going to be the side of the triangle that you've created to where you're going to give you a height. And then the slope is going to be 10 miles away to your eyes. You created a triangle, yes or no?
I think so, sure, yeah.
Okay, welcome to it not being a curve.
How does that work? Like,
because
you can see sight lines as straight. I think all those lines are slightly curved. Sight lines, I think, are probably slightly curved. There's good evidence that suggests they curve sometimes.
Okay, the fact
but
that
you could make a triangle out of that is fine, because triangles can still exist and spherical triangles can exist.
They do exist.
It just depends.
No, they don't exist. No, they only exist in the bias of trying to make your horizontal curving away from you. The second
it sounds like you're just refusing to even acknowledge these points by going, well, but you're assuming the model. What I'm trying to do is go, if flat, it will follow Euclid's postulates. When we trace a shape on the surface, because we're trying to test the surface, what you're doing is going, if I stand that triangle up and imagine it between my eye and a distant point, you're making a different triangle. We're no longer testing the surface. We're testing imaginary lines in the sky, which I can't tell if they're bending up and down. But I can tell if a line diverges from north-south, right? I can go to a state border and check if that diverges north-south.
But what are you comparing that border position that you're standing on is not the same thing as the line on the map that is converging. Those places are not the same thing. The place that you're standing and looking across and taking the reading from the compass is not the same thing as the line that you're talking about that converges into the globe map. Those places are not the same thing.
How do you know?
You got the latitude lines that you're converging are political, agree upon.
No, they're not.
That's geographical. You're talking about a reading of a geographical position on a map.
Yeah, what it's talking about is, like, I said false, and then I thought about it some more. I was like, actually, you're kind of right there, where it is decided upon by the British when it was
absolutely right.
So it's absolutely right, same as it was in America, right? North-south borders that follow lines of latitude and longitude.
That was my argument from the beginning, eggshells.
Sure. Those are political, but I'm not done yet, man.
Go ahead.
But those lines were chosen along lines of latitude and longitude. Latitude and longitude are not political. They are mathematical. It's down to a convention what numbers you put in, how you divide up a circle, basically, whether you're using degrees or some other arbitrary thing, But that relationship will always exist, and that place does exist on the Earth. So if you gave me a latitude and longitude, that is a place on the Earth and nowhere else, even if it's over ocean.
Yeah, but you're drawing a straight line, and you're saying, since I'm doing these lines that are converging to a point in a circle, therefore it's curving as a globe, which is wrong.
Well, longitude lines must, in either model, you hopefully know this, time where the sun is at midday is your longitude, right? So that's basically sun at midday is here, or how many hours it is out from London, where this whole system started, because they came up with the first watches to do it, right? And so that's why it's Greenwich hour angle. And you know where your longitude is by when the sun goes overhead. If you just sit on the phone with somebody in London and you go, the sun's dead overhead now, bang, you've got your longitude. They just tell you how many hours you're off their solar midday, and you've got your longitude.
And
So
you have to realize
there's no politics. There's nothing. No movement that could be passed except to introduce new numbers, but those numbers would still mean the same thing. When is the sun overhead?
But eggshells. The point though is that when you call up your buddy and say, "What's your GP?" you're going based upon their position, and if you're going to try to
Latin long and you're Latin long.
If you're trying to attribute their position to yours, you're going to create a baseline horizontally to where you can now establish your GP, because you guys have to be on that equal altitude in that circle to even establish that GP. You cannot be curving over a water mountain, hill, and say we are now creating a 90-degree, I guess, perpendicular to one another or parallel to another, because that is now a falsehood. That is now invoking
I'm not
a
following
model.
this at all.
So if you're standing on the other side of a hill and I'm standing on the other side of a hill, we cannot create a 90 to each other. We cannot. My 90
not trying to create a 90. We're not trying to create a 90 to one another.
We are, though, because we're creating a triangle to get our GP. You don't. I don't know what you guys Globers don't get about. If you're on the
if you're doing a triangle to a GP, you've got multiple problems. For one,
that's the way they do it, though. It's not a problem because that's the way they do it. So if you're on the other side of a mountain and you create a 90-degree and you're at a slope, then your 90-degree, your baseline is going to go straight into the sky, and my 90-degree is going to go base into the sky, and they're going to cross over the mountain that we are now measuring. But technically, when we do these measurements, we are creating a 90 to where we're touching, we're matching me to you. What don't you get about that? Very frustrating that you guys don't get this.
I think someone muted eggshells.
Okay, well, sorry, but I'm just, my point's proven in the way we do things all the time. When I'm out there on the field, when I used to be, because I'm injured, but when I was on the field, we created a 90-degree to our position, no matter how far. When we built the LAX people mover, 2.5 miles long, every calculation to that was based upon a 90-degree to create the baseline. So that way we knew the elevation 2.5 miles away.
You mean you're finding plumb?
All the time.
Yeah, I agree.
So when we create plumb, that vertical is based upon the horizontal that we've established. So 2.5 miles away. There's an imaginary line because we didn't actually draw a string for 2.5 miles, but every inch along the path, we knew that we're going to go back as a 90-degree from our position, and that's a baseline, a straight path to column A. The first fucking column that we put up, right, was there was a datum point. There was a datum. And they said,
how did you test these? What is the difference that you would find if it were flat or if it were globe, and how were you able to determine between them?
What would be
the numerical difference in distance or angle or something like that?
The way you determine it is based upon the elevation, and that elevation is a way to where you're going to know that when I turn my theodolite from west back to east, that I'm still establishing a straight line. And that's what created the baseline to know the elevation all the way for 2.5 miles, bro. And now if you want to say that's not enough, you need a bigger measurement.
That's not enough. No, those the plums will diverge. Plums 2 inches apart will diverge as much as they should.
No, they don't. No, but that's the point, though.
Let me ask you the question, though. How have you tested that? How have you determined that they don't diverge?
The way you test that is because if you took Flatsy's all over it, rise over run. When you use rise over run, as we do, you will establish a straight baseline, and all your angles and elevation measurements are based upon that straight line. If it wasn't based upon that, then we would be off when we're building something, because one thing would be lower on the other side of the mountain hill that you believe is curving away from you. If that mountain hill was now vertical, then that baseline would be shooting up into the sky and we wouldn't be matching it. Why don't you
Shooting up
Globers
into the
get
sky.
this?
So that's what I'm trying to understand, man. Shooting up into the sky by how much? Like how is it? Would you do that in an angle, or is that like how many feet it would be overhead? Or that's what I'm trying to get at. What's the measurement distance between the two?
So over 2.5 miles, I think if you took to the curvature calculator, it would be quite a few feet off the original position. But guess what? We're not measuring. I'm 2 feet lower over here. No, that's not what you get. You get, I'm perfect. We're tits. We're good. We're perfect right here. This is still matching the elevation based upon our starting position. And that elevation, where I'm 6 feet or 10 feet or 20 feet in my position, I know for a fact that I can draw a straight line across and still be 20 feet, 10 feet, or 30 feet up in the air, because we've created and established a baseline. You Globers
so the baseline. Yeah, I'm trying to understand it. So the baseline is like, do you start from a single datum? Is that the idea? Like these all start from one point somewhere on right? And then how do you establish that baseline? What is you say from horizontally, so I know the elevation of that post?
Okay, so the way we establish that baseline is a surveyor will come in and he will spray paint one of the nuts that's inside the column that the first column we place. They know that they've transferred the datum from sea level. So they will say, like, for instance, on the blueprints, if I remember correctly, I think we were always basing it up upon like 432 feet above sea level. That's just because that's the measurement that we kept. I think it's 432. I could be wrong, but regardless, we have an established datum, and then we go up from that, and then we make it parallel to the ground. So for 2.5 miles all the way down, we know that when we're 20 feet in the air, hanging iron, we know that there's going to be a baseline created parallel to the earth of which we're taking it from. Now, here's the thing, eggshells. There is topography. There is a part, even in LAX, where the ground itself starts to go higher, but then it even goes lower. So what they did is they dig into the ground to make sure that we are still flat and level, because that has to do with
are these all referenced? Is the idea this all then gets referenced back to that spray painted bolt, and we always know our elevation compared to that spray painted bolt?
Yep.
Okay, I'm following now actually. And so help me out with this bit that I'm not getting. Let's say I'm, a mile down the road, just to make it easy, like a round amount, a mile down the road, and I want to compare back to the original one, and I want to know my elevation at this one I am a mile away. How do I work out that what my elevation is from that datum all the way over there?
Okay, the way you know it is because for the entire mile long of measuring it, you kept that baseline. You kept that.
How do I
benchmark.
determine I'm on the baseline is what I'm asking. How do I know that I'm on the baseline?
By taking a theodolite and you look one way and then you turn around and you shoot it back to the mark, and it's still...
That's a backsight foresight thing I've heard. Okay.
Yes, that's the way we do it. And when you look backwards and you're like, okay, good, we're still straight, right? Yes, thumbs up, good. Tits, awesome. Now, let's continue building. Nothing about that is curved. And by the way, it can't be
How would it
curved.
be different if it was curved?
We would be off. Because if you're building something... Okay, it's almost like this. Put it this way. If we were building something on a hill, okay, and then I turned my theodolite and shot back, it would be lower because we're on a hill and I'm lower on the hill.
That's a hill.
But guess what?
But the hill, the difference with the hill is to the earth is geometry, right? And that is plumb is always going to be radial to that circle that you're standing on, right? If you're standing on a sphere, then plumb must be radial and horizontal must be tangential to the sphere at that point, right? It's just definitional geometry.
I would have to say false. And the reason why is
Okay,
because
go on.
if you have a vertical on a hill, on the other side of the hill, if you had a theodolite set up to where there was a sloping now, because now you have a slope because it's a hill, right? And you think the globe is now sloping. When I'm level to the ground on a hill, then my eyesight will be looking upwards over the hill into the sky, and the person on
Wrong.
the
I don't
other
think
side of
so.
the hill. No, you may not think so, but this is logic.
Can I explain why?
Do I have to draw it for you? I could draw it.
No.
See it. I could draw it for you if you need. But here's the point. A theodolite set up on one side of the hill and a theodolite set up on the other side of the hill, if they are both vertically to the hill, right, to where they have a 0 zenith position, once you shoot back, and 1 6 foot and 1 6 foot, if you shot back, those lines would cross. They wouldn't hit each other directly spot on. This is what I'm trying to tell you, bro. And Globers don't grasp this. We built shit horizontally, flat. You shoot it back. You're taking 1 point, transferring it. That's just the way it works, brother. What don't you get about that? I think you're muted again, but maybe rightfully so. There you go. If you
I don't know.
go ahead.
I don't know if it is rightfully so. I've got no idea who's muting me. I'm kind of bored of it now. So, yeah, obviously I don't agree. I think the difference with a hill and the Earth is the Earth currently the tangent at where I'm standing will always be definitionally horizontal, which will be definitionally perpendicular plumb. So it's not analogous to a hill, and that's the question I'm trying to get at. But I'm so sick of somebody muting me. I think I'm done. But it's
so
nice to see you again, Apocryphon.
For sure, likewise. But here's the point, eggshells. You cannot, and this is kind of the argument that's been like, as long as, for the past so many years. So I've been now on this since 2018. So for 6 years, Globers aren't understanding that you cannot have a curved surface and still have a transferring of the benchmark to be horizontal. You guys do not get that.
I get that that is your position. I think from the outsider, I've not used one of these things ever professionally, nor done any of the courses on it, so I'm sort of opining about it as a complete layperson.
I had to pass the course to understand it.
My guess from the outside is, if it's always plumb, if it does this foresight, backsight horizontally by finding plumb locally, which is how I think it works. I've looked at one.
It is.
I went and met Ruhif. So it's got this internal plumb detector and it looks front and back from there. I think for a project to incorporate, what it would be essentially doing is to remain completely parallel. You would be trying to set one plumb point and then being only referencing that plumb point. I think you can do that with heights and distances because the difference will be negligible in terms of what plumb is. And you don't really care. So let me finish.
Go ahead.
You don't really care what the original plumb point was because you want water runoff and everything. It's like, it just doesn't make sense. What was dead? What was due up right over there? Where what does matter is elevation changes from that plumb and distances.
Eggshells. When we're building the skeleton of a building, we're not worried about drainage. We don't build it with a 5/8 inch slope because we're worried about. No, that's the carpenters. That's the concrete guys. They're the ones building the slopes. When we build the skeleton of the ramway of the train bridge that's going to go 2.5 miles, we don't care about that. We are making sure that it's horizontal because everything that we're building, that's where they're going to pull their reference from. And then when they know that we built that shit at tits, and when I say tits, that means perfectly level and horizontal to the zenith or vertical plumb, according to the other column that was vertical plumb. Now, when a concrete guy comes in or a carpenter comes in and they're like, oh, well, we have to make sure, and we're pouring concrete, we have to account for not curvature, we have to account for drainage because there's got to be a slope built in. That's on them. But our shit that we do as ironworkers, union ironworkers, we're not worried about sloping around the curvature of the earth. We're worried about keeping that fucking column horizontally flat because 2.5 miles away, we need to make sure that that shit is equal to the fucking column A because we built it that way. Enough said, case closed. You can invoke this theory of it has to be curved around all you want, but that's not reality. And I'm telling you, personally from my experience in the trade. Now, I know there's others that will even back it up.
Do you think if I were to take that argument and say, because you've been in the trade and you've done this so much, I should listen to you, do you agree that it would be reasonable that I should say there are many, many, many more people who have done more of this who disagree with you? I'm not one of them, so I'm not claiming to be this, but I would say there are no, the overlap, if I drew a Venn diagram of people who've done surveying for large projects and flat earthers, there is no overlap. There are no who are flat earthers, and there are no people thingies who are flat earthers, and no flat earthers who are thingy. And there's no overlap between them. So I get that you worked on a project and it's a very cool large project, but you're not able to describe to me what number would be different, how I would measure this 4 feet would be different across this entire length. Because to me that would be you'd be right, but you would be doing this thing where you're going up into the sky because you did it on an original datum and found plumb there, and then you would be 4 feet too high on the other end. But you would only do that if you could keep replicating the original plumb. Otherwise, you're going to create a little polygon that's only 4 feet, only if you compare it to this imaginary plumb. If you just go, this thing wraps a tiny bit around a ball, the ever so tiniest bit around a ball, then yeah, those plumbs do diverge, but you never have a way. Like, what is the way to check if plumbs diverge? And it's reciprocal zenith angles. Nobody does that.
No.
Zenith angles.
No. Hold on. You're not. Again, you're invoking a bias that it has to be curved away. But I'm telling you,
no. I'm just saying it doesn't disprove that it's curved away. You're not able to show the value that would be different.
No. We do show it by the way we build it. With the instructions in the blueprints are plumb level square for 2.5 miles. Plumb level square. So imagine how many straight lines does it take to make a curve? I'll tell you, 0. It's not curving. But what you just said about
we went through this last time though, Apocryphon, and last time we went through.
You just said that plumbs are diverging, and I told you no, they're not. And we double checked that they're not, because if they were, we would be off. You understand? Can you grasp that? Can you literally grasp how they cannot be diverging? Because the divergence would be a change of elevation, which means we would now be off to where our original point started. This is so simple. Only a bias.
So what you're saying is the resulting building we built, the resulting tramway, wasn't it? You built the LAX people mover?
Yeah, yeah.
It would be off, the building would have been wonky, essentially would have said, noticeably wonky.
But it's not, though. And the reason why it's not
that is,
is
but I just want to clarify that is your case you're making. What I would submit to you is we've already discussed this about 2 years ago, and
it is.
The way I went about this was to say...
You're right. When I first started on the project, it's taken 2.5 years, and by the way, it's still not done. I'm out of the union right now because I got hurt and injured, but my buddies are still there building it. It's all right. It is what it is. I got a huge settlement from it. But here's the point. Doesn't change the fact that when I was there working, and every project before that, everything we did was plumb level square, and it did. We were arguing this a long time ago when I first.
Please do let me respond though.
Mm-hmm.
Last time we did this, I asked you what were the tolerances, and you said they were very fine. And I forget what they are. I think it was like 2 millimeters. I worked it out to be something like 2 millimeters across the length of a beam. But what I would submit to you is, if I went back to you and went, what tolerances from span to span? So I think we went from pillar to pillar. It's got these plates that sound like you said get dropped on top and then get welded up together. And I said, what is the maximum tolerance you can take? Like, can it be out by 2 mil, or has it be 2 microns, or can it be 2 feet? Obviously, it can't be 2 feet. It's not going to be 2 microns. Right. It's going to be somewhere in the middle. And then the question was, if we propagate that over 2.5 miles, could that be hidden from you?
No.
Because you said your evidence would be the building would be wonky. Could that be hidden from you if the tolerances were loose enough? And the answer is yes. If the tolerances were loose enough, it could be hidden.
No, I'll tell you why it can't be hidden. Because if you are off by, let's say, 5/8 in the beginning, the inspector is going to they're going to reject your weld and say, re-weld that, because it can't be 5/8 off. So
okay, so could they be two eighths off? Sorry, could they be a quarter? Hang on. Could they be like?
Yeah. You can say a quarter. You can say a quarter. But here's the point, though.
Okay.
A quarter off is not because it's going to represent now we can have a curvature of the Earth. No, because a quarter off in the beginning.
That's what we need
Imagine,
to test.
imagine if you went 2.5 miles off and always had a quarter off. Do you understand how fucking far off you would be at the end of the project? You
That's
would
my
be
point. Yeah.
like, you would be feet off. You would be holy shit. Yeah,
but
no,
you could go long
that's the
on
point.
one, and then you'd be more inclined to go short on the next, right? It'd kind of be a wiggle kind of thing.
You
But
would have
in
to
any
make
amount, if we get down to like, like an eighth of an inch, we just go 1/8 of an inch out per plate thing that's dropped on top, and then count the number of those that go from end to end.
And you're
I
gonna
would
be
be
feet off at the
absolutely
end.
astounded because, and the reason for this is because if you try to look up projects that would be able to discern the shape of the Earth, they have to be absolute mega projects with huge or projects with huge precision. And I think this is a mega project, but I don't think it's the Verrazano Narrows Bridge. I think is a good one. But
do me a
the only
favor,
other one I can
Eggshells.
think of is not
Eggshells.
CERN. What's the one that shoots LIGO?
Eggshells, do me a favor, okay? I'm going to give you the measurements, okay? Every column that we are placing, okay, was about a good, I want to say, maybe 50 feet across from one another, okay? 50 feet divided by 2.5 miles. I want you to take a 1/8 difference and tell me how much higher in the sky would be at the end of that tram that we built if we didn't make sure that we were keeping point to the original datum. Please
there would be
do the math. Come back to me.
I think there would be 264 spans. So, yeah,
times 1/8. Yeah, that's a fucking great off. You're gonna be way off. In other words, when we got to the end, everybody would be fired because we wouldn't hit our fucking target of where we're supposed to be. So what we had to do is when the inspector would come out from LA City, they would come out and inspect it. Now, if your thing was with the tolerance, I get it. There's always tolerances. I get it. But the overall, you had to keep that same datum, bro. You had to.
Sure, I'm not. The question is not arguing that you did it. It's just saying, could this be hidden? If your measure for this, as I asked you, you said the reason you're convinced by this is because the building would be wonky. I would say along this length, the building could be wonky. I think the wonkiness of the building already will be larger than you would get from the curvature of Earth.
But there was never... Okay, with that being said, I get what you're saying. But with that being said, if the blueprint himself never accounted for such a curve, then why do you keep invoking it? Because if only you are doing it, none of us
I've got
did
no
it.
reason. The reason I think it's a globe relates nothing at all to...
But hold on though. The engineers didn't do it. Hold on. The engineers didn't account for that. We didn't account for that. Why do Globers account for that? Why do they have to throw in and say it has to be this?
Because it's what we
when that
probably
wasn't
think
reality.
is the case. Why?
But
it's like saying, why do you think the Earth's flat? I think this is easily
no.
explained, and us being still on a globe. My answer to you is this: I do not think you are lying, and I do think we live on a globe. That's why I don't instantly accept this as globe proof. Because, for starters, how would I get 4 feet off the ground? Describe to me what that would look like. So what you need to do to disprove Bull is imagine Bull, make prediction about Bull, show how prediction is untrue. So what's the prediction you would make about this being 4 foot higher at the other end? How would that happen if we were on a ball?
I can't even answer that because that's not a reality. All I'm telling you is,
that's what you're trying. You must be able to do that, Apocryphon. If you're admitting you can't do that, what you're saying is, I do not know how to test if there's a ball because I cannot even imagine a ball, but I've tested it and proven that there's...
No, but the reason why I say that, though, Eggshells, is because when we did it, there was no ball calculated. So you're saying, how would you do it? I don't know, because that's not what we do. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, that's not the way you come to that conclusion. When you're taking a vertical off the plumb line, off that datum, and then you take a theodolite and shoot it back, and it's measuring perfectly. It's tits. Now, then we transfer it over. Then you go down like 5 columns down, and you're still exactly where you're supposed to be. by its elevation, and then shoot back, and it matches. That's the whole point. Straight lines are going to
Would you
create
agree
that
with what I said
parallel.
earlier, though?
Go
Where
ahead.
I said the vast majority of people who do this for a living, who've done this a lot, the actual surveyors who carry a theodolite around in the back of their car, for example,
right? We actually
none of
we
them
used
are
to carry around all the
none
time.
of them are flat earthers, and of the flat earthers we know, none of them are surveyors.
Hold on a
They're two
second.
completely
My
distinct
husband does
circles.
this too. Apocryphon. My husband does it too. So he works with theodolites and he works in huge plants. And
Love to
they
talk to
don't
him.
yeah, they don't account for curvature at all.
Is he a
So
flat earther though? I'm not saying whether he accounts for curvature. I'm
he's
saying is
not
he
a
a flat
globe
earther?
earther, that's for sure.
Is he a flat earther? That's
I
the
would
point
say
that
that
I'm
he's
making.
not a globe earther. He definitely knows all of our points and
Okay.
argues our points from the flat earth. Absolutely.
Well, I'd be curious to meet a flat earther because it'd be the first one. I've heard of
Yeah,
many
well, he
claims
works
before,
with
but
theodolites.
never
He
met one.
also works with, he's a millwright, so he
I know
absolutely
millwrights.
needs, yeah, he's a millwright, so he has to work with level machinery, and
Yeah.
they have to be precise and to
Sure.
a, and I mean, like, it's not even a, like, I'm trying to give you some sort of like, what's accuracy. The accuracy that they have to work with is to a precise, minute point. Like they don't have any room for error. They have to work within the smallest amount of error. So they use theodolites to level off when they're building a plant, like a car plant for something. He's had to use theodolites. He's had to um, level off things many times for conveyors and machinery and stuff like
Yeah.
that. So,
Yeah.
and
By the way, Flatsy. By the way, millwrights. By the way, the guys that are in millwrights, they're even more accurate. So I totally believe Flatsy because millwrights, they have to be even more accurate and more
yeah,
strategic
he,
in their
he
measurements.
has to be to
Yeah.
like a super minute level accurate.
Yeah,
And
they
that's
do.
why I
I've
was
worked
trying
with
to
them.
like get to I'm sorry, I'm not able to articulate it, but he has to be to a super minute, precise accuracy with everything that he does.
Yeah, because
So
their machinery requires that it has to be flat and level. There cannot be any imbalance of that. So when you're building something for an X amount of
he works
feet
in
away from each
nuclear.
other.
He works in nuclear power plants, regular like your steam power plants, all of those things like with the boilers.
Yeah,
He's not a
yeah,
boiler maker, but he works with boiler makers. So
yeah.
you
And that's a good
have
point.
all of them in some sort of group together, and
And
they have to
that's a good
work
point,
at a
Flatsy.
precise level of every bit of accuracy that they can to make sure that everything is working um, functionally. Yeah,
That's a good point, Flatsy, because I've worked in a paper mill, I've worked in a nuclear plant. Everything about, especially with millwrights or boilers, like their pipes have to be horizontal, and they're very very particular about like when you're creating an elevation for them. Like if it's not down to the fucking the centimeter, like they'll correct you. They'll say, hey, this is off. Like it has to
theodolites.
be.
They use theodolites often, very often, to level off certain areas because of perspective. They use them as perspective instruments because of such long ranges that they have to do over such a vast amount of area. And you're talking about not a vast amount of area that Jesse, uh, uh, what's his name? Whatever his name is.
Jesse
So,
Path of Light.
yeah, Path of Light. Yeah. They're not doing it over that kind of vast amount of area. They're doing it
You
over
never.
amount of area on land that they need to use perspective and get that level to a precision rate that you can't do it without those instruments. So they're not using it to define curvature, they're using it to find level. It's so
Okay.
funny.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's
How
okay. I have a
funny
question
is
real
that?
quick. Just for wait, Apocryphon, what did you say you built again? I just didn't know what this whole thing was about when you said you were like part of this whole like thing. I just don't know what you're building.
It's called you could Google it. It's called the LAX People Mover.
The what? The people mover?
Yeah, so so LAX
Oh, okay, I see. I
they
see.
built a tram that's going from the parking lot. They built a huge parking lot like 2.5 miles away from the airport, and we had to connect that parking lot to where now they're going to change LAX. You're no longer going to be able to drive into the airport. You have to come on the tram that they're building. They built that's being created for security reasons, whatever. But that tram, and we built the 5 stations as well. There's 5 stations along that tram, and that tram is 2.5 miles long. And we were a part of that. It took thousands of us, obviously, a lot of union iron workers that built it, but we built it, and that's what it is.
So then, I mean, okay, never mind.
This is why when people are like, "Oh, you're using theodolite, you built a building. Congratulations, you didn't have to count for curvature." Okay,
No,
but
I don't think you actually do.
miles.
I don't think you do because I mean, it's just 2.5 miles. You know, like I mean, that's
No. Hold on. They they say when you're building like a warehouse, right? Let's say like an Amazon warehouse. I've also built Amazon warehouse. When you build an Amazon warehouse, that's nothing in comparison to 2.5 miles long of a tram. Now, when Glovers are like, "Oh, you built a warehouse, you don't even have to count for curvature, it's negligible, blah blah blah." But when I say, "Okay, well, we built 2.5 miles long," all of a sudden they're like, "Well, that's negligible as well. You can't tell the curvature over." Dude, how far do you have to build something horizontally flat and level to make it account? And they're like, "Oh, you have to build something miles and miles long."
I don't
But
know how
here's
long it is, but I know it's probably longer than 2.5 miles.
it might even be so because I mean I just remember it being 2.5 miles in the blueprints. Maybe I don't know. I don't be longer than that, but it is what it is. But the fact is, if you're not accounting for curvature on the first pylon, on the first column, then if you got all the way to the end, you're going to be off. Like from a builder's position, an engineer's position, you will be off if you didn't account for it from the beginning. So when people are like, "Oh, you just build in sections, you don't have to worry about curvature." No, how many flat lines do you make to where it's not having to adhere to a curve? And that's kind of the argument that I always bring up. Like, dude, your Globers are wrong. That you cannot say that you don't have to account for curvature over 2.5 miles because that's a huge fucking difference in elevation.
Do you account for curvature?
No, you never do.
So
It's
then
plumb
you agree,
level
right?
square. What was that?
So then when I say you don't have to account for curvature over 2.5 miles, in your case, you agree.
Yeah, because it's not curving. That's the whole point.
Well, then you just
But
said you said we were wrong for saying that, but you agree.
because in the paradigm, okay, do yourself a favor. Go look at how much drop would be acquired over a curved earth of 2.5 miles long. Just go look it up and come back to me. Tell me how many feet my last column would have to be in horizontally, how much it would have to drop. And then I would say, but that's retarded because
Okay,
the
I'm not even
line.
what you asked, to be honest with you.
What was that?
I don't even know what you asked, to be honest.
Okay, in 2.5 miles, how much curvature drop would be needed? Meaning, how much would we have to compensate the iron that we're laying that's horizontally flat?
Like
How much would it have to be dipping
like
down?
how much? Like what's the Earth's curvature at from in a distance of 2.5 miles?
You tell me.
No, yeah. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Okay. It says 2 miles distance. Distance of 2 miles is rough. 2 miles. It doesn't give me 2.5, but like I guess just like go a little bit above that.
That's fair.
2
That's
miles
fine.
distance is roughly around 2.67 feet of curvature.
Okay, so
let's
guess
just put
what?
3 feet. 3 feet curvature.
Okay. Let's say 3 feet. Guess what? The last pylon was not 3 feet higher to compensate for the original pylon of our straight line. And if that was the case, the last pylon would be higher in elevation to compensate for the bulge that we were building over. But there was no bulge that we're building over. It was horizontal.
I gotcha. Wait, actually, I understand what you're saying. So, oh man, so I think what is happening here, and I mean, Eggshells is muted, so he probably can't like agree with me or disagree. But he seems a lot smarter than I am. I think you're honestly confusing the terms horizontal and like flat with level. So I'm not agreeing. I'm not going to disagree with you that it was probably the same distance above like the ground for one end and then the other end. They were probably they probably were the same distance above the ground, but that wouldn't make them flat. That would make them level with each other.
No.
What you were
Okay.
saying, there's a big bubble in the middle.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, let me say it one more time. From column
Listen, mate,
A.
Before you go anywhere, I used to work on the rail for years. Did it for 16 years. I'm an aluminothermic welder, boilermaker by trade, fabrication engineer. I can assure you now, if he's got a 2.5 mile thing, there's not a 1 foot tall bubble in the middle of it. That bastard would be within eighths of an inch the full length of it.
Exactly. So if you go from column A, the beginning position, let's just say column Z, okay, all the way down. If you're saying that was still horizontal to column A, then that is not a curve. Because horizontal is a straight line. It's a straight line. Okay, go ahead.
It's not horizontal. So the beginning of this LAX like track is A, and the end of it is Z. I agree. They would not be flat with each other. They would not be horizontal with each other. What they would be is level.
No.
Yes, that's what they would be. I'm not saying they're horizontal or flat.
Okay,
they are level.
Level is flat, bro. I know that.
Wrong.
No, okay, hold on, bro. Hold on. I know that even by definition in today's dictionaries, they try to tell you that level is according to the curvature of the earth.
Yes,
but
correct.
Where that gets thrown out the window is when you're saying, but I built this horizontal, meaning a straight line. So my straight line in the middle of this fucking 2.5 miles, that means the columns that are in the middle would have been shorter than one point or the other, because you would have had to horizontally make them in your paradigm. But that's not the facts. The facts is it's horizontal from beginning to the end, meaning a straight line, which means level. And I know that you're like, oh, but level is no.
So you do think that like the start of the bridge and the end of the bridge are horizontal to each other?
They're absolutely horizontal to each other. Yes, that's the whole point.
Gotcha.
And if you were to diverge from that, then you would have a swell. But you're no longer a horizontal line, because now your lines would crisscross in the sky because you're angling them. And that's not the way we build shit, bro. We build it flat and horizontal, straight across, a straight line. And
yeah, for sure. And so
this is why it's not a globe. And then people say, oh, well, think about bridges that are 17 miles long. Guess what? The water on a side view of that is horizontal. And yes, some bridges have elevation change to where they may be arcing up, but that's just for the integrity of the bridge itself. So you're going to build it with an arc because you want it to be strong in the center. So you're going to have a little tiny up and down going over a flat plane, but that's a bridge that's going so far across two positions. So you're going to build that because an arc in the building, in the engineering of itself, is so that way, if all the traffic was to stop in the middle of the bridge for whatever reason, it wouldn't collapse in on itself, because the arc, or what we call in the industry, it's called a cant. you're going to build it with a cant, so that way it's now arced, but it allows for you're dealing with the integrity of the bridge, of the strength of the steel that's going to hold all the weight. But Globers don't get it. They're lost. They don't build it. They don't do it. They don't engineer it. But they're going to say, no, but we have to.
Yeah,
Just
so,
in a
okay,
bias.
I have a
Go ahead.
question. So this is just for my sake. If let's say I'm not sure exactly if like the whole LAX thing is like a straight line, like the track is a straight line, or if it has curves. Not when I say like if it like curves left or right and stuff. If I were to stand at like the start of the track, could I like see the end of the track?
No, it's you can't even see it from one station to another. It's
Gotcha.
already optically, it's already thrown off.
Wait,
Optically.
is it a straight line, straightforward back?
No. It zigzags like a snake.
Okay, well, okay, okay. Well,
It
so
does
on like
zigzag.
super long bridges and on like not even bridges, but like power
Realistic.
lines.
We're
What?
talking about real life. We're talking about how you see things in real life. That's what we're
Okay,
talking.
sure. Okay. Anyways, on like super long bridges and like for not even bridges, power lines, like pictures of those that have the
Right.
ocean also in them. You can't see, like there is no curve on the horizon you can see, right, visibly with your eyes, but the
Right.
actual building of the bridges and the power lines going straight, you can see them go like shoot forward, and then as like the farther they go, it's not that they disappear out of view. You see them like it's a straight line
Things
almost. You see the top of that
disappear
line. No.
off
I'm not.
flat surface.
No, hold on. You see them, right? You don't see it disappear out of view. Well, you do, but what you see is the actual
They
bridge
drop.
and the actual power lines, yes, dropping over the curve.
Yes.
You've
Okay.
seen that
Again.
clip before, and those images posted a million times.
Okay.
You guys
Again.
still probably you guys still probably don't understand. Yeah, those exact same images. Yes.
Okay. So the reason. Okay, let me explain something to you. Okay, if you're building something on a bridge that is arced up to go in elevation, so that way boats can pass under it, and then the bridge drops down at the end of it to match the elevation of the road on the other side, anything, even a handrail, anything that you're building, or a guardrail, anything that you're building on the bridge, yes, it's going to look curved because the bridge is curved, but it's not.
Okay, you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying that something on the bridge is curved because the bridge is curved. The bridge and these power lines, like the straight power lines, are on the ocean. Like they're on the ocean. And
okay,
I see the ocean. They're in the Pontchartrain Causeway of Louisiana. That's not the ocean in the images that you're referencing. So
your
no.
mic's loud. Your mic's loud, real quick. Okay, yeah. It's the power lines themselves that are curved over the ocean.
Okay, Amish, I get what you're saying. Okay, so if you're not even talking about a bridge, you're just talking about the power lines, these towers. Okay. So here's the point. There's power lines and there's columns in the ocean, and they're going across the ocean. Optically, they're going to drop in your perspective, even though they're not changing elevation. No different than light poles on a street that is going way far down, no different than a hallway when you're looking down and you can't see the edge of it, but it looks like every door and every ceiling light is going to drop, because that's the way perspective works, because everything that we're looking at is converging to a point. And when you bring up photos like, oh no, but look it, they see the tower lines, they're curving over the earth. One, that's a very small curved ball earth that you believe you're on, because that curve that you can see is optically. But guess what, brother? If you zoom in to those power lines, all of a sudden, those power lines become straight again, because you've now taken the angle of resolution from a camera and you're zooming down into that bridge to the edge of it, and all of a sudden it gets straight. I actually have a video of it. Let me look for it.
You can't see. What you can't see is the bottom of those power lines. So there's the power lines, and then there's those those cement towers.
You know why? Because they're miraging. Those images were taken in probably the most humid place on Earth.
Exactly.
The most humid place on Earth, where you have a temperature inversion because the warm water is underneath the cold air. And so when you zoom in, you have total internal reflection happening, causing an apparent shifting downward on the horizon. This is known as upward refraction.
Exactly. And if you I have a video, if when the guy zooms in to the lines that look like they're curving, the bridge that looks like it's curving, he zooms into it, and all of a sudden those things are straight again. And then guess what? As far as that camera can resolve them angularly, all of a sudden they start to curve down again way at the end of that. So it just completely debunks what you're trying to say.
Well,
That's all
no,
I'm saying, dude.
straight. Okay, well, I would honestly say that they wouldn't be straight, but so what it is that
Power lines would.
because it's over the curve. Like it does angle, right?
It's not over a curve.
Not over a curve,
it
bro.
is.
You know how you can tell it's not over the curve because it's too far away to be Earth curve.
You're only at 50. You're only at 100%.
It's too far away for Earth curvature.
So it's
not.
So it is over the curve of the Earth.
But it's too far away to be over the size of Earth's curvature. Do you understand?
Okay,
you
so
must
anyways,
now be claiming that Earth is much bigger than you think it is, than NASA says it is, than Apollo needed it to be to do its slingshot orbiting maneuvers. If you got a bigger Earth, you got a big problem.
I mean, Earth is pretty big, so
It's with the radius of 3959 miles is on average. So you got a constrained geometric radius, which gives you a constraint to the curvature of the Earth, which means there's a constraint to where the horizon is, the geometrical horizon, where the curve of the Earth meets the sky in the distance. And for an observer 6 feet off the ground, that's only 3 miles away.
Yes, and so if that curvature from that 6-foot elevation should be 3 miles away, but you could take a camera and zoom in on those power lines and see it straight still at 9 miles away, that means your globe Earth is now much, much bigger. Go ahead.
The angle difference of those power lines are so insanely minimal that you honestly you can't notice.
Right, so it may as well be flat, and you can't tell the difference. Thanks for the win.
No, because
you can't.
Because it's
may as well be flat.
It's still relatively close to you in reference.
May
to
as well be flat, right?
And so it still is relatively close to you in reference to the size of the Earth.
Yeah,
and so
but it's
angle. So the angle of those power lines that are away from you over the curve is so minimal. Like it's such a small.
If the drop is 9 miles away, then Earth must be 3 times bigger than what NASA says it is. Do you understand?
No, honestly, I don't. Like
okay, now let me explain it to you. If Earth has a radius of 3959 miles, then it means the distance to the horizon from a 6-foot observer height is 3 miles in all directions you look. And this would hold true over water because water has a nice even topology to it, right? You don't have undulating terrain.
In water?
Yeah, that's why we like to do measurements and observations over water, because we're aware of the geometry required of the sphere, of the ball that Earth is. And we can test that geometrically.
Water changes. Like it has tides and has
it does. So you go out on a calm day, where we can pull up images of rigs, oil rigs that are beyond 9 miles away, and we can see the base of the rigs, and we can see the horizon beyond the last rig 9 miles away.
Okay.
So Earth is at least 3 times as big as what NASA claims, or maybe it's flat. Either way, you got a huge problem, don't you? Because it means somebody's lying to you.
I mean, okay.
What if Earth has 3 times as much landmass, right? And so they're concealing all the extra landmass. You don't know that. It's just pure speculation.
Why it's 3 times larger.
You got a problem, though.
You did not showcase why it's 3 times larger.
Yeah, I did. Because if you can see 3 times further, it means the sphere edge horizon is 3 times further away, which means your radius is mathematically 3 times larger.
Wait, so if I
it scales up.
If I can see 3 times farther away than what? Like from what?
If you can see 3 times farther away from what the globe's dimensions should allow you to see. Because, right, if you're looking at the horizon at some point, objects are going to be curving around the backside of the ball, and they'll descend, and you won't see them anymore. And they'll be descending at an exponential rate because it's on a curve. Well, we don't see that. And if you're seeing an object descend 9 miles away, then it's not globe curvature. Chances are it's total internal reflection like I described because of a temperature inversion. And when you have images taken in Louisiana over swamps, like the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway with the power lines, yeah, you got a good case. You got a much better case for miraging and refraction than you do for globe curvature, especially since you can see further than 3 miles.
Amish, I just posted the video. He's talking about those power lines. There you go. Look at that video and then come back and talk to us. Look at the video. And then come back and tell us how it's proving our point or disproving our point.
And let
Watch
me continue.
the video in full. Go ahead.
That miraging effect that I'm talking about changes depending on the weather conditions of the day. So that horizon line is not fixed. You go out another time of day and it's maybe closer. Another time of day it's further. If you open the weather app on your phone, there's something called visibility, which shows you how far you can see to the horizon. We as flat earthers don't claim that that point is a geometric point because we don't think we live on the ball. So there wouldn't be a geometric horizon where the sphere edge of the ball meets the sky. No. We claim that the horizon is an atmospheric phenomenon. It does change. It's variable. It's location and weather dependent. And it changes all the time. It does not provide you proof of globe curvature.
Okay, so what's the name? Buffy. Did you see the video in full? Did you see how when he zoomed in, it took away that bending around the curvature optical, effect? Did you see how when he zoomed in, all of a sudden all the power lines became like a hallway? It became flat again, became straight. They became horizontal. Do you see why your argument saying, "Hey, these power lines are curving"? No, zoom in on them. You will see they're not curving. Case closed. Let's go to the next subject. That's a wrap. You get it?
Maybe I'm blind, but I mean it's at the very edge of it. I mean, one, it's like insanely blurry. So
No. Start from the beginning. Hold on. Start from the beginning.
I did.
And you're like,
all it does is get blurry.
No, all it does is get straight. So if you go from the beginning,
I can't even see if it's a power line. Right? It just gets blurry at the end of
so
it.
so okay. Look at. So when you see it from the beginning, when he zoomed all the way in, you see it curving over the ball that you believe, quote unquote. But then he zooms in, that curve disappears.
It doesn't even look like the end of the again.
Okay.
It's blurry, so I can't tell. But it doesn't even look like the end of the power lines go over the horizon.
Okay. So again,
so then
I'm just saying.
No, you wouldn't see a curvature. Correct. Yes, correct.
Thank you.
No, but
okay.
Whoa. You wouldn't see a curvature because in that video, it doesn't even look like the end of the power lines look like it happens before the horizon even like.
But you claim that there is curvature.
No, the line of the line of the power lines don't even reach the horizon. So no, there wouldn't be visible
optically, they're not because it's so far away, bro. It's so far away. But the point here was that originally you said you can see them curving over the earth. All I did was show you a video that shows you it's no longer when you zoom in. So what happened to your curve then?
They curve over. What do you mean? What happened to the curve?
Oh man, dude. Okay.
What are you talking about? What happened to the curve? What do you mean? What happened to the curve?
All right, look at if you are looking at this and still standing in your position,
power lines go over the horizon. They curve. In the video you showed, they don't even reach the horizon. So there's not going to be a
what
curve.
happened when he zoomed in?
They were straight.
It got blurry.
Okay. So if that's your position, bro, then you're just lost in the sauce. You won't accept the reality.
No, because the power lines don't go over the horizon in the video.
They don't curve over any curvature.
Exactly, they don't go over the horizon because there isn't one to
they didn't
go
reach
over.
Because the horizon doesn't exist because they don't reach the horizon.
There's
not going to be a curve. No, correct. There's not going to be a curve if it's not over the horizon.
You're not getting it.
Right?
Hey, Buffy, guess what? Welcome to Flat Earth, mate.
Wait, what? You're saying because it didn't reach the horizon, so there's not going to be a curve on the horizon. That's like
no. Okay. Look at hold on. They actually do, but optically
you can't even tell. You cannot even tell.
Let me finish. Optically, this camera cannot resolve the edge of it. Do you know how many miles this fucking camera's looking down the barrel of the lens? If you think
your camera,
that
you know?
technically
a textbook gotcha, bitch.
Technically,
No, not at all.
Look. Technically, if this person had a geometric horizon to where those power lines were going over the curvature of that ball for a geometric horizon, then this just blew that out the water, because when he zooms in, it's no longer that 3 miles away there's a curve, because now he's like 10 miles away from his position and it's still going straight. You can see, matter of fact, you can't even see where it ends. And that's our point. It's still going flat horizontally, no
do
curve.
Do we agree that it doesn't even reach the horizon?
Optically, but physically
No,
it
I'm
does.
asking,
Obviously,
wait, physically, like that line of
okay,
power
dude.
lines
If
go
you're
over the horizon?
hold on. If your argument is that because you can't see the edge of them, then they're not going.
Well, no, I'm asking because I don't know, because it's blurry. I genuinely do not know if the end of those power
Oh,
lines go over the horizon or not.
whiny baby. Don't be a whiny baby. Just go ahead.
Hold on.
What?
Can't
I'm
say.
asking a question.
You,
I'm
you,
asking a question.
okay, I'm not, and I'm answering you. They do go to the horizon, but optically, even with the zoom in after 10 miles, you still can't see the end of it because it's so far away. But it completely destroyed a globe, and it should raise a red flag in your brain when you thought originally at 3 miles away it looked like it's curving. If I was just to show you a still picture of the beginning of that video, you would say, "Look at you, stupid flat earther, it's curving over." And then I say, "Hold on, let's press play." And then all of a sudden you zoom in and you're like, "Well, okay, it's still straight, but is it reaching the horizon?" Dude, you just like backtracked for a biased position. That's all you did.
No.
All right. Nuh-uh.
So what we don't have in that image or in any of these is a claim of where the actual curvature should begin.
Exactly.
So you don't have a claim to begin with. Like, you can talk about all the optical effects you want and claim its curvature, but if you can't demonstrate where the geometric curvature should begin in any of this, and then prove and validate how you got that, then why should we even have this argument?
Well, using your eyes, like visibly.
Well, no, that's not going to work. You can't measure distance with your eyes because you only see in angles.
I didn't say that. I'm just saying using your eyes, like you'd be able to tell a curve happens once something goes over the horizon.
Nothing's going over. Listen. Nothing is going over the horizon. It's just going further into the horizon, because that's the way perspective works. If you take yourself back to like 6th or 7th grade, if you ever took an art class and they taught you about perspective and the horizontal that you draw on the piece of paper, and they're going to say that's your horizon. That's actually going to be the vanishing point. Everything beyond this, you cannot angularly make up because it's vanishing into that point. But the point is, nothing is going over the horizon. It's going into the horizon. Do you understand that?
Okay, what is into the, like, what does it mean when something goes into the horizon? It just like goes out of your field of vision? Like you just can't
Yes,
Gotcha.
exactly. You can no longer angularly resolve it because it's vanished into the horizon, which we call vanishing point.
What causes that vanishing?
The way you can angularly resolve it. If you cannot see it no more, it's because it's been compressed or squeezed at an angle so small that it's now being mixed into the horizon, and you cannot make out what you're even looking at that. You even said it. You're like, I can't even see the end. Exactly, because it's being so compressed into the horizon. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, when the camera zooms in, yes, like the image loses its quality. That's kind of just like a thing that happens when you zoom in on cameras. My question, right, is if the reason you can't see it is because of the vanishing point, why then on like this flat Earth wouldn't the vanishing point intersect with like the horizon line?
No.
What?
If I
no, because the horizon's optical due to weather, like I explained earlier. So no, it may on occasion coincide.
On a clear day. Why? Okay, then on a clear day.
Right. Exactly. On a clear day. Hold on. Just real quick. if this on this date, let's say for instance, okay, the temperature was right, like it wasn't as cloudy or misty. Let's say it wasn't so cold, it wasn't so hot, whatever were the variables, then guess what? You would be able to see it more in like a definition. You would be able to see it maybe a little bit more clearer and not as fuzzy, but the fact still remains, it's still not curving over a ball of water. It's just angularly, you're seeing it resolve into the horizon. I think this is what Glober's mistake.
What I'm saying is, right, is on this clear day, right? We have, I think one of these videos are giving.
Buddy, do you even know what the
Yeah.
argument is?
So on a clear day when there shouldn't be refraction, you should see that sphere edge horizon much more clearly, but instead you see further.
Exactly.
You know, flat earthers also demonstrate how far we see with infrared, which cuts through refracted conditions.
Okay.
And then you can, so what I'm waiting for is a glober to show me an infrared observation of the globe.
I don't know why we're on infrared.
Never seen it. I've seen infrared observations at flat earth only.
Changing topic.
No, this is about the topic because infrared is how you cut through the horizon haze.
Sure. Let me ask you. So on a perfectly clear day, where like it's the weather's it's not too warm, not too cold.
How about infrared? Clear day with infrared.
All right, let's talk about. Okay, let's talk about infrared now. What about infrared? Perfect. Go.
And okay, so infrared has a longer wavelength, and it's less susceptible to bending through and around objects. Which means you can view things in infrared that are typically refracted in your visual spectrum. So people like the military uses infrared in optics because they don't want to see bending light when they shoot like a Hellfire missile and then they need to hit a target. They need to make sure the missile follows the most direct path.
Exactly.
So like a Hellfire missile will have infrared optics sensors in the front of it.
You got it in the chat, by the way.
Yeah, right. So listen, Buffy. So when you're looking at that bridge with a regular camera and you're saying it's distorted, yeah, that's called haze, right? But in infrared, if this guy shot it with infrared, you would be able to cut through that haze and you would be able to see further into the reality of those power lines being constructed over the water. You would see it more clear. And I'll say this, doesn't mean you can see the actual end of it, but maybe you can. I don't know. That's not an infrared video.
Yeah,
maybe you can.
on a clear day with infrared, you should be able to see that curvature. You should be able to see that point where things start dropping over the back end of the ball quite clearly, and you can't.
On a clear day,
instead you see farther.
Happens.
You see so far you can't even tell Earth is curving at all, right?
This is
is haze still in effect on a clear day?
I mean, you get haze with infrared, but it's like 1,000 miles away from an airplane.
Without infrared, does haze still have an effect on like the viewing of the curve?
Of course. Yeah. So we'll say the footage that I have in the chat right now is taken from the Guinness Book of World Records of the longest shot taken. So there you go.
Post.
I've got a 14 megabyte panorama of this too, if you're interested.
5 miles. It's it's 55 miles, zero curvature. And I have the link underneath the picture so you can go look it up. If you need to, you can go back to the Wayback Machine because sometimes links are corrupted. It just happens. Sometimes they change them. And then I have the curvature calculator right here, where you should have you shouldn't be able to see any of those mountain ranges.
You know what's funny is like people talk about the black swan, right? And they say, "Oh, that's one's like 6 miles and the other's 9 miles." But you know that there's another platform that's 26 miles away that they've recorded and captured on and no one really talks about that 26-mile platform away. They always focus on the black swan photo. It's famous because it destroyed the globe.
Black swan is good. It's
I
still
know,
there.
exactly. Like, exactly. 10 miles destroys it. But then you can show them at 26 miles, and it's like, holy fuck. It just blows it out the water, bro.
Hey, real quick, I'd just like to give a shout out to all the Breakfast Club crew. Thank you for
What
joining us this
up?
morning. 24/7 Flat Earth on the politics server. Welcome everybody to the channel. It seems like we got a gentleman in here that's asking some questions, or we're asking him questions. But nevertheless, I think there should be at least one person taking point, because what happens is when two or three of us or four of us start talking and we overlap our points, we overwhelm the opponent and they don't have time to respond. So let us give one person point, like maybe Amish or Apocryphon, and or Flatsy. Either one of us, it doesn't really matter.
Or
But
instead
one
of
of
like
us needs to take.
instead of a
One
1v3, we
second,
can
one
make a
second, one second.
2v3.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done.
No,
I'm
no
almost
problem.
done.
My bad.
I'm almost done. So if we do that, that will allow for the guy to lock into one person instead of three or four, and the rest of us can sit back while perhaps the other guys carry the point. Because we're anxious. All of us are anxious to get in there, but
Yeah, for sure.
we're never going to let the other opponent respond. So
I
if
know
you
there's
guys don't mind, what? Hold on, 1 second, 1 second, dude. And so if that would be fine with you guys, that'd be great. So I don't know if you
Sounds
guys are
good.
ready.
I'm good with that. I'm good with that. I'll mute myself. No, let Amish take over. Good. I think I've
All
been
right,
talking for like a long
real
time.
quick, Alpha. Or I have a request, maybe to just so I'm not alone, and like maybe we can also just like unmute into the break, and we can also unmute probably eggshells too.
Yeah, well, we won't concern ourselves with those guys because we're not talking to them just yet.
Well, yeah,
There's a room
but
dynamic.
like
There's a
because it's 1v.
one second. There's a room dynamic in which you don't know anything about. The moderators do. So if somebody's muted, that's fine. We'll deal with that later. Let the moderators moderate, and you just enjoy being a guest in here, and talk with the person who you're talking to. That's all.
No, that's fine.
That'll
Yeah,
be
sure.
all.
1v3s
All right.
or 2v3s.
I'll fade to black. Amish, you're up.
Okay. Hi. So, yeah, what we're trying to instill, because what we're sensing is that you don't have a sense of scale and size when it comes to the claimed globe dimensions. It's not intuitive. As a glober, when I was a glober for most of my life, it was not intuitive to me either. It only became intuitive the more I looked into it and the more I was skeptical about it. So I know we're kind of dealing with some kind of barrier here. Because as a glober, we hear that Earth is simultaneously so big that you can't see curvature, but they also say you can see ships dropping over the curvature on the horizon. Well, which is it, right? Can't be both, or can it?
It's the ladder.
Right. So the problem we have with this that we're trying to explain is that the horizon, there's a lot going on the horizon. The further out you see, the more information gets compressed into the center of your field of view. There's a doubling of every angular size as it approaches the center line of your field of view of information that is contained therein. And this will include information regarding weather conditions and haze conditions. And so on the vanishing line, suppose that you are focused on infinity, and you have camera optics that can do this. You're taking in all the information out to conceptual infinity, which means there's a lot of garbage, a lot of noise, a lot of static, if you will, along that vanishing line. So the horizon moves, and it moves with weather systems. It moves with the time of day based off of temperature and humidity, and even particulates. Like if you live in out in like the Hawaiian Islands, you got to worry about volcanic ash impeding visibility. So to suggest that any image we have taken in Louisiana, one of the most humid places on Earth, where you have multiple temperature inversions per day causing mirages, especially over water and shoreline, and you don't have any measured distance to any drop where it should begin if Earth is the ball of a specific size that they claim it to be, then you don't have any claim of curvature in the first instance, and you have only a suggestion based off of an optical phenomenon, one that we already know exists and can be repeatedly demonstrated over a flat surface. Anyway, I yield my time to you, Buffy.
I have one question. I guess I just have one question, then you can probably answer that again. So then I understand the whole thing about like mirage. I understand about like mirages and stuff, and like with like some sort of like light rays, they can bend the things to make them look like they can look bended, right? Like, but so Why? So if I were to take something like a fisheye lens, right? Obviously, a fisheye lens bends like the images, right? But if I were to take an already curved item and I put it under a fisheye lens, like under like the top or the bottom of it, depending on exactly which curve I'm like having the camera, it would flatten it out because it cancels out the curve with its own curve from the fisheye lens. So then, why then if like I were to post something that has, if I were to like say an image like you said earlier, because like, well, it appears bended because of like the whole, because if it's a mirage and stuff, but then the images that, the images and videos of these things that like when it shows the no curve, well, why can't I just like say the same claim and that it's a curved thing, but because of the mirages, it's making it appear uncurved and straight.
I'm trying to move us away from talking about how things appear and
we can do that. I just want an answer.
Right, to measurements. So yeah, I mean, we've got lensing effects. We've got different kinds of lenses. We've got rectilinear lenses that are supposed to take barrel distortion out and pincushion distortion out, but they typically don't. They tend to be biased towards barrel distortion. All lenses have distortion, even when they try to take distortion out. There's still going to be some around the edges or in the center. So, I mean, what I'm trying to get us away from is discussing the warped images from optics and go into measurements where you can go out and actually physically measure how far away something is and validate that the curvature of the Earth is where people say it should be.
Okay, sure, that's fine. We can do that. You still didn't answer the question though. So when I posted the because I'm still gonna be on this. When I posted the image, or when not, I didn't even actually I never posted an image. When I talked about those images, I think it was you, or it could have been somebody else who said that like they look curved because of the mirages like warping the shape of them.
Precisely.
I could say the same thing about the images that you did post, where like they appear straight. I could say, well, it's because the mirage. It's a curved line, but the mirage.
We want you to say the same thing. We want you to show images of the horizon changing from time to time, from day to day. We want you to show us all these images of the horizon making objects appear further or closer. I want you to show me all these images showing that the horizon isn't in a fixed location. You know why? Because it's proving my point.
Okay, sure. So you can see that all. Am I gonna get muted again, or?
Sorry, I heard you cut out.
No, I got me. Okay, so okay.
Go on.
I gotcha. So okay, so then just like no, not gonna let me.
No, you're here. I think you cut out. I didn't see you get muted.
Gotcha. Okay, so that's what's happening, right?
This is the non-argument because
nobody
we have
muted
a
you.
very direct argument.
Hold on. I'm just asking a question. I'm just like.
Yeah, 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Moderation coming in. It looks like somebody is muting him. I was watching him, and it looks like somebody's tagging him. Moderator, whoever's doing that, I don't know why you're doing it. Please stop doing it. Do not mute this guy. He's talking to Amish at the moment. Maybe you guys are coming in late or not hearing what he was saying, but he's talking to Amish at the moment. So, moderator, if you're listening, thank you.
Moderator's been a little unhinged all night. Just saying, Apocryphon, if that wasn't you.
You can concede here that all the images, GIFs, and videos that were previously just posted by these people are all just negatory. Like we can just dismiss them all, right? Because I can say the same thing.
No, I said the opposite. I said don't dismiss them. I said claim them, present them all.
No. But see, when I brought up the images of it showing the curve over the horizon, the argument against that, which completely made those images completely like irrelevant, was because the mirage distorts the image, right?
Exactly, because the curve that you perceive isn't where it should be if Earth is a ball.
Fine, that's fine. So the same.
Okay, so why do you think you have an argument right now?
I'm not.
Why?
This isn't an
He has
argument.
a question.
This isn't an argument at all. I'm just saying. So all the images, GIFs, and videos that were just posted are all also the same amount of relevant because I can just claim mirage and boom. So all those GIFs are also irrelevant.
Well, yeah, we should probably pick through the mirage before we go to leap to any curvature claim because I don't see curvature in these images at all.
No, yeah, exactly because of mirage.
Right. I only see mirage and I see flat.
Irrelevant. So they're all.
I see mirage and I see flat. Now, if you can show me where Earth is curving due to gravity pulling Earth into a ball and all the water into a ball, I want to see that tangent point to that curve. You haven't shown that to me at all. You keep showing me horizons that change, that are, further away someday and closer other days. Well, where's that tangent
Sorry, I
point?
just don't think you actually. I don't think you ever even brought up. I don't think you're responding to what I'm saying.
Okay, so mirages, which way do they bend things? Flat or curved?
It depends, honestly.
So
Depends on
where's the tangent to the sphere? Where's the tangent to the ball?
I'm just optical
Hold on,
illusions can
Matrix.
bend some.
Matrix. Hold on, guys. Matrix. He's having a one-on-one with Amish at the moment. So if you guys are arriving late, he's having a one-on-one with Amish. Thanks.
Whatever you want to talk about, Amish, we can talk about. But optical illusions can change flat things to be curved in the same way that they can change already curved things. If it's a if it changes the curve, it can change curved things to be straight.
Okay, granted. Now
All I
show me
need
it's
you to
curved in the
understand-
first place.
Show me it's flat in the first place.
Yeah, you experience it flat by default. Like, we can show you all the plane surveying methods and all the building blueprints, Eurotunnel blueprints you want. When they survey these projects out, they use Euclidean geometry over a flat plane, is the assumption, because that's how we see it and experience it. Nobody's ever seen the geometric curvature of the Earth. Please listen to my words carefully. Nobody's ever seen the geometric curvature of the Earth, the globe Earth, with a 3959 mile average radius. You can't show that to me, and you haven't yet. You keep telling me about a horizon line that moves forward and back. I'm asking for the tangent to the curve.
So, I do grant that, like, from like just the ground and me, I cannot see the curve of the horizon. And that
Good.
Yeah,
Because it's not there. We don't see it either. Nobody
no,
sees
'cause it's
it.
really big.
Yeah.
Go up.
It may as well be flat, right? Because you experience. You just told me right now that your default is you're seeing flat Earth by default. Am I correct?
Sure. You know what? Sure.
Good. Now, so what logical reason do I have to assume it's curving based off of my sensory experience, based off of science?
Not based off sensory experience.
Science is all about exploring your sensory experiences to make things happen.
If you want to use sensory experience, just go higher up than the ground.
Okay, how about aerial infrared from 35,000 feet, where you can see between 500 and 1,200 miles, which totally betrays any globe Earth, like crushes it completely.
Between what?
500 and 1,200 miles.
With the naked eye?
With aerial infrared optics.
Okay, gotcha. Sorry.
How about high altitude balloons with infrared optics? We've got flat earthers doing this all day, every day, all over the world, all the time. We've got a home server with terabytes of claims. Commercial airline flights are usually around 35,000 feet. Domestically, they'll probably be less than that for shorter flights.
How high are the tests, like those people who testing going?
It depends what they're testing.
If there's a curve.
Oh, for that? I mean, if you know what the geometric constraints of the globe are, as claimed by NASA, then you know what the distances to the visible horizon should be. I've got a spreadsheet that kind of calculated this out for you.
Okay, sure, yeah. I'm just like generally though, like to see the curvature directly, like from the to see the horizon as an actual arc instead of a straight line. How high?
Yeah, nobody's seen that.
How high roughly would you say you had to be?
Probably Hubble Space Telescope or higher, maybe 400 miles.
400 miles?
Yeah, I don't think you can see it from the ISS.
400 miles.
Yeah. So listen, from the ISS looking down at Earth, from the ISS looking down at Earth, you can see 3% of Earth's total surface area. So you're basically seeing 3% of a 360-degree circle. Do you think you could see a 3% arc segment of a circle? That's from the ISS, but yet they have these images that show this dramatic curve on the horizon. They also have images that show it going the other way, right? They have the bowl Earth, like the concave Earth thing going on, because they're using distortion. Meanwhile, the Chinese space station shows a flat horizon, because maybe they're smart enough to know that the math means you can't see it. You can't see curve from that height. I think you have to go higher.
Gotcha. And what's this?
Right. So we're talking about left and right curvature, basically, or the distance to the visible extent of our horizon. There's going to be a drop rate in the center of your field of view of objects. It's going to be exponential, an exponential drop because it's dropping behind the surface of a ball. We don't witness that. What we do see is more of a linear perspective scaling, which comports to how we see, just flat Earth, perspective scaling into your center field of view. What should be present is both perspective scaling linearly, as we see, as well as an exponential drop beyond that horizon point where the surface of the globe supposedly meets the sky. We don't have any evidence that both of those are present in any video, imagery, footage, whatever. None of that has ever been presented either.
Gotcha. I can't present them. I'm not,
Yeah, this community's been around 10 years begging the world to present this, and nobody has. Isn't that interesting? What we're asking for is what we expect to see if Earth is a globe, and nobody can produce that. What we get are variable horizon lines, right? We get unverifiable claims using technology and methods and processes that are not available to anybody else besides certain key individuals who have access to it. I'm talking overhead platforms like satellites.
I mean, come on, you have to understand why the public can't get satellites.
Right.
On satellite, that's kind of
right. So when NASA comes out with a claim, and the public has no idea what the platform is, NASA shows an image that was taken from this platform. How do we validate anything about it? How do we validate the hardware that captured the image? How do we validate that the hardware is where NASA says it is? I mean, we have to trust, right?
Well, yeah, no, it's for sure, it's for sure in a sense trust, but NASA just as an org, right? Like a lot of the things, even just apart from the shape of the Earth and the pictures of the Earth, right? They have many other claims that I would argue are also verifiable with and
sure,
also in accordance with reality.
Yeah, they do studies on cryogenics, and you can validate that when they do them in laboratories.
Yeah, for sure. And so they have.
That's different.
They have. It's cryogenics is different, but it means that claims that they do make, are validated and are credible, and so overall, as a company, they're a valid, credible source. And I see no.
Well, that's your opinion.
I see no reason. Yeah, well, I see no reason why the claims and the pictures they show would not be valid and would not be credible.
Okay, so you can do that.
Really?
Fine. I believe it.
Let him tell us what are the reasons why he would not think that they were not invalid.
Because they've already proven themselves.
They've proven themselves.
How did they prove themselves? Is what Into the Break is asking you. How did they prove it in the first case? How did they prove it to you that they can be trusted by showing you images of outer space?
No. Even apart from that, like you just said, even in other areas, they have been shown to be valid and credible sources.
You realize that's fallacious, right? Because I can tell the truth about what I had for breakfast, but I can lie about where I went after that.
Sure, but then why would you?
I don't know. People lie for no reason, right? Do I need a reason to lie? I mean, in psychology, you find that people make up crap all the time because they're narcissists.
Yo, Amish.
Yeah.
Oh, can I come through real quick with a point, or did you want to wrap this?
No, you can. I got to get going here soon. I'll be back in about 20 minutes.
Okay. So, who am I speaking to? Buffy? Is that your name?
Yes, sir.
All right, just give me a moment here because I'm actually going to park my vehicle. Yeah, but I was listening to the conversation, and it seems like you're very, very certain that the Earth is a globe, right?
I trust scientists, millions of them. Can I come up with?
So I would ask you, how sure of you are that the Earth is a globe right now? Scale from 1 to 10, 10 being the most certain.
I mean, I'm not a scientist, I think there's other people in here earlier who said they've done actual tests.
Yeah, but we won't worry. Let's not worry about that, Buffy.
So
we're not worried about that. We're not worried about that.
I'll go with 9.9.
Just give me. You're a 9.9 sure that the Earth is a globe.
Just for you, yeah.
Thank you. All right, so you're pretty. I think that's mostly certain. But if you indulge me, I'll just run you through a quick exercise that kind of shows you where you're at. Now, in this exercise, I would ask you, please do not ask me any questions. This exercise is only for you, not for me. Okay? This isn't a back and forth. This isn't a gotcha. All I want to know is what you know. Do you understand what I'm saying about this exercise?
Sure.
So I'm not. You don't have to ask me, but what do you think? No, it's not me. I'm just asking only you what you know and your knowledge. Now, the three fundamental questions that I ask everybody, from the most intellectual to the most layman. So we're gonna ask you these three questions, right? So the first question is, who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in the drop over the distance? Now, if you don't know what that means, I will walk you through it.
Like,
Hey.
do you want me to answer this?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I think
Yeah, we hear you, Chris.
Testing. Okay.
I believe the most common answer is Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes is like the most known
Okay.
answer.
And what did he do to assure us that the Earth is a globe with
He said
drop over distance? Because the thing about my question is I'm asking something very specific.
Well, actually, I think the
drop. Yes. Did you understand what I meant by drop over distance? Because I don't know if you do. So I can tell you. I will tell you.
I have fair understanding, but just for this, you can say it.
Okay, so drop over the distance means relative to where you're standing, off into the distance. Let's say where you're looking at the horizon, there should be a drop rate going on this surface that's a curving surface. So the Earth being a globe, it would have a certain drop rate that it would be dropping away from you, like from your feet, because the Earth is a ball, right? So curving surface, drop over distance. Now that's the specific thing I'm asking for. I'm not asking for anything other than that, because that tells us that if we could directly measure the surface curving with a drop rate, then we'd understand how much it's curving by. Now, if you're saying that Eratosthenes did this, right, then I would say, are you sure he got the drop over distance?
Well, I don't think. Well, in the experiment that is most common, like recited, I don't think that actually was an experiment for curvature, but it proved curvature. But I think the actual experiment was to find the Earth's circumference, if I'm not mistaken. And because he found the circumference, it was kind of confirmed that the Earth is curved.
Okay, so even walking,
it might have been curved. I mean, I might have been common knowledge that it was curved even before he made this circumference like experiment or whatever it was.
Yeah. So do you know that he got the measurement to the surface of the Earth curving, as in drop over distance, or is it just like you're kind of speculating right now? You don't really know.
I don't know if he found the drop over distance, but I know because he found the circumference that explains that the Earth's surface was indeed curved. I don't think he discovered the actual drop over distance the Earth has, though.
So if you think he did anything to attribute our knowledge as to gaining the information of how the Earth is curving, do you want to walk through it with me and tell me how? I mean, if you're certain.
I mean, the experiment of the circumference, but again, I think the idea of the Earth curve was probably known before even he did that circumference experiment.
Okay. Do you know what was done before he did it? It's a yes or no.
I know. I don't know the exact name.
Okay, but what was the method? You don't have to know the name. Just tell me the method.
Shoot. It was.
If you don't know, just say you don't know. This is intellectual honesty time. Either you're going to be Buffy. Even I know, but Pythagoras.
Yeah.
So, yeah, okay. So if you're going to appeal to anybody, you need to know the method. You need to know what was being done. And I'm going to ask you a very specific question. And if you don't know, be intellectually honest to the whole panel that's listening to you and to the live stream audience, and be honest and say you don't know. Because if you do say that you know, I know that. I know, but I helped you along. Listen, if you don't know what he did, the method, all you got to do is say, I don't know. There's no harm, no foul. We'll move on to the next question. But if you keep saying, I know, I'm going to keep pressing you. And we'll keep drilling down until you find out either you're going to know or you don't know. You understand?
I believe what Pythagoras did was the whole shadow of the Earth, when looking at the moon, he looked at the shadow of the Earth during eclipses, and it was like always round. And so, regardless of the moon's
That was
position,
Aristotle.
determined that was
That was Aristotle, not Pythagoras.
wasn't that like with help from Pythagoras though? Like it was
Pythagoras is
like Aristotle was a sort of like
All right.
follower to Pythagoras.
Yeah, but so check this out. If they're looking at the moon, right, and seeing something happen, do you think that that was something that they could say they know that the Earth is a specific shape because they saw something happen on the moon?
From that alone, I wouldn't
Yeah.
know.
Well, that's what you're saying
It
they
certainly-
derived.
well, no,
it
I'm
from,
saying it certainly
right?
like suggests that the shape of the Earth like is spherical.
But we're not talking about suggestions. We need knowledge that we can attribute to facts and known measurements. So
Well, there's not
if that doesn't
one-
give us, I know, but what we're saying is even if you're building a case for it, we have to have something that's going to give us substance. So we need to know how we're going to build our case for measurement. Okay?
And I think that does give substance. Like,
Okay, what substance does it give us?
well, because the shadow on the moon from the Earth was always round, no matter
Oh,
the position of
wait
the
a
moon.
minute. That's an assumption. How did he know it was
No,
from the Earth?
What do you mean?
How did he know it was from the Earth?
I wouldn't know.
That's the answer. I don't know. So okay,
Is
so
there
we're
no
starting.
answer to that? Is
we're-
there no answer to that? That maybe I just
Yes,
don't know.
but
Is there no
like
answer to that?
if you didn't know it, and your answer was I don't know,
Okay,
then
so-
the whole hold on a second, Buffy, just a minute. Before you start building on anything else, our foundation was either Pythagoras or Aristotle, and it seems like in either case, we're building on an I don't know. Do you think that's going to give us a solid foundation for Eratosthenes? Because we can still move forward to Eratosthenes if you like.
Well,
it's your choice.
For me, right? I don't know, but research exists. That's how people gain information. So I can easily just look
All
it
right,
up.
so
If there is
that's
an
fine.
answer,
That's
then
fine.
I can
No,
find
no,
it
it's
and
not
then
about.
it can be
Listen,
done.
sir, Buffy. Not about looking it up right now. We're doing an exercise at this moment, at this current junction. Either you know or you don't know. That's all I'm doing right now. All right, so you don't know. So you want to move on? There's only 3 questions.
If you want, yeah, sure.
So we're done with the first. We're done with the first one. Do you want to move on to the second one, or are you saying that you still know? Because I won't let it go until you say that you don't know.
I guess everything from now is going to be assumption, I guess, on my end, but until I research it, so then we can continue.
So yeah, but I need to hear the words coming from you confessing that you don't know.
I do not know, so that's great.
Okay, so question number 2. Has the Earth on its axial rotation ever been measured any time in history by anyone? The Earth spinning on its axis. Now, I'm just going to preface it this way. They're telling us at the equator, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. So just for context, that's what they're saying, allegedly, right? So we want to know, how is it possible that anybody in history has ever measured the rotation, the axial rotation of the Earth? Do you know?
Actually, yeah. So again, so I don't know his name, but he was a French guy, and he used like a whole pendulum, and I believe it was like the pendulum swinging back and forth on a plane. That was like supposed to happen. That was like the idea. It was supposed to swing back and forth consistently on a plane, but because of the rotation of the Earth, it was the like what's the word, like oscillation, I think, is like the rotation. It rotated slowly over time because of the rotation of the Earth. And
It
so
processed.
again, so it
Not
what?
oscillation. It processed. It processed. It wasn't oscillating.
Oh, the plane. Well,
Processed.
it didn't oscillate. Like the plane of oscillation.
No. The pendulum process. That's what you're trying. The word you're looking for was procession.
No, because of the Earth's rotation, the plane of oscillation that the pendulum was on was rotating slowly over time. And so
Okay.
that's again, it's not like an end all be all.
What year? What year for context? Yeah, I'm sorry, Buffy. What year for context are you talking about? What year was this
Year
done?
was that in? I think it was in like the 1850s. It was a while ago. Yeah.
So the 1850s. And you don't know the gentleman's name?
He's French. That's it.
Okay. So what was the? I'm going to ask you a specific question tied to this. What was the naturally observed phenomenon of the Earth spinning that gave the gentleman the idea that he's going to test this device? When did he make the naturally? I'll say it again. when did he make the naturally observed phenomenon of the Earth spinning that gave him the idea whether or not he can test this device to see if it is spinning or not? What did he see?
What
What was
gave him
his
the idea to
naturally?
test it?
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, people do research for things that they just don't understand. So might have just
Well,
been
no,
curious.
that's not the case. That's not the case.
It's not like
So if you know what gave him the inclination or the umption that the Earth was doing something that he had to test it, what was the part of him that said, I see something in nature, now I want to test it? What was that moment?
I don't know off the bat, but I would also say that there doesn't have to be like a specific inclination to do something to make like an experiment.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely there does, Buffy, because if
No, there does
we're
not.
claiming Buffy, if we're saying that the Earth is in motion, it's rotating, then we can't just say that the Earth is rotating because we don't observe the Earth rotating. Would you agree or disagree with that?
I would agree. So then what you would do, right, is
Okay.
because if you're well versed in like astronomy and mechanics of things and physics, even if you don't know that the Earth's rotating or the shape of the Earth, you'd be like, well, what if it is? What if it's not? And so you would have to test for that, even if you don't have an inclination. So I guess he wouldn't have an inclination. The inclination being it might or may not be. So he's going to research to find out. He's going to do experiments to find out if it is or not. And in
Okay,
this
so
case, he found out it was on an axis.
what gave him the inclination? Because it sounds like you're sure that he did something, that he thought of something. What did he think of?
That there's a possibility it may be on the axis. That's the inclination.
Yeah, are you sure about that? That
Am I
what you're
sure?
saying is
Absolutely
exactly
not. But you don't
okay. So
need
then why
like
would Buffy,
events
stop.
that occur to you.
Buffy, stop. Buffy, stop. Why would you say that you're sure about it and then not say that
Yeah,
you're
you said I was
absolutely
sure.
not sure? Yeah, all right. So why would you misspeak and you're
Yeah,
reading
I
into
didn't
something
misspeak.
that you have no Buffy? This is the part like I'm thinking of it. I'm thinking of it like this. You're getting excited, right? You have a lot of energy. You want to put forward an answer, but
I'm
this
good.
is
You
not
don't
going to
need
help
to
us.
even talk to me.
Buffy. This is not going to help us if you don't know. If you don't know, we're just gonna. I'm gonna be hitting a moving target every time you say something that you haven't have like it's not backed up by a citation or a source, and you're just shooting from the hip. It's not going to help the conversation. Because I'm going to drill down and ask how you know that thing, and you're going to say, well, I don't know. And you just made it up on the spot.
Okay,
That's not going to help us.
I don't know, but you made the claim that like to
Right.
research something or to do an experiment, you need to have an inclination prior, and I'm saying that you don't. Like that's just false.
Well, how could could you ponder right now that there's invisible gnomes flying around in the sky?
I'm doing it right
If
now.
you didn't know they existed. Yeah, if you didn't know they existed.
If I didn't know that, well, I don't know that gnomes are flying invisibly around
So
me.
what
But
would
they
you
might be.
listen? What would you? Yeah. So if what would give you the notion that you'd have to test for that? An observation, right? Something that you've noticed.
No, the fact
Something
that
that you've noticed. Something that Buffy. Something that you've noticed would give you the understanding that you have to test for it, right?
no,
But in this case, yes, Buffy, that's how it works.
No.
If you wanted to test for something, you'd have to first see that something is happening, and
Wrong.
then you would want to test to see. Yes, it's not wrong, Buffy. This is how science works. Science is a study of the physical and natural world, Buffy.
Yeah, but, so
The
you don't have
study
to
in the
have,
physical and natural world. So if you want to figure something
have-
out, listen, if you want to Buffy, you have a lot of energy, you need to relax. So if you want to, yes, you keep interrupting, and I want to walk you through this. It's a path of logic, okay? It's a path of logic. So if you're saying that the observation was done by this gentleman, he must have seen something that gave him the notion that he needs to test for something.
And
so if you're saying, yeah, but if you're saying, right, because you're shooting from the hip, if you don't know, then what we need to do is table this discussion and say, well, Buffy doesn't know that the gentleman he's referring to either knew or didn't know of an observation that he's done. Well, that puts us at an impasse with your understanding of what he did or what he didn't do. How can you draw a conclusion from something you have no knowledge on? Now, this is being intellectually honest. If you want to keep going forward, you're going to be very dishonest in telling us about what you're saying is true. I don't want that for either of us, right? So, what can you do right now? I'll give you the option. I'll give you the option, Buffy. You can concede and say I don't know, and then we can go to the third question.
I don't know what. What do I not know?
So first of all, the understanding of this gentleman you spoke of, it did some kind of test. You didn't know any reason why he did or did not do the test.
You're right, but you don't need
Right.
a direct reason.
Okay, so says you, but that's not what I was
No,
asking
because,
you. I
like,
was asking says you. No, but this isn't listen, the reference that you're talking about, you vaguely know. You don't even know what the story was about. You don't know what he did. I mean, basically you have just like this overall
I
general
know what he
knowledge.
did.
Barely. You don't
Okay,
even know why he would want to do. Hold on, Buffy. 1 second. You're really excited once again. Don't be excited. Look, I'm just showing you that if you don't know it, we can go to the next question. If you don't know something, you don't have to keep spinning our wheels. We don't need that. We need you to be honest. If you don't know something, we can move on. It's just that simple.
Okay, I've already admitted I don't know everything about it, but you are lying. You're saying I need to be honest. You're lying, like flat out.
Yes.
You're saying that he needs.
I am lying,
you're
so
saying
now
that-
I'm a
yes,
liar.
You're saying
So
that
now
he
I'm a
needs
liar.
it. Yes, you're saying that he needs a physical, observable inclination to conduct an experiment, and I'm saying no, you don't.
Why
need
would
it.
he? Why would he do it? Then why would he do it?
Because of the possibility that it exists.
And how do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that? If you're calling me a liar, how do you know that?
How do I know what?
That he said that he thought that. That was his thought process. How did you know that's his thought process?
I don't, but that's not what I'm saying.
That's what I'm
No,
telling
that's
you,
not what I'm
Buffy.
saying. You're saying he
That's
needed
what I'm telling you. You
inclination.
don't
How do you
know.
know he had one? How do you know he had one?
Because when I just outlined it for you, Buffy. When we do science, right? Yes, I'm telling you this is how it works, Buffy. When we do science, it's a study of the physical and natural world. People don't just up and say, you know what, I'm gonna test for flying unicorns right now.
Okay.
They don't do that just because of the case they think of something. They don't do it. Listen, hold on a second, Buffy. Wait. You're not getting the point. So when it concerns science, it's the study of the physical and natural world. People want to know why something is happening out in nature. So they're going to test for something. Now, this is the reason why I'm telling you, and you're calling me a liar. And I'm outlining the reason why. I'm telling you why somebody would test for something. Now, they're not just going to do something just because, okay? They're going to want to know why nature is doing something. So they're going to want to test. They're going to want to investigate, create a hypothesis. There's a lot of things involved in all of this, right? So the guy, he didn't just wake up one morning and say, you know what? I'm going to do this pendulum project just because I might think that the earth is spinning. That's not how it works.
You know that?
Something gave him, no. You're
Perfect.
incorrect.
What are you talking about?
No, it's not perfect. How do you test for something you don't have any idea
Do
about?
you know he didn't do that?
Because that's not what science
Do
is.
you know he didn't do that?
Listen, dude, you're not
Okay, so
understanding the
No,
point.
you're not answering the question. Do you know?
Yes,
You
because
don't-
people that study the physical and okay, you just need to wait, dude. People that study the physical and natural world are not just going to wake up one day and say, you know what? I'm going to test for invisible lizards that are pulling us down into the earth. Like they're not going to do dumb things, dude.
I can explain why and why that's completely different.
There's a physical. Listen, bro. Listen. You just need to pay attention. People, no, I'm not going to listen to you. You have
I can explain
nonsense.
exactly why that's different.
It's not different. You're really confused. You're confused right now.
If the idea of invisible flying lizards or unicorns, right? Those are completely like those as a concept. Invisible flying lizards and unicorns don't fit in with how we know reality.
How do you know? How do you know?
Because
how do you know?
Because
you don't have an answer. You don't have an answer for that. You don't have an answer for that because it's not science. That's not science. I'm trying to tell you, it's not science.
It doesn't corroborate with like the laws that we know that in reality. Invisible flying unicorns.
How do you know? How do you know?
Because we know the laws of reality. Because we know what reality is, and those things.
The laws of reality. But what are the laws? What are the laws of reality? What are the laws of reality? Go ahead and tell me. Since you say they don't comport to the laws of reality, what are the laws of reality?
Like, do you want to list them specifically?
Give me a few. What are they?
Laws of motion, laws of universal gravitation, the thermodynamics, relativity.
Okay. So the laws of motion. Let's focus on that. What do we know about the laws of motion? Because this is something that's actually apropos for this topic. What are the laws of motion?
Invisible unicorn. Okay. There's a law of inertia. An object will remain at rest or in uniform motion. If unless acted on like an external force. There's the relation.
Okay. So let's just wait right there. Let's just talk about that one. Hold on.
Reaction.
Yeah, I know. So let's just talk about that first one that you just said. So something at rest will remain at rest, right?
Are we moving
Until
on?
acted upon.
Is that what we're doing?
So if we are not detecting, if we're not detecting any motion, we don't observe any motion, we don't see the Earth anywhere in our observation naturally that the Earth is doing anything. What will give us the inclination that according to that law, that there's something negating that law?
I'm sorry. Repeat.
What would we observe that would give us the inclination that that law of motion is being negated and that it is in motion and that it's not at rest when all of our observation and our senses are telling us that we do not observe or test or feel or anything that the Earth is in any kind of motion? Why then would we test for it?
So there's something called there's something called curiosity, right? And it happens a lot in science, right? So a specific scientist, like a specific figure, could be curious about how the natural world works, right? Because in 1851, right?
You didn't answer my question. You're not answering my question.
I am right now, actually.
No, you're not.
I wonder if he's curious to know if Earth is flat.
No, you're not.
Inclination. I'm answering you.
I'm walking them through the 3 steps right now.
The inclination
is we're on the second step.
The inclination is curiosity. That's the inclination.
Roger.
Yeah, no, wait a minute. But you said the laws of motion, right? Something will remain at rest until it's acted upon. When has that been negated in the case of the Earth? I need you to be specific. What has anybody recognized? What has anybody recognized on the Earth that the Earth is in motion as a naturally observed observation that the Earth is moving? Axial rotation was what's on table right now, and you're not answering. So I asked you, who's the one that actually detected this? And you gave me some gentleman. You gave me so. Hold on a minute. We're getting too far away. You are going too far away from the point. You gave me some. Hold on, Buffy. Wait a second. We're talking about some guy who did a pendulum on an airplane, right? And still, I asked you about this gentleman. You had no knowledge. Wait a second. You had no knowledge about what the guy was thinking or why he even thought of this particular test. It doesn't matter. It was not what I brought up. I told you, I was asking you how you know that the Earth is in motion, or at least anybody that ever tested for it. And you brought up this guy who you vaguely even understood did some test. And now you don't want to concede the point because of your pride and your ego. So this is what's happening right now. You don't want to concede. Concede that you don't know how they tested for the Earth to be in motion. Concede. That's all you got to do.
Okay, but this has nothing to do with the fact that you lied earlier.
I didn't lie. I went through it thoroughly. No. I didn't lie. So either you're going to concede. Listen, either you're going to concede or we're going to keep drilling down on how you don't know about this gentleman.
I can see I don't know everything about this French dude.
Okay. Thank you.
No, so you don't know about the Foucault pendulum that you brought up?
Amish,
no,
just stop.
Yeah, it was a different one, Amish.
Oh, wait, it was. No, actually, I remember. He's correct. It was Foucault.
Oh God. No, dude, don't like. No.
Okay,
I didn't want to feed him. I didn't want to feed him for this reason, Amish, because now he's gonna think that he knows.
I'm sorry. It's all over. Oh gosh.
Yeah, he's now he's an expert. Now he's an expert.
No, we can kill this real quick. We can kill Foucault real quick and ask why you have to start it to show any motion underneath the pendulum.
The point, okay.
Why do you have to start the pendulum first?
Let me hear him being an expert. Go ahead.
I'm not.
Now that you're an expert, tell me. You didn't know about this guy until about 5 seconds before Amish said that.
I didn't know his last name.
Yeah, I blew it, huh?
That's some bullshit, dude. That's some bullshit. Because you didn't even know. No, you didn't. Because when we were talking about, you said some guy. Listen, you said some French guy that was doing it. Listen, hold on, dude. You said some French guy that was doing a test on an airplane.
I never said on an airplane.
Yes, you did.
Well, no, I did not.
Yes, you did.
Do you not know what a plane is? Like when I say plane, you don't know what a plane is? I'm not talking about an airplane. It was 1850.
So
A plane like flat Earth plane?
Yes, like a plane.
Flat Earth plane?
Like not know what a plane is?
Yeah, flat Earth.
Oh my god.
So
Yeah,
anyway,
that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm
okay,
talking about a flat Earth plane.
listen. If you want to talk about what it's about, then I'm gonna give you the floor, so you can go ahead and tell me.
No,
But
I'm
if
not.
you're not gonna be able to tell me
What I'm
that, listen,
talking
if you're
about?
not gonna be able to, dude, Buffy, if you can't tell me the method, then we're gonna say that you're gonna concede the point. How is that fair?
Yeah, I already conceded, but you concede that you lied earlier?
Okay. You can't call me out on the lie.
Because you
What
said
is it?
earlier, you asked me what was his like specific inclination in observable science that made him want to research this, and I said you don't need which is a lie. You said you have to have like an observable inclination, which is not true. The inclination he had.
Yes, it is true. No,
The
that's
inclination.
not
Let me
science.
talk. Let me finish. Let me finish my statement.
No, it's
The
not science.
original,
It's not
the
science.
original
I told you that.
curiosity. The original inclination he had was he wanted. It was 1850. They didn't really know a lot about the natural world. He had a desire to understand certain things in the physical world.
You're divining his thoughts. You do not know what he thought. You're calling me a liar? You don't know what Foucault pendulum thought. What he did. Foucault did it. How are you divining his thoughts right now? And I even asked you, how do you know that's what he was thinking? Dude, you are so off the rails trying to salvage.
And he's saying they didn't know much about the world in 1850?
I'm saying that
Listen, this was after the first industrial revolution. They knew quite a lot of shit.
I'm saying that scientific curiosity exists. It exists. So he may as very well have had just a curious mind to do it.
No. He may as very well. That's suggestive right there. That is suggestive. You don't know that. You just added this. You're adding a bunch of bullshit because you want to save face. You don't want to admit to the people that you don't know what Foucault thought. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this?
Fill knowledge gaps.
You are actually making a case for yourself. This is an ego trip that you got going on because you want to be right about Foucault and about science, and you're not. You're just filling in the gaps. That's all you're doing.
Okay, real quick. Do we agree that scientific curiosity exists?
Why does it exist?
Do we? Okay, but I'm not. Okay, answer the question. Does it?
Yeah,
exist?
no. Why does it?
What does that have to do with the globe?
Answer the question, Alpha.
Okay, so if scientific curiosity exists, why does it exist? That's the question. Why does it exist?
No, that's not the question. Does it exist?
Yes, but why? Now it's your turn.
So we agree it exists, right?
Now you have to answer the question why.
No, I have a train of questions.
Oh, no. I answered yours, you answer mine. Why?
People want to know things. That's why.
About what?
The universe, the reality. They want to know. So they
the
just
physical, and no, you got it wrong again. But you think that you're saying something by saying universe. No, you're not going to interrupt. The physical and natural world. They're curious about the physical and natural world. That's what you should have said. It was a malformed question in the start because you want to chop it up in little bits. They're curious about the physical and natural world, and that's what science is, the study of that physical and natural world that you keep diverting from, that you don't want to say people are curious about.
Okay, so so perfect. It's about the natural world. So scientific curiosity exists, and it's an understanding, and they're curious about the natural world, right?
Yes.
So
he answered you yes like 5 times already.
Okay, so do you still need a actual physical observation, or can the curiosity about the natural world be enough to do experiments? Can it just be enough?
No.
You need an observation.
You need an observation.
You don't. That's not true.
Yes,
then you have your imagination. If you don't have an observation, then you're imagining shit. You're making it up in your brain.
So we both agreed that science is the study of the physical and natural world. You just admitted that we both agreed, like not 5 seconds ago, that it's the study of the physical and natural world. How are you now saying that's not the case? I don't understand.
No, I'm not saying I didn't backtrack on that. I'm just saying
Yes, you did.
There can be curiosity.
Yeah, of the physical and natural world. You keep trying to make it sound just curiosity. It's not just
You know why?
curiosity.
You know why?
Of
You
the
know why he's
physical and
doing this?
natural
Because he
world.
knows he doesn't have an
Of the
observation of
physical.
Earth as a globe.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's of the
That's why he's
physical and
doing this.
natural world. You need to complete the sentence. It's not just curiosity. It has to be curiosity of the physical and natural world. Now, I need you to agree with that.
Does nothing. Okay,
Yes,
but okay,
it does.
So we had
It's
curiosity
damning to
about
your
the
case.
physical. So we had curiosity
Yeah,
about the natural world.
you need science
okay?
to be
So he
anything
had-
but an
so he had-
observation for you to
so
believe
he
in a
had-
globe.
So he had curiosity about the natural world, right?
Curiosity is not an observation in and of itself. It's a motive
Okay,
for an observation.
okay,
Do you
fine.
understand that?
I never said otherwise. Never said otherwise.
Okay, so you can also
Well,
not
he
have
had
curiosity and still do
He
science,
had-
right?
Yes.
Okay, so what's your point?
Because Alpha said that you don't. I mean, even you both said. You said that curiosity is not enough to just do experiments. I'm saying that's not
Right.
true.
No, it's a motive.
Listen. Okay, he's
and that's
conflating.
very
He's,
motive.
Amish, hold on a second. Wait, Buffy. Wait. This is what's happening. He's hanging up on the word curiosity, but he's not finishing it. So what he's doing is he's making it sound like his case is only surrounded by curiosity. It has nothing to do with the physical and natural world anymore. So he's divorcing it.
I'll revise my statement. I'll revise my statement.
Yeah, and you need to keep to it. You need to keep to it. You can't keep revising it. And
You need to test something physical. If you're doing natural philosophy, you need to test something
The
physical.
French guy had curiosity about the natural world, right? Right.
Go on.
And through this through this curiosity, he said he may have, no, I'm not going to make any claims. He may have said because you already we also both agree that neither of us know. Neither of us know, I guess, what his thoughts exactly were, right? So it is possible that he could have said, the Earth may be on an axis because that is a possible thing, right? Unlike the invisible unicorns.
Wait. Now, why would he say that? Wait.
Yeah, why would you think that?
Because
why would he say that?
That's what curiosity about the natural world is.
No.
His imagination. He has an observation or not.
No. Yeah, that's imagination. How could he have that kind of imagination when he's never seen the Earth in that compromised position before of it spinning on its axis? That's the point. That's the whole point I'm trying to drive.
No, because
no.
Yeah, how can you scientifically test something that's in your imagination?
You don't know. You don't know. And that's the answer. Because when you're trying to test for something in your imagination, how did that thing... Wait a minute. No. You're not getting away.
Thought experiment, literally.
Those things.
You got literal thought experiments for your globe.
You can't get away with this.
You got thought experiment.
So here's the thing.
Thought experiments don't prove shit.
No, it's not about... Listen, you can't just think of something randomly and then all of a sudden just pull it out of thin air. Like if I was to say, wait a minute, hold on a second. No. If I was to say that alligators fly in the sky, like what gave me that idea? Wait a minute. What? No, that's not it. No. Listen, this is what you guys are weasels. You especially. How can you test for something that you haven't even seen or thought of or anything? Something that doesn't negate the laws of physics.
No,
because what you talk about, what you're talking about is something that absolutely goes against the laws of motion, which you outlined earlier.
This is the idea, right? Alligators may be able to fly. How do I prove this? The claim is alligators can fly, right? So
why would you claim that? Why would you claim that? Stop right there.
Alpha brought it up. I don't know why did you bring it up right now? Why did you just bring it up then? You brought it up, so why?
Because it's something that somebody's imagination would think of.
Okay, so then that's why. So our imagination makes us to say alligators can fly. How do we test this? How do we prove it? Let's go find an alligator. Does it fly? No. Fact or claim disproven. Easy. It's easy as that. In this case.
So you're telling me
you failed.
You're telling me that you have to do an observation first, right?
To prove it, yes, not to make the idea.
Yeah, all right then. All right, so let's. All right, so now let's talk about observation, because I thought of something, right? That the Earth is spinning. Now let me go make my observation if the Earth is actually spinning. Where can I go make this observation that the Earth is actually spinning? Where is my observation now? Go.
Where is your observation that the Earth is spinning?
Yeah.
In the test, he did the whole.
Physical and natural world is not something man-made or synthetic. You can't go there. It's not something of a contraption. I have to witness it in nature, just like the alligator. Remember? I have to go out in nature and see if there's any alligators flying around. Now, if I don't see any, that's pretty much telling me that there isn't any. Now, you could keep searching if you want to, but that you're not going to have any other thing in your mind to tell you that they're flying, because there's no naturally observed phenomenon of the case. So
we're asking for we're asking for what is called a first order observation. We're not looking for a derivative or a second order.
Yep.
So direct primary evidence.
Are you genuinely claiming that
a swinging pendulum is at best a second order measurement?
Are you genuinely claiming that you can't do man-made experiments to prove things?
No,
you can't prove the Earth is curving and spinning.
Wait.
No, I'm done. That's actually crazy.
Yeah, no, you're not done. You're not really done.
No.
No, you're not testing for a device and saying that's what my observation is. Your observation has to be something about the physical and natural world. You have to observe the physical and natural world, not something man-made. You're not observing a contraption. You're observing nature, not a contraption. Nature, not a contraption. Nature. That's it.
The contraption he devised mimicked the movements and rotations.
How does he know that? I don't get you. How would he know that it mimics the Earth, dude? He's never
mimics what he
observed it.
imagines Earth doing. It mimics his imagination, right?
He's never made an observation, which is what you were saying you have to do for the alligator flying around. Wow.
So the observation is if my experiment does this, right, then it is in line.
In line with
your
what?
imagination.
My imagination? With my imagination? It's in line with my imagination? Are you serious?
When you think of an idea, right? The idea being alligator.
Imagination.
Yeah, imagination. You're just imagining, and then you're saying, hey, let's make a contraption that will coincide with my imagination. Oh, it works.
Hey.
Now my imagination is true.
Hey, Alpha, when does imagination become delusion? Like, when do we say he's delusional? Because it's no longer just imagination.
I've ever seen, man. This is
happening is
shocking.
in the middle of me talking, you guys mute me and then put your own words in my mouth.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's true.
This is actually
It's the case.
That's true.
So how about just give me 5 minutes just without muting, and if you can't do that,
As if an idea is not imaginary.
just give me 5 minutes without muting me, and if you can't do that, if you really cannot do that, this conversation's over. So you think of an idea, the idea being alligators flying, right? And you
imagination.
Go, okay, perfect. Yes, we get it. You guys have laughed about it for 5 minutes now. So then,
right, because it doesn't exist in reality.
Yes, I know alligators don't fly in reality. I
like
know
curvature and earth spin.
I'm well aware. So you think of alligators flying, and then you theorize other things, saying if I do this test and I get this result, right? Alligators can't fly. If I do this, I'm gonna explain to you. If I do this test and I get this result, alligators can more or less fly. If I do this test and get this other result, alligators probably can't fly. That's what.
Right.
That's.
I have a question about your test, please.
Oh God!
Are you directly observing alligators in this test, or are you observing something else?
Let me finish. So then you think of these
Petulant child.
So then you think of these two alternatives, right? And you go, if I go out and I see an alligator fly, right? Because alligators are real, right? We agree alligators are real. Things have wings.
That's why I use the example.
So, perfect.
What the hell is he talking about?
So what?
Oh, give him a chance.
Alligators are real. We know this. Wings are also real. So I can literally go in nature and see an alligator with wings or not see an alligator with wings. So I have this alternative and this alternative, and then I go out and I test that. Oh, what do you know? We found an alligator that didn't have wings. Therefore, alligators can't fly. Right? This now apply.
No, that's false.
Now apply. That's false.
Because at best you've failed to reject the null hypothesis, so to speak. So you haven't ruled out. In your method, you haven't ruled out that alligators could still fly. You just haven't seen one yet.
Well, but because what we know.
That's why we start with an observable phenomenon first instead of our imagination.
Do you know of an animal that can fly without wings?
Nah. No, you're making
No, I'm
you're
asking a
changing
question.
you're
No,
changing
no,
my
no, no, no.
What
argument.
does
You're
this
No,
have
I
to
changing my
do
just
with
argument.
the
clarity now.
topic? How is this
Yeah,
analogous in logical
yeah,
forms?
You just said
yeah,
because
the
No,
emu, mate. The
no,
emu. Yes, the emu.
no emus. No,
What's
that's not my argument. My
no,
argument was something that we don't observe in nature. So this is I'm going to tell you guys my argument to
no,
him
I'm not even done. I
because
am
we're
not
okay. Wait a
done.
minute. No, but hold on a minute because the guy didn't
No,
know what
you
we're
hold
talking
on.
about.
He's
He
the
doesn't know.
biased.
Well,
Then
no.
ignore him. I'm talking to
All right, for
so
everybody else in the room, the conversation was circling the second point of the 3 points. So the second point, of course, is axial rotation. And how he knows that he brought in Foucault. He didn't know that until Amish gave him the Foucault name. So, but he brought in Foucault, and then now he's talking about how the observation doesn't need to be made for anything that we see in the physical natural world to give the Foucault the understanding that the Earth could be spinning on its axis, or even how he came up with that. But he doesn't know how he came up with that. He's just inferring that he possibly could just by his imagination. Now, testing an imagination with the device, and then saying, "Aha." The device is moving just like my imagination. Okay, the Earth is in motion. Like that is something like akin to us saying, well, we don't observe alligators flying, right? We don't see them flying. But if we have this contraption and it swings back and forth, by golly, alligators are flying. Like that's what he's doing. In essence, analogous to what I'm saying is exactly what I just outlined. His contraption is correlating to his imagination. So it like reifies his imagination. So what he's doing is making the contraption and saying, okay, the contraption works just like the way we think it does. Okay, my conclusion is correct. That my
So here
imagination is correct.
we can make this absurd. Listen, I imagine Earth is swinging back and forth. I do the Foucault pendulum, give it a little nudge. The pendulum is swinging back and forth. The pendulum is swinging back and forth because Earth is swinging back and forth underneath it. I proved Earth is swinging back and forth.
You would fall over if it's swinging back and forth, man.
No, because there's gravity holding me down. What about them, Apple?
Yeah, that's not the case. Well,
No.
so the argument yeah, hold on a second.
I'm showing the absurdity of the argument of using Foucault's pendulum. It's affirming the consequence.
It's extremely absurd, and the gentleman doesn't understand that. But he was still not wanting to concede the point that he thought Foucault did some kind of scientific experiment, and he didn't, right? Because if he's saying that he just imagined something, which he doesn't know because he doesn't know about Foucault, so he's really shooting from the hip right now. So he doesn't know what he's saying. He basically is just shooting from the hip, hoping that something sticks on the wall, and it's not because it's not science. So he doesn't know which way to go. So he's making things up on the spot, and he wants airtime to do it. And we've already reaching the tipping point where he doesn't want to. First of all, he actually conceded like maybe 10 minutes ago, but he wants to continue down the path of logic and say that he's got a point, and he really doesn't. So we've exposed him for him being a fraud and him not being able to at least concede the point that he doesn't know if the Earth is spinning on its axis by any measurement. Yeah, I'm talking to the audience, by the way. I'm not talking to you or him. I'm speaking to the audience. So this is what's all we're dealing with right now. And when he called me a liar and saying that science is not the observation of the physical and natural world, that's not what Foucault needed to do. So he said Foucault, all he needed to do was imagine. All he has to do is imagine that the Earth is spinning on its axis. I'm gonna unmute him, but you'll hear it from his side. And he calls me a liar.
Did he honestly say that?
Wait, Jedi, no, Jedi, actually, no, Jedi, can I clarify? No, I did not say that. It wasn't the natural world. That's not what I said, so he lied again. Jedi, I'm going to talk to Jedi now, because I did.
No, you're not. You're not. You're on the 3 points. You're on the second point, and you need to concede that you don't.
No, because you just know.
Actually, no. Actually, no. You're on the second point. So you need to provide evidence that the Earth is spinning on its axis, and if you don't have that, you need to concede so we can go to the final point, which is the third point. So you have one or two choices, but you're not going to directly moderate this channel and say who you're going to talk to. We tell you who you're going to talk to, not the other way around.
Jedi asked me a question.
So go ahead.
And you lied, so I'm gonna.
It's up to you. You can continue or stay muted, and we'll talk to somebody else. Simple as that.
I didn't ask you. I asked Alpha Veritas. I didn't ask you.
Yep. Second point is if you have any evidence that the Earth is spinning on its axis or any method by which it was measured to spin, and you brought a Foucault, and so you don't have any evidence currently, You haven't provided any evidence, so I'm going to allow you to continue. Do you have any evidence?
I mean, we didn't get past my even like original statement, so no, nope.
Buffy has no
okay, so
evidence.
However,
Buffy has
however,
no
I will
evidence.
say,
Buffy
I will.
has no
All right,
evidence.
so 2 points for flat Earth.
However, yeah, 2 points for flat Earth. I will say though, if you want the truth on what I said, Jetty, you can just like ask me and I'll tell you.
Yeah, but
Well,
no.
I'll tell you what.
Actually, no. If you continue to go ahead, Jedi.
Go to the third question with Alpha, then you can ask me whatever you want after the 3 questions have been done. You can do that.
There you go. I'm gonna mute you. So you either concede on the second point, or we're gonna be at a stalemate where you can't move forward.
I'll clarify after Jedi. So okay, so I did this fun thing, right? I did this fun thing while you guys were like rambling called research, actually. So I do know how the Foucault experiment works, and how Amish described it earlier was also just not true. So I can explain to you guys.
All right, let's talk about it since you're calling me out. How did I describe it that's not true?
Well, you said like, oh, I could just like make a pendulum spin, and that makes the Earth swing. No, that wasn't. From what I'm reading,
I was giving you. I told you it would be an absurdity.
No, but see,
to say that.
I agree. That's not what.
Okay, so I'm not false, right? I didn't falsely misrepresent it. I said it would be absurd to say that because it's the same logical form you're using.
All right, so he called you out, Amish, but he also called me a liar. So you need to either apologize to me and Amish at the same time, or you need to do something fast, man, because you're running out of airtime.
I mean, just
quickly.
don't lie, and I wouldn't have to. Like you lied to.
No, sorry, you're gonna have to concede that we lied. You called me a liar, and you called him a liar.
I told you it was absurd because I'm not representing it correctly. Neither are you. You're not representing Foucault's pendulum correctly.
Yeah,
and
now I will
I'm pointing
because
that out.
Research.
After I made my statement about the absurdity of it. I know. So you think you're an expert now just because you Googled it in 5 seconds? Great. Why don't you educate us? Go. The floor is yours.
Never claimed that either.
All right. So what are you claiming? You're claiming not to know about Foucault's pendulum then. Great. We can move on to the third point.
I'm correct. Okay. Yeah. Then sure. We can.
Okay. Third point. Mickey, continue with the third point, please.
What is happening?
All right. Yeah, so your concession is that the second point that you didn't know how Earth is spinning on its axis, there's no method to provide evidence that that's the case.
Oh, there is.
Is that correct? All right, continue with the second point. I'm sorry, guys, we're going to hold him hostage.
Well, no.
If it's the evidence, it's not right.
No,
it's not Foucault's pendulum then, right?
Sure. You know what? Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not Foucault's pendulum. So what is it?
I have no idea.
Okay, next.
All right, so are you going to concede that you don't know?
I think I've done that like 5 times now.
Cool. No, you didn't. I need to hear it from you.
I've said I
They're
didn't,
words.
I said I didn't know everything. I've already said that numerous times.
Just say you concede the point, and we'll move to the next one. Just say
I concede the point. I didn't know everything. I never claimed.
Thank you. Now the third. All right, so the third. What'd you say?
I said.
What did you say?
Crazy.
No, before that.
I said. What? I said I didn't. I said I conceded. I didn't know everything. What?
Okay. All right. So the third and final point. The third and final point. Do you know that you're in a cosmic vacuum, or do you believe you're in one?
Believe.
Okay.
Fair.
So I'm gonna go ahead and finish. I'm gonna go ahead and finish the 3 points, and I'm gonna say that the Earth as a curving surface, right? The Earth as a ball spinning in the vacuum of space is just a blind belief you have because you didn't demonstrate that you knew any of the points, the 3 pillars that hold up the Earth being a globe. So it's just a blind belief that you have currently, and you don't have any knowledge that it actually is. So this actually exposes you to the fact that you don't know that the Earth is a globe. You just believe it.
Okay.
That's it.
Did I claim otherwise?
No, we claim that this would be the case. We do this with everybody. We say globers cannot provide evidence. Primary direct evidence is verifiable that Earth is a globe. And we have the 3 points to go through to demonstrate that. And you just demonstrated that.
I mean, you guys also muted me like every minute, and then like.
But that's not the reason why you couldn't bring the evidence.
Yeah, but can you also provide empirical evidence that it is flat?
Made your own claim.
Yeah, it is empirically flat.
I'm done. He's already.
Any points for any shape could be disproved because it's not 100% definite.
Hold on.
Are you complaining that you were muted, and when you were muted, that's where you had the evidence?
All right, so I'm going to let you talk to the gentleman.
Yeah, whatever. He said he was complaining about being muted. Like that was stopping him giving us the evidence.
Absolutely.
The fuck?
Anyways,
go ahead, Buffy. You're up.
Now that Alpha and Amish, I mean, so Jedi, I mean, you asked earlier, you asked Amish, you asked Alpha, not me. Yeah, sure. You said, is that what he really said? No, I didn't say that. So do you want to tell you what I actually said about the whole what science and how like Earth? I actually did concede that what was it Alpha, that science is the
study of the physical and natural world.
Yeah, so I did concede that. You said I claimed it wasn't. Not true. So there you go.
So it's
what I did say, Jedi, what I did say is that
Yeah.
you can use something as simple as just curiosity about the natural world, right? I had trouble keeping that term natural world, and he was playing semantic with me and saying like, well, you didn't say that. So, but I said that you don't need, or you can use something as simple as curiosity about the natural world and wondering and wanting to know how it works to think of things, right? And then you can think of an experiment to prove that thought, and you can think of things that if the experiment goes this way, this is how it would work. If the experiment goes another way, it wouldn't work how I think it is, right? And then you can do that experiment, and if it works the way you think, then the thing you think is probably verifiable. If it goes against what you think, it's probably not verifiable. I used the alligator example. If I think to myself, alligators can fly, there's two alternatives. I go out.
What? Can I stop you there? Can I stop you
sure,
right there?
sure.
Yeah. In natural science, the first thing that we're going to be doing is looking at a thing happening. We're not going to be conjuring up phenomena in our head and wandering around the world and seeing if we can see that phenomena. What we're doing in natural science is observing things happen and then trying to predict what causes that to happen. We then test that in an experiment. Whoa. No. Shush. Seriously, dude, I'll let you ramble on for about a minute about whatever the fuck you were talking about. But you came up with the idea of imagining a phenomena. Alligators flying. Okay.
Actually, Alpha did.
It's not a phenomena, it's an imagining. It's the study of the physical and natural world, not the conjurings inside your fucking head. You study the world around you. You observe the phenomena happening, and then you try to predict the cause of that phenomena in your hypothesis. Then you test that hypothesis by physically manipulating what you think caused that to happen. Either confirming in your null where there's no change at all, or confirming your alternate hypothesis where there is a change and your prediction was correct. It's got to be an actual physical thing happening, dude.
Okay, well, Alpha agreed to this. What I'm gonna ask you: do you think that scientific curiosity just exists?
Scientific curiosity?
Yeah.
What the fuck is this arbitrary word that you've just come up with? If you want to talk about science, I'm talking.
Ask me a question. I'm answering.
What? If you are talking about what the dictionary definition of science, to gain knowledge, to study things, yeah, right, we can all look around and figure out what colour grass is. Yeah, we can look at reproductive cycles and all of these things that we can study. But natural science, the study of the physical and natural world to elucidate cause and effect, that goes along with the scientific method, where all the steps are laid out, where you observe a phenomena, a thing happening, you predict the cause of that thing happening, so you've got your independent and dependent variables, and then you test that, physically manipulate the independent variable, keeping all your control variables the same to see if there's a rate of change. That's what natural science is.
Okay, do you know what hypotheses are?
Yes, they're predictions.
About
a cause of a phenomenon.
About the
and you need a viable one. You can't just say Superman causes water to boil. You can't just do that. That's the hypotheses are not. Hypotheses are not the vision of a guy in the internet. That's not what a hypothesis is. It's not your idea in your mind.
I gotcha. Okay.
So you need an observation first of something happening in the natural world, like Jedi's been telling you, and I've been telling you.
Well, hypotheses are literally suppositions of with limited evidence
of a naturally phenomenon.
A thing in the natural world, right?
You're half right.
Can someone point out to him? I've been trying to tell him. He requires a viable hypothesis, not just any idea in his mind.
Yeah, Buffy, you require science to not have a naturally occurring phenomenon for you to believe in a globe. That's what the audience is hearing.
Oh, wait, repeat that?
You require the scientific method to negate a naturally occurring phenomenon being in your observation for you to believe in the globe. Yep, so there you are.
What's a dependent variable?
It's something.
In a hypothesis, in an experiment, you're going to have independent, dependent, and control variables.
Yeah.
So what's a dependent variable?
If it depends on the independent variable.
Okay, so a phenomena, a thing happening, an effect. Yes?
Yeah.
Yes. Independent variable, what's that?
Something that is, I guess, unchanging. Like
No, that's the thing that
not
you
unchanging.
predict. Paused. If you're not going to listen, dude, if you're not going to give you the right answer, I'll give it to you. It's not a problem.
I'm answering the question.
But you didn't answer it very well, so I've stopped you. It's your presumed cause.
Oh.
Independent variable, your presumed cause of dependent variable, the phenomena. That's your hypothesis prediction. I think this, A, caused B to happen. There you go. There's a hypothesis. You can then test that in an experiment where you vary and manipulate your independent variable, your presumed cause, to see if it causes a change in the dependent variable, your phenomena that you observed in the physical and natural world. Repeat and test.
Okay, so then
that's why you can't say that something that you cannot like manipulate is the cause of the effect, because you won't be able to experiment on it, right? The independent variable. You can't say that flying crocodiles are the cause of the observation of flying crocodiles, because you don't see that in reality. You're just making something up and saying that is a viable hypothesis when you're just making stuff up. Can't do that.
Well, I mean, I guess you could say when it referred to like flying alligators, seeing flying alligators would be evidence for flying alligators existing.
Yes, awesome.
So is
that's discovery. That's discovery.
Perfect. That's the hypothesis, right? Before I even go out into the world,
that's a discovery. It's not science.
Before I even go out
Not
into the world,
is not science.
What is science?
I've told you several times.
Say it again.
The construction of a hypothesis based on a phenomenon you observe and your prediction of cause of that, which you test in an experiment.
It's science is
independent, dependent variables.
Science
you
is
think
the study of the natural world.
You think that discovering an animal is natural science?
Through science,
what's your experiment?
Science is the study of the natural world through observation and other things. If I go
other
out
things,
and observe,
other things,
experimentation,
other
testing
things.
theories.
You're all over the place, Sunshine. You're doing natural science. Requirement for experimentation?
What?
Requirement for experimentation. You wandering around and discovering a fucking Yeti isn't natural science.
Okay, so then not through. Okay. So then, wait, you're picking and choosing like the word I said. I said observation before experimentation.
Observation of a phenomena.
I go out and I observe flying alligators. That's evidence that flying alligators exist.
That's lovely, but that's not natural science. Your observation. What's your presumed cause? What's your presumed cause? You made a hypothesis. You got to test it. It's got to be based on a phenomenon, not you discovering things.
Look, Buffy, you're just not talking about the same thing. He's talking about science. You're talking about just discovery, and you're having a different conversation, Buffy.
No, that's not what's happening.
It's not. The hypothesis that you already granted was if I go out in the world and I find.
No, not a viable hypothesis. You fucking idiot.
Oh my god.
You've got to observe the phenomena first. We're talking about natural science.
That's not what hypotheses are.
Listen, in the hypothesis, you will include the independent variable that you presume to be the cause of the effect, right?
So, like this for you. I was just going to get the citations. Maybe a university can tell him, give me a minute.
Hypotheses happen before you go observe things.
Hypotheses are based on the thing you observe. A dependent variable. What's a dependent variable? What is it?
A dependent variable is based on the independent variable.
No, the dependent variable is the phenomena. I'll say it to you like you're a child. It's something happening.
Because of the independent variable, it changes from the
Yes,
yes,
which is the cause of the something happening.
The
So in your
it
wandering
could be the
around,
cause or the
sorry, Tim.
pre-assumed one, because it doesn't have to necessarily be the cause. Because that's what you do in the
Talking, dude.
test,
Was literally still
right?
talking. It's just rude, man.
Are you gonna finish? I think Underdweller stopped.
The independent variable that you are trying to manipulate, or you're manipulating in the experiment, it could be the cause. That's why you have a hypothesis, and you include that in the hypothesis, right? This could be the cause. That's why you're testing for that, but doesn't necessarily mean it is the cause, right, Jedi? That's why you experiment to determine that cause and effect relationship.
I agree.
So you can viably include something just in your imagination that you haven't observed. It has to be viable. It has to be some cause and effect relationship that has to be viable. And you test for those and find the one.
Yeah.
If you find the one, then you have the scientific theory. Look, we found the cause of the effect, and we tested it and verified and repeat it, and this is the cause of this effect, and then there it is.
Yeah. So you're to take like the horizon for a second, right? That's like what's it called? That's the independent, right? You see a sharp horizon on the Earth, okay? So you're like, all right, that's the independent variable in the scientific experiment. You take that, for example, and then when you go up on a building and you try and find what? Sorry.
What independent variable is your presumed cause? If you said that your presumed cause is the horizon, have you got your dependent and independent variable confused? Your dependent variable is the phenomenon happening.
All right, my bad. Sorry, I have them mixed. So dependent variable, sorry, I suppose, would be the horizon, right? That in this experiment we can take the horizon as the dependent variable, and then if we go up, and then we can see, okay, it's sharp, right? It's not it's pretty sharp. So if you go up a building pretty high, like the CN Tower or something over a body of water, if you would have and then you look out straight, flat, you put a level, you look all the way out. The what's it called? I forgot the name. Right, and then you were to see the vanishing point, so your eyes would be level with the water. You just look all the way out, and the vanishing point is above the horizon. So then you try and conclude what could be causing the vanishing point to be above the horizon. Then you start to think, if it was flat, the vanishing point would be with the horizon, if the Earth were to go on for a while longer. But if it doesn't, maybe it's because it's a globe.
That's lovely. The horizon is obviously just a limitation of your view across a surface, though.
I agree with that because of the curvature.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? Because if you go really high, and if the Earth was incredibly big and flat, the vanishing point would obviously meet up with the horizon.
That's actually 100%.
But that's it. What do you mean by vanishing point?
The vanishing, we
can see things beyond the horizon, like mountains, for example. The horizon is a limitation of your view across the surface.
Yeah, exactly. So you have your explanation for that is something like you can't see that far.
Well, why do we invent things like binoculars and telescopes and high-powered zoom cameras?
Right, but you do understand that it mathematically
our eyes limited in how far they can see.
That's absolutely true.
So we get weather reports that tell us the visibility of the day, 3, 5, 7, 14 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yes, our eyes are kind of weak when compared to optics, where we can see further.
Right. Okay. You take a very you take an incredibly strong optic. You go up. The vanishing point will still be above the horizon if you're at a very high altitude.
Vanishing point.
Not very high, actually. Like up on a building.
What do you mean by above the horizon?
So you take your binoculars, your eyes, whatever you want to use as your viewing object. You go up high on a building over that it's level quotation mark. You put it level, so you know it's parallel with the ground that you're on. Okay, and you're to look out as far as you can see, and then you trace, vanishing points, because you know what that is. Probably you've heard of vanishing points. All right, so on a giant flat plane, the ground that is not see-through, right? I don't think it would matter how far our eyes can. If it would be not see-through, it'd still be there. It would meet up with the horizon, because that's how vanishing points on a flat plane would work. You've seen the drawings, right? You see, if it's a very far drawing, the vanishing point would meet with your eyes.
Your optic is parallel with the surface below you. So right off in the horizon, as you stare towards that, your eye line would meet just before the horizon, depending on the parallel altitude you occupied. We know this through things like celestial navigation, through height of eye and dip corrections. This is only taking you down from one horizontal plane, your eyesight, to the ground horizontal plane, so your eyesight or your sextants on that. This is well known.
So what do you say?
Your idea of what would happen on the flat Earth is incorrect. That's what I'm telling you. We know this through things like celestial navigation, where we have to do a height of eye correction. This is what you're talking about, going to the top of a building or a mountain, because the height of your eye is above the plane, the horizontal plane that you're standing on. So when you do the correction, you subtract your altitude to take you down to a sea level reading. Same thing with a dip correction angle that you get with your sextant. When you look at the horizon, you correct for that angle to take you down to a sea level reading, because your eye, your optic, occupies a higher parallel to the plane of the Earth below. You have an incorrect idea of how perspective works and what the flat Earth would do.
So the horizon would not meet with the vanishing point in a flat Earth.
Yeah, if you want to say it like this, with altitude, no, the horizon does not meet with the horizontal plane of the eye. No, it doesn't.
All right.
What if you're sea level? It would.
Yeah, if you're sea level 0, yes. This is what I'm talking about, height of eye. Yeah, 1 foot, yeah, okay. What are you going to notice when you observe a horizon 10, 15, 20 miles away, when you're 1 foot above that surface? Not a lot, if anything at all. But with altitude, yes, the horizon appears to go slightly downwards from your horizontal eye line. You're leaving one horizontal below you and gaining altitude above it, so it's no longer going to meet your eye line. If you were to place another horizontal underneath your feet, let's say that you're at the top of a 100-story building, that horizontal that you would pan out into the distance would now meet your eye line, compared to the 100 feet below that you left behind because you're above it. You just have an incorrect idea of what would happen on the flat Earth, dude.
So I don't understand. If I take any...
You're forgetting that you're above the ground when you go up in that building, Zachary. You explain it so clearly, but you don't seem to even let what you're explaining sink into yourself.
Yeah, I know, because I'm thinking of vanishing points. I'm thinking no matter how high you are, the vanishing point will meet with your optic. If it is a very large flat plane, it will meet up no matter what.
Meet up with what? What is he saying? That you say it's going to meet up?
Yeah, not if
the
you're pointing
vanishing point will meet the horizon of what you see. Because if it is a very, very large flat plane, that's how vanishing point and
below your eyes.
Huh?
Gold. The horizon will be at different locations if you have different optics. If you have infrared, it's going to be a different location. With your eyes, it's going to be a different location. With a Samsung camera, you're going to see a certain distance. See the problem here?
Yeah, but I just thought, like, you know, in drawings and in math, how vanishing points work is that if you look out, no matter your height, if it's a long enough plane, it will meet up with the horizon. I
You
thought
mean
that's
your
how
eyesight? Your eyes is gonna meet up to. Wait, what?
the horizon that you see, right? Whatever with whatever optic, all right. If it was a very large flat plane, we don't have to talk about the Earth. Just any mathematically, if it's a very large flat plane, it will meet up with the horizon. The
No, because
vanishing
it's an apparent position, though. It's not. It's not a point that you're gonna meet up. It's, oh, we're gonna go here. I'm gonna put a
if you
flag here at the horizon.
yeah, but your horizon will meet with the vanishing point of your
So,
optic.
do you remember when you were climbing a building earlier? Right. Just do this for me, right? Imagine you're on the floor, haven't climbed the building yet, and you look across the flat plane and you see the horizon. Then you go up, like I said, 100 stories, and then you see that horizon has dipped. Because if you were to now build out an extended plane on that 100th floor, that horizon will meet your eye line, more or less 6 foot above the floor. But that's because you occupy a different horizontal other than the one that you left below when you're on the floor. You're just creating horizontal planes beneath you as you gain in altitude, and that one will be the one that meets the midpoint of your eye, because that's where the midpoint of your eye is. The one that you left below is going to go downwards from the midpoint of your eye because you've gained altitude above it.
Very well said, Jedi. Thank you.
I think lenses can exaggerate that if they don't take collimation into account as well.
I guess I still don't fully I think I need to research more about vanishing points. I don't really understand. My bad. Oh, I did come here to ask though. Obviously, I mean not obviously, but you guys have like a working model, right? That I can see, because I am interested. I have this garbage model. It's globe, and there's some errors with it, but I mean, their flat Earth models is very true. I know, but you know, is there a model that I can look at to like see how everything works around us?
Yeah, now depends on your region of the world. If you have, let's say you're in the east coast of the United States, you're gonna find models for that area that you're at. So then, if you go to the west coast, you're gonna find a model for that region. It all depends on the area that you're at and which model you wanna look at. You can. There's so many. Depends of the region of the world. It's like,
oh, so you can't take one of the entire world.
Oh no, that will be a projection, and it will just be like a cartoon. You can't have an actual.
Oh,
Nobody
it's
uses
impossible.
that for it. The only thing you will use that for will be for decoration purposes, just to put it like
right.
on a wall.
So it's impossible to make a working flat Earth model.
A working no. If you wanna attach a purpose to it, so let's say I want to travel from this point to another point, then you draw something in relation to those 2 points, and you make it work for whatever purpose intended, right?
Yeah, what kind of work are you looking for?
I would say
you're talking about water canals. You're talking about underground stuff. You're talking about aquifers, or maybe buildings above the water level, the lake level, the sea level, or
I don't know what you're talking
about. There's so many different things that you can draw a model for.
Oh, I apologize. Sorry, I meant to be more clear. So you know how there's like people have stupid globes in their room or something
Yeah,
to look at the Earth?
decoration purposes.
Right. Yeah. So like, but because it still more or less works on the like for you to trace out. You know,
flat earthers also have like on the walls of their houses, on the walls they have like a flat map, and they said the flat Earth. Yeah, that's what you want.
Yeah, something like that, where like I can trace the sun moves
For
and
decoration
axis.
purposes.
Yeah, exactly. But it can also work fine. Like it would explain how the sun moves across the sky and how seasons work.
You think a globe in a classroom does that?
He does.
Not the best. No, I don't think so. But is there one for is there one for Flat Earth?
So that would be another non-working thing then.
Awesome, doubly awesome. I'm asking you guys, is there one that works? Because it must be obvious.
Concentrate on the L's. Maybe.
Huh?
Why would we replace something that doesn't exist?
I'm sorry?
He's saying, can you guys replace the decorative globe on the table for something else? And we're like, yeah, sure. I'll put I don't know, like a decorative flat map, like from the East Coast of the United States, Massachusetts, and I'll put it on over there and be like, there you go.
No, and then he wants to move the goalpost and go, but can you show the sun moving on it as well?
Yeah, don't make us use the Santa Claus analogy, Zachary.
I don't know what that means. I apologize.
There are some sun and moon maps out there that show you the ground position of sun and moon and where the light of the sun is being casted, like on timeanddate.com. Some of those are projected, like James was saying, onto maps. They work for all intents and purposes. It's just a projection with the course of the sun and moon's ground position over the surface of the earth, though. It's conceptual. It works for that purpose, other than navigation.
And that's the thing, Jared, as well, because he's... my bad, Jared. He's asking for two things at the same time, because he's saying, hey, can I have a model of the flat Earth? But then he's asking about the sun and the moon, and that's not the flat Earth. The sun and the moon are above the thing that's below your feet, right? The Earth, the thing in question.
I apologize. I don't believe I said I want a model of the sun and the moon too. You might have mistaken me.
Just a map without the sun, because you asked seasons or something, right? You asked for seasons, and that's in relation to the movement of the sun. So
yeah, more
your
or less.
question about seasons has to do with the sun.
Yes, it has to do with
when
the sun.
talk about the sun, they also include the moon when talking about that.
I didn't ask for a model of the sun and the moon, but yeah.
So there you go. You're asking for two models: one for the ground below your feet, and the one for the luminaries. You want a combination, like a hybrid of those things?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
That's gonna be a tough one. You know why? Because we can't go to the heavens above and check them and be like, "Yeah, this is how it works," and now I'm gonna, backwards engineer it and put it in a drawing for you, and then working model like you're asking for. I got it. I know how the heavens above work, the sun, the moon, the stars, the radiance, all of the phenomena that we observe up there. I know. Now I'm going to draw it for you.
Nice.
It's not going to happen, bro. Sorry.
All right.
We can do depictions of them and have some ideas and draw the paths of the sun, the luminaries, and that has been done already. If you're asking for that, look for that information that is in place already. The cycles, whatever, the transit of the sun, the transit of the moon, all of those things has already been done. So you gonna have to do your own homework about those observations.
No problem. Oh, I did have a question actually too. So in your, how much do we know about space in Flat Earth? Because
the last point about the models, you just look at your ancestors for whatever region of the world you are. You're gonna find models for all across the world. There's many books about different models. The Hebrews, the Mayas, all of these peoples from all across the world, they're gonna all give you a model. So if you're asking for models, you're gonna find there's plenty. Go ahead with your next question.
That's awesome. All right. Yeah. So how much do we know? I gotta say, how much do we know about the heavens, as you call them, above us? Because there are patterns in the heavens, and we can predict stuff. So what exactly do we have any idea what it is? because obviously the stupid globe.
It's observable phenomena, just like every day the sun rises at a certain hour, like clockwork. You know when the hands of the clock. It's, let's say right now where I'm at, it's showing 8:50 in the morning. Yeah, and I see the hands on 8 and then the 10, right?
Yeah.
So now I know that 12 hours or 24 hours after right now, I'm gonna know that those hands are gonna be moving, and then they're gonna be in the same position that they are right now, right? 24 hours.
I'm more or less talking predict stuff that we can't see, but yeah.
Yeah, so the sky does a similar. I'm not gonna say the same. A similar movement, like gears within gears. You know, the clock is gears, like
I understand. Yeah.
Yeah, so gears within gears, hands of the clock. So the sky does a similar thing. So when you observe the luminaries moving in cycles, and then we say tomorrow at 5:35 in the morning, the sun is gonna rise. That's not a prediction. That's a post-diction because it's been happening.
No,
and
sorry,
it happens
like something
again and again and again and again.
Something we've never seen before, but then we predicted.
That we predicted something that we never seen before. That will be a prediction. Like if we predict that something is going to happen and it happens, that can be a prediction. But you'll have to be specific about what it is, right?
Okay, so I guess
like what?
Existence of Neptune through Uranus's orbit was dismayed by gravity from Neptune. So we predicted that there was a planet beyond Uranus, and when we looked exactly at the spot that we predicted, we saw it. That's how we discovered Neptune.
That's a story.
That's not what? Oh, sorry, it's fake. Whoopsie daisies.
No, you just said we, like you were included in that.
Oh no, I apologize. Yes, it is a story. Yes.
So when so now you're passing down that we discovered that, right? And when those people told you that they did what they did, we looked up at the sky and we did some math, and then we saw something that it was there, right? It was there. Now we can look at this specific point at this specific time, and we're gonna see it, right? That is no different than what we spoke before that. It's no difference. There's no difference at all. Remember, they post-dicted. We did the math because we did all these observations, and the clock is moving, and it's gonna move here. Then it's gonna move there, and it's gonna move there, and then we're gonna see this exactly the same thing.
Yeah, it was already there. I agree with you, but we never.
The gears on the clock. It was already there.
That is true, but we had. That's like if there was a 4th hour hand, right? But we had no idea it existed. We couldn't see it at all.
It was there. Maybe the guy before. So the guy that taught you that, and the guy that said, "Hey, I discovered it," right? How do you know he discovered it? How do you know there wasn't people before that knew about this? You don't know that.
Because we didn't have powerful enough telescopes.
But remember, you gotta question this because these people are coming to erroneous conclusions because they're telling you that you live on a globe, and that's completely wrong. So when they tell you we discovered, no, they invented the globe. Remember? So when these people are telling you this kind of stuff, you're gonna have to start questioning their premise and saying, yeah, we discover this light in the sky.
That I understand.
It was already there. I don't know how many eyes already have seen this light that they saw this extra
because the telescope wasn't strong enough to see Neptune. You can't see Neptune.
Okay. So we didn't have the optics before. Now we have the optics, right?
Well, after Hubble came out, yes.
Now we can see it.
Yeah, we saw it, but we didn't know. Obviously,
nothing to do with the globe. Nothing to do with a water spinning globe. Nothing at all.
Oh no, I never said it was. That wasn't the question, was it not? Sorry if I apologize.
You say gravity, and remember, gravity and globe goes together. When you say gravity,
whatever. Sorry, I didn't mean to say the G word. Sorry. I apologize for that discretion. But
it's fine. You don't need to apologize. It just shows how much you're wrapped up into mythos.
Of course.
The we.
Yeah, absolutely.
We did this. No, someone told you that.
I understand.
We used gravity and did the math, and we predicted something. No, you didn't do that.
Absolutely, yeah.
You were told you were part of the we by them.
Sorry, I meant we as a human. I really apologize. Not we as in as white people or globers. I apologize. I meant we as in human beings.
But listen, I'm not discarding that they devised new optical equipment and were able to observe extra phenomena that we cannot see with our naked eyes, right? Because we have a limitation of optics. Then we devise devices that can see in the full spectrum of light, and we can see more. Nobody's denying that. But to say that we did this because gravity, globe math, thanks to that we discovered something, no thank you.
Okie dokie. So, sorry, your argument was that was not correct. It just
so that's
just
your
a little understanding. No,
So
no.
what's your best
No, I'm
evidence
pretty
of
sure you
the
just said
wall?
no, thank
Because
you.
you're
You
just
said
sort of
no.
highlighting.
What did I say before that? What did I say before that? What did I say before
well, they're liars. I apologize. Never mind. You're right. Continue. Sorry, I cut you off.
That,
old horse.
Before I said the no thank you, it wasn't I said no thank you for the story, right?
Yeah, exactly, because they're liars anyways, because they told me that the Earth is globe, and that obviously not true. I understand. Sorry, so old, you were saying something.
They told you that you are we.
I still don't understand that. I'm sorry. I meant we. I meant we as Homo sapiens. I'm sorry
No,
if you.
but when I said, you said we predicted. That's the we I'm talking about.
Yeah, sorry.
We
I meant
as Homo sapiens breathe air. We breathe air.
Yeah, like Saki, did all Homo sapiens predicted this?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, sorry. Sorry. Yes, those
when you say we, do you mean some people?
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Actually, you're right.
Listen here. We can discard Saki, right? Because here we have PhDs, engineers, astrophysicists, and all kinds of people that join, and they've done similar things. So when you say we,
you're right. Yeah. There you go. That easy.
We HD and we dumb.
Absolutely, absolutely, sir.
So listen, we
HDs and liberal third and.
Listen, my ancestors looked at the sky and saw phenomena and knew the Earth wasn't a globe. That could be like a similar argument to yours.
That's absolutely, and you were correct.
You're trusting the we that they didn't see it before.
Goddamn, you are right, my friend.
Zaki, that's what like saying that the Globers did the math and they predicted they will find a continent, a new continent called America, and they found it when Christopher Columbus went there. No, they didn't do the globe math and discover and predicted that they will find a new continent. No, they just went there and found new content. Like
I know you're talking a whole lot with that. I mean that's a good analogy.
Yeah, but he's not done. That's the thing. So shut up.
All right, go ahead.
More powerful telescope, and they could see something new, because we know that if you use more powerful telescope, you'll be able to see more things in the sky. Yeah, that's not a prediction. You know that.
Well, the prediction is for the very specific thing and very specific place, right?
It would be like it'd be like, oh, I have eyes, I can find this needle in a haystack, right?
The eyes are real. Nobody's saying we don't have eyes. You said that because of gravity and math
and physics require like 20 years of education. Yeah,
you said because of gravity and globe math.
I'm kidding.
We predicted
basic
this observation.
Yeah, that is what I'm saying.
Maybe we put the needle in the haystack. Had you thought of that?
Ooh.
We put Neptune there, I guess.
Yeah,
so listen.
Hubble obviously already found Neptune, right? And he was like, "Oh, actually, we don't know it exists. We're gonna tell him we did some math on our paper, and then boom, see guys, woo, we're the champions. We did math. We found this, right? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, fellow reptoids. We found
it. Someone got it like in a closet somewhere. They found it.
Yeah, they found it before they did the math, and then they hit it, and they said gravity works. Of course, That's how they did it, right?
It's hidden.
Yeah, exactly. They found it, and then they said, "Shh, let's say
you say we cannot see
with
Neptune?
math. Let's say we find it with math, guys. The
cope is real.
So they found it, and they said, "Shh."
So we look at the sky, we see balls, therefore we live on a ball.
I don't know where you got that assumption from.
Hypothesis, right?
Yeah, but that's the. I don't know.
Exactly. This is. We're trying to come down to your, logic. We just coming down to it, so we can maybe get out
logic?
of it.
I was talking about how we predict stuff in the sky, and I was asking if why that is. I mean, you're right. It is a clockwork, I guess. One would suppose. I was just asking, but clearly you think they lied about it, and that's also fine.
Why is it when the truth? It's funny
wrong.
When the we bring up all these my bad. But when the we bring up all these predictions, why is it that we always bring up Neptune?
Sorry?
You weren't the first person to do this.
Oh, sorry. All right, we can take Einstein. We can take Einstein in his room, figuring out mathematically that black holes exist, even though they're impossible.
Now you're digging a hole even further.
Yeah, I am. I'm digging as deep as I can go, bro. To the middle of whatever we're on. All right.
Or you can
the universe that I'm going to.
Hey, it sounds like what year was that, Zach? Rationalize why the flat Earth can't be true. Why not? What's your best evidence we live on a ball?
Again, I thought I was asking, but yes. I wasn't even asking a question. I was just saying that Einstein predicted that black holes exist.
Hey, it's okay. Let's
stick on topic. I'm really sorry. Let's stick on topic. Actually, you're right. I was getting derailed. One might say.
Is Einstein we?
I don't know. We're sorry. I was getting derailed.
Okay,
so go ahead. So go ahead. What were you guys talking about?
What year was Neptune discovered, bro?
Oh, I don't know.
So if I'm gonna do math, and you and I, Zachary, you and I, we're gonna do math, and about 24 hours from now, when these hands of the clock go around, they're gonna be in a specific position.
Was I wrong? Oh, I wasn't. Wait, was it gravity? I know it's due to the orbit of Uranus. Oh. Yeah.
So what do you think? If I remove the dial
what are you saying?
of this clock, this in this Swiss watch, this Swiss watch right here, right? If I remove the dial, I'm gonna see gears within gears, and I can do the math, and I can tell you at what position each gear is gonna be. You hear me, Zachary?
Yeah.
Even though the dial was there before, and then I removed it. Before I didn't see the gears, but then I removed the dial, and now I can see the gears.
Ooh, you're right.
You see that I'm saying that if I say, therefore, since I did this, therefore, my conclusion is that I live in a water spinning ball. That doesn't logically follows. You see the problem, bro? I'm just trying to bring you here.
I know. So I never meant to conclude with that we live on a. I was literally just asking a question on your worldview. Yeah. I didn't mean to bring it back to me. I'm not egocentric. I didn't want to bring it back to my point. But yes, yeah, sure. I mean, we can. If I say I see a frog, therefore the Earth is a ball. Yeah, I understand your point completely, my friend. That is true. That is completely wrong.
If you see a tadpole pond, you can start acknowledging the nature of water from that point.
I don't know what you just said.
Well, you brought up frogs. Have you ever seen yeah, never mind. A tadpole.
Sorry, I didn't understand the nature of what. I don't understand that point.
Well, they say we're living on a water ball. Remember that stupid thing you were talking about? Stupid model.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, especially when you see what the surface of a tadpole pond does, it confirms the stupidity of it.
Yeah,
because that would be curving water.
Yeah, and water doesn't curve.
have you interacted with it doing anything else other than like at a waterfall or something?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, if we want to build a model of a spinning water ball with water attached and gases, and we know that's impossible. We know that. So we cannot build a model.
Yeah, exactly. It's impossible.
Listen, this is why we get cartoons, right?
Yeah,
this is why.
This is why.
Listen. If we turn off the TV and the devices, you will never see or experience
exactly. I would never see the Earth. You're right. I would never see it, bro.
Is it starting to
globe. I mean, the globe religion.
It's starting to leave. It's getting out of here. More and more people, man. It's gone. You're right. I actually should. It's gone. I mean, it's already going out. It's basically kind of like Christianity and Islam right now. Christianity's falling down. I should hop on to Islam. Just like, honestly, you're right. Actually, you are kind of right. Yeah,
wow.
It is falling down. More and more people.
John Cena, everyone.
John Cena. Yeah, thank you. Mao Zedong, my true leader. Yeah, no, I'm not. He's not my leader. Don't worry about it.
No, Zachary, about when I said religion, I didn't mean. I mean, there is Christianity, there is the other religions, obviously, but the globe actually works as a religion. It has priests, people believe in it.
No, you're right. No, I was joking. I was saying like just hop on the. I didn't mean to use real. I could have said something else. I'm sorry. I just did like an analogy.
I've never actually seen the Middle East outside of TV. Does it actually exist? Are you real?
You never seen it?
Can't get to the
You're gonna have to start questioning the Middle East, bro. Cooper.
I do wonder.
Does it exist? Yeah. I've never seen the Middle East outside of TV or movies.
If you go to your local airport right now, Cooper, if you're allowed to, because some people are not allowed to go anywhere. So if you're allowed to, Cooper, can you buy a ticket to the Middle East or no?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the Coopers might tell
you don't know.
Can, but...
I think Cooper is one of those guys not allowed to go outside.
Yeah, he's got to.
He doesn't know. Nihilistic, atheistic retard.
He doesn't know that he can go to the airport and buy a ticket to the Middle East. He doesn't know. Cooper, let me tell you this, Cooper. Right now, let me give you the news. Right now, you can go to your airport and buy a ticket to the Middle East and go there, Cooper.
Did you know can buy a ticket to space right now?
Really? Can you give me the link so I can buy it? Can you give me the link? I want to buy one.
I think you have to have connections. You know, like I know they do private.
Give me the link. Give me the link. Give me the link. Give me so I can go buy one right now. Can you buy me one?
The last guy misunderstood we. Now Cooper misunderstands you.
No, I can't. No, I don't know where it is. I've never searched for it.
You can. You said you can. You said you can, and then you said you can't. You have to be connected.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. You got me.
I know. It's you got yourself.
I got myself, man.
Calm down, Chef.
Oh, retard.
Oh.
Wow, Cooper.
I know. Sorry, everyone.
Hey, Cooper. If the billionaires that's wasted billions of dollars on just going very high up, they admitted themselves they couldn't go to space. What makes you think you can go to space?
Exactly, Cooper.
Well,
come on.
That's like nothing. To be fair, that's nothing in comparison to the trillions of dollars that have been spent on the globe conspiracy by NASA and every world organization, like every world government. Like that's
but they're all working together, Cooper. Right? Cooper, they're all working together. Shut up. All right, they're all wasting. All right, be quiet.
They do work together. Have you ever heard of the World Health Organization?
IMF. We've heard of Illuminati.
We do work together. You do know that we, the nations, we do commerce together. And
you're completely
correct. We do a bunch of things together,
you're
right?
Completely correct.
Right? Yeah.
We do conspire. You know when
Cooper, we can't argue with that. He's right.
When I sit down with my Mexican friends and we conspire,
we're working together. We're working together.
When we conspire to bring products at a lower price than our competitor, and we take him out of business. I mean, yeah, we're conspiring, bro.
Boom, just like that. Good stuff, man. Yeah, that easy.
It's people do this kind of stuff in real life, but then in the cartoon globe, nobody conspires. No, in the cartoon, in Fantasyland, no. This
nobody
doesn't
can.
happen.
Yeah, this doesn't happen.
This doesn't happen in the globe. No. Right, Cooper?
No.
In the globe, the Middle East doesn't exist on the globe.
Yeah, come on, Cooper. Come on, it does exist. You can go there with a plane. Come on, Cooper.
I've just never seen it outside of the TV. How am I supposed to know?
No, but you can go there, Cooper. That's a
It doesn't
garbage
exist
argument.
outside.
You can't go to space, Cooper.
Issue. I think this might be like some type of medical problem.
Yeah,
So,
this
Cooper,
might be a
go to your
medical problem, Cooper. Come on, Cooper.
It's just an IQ problem on my end.
Yeah, it's an IQ problem. You're fucking retarded, Cooper. Come on.
Zachy, let him cope by himself. This is good.
I know this is very good.
Think of all the trillions of dollars spent to prop up this Santa Claus conspiracy.
Exactly.
Ooh.
So many cookies and milk, bro. So many cookies, bro. Billions.
Hey, Cooper, does that guy when you take your child? Hey, Cooper and what was it?
So much money, millions spent on milk. You're right. What the fuck?
So, Cooper, all these adults take their children to Santa, and when the child asks Santa for gifts, and Santa says, "Yes, I'm gonna bring you the gift," ho 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 ho. You think they're conspiring online or no?
Well, I mean, it is kind of a conspiracy lie, but
that's not possible because people don't do that.
It would cost too much money.
It's too much.
Think of all the toys that would have to be purchased.
Think about all the credit card transactions that have to all of the banks of the world.
There would have to be
in this
toy
conspiracy.
factories.
What about the cookie factories and the Pretzlers?
Those fucking poor Keebler
What
animals,
about
man.
the toilet cleaner at the mall that cleans the toilet so Santa can go sit down on his break? What about that guy or that old lady? Is she in it? Is she in it too?
Yeah, they're all in on it, obviously, yeah.
They're all in on it, huh, Cooper?
And then what? The short people at the mall, they're not elves? So what's going on here? It's a big conspiracy. They're little.
Damn, Cooper.
Right?
I think Cooper discovered something new here.
So
I think Cooper just realized something today.
Yeah, that all of geography, astronomy, physics is all bullshit.
Oh no, my goodness, Cooper! Damn, you're going to the extreme. You're turning into an extremist now. You're an extremist now, Cooper. Why?
This guy's a conspiracy theorist, man.
You're like a conspiracy theorist or but a crazy one, not just like a normal one, a crazy one.
Yeah, I'm unhinged, baby.
Damn, Cooper! I thought you were kind of like on your five senses.
You're not
I'm on that extra
very white, Cooper.
Anyway, I'm gonna mute myself. You guys can go back to your
Cooper,
conversation with the other guy.
No, Cooper, don't mute yourself, please. Whatever you do, do not mute yourself. Keep talking to us and keep bringing the conspiracies.
He can't see his dick, so it must not be there either.
Oh no!
You guys want to talk about Building 7?
Does that mean that you won't be spreading your good seeds in this world, and you won't have more Globers coming from your family tree? Or
Well, I have 3 children already, but
are they flat earthers, Cooper? Like, have any of your children came out like, "Daddy, I think it's flat"?
No, they're pretty young. They don't.
What happens if one or 3 come one day and say, "Daddy, we're gonna have to do an emergency meeting, and they're gonna teach you how not curving the world is"? What are you gonna do about that?
I'd say, sure, I'd love to hear it.
Good daddy. And then you're gonna, kind of like help your children, teach them about the globe and how it actually works, and people don't conspire on the globe. Like, there's no conspiracies on globes. You're gonna tell them about that, like, because you told us. So you're gonna tell them that there are no conspiracies on a globe.
Oh, I don't think I ever said that.
No? Oh, okay.
If you want to have if you actually want to talk about conspiracies, like the different levels of conspiracy being alleged, we can have that conversation. But
hey, Cooper, what about you only seeing the globe on TV, or
There's lots of things I've only seen on TV.
No, you actually, my bad. I'm gonna take that back. You've seen globes. You go to Walmart. Have you ever been to a Walmart, Target, and you see the globes on the retail stores? You've seen those,
Yeah,
right,
I've
Cooper?
seen I've seen the little globes that they use for teaching. Yeah.
That's one of the first, because by the sound of your voice, and maybe you have three children, I'm almost certain that in your classroom, one of them, maybe kindergarten, first grade, or even in your house, you had one of those globes.
As a child, I think I had one of those globes. Yeah.
There you go.
Did your globe address the oblate sphericity of Earth?
I don't know what the fuck that means.
Oh. So
Cooper, you are very familiar with the globe.
IQ thing earlier. I guess it's not even an IQ thing. It's just who's keeping up with the story. Because those paper mache spinny desk decors, those weren't oblate spheroids.
No, they're just round.
You don't even know what the fuck it meant. So.
Are you talking about how it bulges at the equator due to the centrifugal force, or what are you talking about?
Centrifugal force.
Is that what you're referring to?
That sounds like a claim that the Earth is spinning.
What the fuck? What are you even talking about? Can you define your terms?
Wait, Cooper, are you gonna tell your children that the ground under their feet is spinning?
Yeah, you just made a claim.
I'd like to hear the definition of the term you gave me.
Well, what I asked was, did your paper mache desk decor account for the oblate sphericity of the Earth?
And I said, I don't know what oblate sphericity is. Can you please define it?
But now you're saying, oh, chubbier at the middle? Is that what you mean, due to the Earth's spin? So why don't we take it one step at a time? Is that what it
means? Oblate, it means like
a deformed... Is that what it means? That must mean what it means to you. You brought it up.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to come in with presumptions. Can you please tell me what it means?
Is that what it means to you?
I would have to look it up. I would have to look it up.
Oh, were your globes in the classroom chubbier in the middle?
I don't think so, no.
Oh, that's funny.
Is that what that means? Is that what that term means?
Hey, Cooper, are you gonna tell your children that the ground under their feet is spinning?
Yes.
Why will you teach your children nonsense?
I don't think it's nonsense.
Okay, what evidence do you have of the Earth spinning? Let's get down to brass
so when you look up at the sky...
Listen. Hello. I was asking him this. So... Well, you said you think it's not nonsense that the ground, it's that you're saying it's not nonsense that the ground is spinning. That's you just said that.
The Earth rotates. Yes, I don't think that's nonsense.
So, which of your senses do you use to detect the ground under your feet spinning?
My eyes.
Your eyes, and your eyes see the ground spinning.
No, my eyes see the stars moving in relation.
No.
Can you let me answer the question? You can talk over me.
You said no. I asked you a yes or no question, and you said no.
Yes or no question.
And you said no. You said no. You don't see the ground spinning, and therefore it's nonsense if you claim it is. You see?
Okay, I can provide evidence with my eyes, though, when I look up at the sky and see the stars.
Wait. Is the sky the ground, Cooper? Is the sky the ground?
The sky is not the ground.
Oh, the sky is not the ground. So I ask you about the ground, and you're looking away from the thing in question and talking about that. Can you concentrate on what I'm talking about? Can you do that?
When a car moving at 60 miles an hour, does it really
that's a false equivalence. False equivalence. You know the car is moving.
Because you can look outside and you know in relation to you. You may not feel. You may not feel like it's moving.
So you're talking about something else, not about what I was talking about. Not about the ground spinning. You're not talking about that. You don't want to talk about that. You want to talk about something else.
Yeah, okay. Let's talk about the stars in the sky.
So, okay. So you see the stars moving. Okay, let's talk about this. So you with your eye, you said with your eyes, you observe the sun moving, right?
No, I'm talking about the
you don't see the sun moving. That's another nonsense claim. Cooper, why would you make that nonsense claim?
I don't want to talk about the sun. I want to talk about the night sky and the stars.
Cooper, do you listen? Let me try to get this straight. You just said that you do not see the sun moving.
I did not say that. I said I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about the night sky.
Do you, with your eyes, do you see the sun moving, or you do not see the sun moving?
Do I see the sun moving with my eyes? Well, I don't really stare at the sun, so I guess yes. Throughout the day, you do see the sun move across the sky.
Oh, that makes sense. Does it, Cooper? With your eyes, your vision, one of your senses, you see the sun moving, do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then another of your senses, your vestibular system, right, doesn't tell you that the ground is spinning, but if it start move, if the floor starts moving, right, Cooper, will you feel it?
Yeah, I probably would feel it.
There you go. There you go. That makes sense. That makes sense. Claiming the opposite will be nonsense. You see, Cooper?
So
telling your children that nonsense that the ground is spinning.
Let me know when you're ready to talk about the night sky.
Hey, yeah, I wanted to touch the last point about you saying you're gonna look at the stars to tell your children that the ground is spinning, moving. So you making a nonsensical claim because you're saying, you observing with your eyes the sky moving, the sun. You said yes, the stars, the other planets. You observing that makes sense. Your eyes, your vision, one of your senses, and then you're claiming the opposite, that you observing that because the ground that you don't sense spinning or moving, it's moving. So you're including two nonsensical claims and saying that makes sense. Why are you doing that to your children, Cooper?
So what you can do is you can look up at the stars and you can see throughout the night, if you're in the northern hemisphere, they all rotate counterclockwise.
Now it starts shifting, backpedaling.
This is what I wanted to talk about. Do you guys not want to talk about this?
Actually, this is good. This is good. He said that you observe the stars moving. This is good. Go ahead, Cooper. We observe the stars moving. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, you observe the stars rotating around at night.
Yes.
And this is
Makes
because
sense.
the Earth is spinning.
Wait, that's nonsense, Cooper. That's nonsense. Why are you adding nonsense to things that make sense?
On the Earth, we are in a fixed place on the Earth when we observe, right? This is also a nice. Why will you be teaching double speak to your children? Just destroy the flat Earth. Because as soon as you go to the southern hemisphere,
bro, if you destroy the Earth, where are your children gonna live? Where are we gonna live?
Flat Earth in just a couple of sentences here, please. Can I have that?
Yes, go ahead, Cooper.
So when you go to the southern hemisphere, all of a sudden, all the stars start rotating the other direction. Why would that work on a flat Earth? How would that ever work on a flat Earth?
But you're speaking nonsense, bro. Why will I entertain your nonsense, bro?
Stars rotate counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere and clockwise in the southern hemisphere.
Hey, Cooper, hey, Cooper, you know when you're driving? Sounds like you're driving right now, right, Cooper? You're driving?
Yes, I am driving.
Yeah. Now your car.
Just to be clear, we don't want to talk about the stars in the night sky. We want to move on to something else.
Okay. The rotation. You're not talking about the stars. You're talking about the rotation of them, aren't you?
I'm talking about
the rotation of the stars.
Well, the rotation of the Earth in relation to the stars.
Okay. So now you're driving in the car. Are you rotating?
Am I rotating?
No, you're sitting on the seat. You're holding to the driver wheel, right? You're holding to that tight, and you look to now your vehicle is transparent, and you can see the axle between the wheels, and you can see the left wheel. In which motion is that wheel rotating? Is it clockwise or counterclockwise? The left one, when you look at it.
You're asking me what direction from the perspective of
not
the
direction.
does the left.
What is the movement, the apparent movement that wheel is doing from the vantage point that you're sitting at, and you're looking at it from?
It would be going clockwise.
Clockwise, right? The left one is going clockwise. Now you look right to the right one, and what is the apparent motion of that wheel? Is it clockwise or counterclockwise?
It would be the other direction, yeah.
No, not direction. They're both going towards the same direction,
Excuse me, it would be the other clock face, yes. Sorry.
Exactly. So they are both going towards the same direction.
Can you explain how that would be
when you look at them, they apparently are moving clockwise and counterclockwise while going towards the same direction. Is that correct? Cooper, is that correct?
Yeah, for that analogy.
Okay. Perfect.
Do you think that debunks what I said?
Does that tells you that you are inside a ball, Cooper?
It tells me I'm inside a car, or it tells me I'm one observation inside of a car and the other observation outside of a car.
Cooper saw the wheels. He saw the wheels going clockwise and counterclockwise, and it tells him what, Cooper? What does it tells you that it's just an apparent? Those are apparent, right? Apparent only.
Sure.
Yeah.
Apparent.
Because if you move to the other side of the wheel, what are you gonna see?
Can you see Polaris from the southern hemisphere?
Well, I've been to the southern hemisphere and I didn't see it myself. So no, I couldn't see it.
You want to know why?
Why?
Because there's a fucking globe in the way.
Globe? Bro, we just established that the globe is only things for decoration or cartoons on a TV. How is that going to affect the heavens above and your perspective to what you're going to see?
Because you can't see through dirt.
Non-curving plane.
You can see the Polaris from the southern hemisphere if you're up high enough. So it's just, you have to have a high enough vantage point. I think it's around 40,000 feet.
You can also see the Southern Cross from above the equator in the Atlantic Ocean from the Canary Islands. You can see the Southern Cross.
Like right on the equator, maybe, if you have a high enough elevation, maybe. I don't even believe that claim. But hold on.
The thing in question,
I should be able to stand on the North Pole and look up at the same night sky that people see in Australia, right? It's
Cooper, but you're missing the point.
Look up and see. I should be able. There should be nothing in the way, right?
Cooper, you're missing the point. You think that looking at the luminaries, you think that looking at the stars and the luminaries is gonna determine the shape of the ground under your feet, and that's just wrong. Cooper, can you do better?
Flat, I would be able to see the Southern Cross from the Northern Hemisphere. I should be able to see the Southern Cross because there's nothing in the way. There'd be nothing to obstruct my view. It's up in the sky.
That's not an argument.
Well, okay, so why does everyone see? Okay, why do people in the southern hemisphere see different stars than the people in the northern?
Can you see the traffic light 10 miles in front of you right now?
Yeah, you see different traffic lights
in the way. There's
different positions. Come on, Cooper, bro. Do better.
No, this is a pretty solid argument that absolutely eviscerates flat Earth, and you can never answer it because there is no.
You can't even make a coherent argument, dude.
Yeah, here's my argument. The Earth is not flat because you cannot see Polaris from the southern hemisphere, and you cannot see the Southern Cross from the northern.
Cooper, I got news for you.
There's
Cooper.
a bunch of
Cooper, I got news for you. You can see the whole of the celestial sphere from the north and the south. You can see the whole of it. Obviously,
Totally false.
listen, Cooper, you,
Totally
Cooper,
false.
listen, hello.
There's only one place in the world that's possible.
So Cooper, you from your angle of view, at your position and your camera, you're gonna have an angle of view of the sky, very small angle, right? And you are not gonna be able to see much. But from a higher altitude, and if you have devices that are probably 50 kilometers apart, and you have like a triangulation angle from those devices, you can have a bigger angle of the sky. And guess what? You can see the whole of the celestial sphere, Cooper.
If you are in Minnesota,
I'm calling
you will never ever be able to see the Southern Cross because the Earth is in the way.
No, not the Southern Cross. I'm talking about the celestial sphere.
Yeah, the celestial sphere would include the stars, correct?
Yeah, all of it. I'm not saying you're gonna see one thing. You can see the whole thing.
Yeah, so the whole thing would include all of the individual parts, correct?
Well, actually, you're gonna see one side of it. My bad, but they describe it as in the.
Hold on, what do you mean one side of it? Hold up.
I mean, because
we can only see
if you're looking at a ball,
there's only one side.
Listen, if there's a ball in your ceiling, like a disco ball, and you're in one side of the room, right? You can see one side of the ball. Then you go to the other side of the room, and then you see the other side of the ball, right?
Yeah, that's my point.
Yeah, but you're looking at the ball in the ceiling. You're looking at a ball. Listen, Cooper, that's not your point. That's my point. Because you're looking at a ball at the ceiling. You're not standing on the ball. You're looking at a ball with your eyes. Remember the senses? Remember your vision? You're looking at a ball, an apparent ball, right? It looks like a ball. Right? You say, oh, balls. But that's what you're looking at. You're looking at a... That's what it's observed as, described as a celestial sphere, right? But that doesn't mean that you're standing on a celestial sphere, Cooper, does it?
It means I'm not standing on something that's flat, that's for sure.
No, of course, flat. How can you stand on a description, right?
Are we talking about semantics, or are we talking about the physical nature of the world?
Yeah, because the table that I'm looking at right now in my house is round and flat, but it's made out of other materials, wood. There's bronze. There's other materials, aluminum.
On top of your table, can you see the floor underneath the table at the same time?
No. If you're standing, unless you have a mirror under it, yes. If you have a mirror on the floor, sure.
No, but yeah. So
if there's no mirror, you won't be able to see the opposite side. No, you won't be able to see it with your eyes. No, I don't think so.
Okay. So if you drew a cross on the underside of on the floor under the table and made it like a single dot and named it Polaris on the top on the ceiling above the table.
Wait, no. That's just you making stuff up.
You can only see one or the
Concentrate
other,
on reality. Forget about your visualization of fantasies. Don't think about that.
I just got to my first work appointment. I gotta go.
Cooper, concentrate on reality. Forget about fantasy visions, okay? Look, Manufacturum is saying that the car tires example that I gave is fantasy. You hear that? Manufacturum, the car tire example that I gave, you're relating that to fantasy? Is that a fantasy?
I didn't say it was fantasies. What are you reading? Read better.
Fantasies. This is exactly the sample with the car tires. A fantasy. You're saying the car tires is fantasy?
His example was fantasies when he was describing painting the Polaris on a table. Right?
Exactly. How are you gonna paint Polaris under a table? Are you stupid or what?
What was the example with the car tires? It's exactly the same.
You're driving a car. You look left. Listen. You're driving a car in reality. Manufacturum. Have you ever done this? Have you ever driven a car? You hold the wheel, the driving wheel. You hold it right with your hands. You've done this. Now you look left, and that wheel, it looks like it's moving clockwise, right, Manufacturum?
Sure.
And the other one, then you look right, and that one is looking counterclockwise. Where is the fantasy there?
Okay, so if I look straight up at Polaris and I see all the stars rotating around...
Where is the fantasy? Wait. Where is the fantasy with the car tire? No, you address where is the fantasy with the car tire? Go ahead.
I'm not saying it was a fantasy. I'm saying it's not a fantasy.
Delete your text or you'll be muted.
Dempsey, read it again. You claimed it was fantasy to draw something under a table.
No, not something. He said, let's draw Polaris, which is the celestial north. How in the world are you going to do that in reality? You can only do it in a fantasy.
I don't believe you're this stupid. I really don't.
Yeah. You're gonna draw Polaris. You're gonna draw Polaris under your table in your house and what? And that's Polaris? Just because you draw something and attach, you said Polaris. And then you're going to give an example now that this is reality?
Listen, your English is too good to not understand this basic concept.
Your English is too good, or you're lying, or you're just dumb.
The concept of drawing something on a table.
Well, his point, it wasn't just drawing. His point was that in reality, that's the position of Polaris under the table. That's just a fantasy.
No, you didn't. I call bullshit.
Yeah. He says stand on the table. He says stand on top of the table and then draw Polaris on the bottom of it. That's just fantasy.
And that's
just fantasy.
Get a table, draw something on the bottom of it. What is wrong with you?
That's not Polaris. That's definitely not Polaris.
It's the drawing of Polaris.
It's not Polaris.
Nobody says to draw a drawing of a thing. They all say to draw a thing. Clearly, that's a drawing.
And he said that Polaris, that will be the position of Polaris under you. Where do you ever experience Polaris under you? Where? When? Where? In reality, not in fantasy. In reality, tell me.
In the South Pole, it would be under you. By your example of the car tires. Yes, by your example of the car tires, that's what would happen.
In the South Pole, you're going to see Polaris under you?
Correct. By your example of the tires, you're looking 100 degrees, 180 degrees, antipodal to where you were looking straight up.
When you say South Pole, do you mean
the rotation of that same celestial sphere?
Which one of the South Poles? Which one? Which one are you standing on?
Any of them. It's going to be close enough to underneath you.
And then Polaris is going to be 90 degrees below you?
Under your feet. Straight below you. That's right. You know that's what the model...
But that requires a ball. That requires a globe.
That's right.
But you don't have a globe in the first place. So how is it even possible? You don't have a globe in the first place. And now you're saying... We have a globe because we see Polaris or we don't see Polaris, therefore we have a globe. In your case, you're saying we don't see Polaris, that's why it's a pole. It is a globe because we don't see Polaris.
We have a globe because
so your lack of evidence is the evidence.
What lack of? You just described the evidence. That is the evidence. It's not a lack of evidence.
That's not evidence. That's lack of evidence.
It's very compelling evidence.
It's lack of evidence. That's not evidence. That's the opposite of evidence.
I'm not saying because you can't see Polaris. I'm saying because the rotation that you see looking south is exactly opposite to the rotation you see looking north.
So something you don't observe from this position,
you do observe
Polaris.
Stop saying that.
So Polaris, you don't observe it.
Not Polaris, rotation.
You live on a globe.
It's an easy one. We're still talking about coping over the not being able to see Polaris from the southern hemisphere.
No, we're talking about rotation, which we do see. We see rotation.
Like the guy admitted, we see rotation of the stars.
That's right.
Yeah,
exactly. Not the ground, not the earth, not the thing below your feet. The stars and the luminaries.
Let's use eyes, and we get on a spinning carnival ride. And just using only our eyes, can we determine if we're spinning or not?
With a carnival ride, your vestibular system is gonna kick in. More than not only your eyes, way more than your eyes are gonna tell you that you're definitely
we're isolating the variable of our eyes. Can the perceived motion of other objects give us a hint at the relationship of our movement? Is that possible?
A hint, yes.
Yes. If you're spinning and you see, if you're spinning yourself and you see your room from your perspective spinning visually, you're spinning, right? I'm on this chair, right? And I'm spinning, and my house is not spinning. I'm spinning. Yeah, everybody knows that. Yeah, the house is not spinning. So are you arguing that the park where the carnival? I'm gonna have to mute you, Cooper. So you're arguing that the park where the carnival was set up and where the machine was built or whatever, you're saying that area, that floor, it's spinning. That's spinning? Cooper, where the carnival is?
The carnival ride would be spinning, yeah.
That ground under the carnival machine, that ground is spinning?
The carnival ride is an analogy for the Earth. Do you understand metaphors, analogies,
the carnival machine, the ground under the car? No, you're not arguing that the ground is spinning. You're arguing that the machine is spinning. Yes, we can devise devices, big machinery that can spin. Yes, Cooper. Yes, everybody knows.
Stored on the device called Planet Earth.
Planet Earth?
No,
you don't have that,
dude. Yeah, you know the carnival ride is moving.
Yeah, you know that. Everybody knows that. That's why we go. Listen, Cooper. That's why we go.
How do you know the Earth's moving, Cooper?
We pay a lot of money and we work, and so we can take the children so they can experience this thing, the carnival machine moving. That we pay money for that, Cooper.
Yes, people generally pay money for carnival rides.
Yes. That's why we have to devise a device that is doing the contrary of the motionless of the ground, right? The ground is not moving, and then you want to move fast. So we make a machine that moves very fast. This is very simple, Cooper.
I know it's very simple.
It is very simple. I don't know why you don't get it.
Do you guys think we can know the position of stars that we can't see based upon the stars that we can see?
I don't think we can see anything you see in your mind, actually. I don't see it.
But like I could figure out the position of, let's say, a car, even if it was behind a wall, using, maybe I could calculate, maybe I could have mirrors, maybe I could have a GPS tracker, right? But things out of my vision don't stop existing.
Things away from your optics stop existing because they're away from your optics? No, actually, no.
I believe in object permanence. So I think if the stars are always fixed in their orientation to one another, I can know if I'm looking up at like Scorpio, I can know that something 6 months away will probably be directly opposed to that on the celestial sphere. So somebody with directly opposed star signs, birth star signs, we can go, well, those star signs are approximately 6 months apart when the sun sets through them.
I can shine the sunlight through a prism that has a shape of a diamond within a cross, within another diamond, and that light going through that crystal, it will give me hundreds, if not thousands, of little dots of light all around my apartment.
Okay.
On the walls, on the ceilings, on the floor.
Sure.
How can I describe those little dots of light that are coming through that crystal from the sunlight?
How would you like to describe them so we can discuss it?
So reflections of light on the surfaces.
Sure, it sounds like what you're describing as reflections of light on a surface. Is that surface a finite distance from the observer?
So when I reflect this light to the ceiling and I see the light on the ceiling, and you're asking, if this is physical? Yeah, the light is on the ceiling. The ceiling is physical. It's having an interaction.
I didn't say anything about physical. Let me ask the question again so you get it. Do you think you can know with precision the position of stars you cannot see based upon the position of stars you can see? That's the question. So it doesn't matter whether they're physical or not, but like, could you point something at them? Could you be like, if I said I can give you $100,000?
Actually, there is a terminator line between the lights. There is optics that there's gonna be a light that you're gonna be looking at, and it's gonna look completely black. So you're not gonna see it. You could be in the right. You could be. Listen, you can be in direct line of sight to this light, and it's gonna look black to you. So no, you can't see it.
Does that happen to stars? I've not seen the relevance. Where does that fit in with knowing where
you're talking about the stars. You're talking about the stars, and remember, we're looking through this movement of the stars, and that medium up there, we don't know what's happening. So there could be this polarization between the when the lights get one in front of the other one, that they kind of cancel each other, or one cancels the other one. So there's gonna be some stars that are there's gonna be a position, a line of sight. There's gonna be too much stuff over there. You won't be able to see it correctly. You know,
too much stuff over there. You won't be able to see it. The question I'm trying to get at, I'm not following at all. Sorry, man. Can you determine? Could you point a stick at with any accuracy at all, like zero accuracy within a degree? Couldn't get it within 90 degrees.
Put a sticker where?
A stick. If I gave you a conductor's stick and I said, point at the tail of Scorpio, and it wasn't visible, and it could be anywhere from like just hidden by a tree to like directly under your feet. Or you can point anywhere. You can point the stick anywhere. It's attached to your arm. Any direction you can point it from there. Could you, with any reliability, do you think, point it at the tail of Scorpio? If you had enough time to study and practice and, ask.
But you're saying Scorpio is not visible. You're saying with your eyes, you're looking up and you don't see it. Now, can you attach a sticker to it, please?
No, point a stick at it.
Point a stick at it. So point towards that direction that it is, even though you can't see it. You're looking at that position, you see something else, or you don't see anything, but you want someone to say that's where it is.
Now, I want to ask you, do you think, given time, training, money, whatever, if I bet you, you could do that? So let's say you're in a shed and I go, I'm going to hide you somewhere in a shed. It could be in Australia, it could be in Alaska. You don't know where. It doesn't really matter where you are. And I'm going to open up, I'm going to pull some panels back on the roof or like smash some tiles so you can see through the ceiling and you can see clearly above you a portion of the sky. And then you have as much time as you want.
A very small angle of it at it, because when you're on a position...
However much you want. Anywhere up to 50%.
No, you can't. Possibly, in reality, I mean, you will need multiple... it can be you yourself. If you want to do this reading, you will have to put one device on a position, then another one maybe like 50 kilometers apart, and then another one, so you have a bigger angle, like an optical. You have your eyes, you do an observation.
You've run away. The question is really simple. Could you, if given the time, training, whatever...
You ask money, resources, opticals,
and you could see like 90 degrees of the sky, right? So you couldn't see all of it. You're not seeing 180 degrees. Could you point at another star that is outside that 90 degrees?
No, you can't see it. How are you going to point at it? I don't know how you're going to be able to.
Well, I would do it by finding the stars in their celestial sphere, finding that star,
the celestial sphere, sure.
Finding probably a star that's directly opposed to it or something like that, and then knowing that I can point 180 degrees from that direction.
Yeah, if you
find the angle, go to the center, and then with a protractor basically clock out the rest of the degrees and go, boop, it's over there by that and long.
Yeah, the celestial sphere. Yeah, okay, yeah. Now
Okay.
that's what we were.
So now
going
we
to.
agree. We know where the stars are.
The celestial
that I
sphere
can't
is
see.
visible, yeah, and it can be used as a reference. Yeah.
Sure. And what you've admitted is we know where the stars are, even when we can't see them. We can point a stick at stars we can't see. You've agreed to that now. Would you still stick by agreeing to that?
The celestial sphere is a projection. It's a projection that is done on paper.
Not what I'm asking.
I mean,
Yeah,
the
but you
one
can
that
still
you
point at
for the
reference points on
intensive
that projection point, right?
for the intended purposes that you're talking about.
Too, if you wanted.
For the intended, when you're saying to add the sticker or the stick that you're talking about, you're doing that on a projection on a celestial sphere.
However you want to do it, sure. If you want to do it with a celestial sphere, that's fine.
Listen, the projection.
Like if you want to use a coconut, like the Polynesians,
it's
that's
not,
also
when
fine.
you jump from looking through the ceiling, the transparent ceiling that you were talking about, and looking at the sky, observing the phenomena of the sky, and then doing a projection of that you're observing, and drawing it and making it look pretty, however you want, as accurate as possible as you can. That projection that you're doing is not the same thing as the observation that you're doing.
Yeah, I'm not. That's a reification fallacy.
That's what you were doing.
No.
But you were trying to connect.
Come on, let me defend myself. Let me defend myself after you're just going to throw that at me. I don't think they're the same thing. I haven't invoked a celestial sphere or a model to do it. I've asked you a super simple question, which is, can you, with any accuracy, point a stick
mentioned the celestial
at a star you can't, right? But we're getting there. Can I point a stick at a star that I can't see based upon the position of stars that I can? And eventually, brutally, we managed to get to the point where we agree we could do that. What that suggests is they're fitting into a celestial sphere. That doesn't mean I think the stars are projection
of the celestial sphere. Yes.
Right, but you would that would probably, I agree with you, that's probably the tool that you'd use. But let's not pretend that either of us think that is reality. It is a way to model reality so we know where to look for stars. So the obvious question, we know why it's so difficult to admit this, don't we? The obvious question is, when you're up at 60 degrees north...
Why is it? No, I don't know. Why is it difficult to admit it? Can you tell me why? You said we know. Can you tell me? I want to know too.
Here's why you can't admit it. Yeah, I'm asking you the question now. This is the challenge I'm laying at your feet. If you're up at 60 degrees north, maybe Alaska's that far, I don't know, and you're looking real high, Polaris is 30 degrees away from due north. You're in an area where the days sometimes last really long and it's very cold. If you're agreeing that I can point at stars that I can't see, if I point 180 degrees opposite to Polaris, I will be pointing at the South Celestial Pole. That's what that says.
Because the sphere of the sky, it's that you're looking at one side of it.
Celestial Pole. Yeah, the celestial sphere has a
looking at
south
one side of the
pole.
sphere, dude. Why don't you get about this? You're projecting the celestial sphere into the ground when you're just looking at one side of it with your eyes above you, and you're saying, "Okay, I only see one side of it because I'm standing on a ball, and if I walk
what do you mean one side?
Then I'm gonna be able to see the other side." But in reality, you're just looking at a ball above your head, and if you walk across the room, you're gonna be able to see the other side of it.
I get the impression you forgot where we started. Where we started was we agreed that we could point at stars we can't see based upon stars we can. We can do that with
so if you're looking at the celestial sphere and you're looking at one side of it, and then you point towards the celestial sphere to one side,
down below your feet,
that same pin that you're talking about is gonna go across it, and you're gonna be able to map whatever star is across that position on a on a sphere projection. That has nothing to do with you standing on a globe.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Here's how. I'll point out how. A celestial sphere will have around it every point.
Celestial, not ground.
Let me finish. Let me
said all around. Jesus.
You're just trying to filibuster because you don't like where this is going.
Celestial.
Demonstrate some confidence and let me finish.
You're trying to filibuster because you don't like.
I'm just trying to make it really simple. The celestial sphere along its which is of arbitrary size. The celestial sphere, which is of arbitrary size, will have a point below it. If you said there's a central point, because a sphere must be equidistant from a central point, all of those points must point inwards at the surface that it's at. What that says is that the celestial sphere's got a star in it. That star must always have a GP on that central point, which is the surface of Earth. So surface of Earth is treated as a point in celestial navigation, but
You're still
treated as a
missing the whole
surface.
point.
And across that surface, the stars like Polaris and Sigma Octantis and the Australian Southern Cross have a ground position. And what you're saying is I can point down below me at stars. You've admitted that. We can point at stars we can't see.
Point
Based on
below
stars
me?
we can. I can point
That's a
below
lie.
me
That's a lie. That's a lie.
at a star accurately.
That's a lie. I'll mute you if you keep
go back
lying.
to that point of the debate. You've
I'll
already
mute you if
admitted
you
we
keep
can do
lying.
that.
You're gonna be muted indefinitely.
Oh dang, we hit the wall.
You said that I look down and I point towards the stars. You said I said that. Did you said that? You just said that. I said that.
You agreed that we can point at stars we can't see based upon
Looking
the positions
down,
of stars we
looking
can.
down. You said you added that. Look, I never said that. And earlier you
I can
didn't
show you
add
why
that
it's
to your
necessary.
question.
I can
Listen
show
to
you why
me
it's
and
necessary.
stop talking over me. You added that now you said that we're gonna point down to the stars. When did I say that?
If I said that, I misspoke. What I
Okay, you're
was
muted
saying,
for lying. He's muted indefinitely. When I see him here, he's gonna be muted for lying. Next time you think about lying, let me know.
I just got back. What did he lie about?
About me saying that I point down the ground, that I'm saying that we can point towards the stars, so we point down.
Oh, okay. I mean, down in their model is only relative. It's not ultimate. So.
Well, he said you agreed that you said that you agreed. No, I didn't agree.
Well, you did agree that you can point at stars that you can't see, right?
Yeah, and we were talking about looking up, not down, and now he added it down. We were talking about position on the looking up through a ceiling, an angle of view up, and now he's saying that I said that I agree that we can look down because he's talking about the celestial sphere, and that celestial sphere is around you, around the sphere, and when you look in at stars that you don't, when you look in at stars that you don't see, when you look in at stars that you don't see, that those stars are under you. Some of those stars are under you, the ones that you don't see, and he's saying that I agree to that.
Semantical I think you give him a second. I think he's willing to admit he didn't say that. And it was just a minor semantical disagreement.
Not
at all. Not at all, dude. Not a minor disagreement, dude.
I think.
Anyway,
it's a disagreement, but I think it's a minor mistake.
Shut up and reconnect. Okay? Thanks.
All right, guys, let's just go one at a time. Let's chill out with the ad homs and the insults. Everybody take it easy.
So, actuals, if you're gonna keep lying about what I said, you'll be muted. If you stay, okay, go ahead. So I'm gonna say
firstly, I do not think
bro. This is the problem that you're having. That when I'm saying something, you start talking, and you were doing this to other people earlier, and I muted you for that earlier. But I was saying something. The terms, right? So earlier you were doing the same over talking a procaphone. And then I muted you after he was done because I wanted to hear what he was saying, right? I wanted to hear his point of view when he was talking about building and measuring all this mileage, and you were jumping on in the middle of his sentence. I couldn't hear him finalizing his point. You see the problem?
Fair enough. Yep, fair enough.
Okay. So now you're going to bring your point again if you want to, and then we're going to be able to hear it. Go ahead.
Where are we at? Where is our current disagreement?
You were saying that when we're looking at the celestial, when we're looking at stars and we can point at them, even though we don't see them. But earlier you were talking, we were looking up through the ceiling, right? Remember the celestial sphere above us? Now you're saying now we're looking down, the stars below us.
I suggest those are necessary, and let me explain why. Because when you look up, you could see any stars. right?
Yes,
in
I
whatever
get it.
shed I've put you, right? Let me just complete the thought, and then I'll show you why it is necessary. Because what I wasn't saying, I'm still confident that mute was completely outrageous, because I never suggested you said that. I'm quite confident that what I said is it is necessary that you agree with it, and here is why. If I could see 90 degrees of the sky up above me, but I'm missing some of the sky that's up above me, and I can predict which stars are in that sky I can't see, what you necessarily admit is I could turn that 90-degree cone anywhere around that 90 degrees, which means I must be able to point that cone of 90 degrees below horizontal. There is no reason you've given why I couldn't point that cone. It might be from horizontal to 90 degrees to my zenith. And the question is, can I predict where stars are outside that 90 degrees? Well, if that 90 degrees can be anywhere, that's literally any 90 degrees of the celestial sphere. So any 90 degrees adjacent to that, I must be able to know where those stars are, because any part of that could be above the horizon. So you can't claim there's this magical thing that happens when they drop below our eye line, because we see them dip behind clouds and hills, and they stay locked in their position, some of them diametrically opposed to one another. So I'm saying it is necessary that you agree with this. If we know where stars are that we can't see based upon the stars that we can, the celestial sphere says they're all pointing inwards to a point. That anywhere you point up, down, out, left or right, because you're at the center of a sphere, you'll always point to somewhere on that sphere. And that will be quite close to where there is a star.
Yeah, there is
so
a
that star
celestial
would have
sphere.
a GP in that direction. So what that says is there must be some stars below your feet.
Doesn't mean it must be. Doesn't mean it must be.
Okay, show how
adding
that's
that
possible
yourself.
without that being true.
You're adding that
show
yourself.
how it's possible.
Because the
show where the
celestial
logic breaks down.
the celestial sphere, if you take it from a reference that is a sphere around, like a 360 degrees sphere around you, a sphere of view, you can depict that, right? And let's say the sphere is this big, because you're gonna travel between, I don't know, 2 continents or maybe 2 islands, right? And you're gonna use the luminaries to position yourself, right? You're gonna depict that celestial sphere, those stars that are above you that you can observe, and then you can depict that sphere going below the horizon, and you can depict stars doing what you're saying they're doing, going below your feet, right?
Sure.
Right? But then you can also have the depiction of the celestial sphere above your head, right? It's not a sphere, it's not just a sphere below your feet, it's an actual celestial sphere that is above you. But since you only cover an angle on the ground and you can see a certain angle of the sky, that's what you're using. That view is what you're using to be able to reference the positions of the stars and the GP on the ground to be able to navigate, right? To travel towards certain directions. But that depiction that you're doing on paper, you can depict it as the sphere going below your feet or as the sphere moving across the sky.
Well, it's not one or the other. I kind of agree with you, actually, but it's not one or the other. The celestial sphere model is 2 concentric spheres, but depending on what you're doing, you might treat the Earth as a point rather than a sphere. But in celestial navigation, they're 2 concentric spheres, right? So it's not a point and a sphere, it's sometimes a sphere and a sphere, and it's never flat in a sphere. Because the maths breaks down at flat in a sphere, because the celestial sphere has a Latin longitude model called right ascension and declination, or sometimes Greenwich hour angle, I think the other one's called. That will map. So if you've got a star in your latitude, it will go overhead your city. That's just what it tells you, because we use the same latitude and longitude on our sphere Earth, because it is a celestial model, right? We've built it with the stars. So the stars pretty much stay along a latitude. And if you know that there are stars below your feet, why is somebody else pointing up in the sky?
That's not necessary. Show
where it breaks down.
So the stars that you see, that you utilize as a frame of reference, and the stars that you don't see, you can map that on a celestial sphere, either around you that go below your feet. You can map it, but that's just a depiction of that. And there's also the stars that go away from your view that you don't see anymore. But
which stars do that?
you have an angle of view of the sky, bro. You can only see a certain area of the sky. We know this, right?
Sure, you can. Yeah, you can't say what's under your feet, but it's just.
But what you're doing is that you're looking across the plane. So listen, you're looking across the plane, and you have a limitation of view towards the horizon, right? 360 degrees. So you do a circle, and then you do, let's say, a dome above that, right? And then you do the rest of that dome below your feet, and that's what you call the celestial sphere. You do a dome above you,
sure,
above the horizontal, and then a dome below that. And that's you calling that the celestial sphere, but that's just a projection of maybe reality. Of an idea that you might have about the positions of the stars. But the stars moving across the sky away from you towards the horizon, you don't see them anymore. That doesn't mean that they're below your feet, bro.
So it doesn't mean that they aren't, though. Nothing you've said is incompatible with them also being at your feet. The question I have for you,
my last point about that.
Hang on, come on,
no,
man. I only said like 4 words.
I wanted to make this point. I wanted to make this point
you made
before.
a long point, and now this point's in the middle
really matter. It doesn't really matter because you speak here, and I barely speak ever.
Very cool.
The Earth is not flat. So okay, Bones, we're gonna move to you. The celestial sphere depicted on the maps to do navigation, right? That one, yes, that one is valid. It's used. There is a difference between that celestial sphere depicted for navigation and also the celestial sphere that is observed with electro-optical with thermals. So the celestial sphere that is observed as what we call the celestial sphere, celestial north, celestial south, all of those things that can be observed from different positions on the ground. And from that, the frame of reference of the ground, looking up towards the sky, we can describe it as a celestial sphere and depict it as a sphere, right? Above you, above the ground. Or we can do the depiction that you're talking about. Do the sphere around you and around below the ground. Those are not.
The thing I'm not understanding. The thing I'm not understanding is what's different about. Sure, it's 2 options. What would look different about that?
That's the stars that you don't see. It's like the stars behind the ball.
What stars don't you see? You just keep saying the stars you don't see. What stars don't you see?
The stars that are behind the ball, behind your angle of view. Beyond that angle of view, you can see those stars. Even though you
agree you can some of them.
You can say, hey, I'm going to put a stick through the ball that I'm looking at, right? I'm looking through the celestial sphere, and I know one of those stars is behind it. So I'm going to put a stick through that cheese ball, and at the other side of the cheese ball, I'm poking through this star and the other star.
How much of the celestial sphere do you think you see, eggshells?
If you're at the equator, you could bang on the equator. You could conceivably see every star throughout the year. But basically, once you go,
that is not what I
asked. I'm answering your question.
That is not what I asked you. How much of the celestial sphere do you think you see from any position? In other words, do you see half of the sky from like of the whole Earth, or do you see just the amount of your the circle around you? Meaning, do you see half the planet according to you?
That sounded like 5 different questions. At any snapshot,
it's the same one, Eggshell. How much of the celestial sphere do you believe you see?
At any time, you will see roughly 50%. But if you take time lapses or view it regularly, or if you mean over the course of a year, which is what I was talking about with the equator, you'll eventually see everything. But if you are closer to the poles, for example, you will only... so at the equator throughout the year, you would end up seeing every star. At the poles, you'll never get beyond 50%. Would you see? Because you can't see any of the southern constellations if you're at the pole, because they are all the way around from you. Get it? Right, and that's just definitionally how much you should be seeing at any time. Roughly, you're looking up at 50%, but as it rolls through the year, this constellation gets a bit higher, and you go, following the, thing is a bull, and following the bull is the goats, and you make stories about it, but you know where they are all in this belt swinging around you.
Your premise is that the only way we have the celestial sphere in navigation is because we have the celestial sphere going around the globe, but that's not the case, actually. So now You know better.
It's just a claim. That's just a claim. You just keep going,
that's
but
just a
it's not
claim,
true
exactly.
without showing how it's
Just
incorrect.
doing a projection of the stars around the globe and calling it the celestial sphere.
Yeah.
That's just not the only option, Axials. Just
Sure. What's the other option? Hit me with the other option. People navigate
the
using
sphere
this system.
above your head, never below your feet. Never below your feet, above your
So
head.
how do you use this? What have you used this to achieve? By saying never above your feet, never below your chin. How do we use that? Do we make a map with that? Do you have a shipping company? You're just saying there's another option, but all of the mariners talked about it being a concentric
when you're standing on the horizontal frame of reference and you're observing the stars to do navigation, you have this baseline that is a horizontal. Even though you have a circle around you, right? A circle that is round. You have this observation and you see this 360 degrees view of the sky, which is a small angle of it. So you use these stars to do what you're saying, navigating. But you're saying in the depiction that I'm drawing, I'm gonna draw the stars that I don't see. I'm gonna draw those below my feet. Therefore, Earth is a globe, and that's the only way we can do it. But you're just wrong.
I mean, you're actually quite close to it. Like, it is incompatible with a flat Earth. Fundamentally proves that the Earth is a ball and gives you nautical miles, which are a measure of the circumference of Earth. So if you times nautical miles by a full revolution, that's giving you circumference. You can divide it down by pi for the radius. Yeah, this is such a death knell for flat Earth. I do think something similar to that.
Wait, the sky,
if these southern stars,
the sky is going to tell you the shape of the ground?
Absolutely, yeah. The sky is a map and a clock.
So what's below? Tell me, Axials, what's below 7.8 miles? What's below that?
What's below 7.8? What do you mean? Where's 7.8 miles?
Yeah, you know the shape of the Earth. So what's below 7.8 miles? What is there?
Are you talking about digging down?
Yeah, because you know the shape of the Earth, so you know all of it. So you must know what's 7.8 miles below the ground, because you know.
That is an interesting way of digging your head in the sand. So I was just talking about the stars and what they tell us, and you suddenly went, hey, let's talk about digging down under the ground.
Yeah, because you're making this
that's a jump, man. Do you see how far
you're making a claim of the overall shape of the Earth by looking at the sky. You know what the sky is, the distance.
So what does that say about what's under our feet?
You know the medium of the sky. You know what the luminaries are, how they work. I would like to ask you, because the thing in question, is the Earth. Remember that the Earth is in question. And you go, let's talk about the sky and make models about that correlate to your religion.
Because it works. This is how Captain Cook found Australia. This is why this constellation is on our flag.
Hey, Axials, remember the celestial sphere is around the globe that you're talking about, the claim? But that globe, inside of it, has certain dimensions, like beyond 7.8 miles, right? Like are
you still trying to talk about digging down? Are you still trying to bury your head in the ground? When we've got these stars that we can talk about.
You said that you know what's below your feet, Axials. You said that the stars are below your feet, bro. Remember that part when you said that?
I'm explaining that. I'm trying to get back to that.
Can you show me the stars below your feet, below 7.8 miles? Can you show me that?
So you're still talking about digging?
But you're the one that made a claim. You're the one that made a claim that the stars are below your feet. You said that. You, not me. You.
I'm trying to explain it. I would love to explain it.
So now, can you prove, like actual proof that what is below 7.8 miles?
Yep.
Can you show it?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, go ahead and post it.
Sure. Infinitely far past 7.8 miles below your feet. At some point, somebody standing on the north would be pointing down at this constellation. They could be standing there. They would be at...
So tell me specifically, what is 8.5 miles? Before you go...
No, I don't know. Anywhere between. I'm giving my argument.
Okay, let's not go infinitely far away in a place that we cannot check. Let's not go there yet. Before we go to the place that we cannot check, verify, test, before we go there, Axials.
Okay.
First, we go to the place that we can go. 8.5 miles. Go ahead, Axials. What's beyond? But what is that?
I've never gone 8 miles. Where's 8 miles? I've never done.
So how do you know what is beyond that?
Beyond 8 miles. Where are you talking about underground? I'm not. What are you talking about? It doesn't sound like you know.
Stop playing silly. I'm speaking cohesive English. Stop playing games. You claim
no, it's not
that
your English. Your English is amazing. You speak really, really well.
So you're claiming that you don't comprehend it. So you're saying that below your feet is the stars. You said that the stars I can't see are below my feet. You said that. Now show it to me.
By that. Sure.
Show it to me.
Yeah. Okay.
So, but before you said infinitely. No, let's not go to the infinitely. Let's go before the infinitely. Let's go 8 miles and show that to me.
And what am I doing?
Then we go in,
describe to me what you'd like me to do about the star. And now you and I, we've got our hard hats on. We're 8 miles underground.
So remember the Earth before you move to the stars. Remember Earth. Then you said stars. First we said Earth. Then
you trying to find the truth right now. What are you trying to do right now?
Okay, so now before you went to the stars, we said Earth. Now we're gonna stay in Earth. What is in Earth beyond 8.5 miles? Go ahead, Actuals.
Yeah, more Earth, and probably if you dug really deep, you could find the point of talking about digging underground when we're trying to talk about stars.
So you do know. You do know what
to figure out.
So you're gonna be dishonest. You do know what's beyond 8.5 miles and infinitely beyond that point. You do know. You said that.
I don't think I know, but I mean, if somebody says it's
so you don't know. You don't know exactly.
No, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
You don't know. So why would you make a claim that the stars are below your feet? That's just nonsense.
Because that's where I think they are.
So you just spreading your religion, your belief.
I'm telling you what I think. You can tell me what you think, and we can see which one works. I want to tell you why I think the stars are below your feet.
All right. So
we don't want to do that.
Let's see what doesn't work. Every time we look up, every time we want to look at the stars, we look above the horizon and we look up and we see the stars. When we look down, we never see the stars. So you claiming that the stars are below your feet, that's just nonsense, dude.
Well,
but if I'm standing in Minnesota and I want to see the Southern Cross, how do I do that?
You've agreed, Gems. You've agreed under heaven and earth.
With you? No, I don't think I agree with you. It's just such a liar.
What you have agreed with is that if I had a 90-degree portion of the sky, I could figure out where stars are outside that. Could you tell me what's the limit where you can swim in?
Tell me first what did I agree with first? Can you make that clear? I agree with what?
It sounded to me like you agreed with the principle that if you could see 90 degrees of the sky, such as I put you in a house,
above you or below you? Above you or below you?
Above.
Oh, so I look up 90 degrees and I see the sky above me. Okay, yes. Yeah. Then I look down. What do I see below me? What do I see below?
Your ground, your shoes.
The ground. Okay. My shoes, my feet, the ground.
Depends what you're wearing.
Okay. So what's next?
Right. Could I? If it sounded like you said yes, I could determine the position of stars I can't see based upon the position of stars I can see. It sounded like
if we're gonna draw them on the celestial sphere, as you were saying, we can draw them the way you said, but we can also draw them on a sphere that is not the Earth.
Not my question. Great little.
You said that I agree. I agree that 90 degrees below that other 90 above my head, 90 degrees below that is going to be the stars below my feet, the stars that I cannot see.
We can get there. We can get there. And you can show me which step it breaks down. But at the moment, you're saying,
90 degrees, when you grab the stick that you mentioned, the stick, and you stick that stick on the 90 degrees above your head and you keep pushing it through that sphere above your head, you're going to reach the other side of that sphere. And that star that you don't see is behind that. You see now?
None of that made sense to me. Can you say that again?
So you were talking about the sphere above your head, 90 degrees. You see this piece of your sphere above your head, 90 degrees. And then you say you're going to stick something and you're going to mark the stars that you don't see. That's what you're doing. You're going to put the stick on the sphere above your head.
Hold on. Can I get a clarification on your view of the celestial sphere?
Not during my speech. Not during my speech. Not Cooper. No, you're not gonna get a clarification.
One point after you're done. Sorry.
So again, you were arguing that because we don't see certain stars, that means, and they go beyond the horizon, that means they're going below, and you see them below your feet. I mean, you don't see them below your feet.
I've still got a question about it if I can get that out.
So the same thing that you're arguing, I could argue that I'm just basing on the claims that the celestial sphere is visible, right? So if you're talking about the celestial sphere, you can't be biased and just talk about the one that you're talking about.
Oh, we can test it on both.
Globe. You can talk about the celestial sphere that is above the globe, above it.
Sure. So does anybody here live at 30? Does anybody here live at or close to 33 to 34 to 35 degrees north? Can everybody just quick check your latitude? Minnesota, let me check it. Minnesota latitude. Minnesota latitude. You might be good for me, actually. Not far off, 46 degrees north. Okay, so what I can tell you is if you turn on Stellarium, I've found a star that is going pretty much close to my zenith that's called Caus Australis. And it seems to go pretty close over Sydney. Never heard of it before. And I will bet that somebody that's at the opposite latitude north will have that star. Hang on, I've got to see where it is in the celestial sphere.
Yeah, you're talking about
they will at some stages in their night have that star directly below them. And so the question I'm trying to ask you here, under Heaven Earther, under Heaven Dweller, is at what limit, when you're saying I can see stars in the sky, let's say they're just covered by a wall of a building, I can know where those stars are.
During the day side of the world, you can't see the stars. If
can
people
I get to the question?
Unless
can I please ask the question? The question is, at what point can I no longer do that? So is it the horizon?
During the daytime, you can't see the stars during the daytime.
Sure, during the daytime. Are there any other limitations?
Whatever it goes beyond the vanishing point that you can see, like behind the mountains or behind.
Have you tested that?
Tested what? The vanishing point?
Yeah.
No.
Or is it just an assumption?
I can look at it. I can look at the point that I can look towards that area that I can't see anymore.
So but it's an untested assumption, which is fine.
I can't see anymore. Yeah, I look that way. I can't see no more.
I would say it's silly to assume something that is untested when we know where it is. Like, if Stellarium's right, I can get somebody at 34 degrees north. Like the person at 34 degrees north. Let me just put myself in Minnesota. I can do that with this. Minnesota.
And then you're going to see the sky, and then what?
And then I go near Sydney. Hang on, here we go. Minnesota. And then I'm just going to try, because at the same time, this star should be dead, like very close to beneath their feet. I'm not sure if I'm at the same time, but should be pretty easy, right? Caus. Oops, Australis. Bang.
I'll be back.
There
I have another
under their feet. So there it is, well below horizontal. And that's what I'm suggesting to you. So it gets very close to his nadir, I think it's called, directly underneath you. About 10 degrees off, because we're about 10 degrees from one another. So what that says, the question I have for you, under Heaven Dweller, is at what point can I no longer trust that they've gone? Is it just local horizontal? What if I go up a mountain? Is it always local horizontal, and below it, once it goes below that vanishing point, as you call it, I can no longer trust where it is? Because it says that they're always there, and you can have other people see these stars rise and set and pass them off one to the other. Hey, it's over your city now.
Are you saying that I'm saying that we cannot see certain phenomena? What are you arguing for?
I'm saying I've shown you.
We're looking at stellariums. We see certain stars, and then what?
I can point at a star that's below someone's feet. You can't disprove that. You can't show why that's wrong. You can't show my lack in logic. You just go, the model fits. The model fits reality. It's like, yeah, that's
below your feet. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me right now. I'm gonna after you tell me, I'm gonna shut down the computer. I'm gonna try to do that. Tell me how to do it.
Sure. Find two stars in the celestial sphere that are close to diametrically opposed to one another, right? Ideally around the equatorial, around the ecliptic, around the equator.
And how I'm going to see the one below my feet?
Sure, I'll get there. And then what you do is build a picture of which ones come after one another and recognize that what you can always see every night is part of a circle. And sometimes that part of that circle
not a
has
sphere.
that star in it.
What I was arguing for, a circle, right?
A circle. And what's the center of the circle?
The radius? I mean, the radius will be from that center towards the...
What point is the center of the circle?
The center of the circle.
Yeah. Yeah. Circle has a center. What's the center of the circle? Of the stars you can see.
What's the center of the stars?
Of the circle of the stars.
What is the center of the stars?
No, we're talking about the model we're making, right? What's the center of it? It's you, right? Where you're seeing it from.
Well, I'm below the stars. I wouldn't be the center because the stars are rotating across the center point in the sky. So I wouldn't be.
And they go around you.
I wouldn't be the center. That would be the projection of the celestial sphere that you were talking about. That exactly what I was saying. You will depict this yourself as a utility for your navigation, right? Right? And you want to move across using these references to be able to navigate. But that sphere around you is a depiction of it. It's not an actual sphere. It's not an actual celestial sphere that you're depicting. It's just a depiction that you use like a map, like a projection that you use for a purpose.
Sure, like a map. It's very similar to a map. You're right. It depicts reality so well that I can use it to make useful predictions. It's like a map.
But the stuff that you don't
from A to B,
and you want to
where do I get from star A to B?
Like on this one, that you added something that you don't see. You added.
I do see them. I see stars.
No, the stars below your feet. No, you don't see those. No.
Well, I'm trying to get at this. If you lived near the equator and you had
incorrect, Eshels, you have to admit to this. You do not see the stars below your feet. You don't.
Yeah, I don't think I meant to suggest
exactly.
You see the stars below your feet. Yeah, I think we've been on for a few hours now. Whether you could reliably point a stick at them. This is another of these flat Earth evidences. I want to just pause to point this out.
This is another what? No, let's not. No, don't worry about that. Let's not worry about that. Let's not worry about that. Let's worry about this. Let's worry about this that you're talking about. You're saying that you depict one star that is not there, and you just depict it on top of the star that you can see.
What?
And you're saying
no? Who said that? That's weird.
What is these depictions that you are posting?
You just made something up. You just lied about what I said.
What is this depictions? These pictures, these screenshots that you're depicting? Isn't that like an overlay of one star on top on another one?
Yeah, I've got Stellarium on my screen, and it shows that exactly as you say, we can make these predictions if we model it. I can do this as well in Kerbal.
So can you depict the stars that are in the opposites on the Earth? Can you put that on the ones on top?
What do you mean put that on the ones on top?
Oh, okay. So the half sphere that is below your feet, can you grab that and make a screen of the two hemispheres together, overlay on top of each other?
Not with this software, but I'm sure somebody could somewhere. If you
I thought that what you was doing, trying to do. You're trying to
I'm doing something better than it. Yeah, what I'm doing is better than it. If you want to do that though, hats off. Away you go. Crack on. Don't let me stop you. What I am doing is showing what just Stellarium shows, which is much easier. That it tells me where stars are below my feet, and I think it works, and I think it uses it by mapping simple bit of software. Very cheap to make, where you get the celestial sphere and you put that on a projection, and then you make a camera that's the center point of that sphere. And then you know where all the stars are at any time, such that it's a really useful resource, and people use it for stargazing, which is why there's so much resource poured into it.
Yeah, I've seen similar stuff. This one looks pretty cool, but obviously this is not reality. Obviously.
Nobody's suggesting it's reality. What I'm suggesting is it's very good model for reality. And the way it modeled reality is by creating two concentric, or creating a celestial sphere and being a central point in that sphere. And that way you can look and see things below the horizon. And you haven't given a good reason why there's a vanishing point. You've admitted that you can't test it. What tells you the stars cannot go below horizontal? Why would they?
Admitted that you can't
let me
test
show you
it?
this.
That
Sure.
you asked me. Dude, you're such a liar. You
I
asked,
said, can you test this?
You asked, have you tested it? I said, no, I haven't tested it. I've looked at it, and now you say you admitted you cannot test it. That's not what we spoke about.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I'll take that correction.
Oh, okay. So you can just change your words and change other people's words. You do this all the time. Why do you do stuff like
you
that?
did this to me moments ago.
Why,
and I didn't have
why
this
do you do
tantrum.
that?
I had a little
Weller got
tantrum.
wrecked in this debate, bro. On a realist level, the Earth is round. We heard it here.
Hey, I got a
Andrew
round
Weller.
table here. Are you saying that the Earth is a round table, AT?
Not a table, but the stars was
So
a good
why are you saying it's
explanation.
round? I have a round table right here.
There exists more than one round thing in the world.
Like a frisbee, a coin,
Yeah, or a pancake. Yeah.
pizza.
Or
Oh, flat,
a ball.
round and flat like a pancake. Wow.
What would make you stop being able to calculate the position once it goes below horizontal? What stops you being able to, even if it's vanished, still calculating where it should be? What stops you from being able to do that?
What stops you?
I can't. This is another argument from incompetence, and it's a really weird way to make an argument.
You're the one making an argument. You're making an argument.
Yeah, of course, I'm making arguments.
Yeah. So you're
I'm
making
winning.
an argument from incompetence. Okay, go ahead.
So the argument from incompetence that Flat Earth
Go
uses
ahead. Make
regularly nowadays
the argument.
I don't know how to do
from
that.
incompetence that you're making. Go ahead.
Sure. Usually the Flat Earth argument from incompetence is I don't know.
This is your argument. You're gonna make an argument. Not Flat Earth. You.
I don't. Yeah, you're
making this argument.
Yeah, I'm
Go
pointing
ahead.
out your position.
Eggshells is making this
I
argument.
don't know how to point at a star once it goes below horizontal.
Oh, you don't know? Okay, so if you don't know, that's not my problem.
That's what
Do you
you
think
said,
it's
bro.
bad to
You
not
don't know how.
No.
You don't know how.
Let him go for a bit. Would you say it's bad to not know how?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad what you're doing.
Ineffective, or it would be ineffective to admit that you are a poor judge of exactly what you would need to understand in order to discern whether the Earth was a globe. You admit that you're bad at discerning those things,
bro. You're saying that the phenomena we see of the sky prove that you live on a globe. Come on, bro. Like, stop
I'm saying your argument, in order for your argument
it's
to be
not
true,
about
you
my
must
argument.
admit
You're the
an
one that brought up an
inability to do
argument.
something.
You're the one that brought up an argument. You're the one.
Yeah, I brought a great argument.
You're the one saying, I observe the stars, therefore I live in a globe. You're the one saying that.
Who said that? Did anybody hear me say that? Did anybody present hear me say that?
Aren't you presenting? You said
Did anybody present hear me say those words?
Celestial sphere and under
Were we
the
just
ball.
having tantrums about being misrepresented?
You said that under your feet, under the ball, under the globe is the rest of the stars.
That's the point I'm trying to get you to admit. Yeah,
Okay,
you can't show me why I would stop at horizontal.
You're saying that, but you're saying that, and a second ago, 10 seconds ago, you're not arguing for the globe, but you are arguing for the globe.
Okay, I've got another way I can show it to you.
Are you arguing for the globe, yes or no?
Of course, yeah. It's obvious.
Okay, so why 20 seconds ago you said you didn't say that?
Huh? Who said I didn't say it? You're just making weird stuff up now. I'm so lost.
You're making weird stuff.
No, I'm just trying to talk about how else, another way you could tell this. Do you want to know another way you could tell this?
Another way you can tell that you're lying is because you're just posting cartoons.
That's a really weak rebuttal, man.
It's probably better than yours.
No, I'm trying to just.
I will give you like a.
Do you want to hear it?
Level, balance, points to your point and my point.
Okay, let me make the point.
The only thing is that your points are nonsensical, and mine can make some sense at the least.
Okay, let's try. My second test.
Let's not try.
Two people.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Yeah, let's get it done.
Two people they could both be on the equator if you want, and 12 hours apart, or on opposing sides of the Earth, but able to work out opposing stars to point out that they can point up to when you know that you cannot point up to. Right? That's a test. This is a second type of test.
You're gonna point out to stars that you cannot point out to.
Yeah, I will point in a different direction to you at a star.
Okay,
You will have
how
to
about
point
we
down.
point,
You can't point up.
how about you
I mean,
point?
with
How about we
due
point at
respect,
each
you
other?
only
How
need
about we?
two
Hey,
stars.
Eggshell. How about you go to the shoreline of Antarctica, and then I go go to the east side of Antarctica, and then I go to the west side of the United States, and we point horizontally to each other from shore to shore.
Yep.
And there's no curve between you and I.
Interesting theory. Go for it.
How can it be a ball if there is no curvature between you and I?
I'm sorry. Is that really?
Tell me
Did
how
you just go,
how,
hey,
how can it be? How can it be the sphere that you're arguing for? The stars. But what about the water between you and I that is not curving? You know, it will be impossible. You and I can agree that if you add water to a ball, it's not gonna be stuck to it, and if you spin it, a lot of like even the little bit that was left is just gonna fuck off it, right?
Do you want to
you and I
engage
can
with the
agree with this,
stars?
right?
It
You
sounds like
and
you're
I
running
can
from the
agree with
stars
this
again.
in reality. And the water between you and I are not attached to a globe. We know that. You and I, we agree. So
just
how
going
can
back
there
to
be?
preaching
How
rather
can
than
there be?
addressing the point.
You agree to this, Axios. You agree to this. So how can
What
there
did I agree
be a bulge? You know, like that water doesn't attach to the outside of spinning balls. You agree with this, right?
To that. I didn't agree.
You don't
to that.
agree with that?
No,
Okay, so what happens to water and gases if you add them to the outside of a spinning ball? What happens to those things?
Oh, all sorts of different results at all sorts of different scales and temperatures and all sorts of different things. Like I think you could spray near freezing water at a tennis ball and it would freeze on contact. I think some things of super high and super low mass would behave in strange ways. I think that tennis balls are wet, like, and I can spin them, but it doesn't mean they've got no water on them anymore. In fact, like, I don't know how much water there is on the Earth. I can show you lots of wet balls if that's the question. I don't know why I would need to agree that a ball once wet magically becomes totally dry from spinning a tiny bit. No,
especially,
I spun it once per day. I would expect it to be about as wet
work
as
in
it
reality, right? We can show how balls work in reality, and we know how balls debunk the claim that you're making about water being attached on the outside of it, outside of the ball that is spinning to the bracket of space, right? We know that is impossible. We know that is impossible. So when I say, when I put let's point at each other across the ocean, and now we know that ball, that globe is impossible. Now you know that when you're pointing at me horizontally, there is no curvature between you and I, Axios.
Sure, now if you make up an imaginary scenario where there's no curvature. And
reality. Bro, we were just talking about reality just now. That the water between you and I, sea level. Remember sea level?
You're just telling me what you believe. We were having a coherent discussion about whether you could point at stars you can't see.
That you can see. A coherent discussions about the stars you can't see.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what about the water we can see? What about that water, the one we can see?
Sure, it's good for you. I drink it. I talked to some guy the other day who said
when you
water
go to the
is
shore in
dehydrating.
Australia on the East Coast, and then I'll go to the West Coast of the US, and we point at each other. We point at each other horizontally, Axios. There's no curvature between you and I.
Just telling me what you think. You're just preaching what you think at me rather than talking to me about this principle we've agreed upon.
What principle? Pointing to the stars? You were saying, let's point to this star.
You're just saying, hey, am I pointing horizontally?
Let's point to each other, actually.
Let's point. Yes.
Let's stick in reality, right? And let's point towards each other. How about we do that?
I'd just point roughly north.
Me and you. I live in Minnesota. You live in Australia, right? Let's point at each other.
Oh God, where's north? Let me get my compass on my watch going. Oh my God, I was facing
actually wants to point,
I'm pointing at
towards the stars.
Oh, no, sort of down there. Wouldn't you be down there? Yeah.
Yeah, you'd be under. What are you fucking a bat? You hanging about your feet? What are you doing down there in Australia? Jesus.
Yeah. Where's the sun? Like, that's the other thing. Here's another way to point at a star below your feet, and that is go near the equator and watch the sun go straight up, come pretty much 90 degrees up from the horizon is how you'd watch the curve go over. And then it would go through its thing and then set at about 90 degrees again. And then 12 hours later, you'd go, that's gone around me in a full circle straight line, not appearing to deviate left or right, but going back to where it started, so it must be going
the sun is
circle, and it
moving.
must be-
That debunks the globe.
Yeah,
the sun
and
is
it must be
moving
the
across the
center of that
sky
circle.
in cycles like clockwork.
So
That
where do
debunks
I
the globe.
point at
Hey, Echos,
midnight
you know that the
is the
sun is aligned. You know there's a lot of land masses and landmarks. There's landmarks on the ground, hundreds, if not thousands of years old, that are aligned to the luminary axials. That's impossible on a spinning water ball axials.
Well, okay, it's a new different topic, but let's go for it.
Yeah, so the alignments of landmarks, the luminaries. You see axials? It's pretty simple.
Wasn't really a full answer. It didn't really make any sense. It just sounded like you wanted to stop talking about what we were talking about to pretend you had a different.
It wasn't an answer or a question. It was barely even a statement.
It didn't even make sense. It was like 4 words. It was like luminaries and cigarettes smoking flapjacks. Like what?
Nobody said that. Why are you lying, bro? You're gonna keep lying. Actually, I told you earlier to stop lying, bro.
I was making fun of what you said, not lying about what you said. It didn't make any sense. Make sense of it for us.
So you lied about what I said again, Axials. Again. It's like the 4th time.
Well, you've done the same
you have
to
to
me,
be
so
told
maybe chill.
to stop lying. Why do you keep lying, Axials? Why do you keep lying? Every single day that you join this VC, you keep lying, Axials. Tell me why.
You've done
the same to me, and
okay,
neither
so
time have I been
Axials, why do you
misrepresenting it
keep
as what
lying?
you
Are you
said.
going to answer the question? Why do you keep lying?
Didn't say it was what you said. It was clearly mocking what you said.
So why
Nobody
do you keep
was
lying?
mistaken
Why
by
do you
that.
lie earlier and lie now and lie again and again? Why?
I mean, the reason you want to present it as lying is because you want to run from discussing the stars. Because you want to run from discussing the stars.
Why are you running from the discussions that there's no water curving between you and I? Why are you running from that?
Okay, we can talk about it, sure.
Okay, there's no water curving on a spinning water ball. What's the problem with that?
That's your belief. What makes you confident of that?
The belief is that you believe you are on a spinning water ball, and there is a curvature between you and I.
Is that your answer to my question, or is that
what question? You don't have a question. You just
my question
keep lying.
is what makes you convinced that we're not on curvy water?
What makes you convinced that you are?
I'll happily say that, but is this you're not going to answer the question I have to answer?
That. Just because you happily say it, it has to be truth.
No, do you want to tell me your reasons?
No.
That's what I'm saying. No, you don't. Of course you don't. You don't want to put them up to scrutiny.
I already told you, between Australia, listen, communication, right? Two-way communication radio systems from England to Australia, 10,000 miles, horizontal, frame of reference, two-way communications, line of sight, 10,000 miles, axials, no curvature between those 2 points, 10,000 miles between you and I. So
do I say amen at the end of these sentences, or how does this church sermon usually go?
This is how you sound, Axials. You see how people give you the same treatment you give other people? This is how it feels, Axial. How you like it?
I just don't get it, if I'm honest. I'm trying to talk about the stars.
I don't get what you say. I don't get you.
Can we talk about the stars?
Can we talk about more of your nonsense? I don't get your nonsense, but we still talk about it.
Well, you do. That's why you run from it. If you didn't get it, you wouldn't be running from it.
Get what? Your silly depictions, cartoons that we don't see in reality. Just look what you posted, bro.
Well, you engaged, and then at a certain point, you balked really hard.
At what you posted, and you saying that you have the upper hand here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because you won't address the central point.
Yeah, central point. Yeah, your cartoon. Your cartoon that we don't see in reality. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, where's the sun at midnight?
Where do we see this in reality? The thing I tagged you with?
On your computer screen? Is there a reason the stars stop at horizontal for you? That's I think an important question.
Not because of a globe, because it's not curving, so it can't be a globe.
Okay, so it's not a globe.
The depiction that you made
curving,
of a globe being the cause of the effect that we're observing, that's impossible.
So you won't talk about your beliefs. It sounds like you will not submit your beliefs to scrutiny.
I don't have beliefs.
Okay. So it sounded like before you said they got to a vanishing point, and when I said, have you been able to test this vanishing point, if my memory serves, you said you haven't. You haven't yet tested this idea of it being a vanishing point. And now I've been
This
asking you for a little
idea
while.
of being a vanishing point, what you think? I made that up or something? You think this is the cross of the point?
I think it's
like,
a flat Earth confection. Yeah.
There's a point that I cannot see any longer, and then what? What point are you trying to make about this? Because you brought that up. We can't see beyond this point. What's the issue?
So the question is, could I calculate? What stops me from calculating? See here, I'm showing you this.
We didn't calculate. We measured and we found out there's no curvature, so it cannot be because of a curve. It is not because of a drop over distance, because we measured and we don't measure any curvature. So it cannot be the curve of the Earth. It can be something else.
For this.
What else? Actually, what else could it be if it's not the curvature of the Earth? Go ahead.
It could be you guys mistaking an inability to detect something for a lack of its existence.
You guys, are you saying that I am the cause of the vanishing point?
Make a logical error.
Flat earthers are the cause of the vanishing point. That's nonsense.
Who said that? That's insane. Whoever said that about what I was saying must be a liar.
And you were saying that the curve is the cause of the vanishing point. Now I tell you, no, it's not curving. Could it be something else? And you say, you guys, flat earthers. So are you guys under heaven earthers and flat earthers? Are we the cause of a point that we cannot see any longer? Are we the cause of that?
I want to know how you've determined it exists.
Exists?
Yeah. How did you determine this horizontal vanishing point exists?
I'm not saying that this is a point I can grab. I'm not saying this is a point I can grab and put it in my pocket and paint it purple, right? No, I can't do that. There's a limit to my view. There's a limit to my view. That's it. I can't see past that point because of a bunch of variables. My optics, my vision, the medium between me and the distance, light, whatever, refraction, a bunch of different reasons. I can't see beyond that point. What is the problem with that?
Nothing. It's just another argument from incompetence.
Exactly. It's not the curvature of the Earth, right? You were arguing because you thought that's the curvature of the Earth.
So what you're saying is I can't do that. I can't calculate the stars, the position of stars that are below my feet.
You can't calculate the curvature that is causing what you're claiming. You're saying, why is the stars going below the horizon towards below my feet? That's what you were arguing earlier, right? You see the stars below your feet because when we look at the stars going below the horizon and the sun, blah, 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 we see that stuff going below the globe. You were arguing for that.
Sure, yeah. So what I'm saying is...
we don't measure the globe when we go, okay, so this is the cause of the effect, the globe. Now let's check for the cause. Let's check for the independent variable, right? Let's test for that.
What's the independent variable? I don't get it.
The cause of the effect that you observe.
It just sounds like you're saying magical flat earth words. None of this is related to what I'm
Let me not use those words out because earlier they were talking about this stuff in relation to
incantations we do when we hit dissonance.
Incantations. Okay. Let's stop with your incantations, actions like you trying to enchant people in here. Let's stop that, right? So you're saying that the horizon, that point that we can't see any longer, where the stars go beyond that point or the sun rises or falls behind, you're saying that is the curvature of the Earth. And then we say, okay, let's test for that.
A simple question.
Let's test for the curvature of the Earth. Now we test for the curvature, and we cannot measure it. It's not there.
Yeah, incompetence.
It measures not curving, right?
Unable to measure curve.
When we observe the phenomena that you claim it was the curvature, it's not the curvature of the Earth. It's something else. What else could it be? Eggshells. What else could it be? If it's not one thing, eggshells, many variables. Can you give me other variables that it could be that is not the curvature of the Earth? Because we already discard that. You agree?
Sure, there could be bendy light or all sorts of things, but the main answer is incompetence. Like of the flat earthers who've tested well, they all come back with globe
are
results.
The cause of the observed phenomena. Okay, so flat earthers cause the observable phenomena that we see. That's your answer. Okay, you see, guys? This guy is
not what I said at all. That's very far from what I said.
This guy is bricked. I ask you a direct question. What are the other variables? I ask you what are the other variables, since we already measure it's not the curvature. Can you give any other reasons? And you don't have any other answers. You only have the curvature. That's all you got.
No. The main answer for people who aren't able to find curvature is that they aren't very able people. They're not very good at that.
Oh, so your answer is incompetence of finding the curvature. Have you found? Are you incompetent or are you competent? Have you found the curvature?
The things I set my mind to,
since
I do
the flat
okay.
earthers didn't find the curvature, so they are incompetent, and you are the competent one. Can you show me the curvature?
I didn't say that. That doesn't
you
follow.
are
That's not in the argument
then.
at all. That's not relevant.
Okay, because your argument is that incompetence of other people's, they couldn't find the curvature. Like
that's their claim. Their claim is their lack of ability, and I just take it at face value.
Apocryphon, which is a guy that does his job for a living, you're saying he is incompetent, and he built the Las Vegas airport train across 2+ miles, not curving between those points, and you're saying he's incompetent, right?
No, he didn't measure. He didn't attempt to measure the Earth. Like some flat earthers have measured.
So he is incompetent because earlier
he hasn't
was
tried to do
something.
it. I can't speak to his competence at something he's never done.
Okay, he told you he never. He told you he did not measure the curvature, and you're saying because of incompetence.
No, you've got to. You've so far from getting it right.
So
you need to open
what?
Your ears, both of them.
So beyond incompetence and curvature of the Earth, what will be the other reasons that there is a horizon? What could it be?
Oh, like are we just spitballing? We're making stuff up. Yeah, it could be this magical vanishing point on an infinite plane, surrounded in a celestial sphere somehow.
So this is all you got. You got the curve of the Earth, which is nonsense.
I don't understand the question.
You
I'm just
have
trying to talk about where stars are.
incompetence of people, which is more nonsense. And now what is the third one?
Magical flat plane.
Magic.
Yeah,
so
flat Earth.
Magic causes
bang on.
the horizon.
Flat Earth magic causes
the horizon. Okay. So the three reasons, the three variables for eggshells: the cause of the effect, we observe the horizon, and the cause of that is the non-curvature of the Earth, the incompetence of flat earthers of not being able to measure the curvature, and magic.
Flat Earth. Magic flat Earth. No, you're not quoting that.
That is the cause
magic flat
of
Earth.
the effect.
Magic flat Earth.
Horizon.
Yeah, magic flat Earth.
Wow, you're amazing.
Sure. So can we talk about where the stars are? Because I want to just issue a challenge that two people can do right now with me on Stellarium.
No.
Okay. I mean, it's evident how much you're running. You literally buried your head in the sand.
Yeah, I'm running. I'm already.
You were like, hey,
I'm 1.2 miles in. Can you see me? Can you still see me? At 1 foot?
Why? What do you think stops you being able to track the position?
Hey, I'm running. Eggshells. I'm running. Listen, I'm 6 foot. I'm 6 foot, right? I'm running away from you across the water. I'm running on top of the water, right? Sure. And we're standing on a ball that has a radius of 3,959 miles, right? And you put your phone 1 foot above the water, and I'm running across the water. How far will I have to run on top of the water? Me, the guy 6 foot. How far do I have to run away from you for your phone and you, the observer, at 1 foot to not see me anymore? How far?
What have you eaten?
Eggshells.
Okay. Eggshell. Oh my God, you're going to be going to the bathroom quickly.
Yeah, the eggs.
You'd need to be running for a long time.
You know how
you'd be like
some animals swallow the whole thing. They just swallow the whole thing.
Snakes. They already poop these weird stinky.
So when I say eggs, with the eggshells. Go ahead. So that's what I have for lunch. So go ahead. How far do I have to go before you don't see me anymore?
About 13 furlongs, I would say, give or take 6 to 12 nautical miles.
6 to 12 nautical miles.
Give or take, yeah.
Okay. So the horizon should be...
Give or take.
The horizon...
Also depends.
It's that point where the talus hair in my head, the tallest one, you can't see that anymore around 6 miles.
Depends. I'm more used to measuring my furlongs on horses, but seahorses go a lot slower, so it's my maths is a little bit shaky.
Because I will be behind
check with my
the
chief
curvature,
architect.
right? I will be behind the curvature, behind the ball. I will be tilting.
You'd certainly be behind the 8 ball.
I will be tilted with the curve, right?
You do sound tilted.
Yeah, I'll be sideways. If you were able to, I don't know, get on a spaceship, you'll see me. You'll take a picture of me sideways.
Don't get how that works. That
like tilted. Like I'm on the side of the ball.
You do sound tilted.
Yeah. You sound like you're upside down.
Do you reckon if we look at Orion there setting, once Orion's half set, I would have a...
So Axios, if I move away across this body of water and you still see me beyond 6 miles, you still see me, what then? It's not the curvature, because you still see me. The curvature will be occulting me at 6 miles, but then you look 7 miles and I'm still there.
Sure, yeah. Could
so is that the curvature or
I mean, it sounds like a made-up scenario, but sure, that could be curvature. It could be made up in your head. Could be like, it just sounds like all the same question with no real answer,
so the
no real
curvature
gotcha,
is
no
causing
real
you to see
meat
me
to
at
it.
6 miles?
Anything you can do to avoid discussing this star problem.
So it sounds like you're trying to avoid, you're running away to discuss this point. Why, Axios? Why are you running away? Why are you trying to...
No, I'm happy to discuss it. Let's discuss it for 30 seconds, then go to the stars.
And you agree
Let's do
to
it
have...
and then go to the stars. Sure.
Go to the stars. That's not going to happen in your lifetime. No, we're not going to the stars, Axios. Sorry.
Oh, there's no humans are never going to do interstellar.
Yeah, we're not going to the stars. We're not going to the stars. No.
Anything it does that'll be post-human, or it won't happen.
Unless God takes you there, right?
Yeah, I mean, if only Allah was so gracious, but Vishnu doesn't allow it.
I mean, never say never.
So when Orion's half set, when his forward arm is below the horizon, you still think his forward arm, you can understand why I would put a point that's below horizontal and say that's where I think it is. You get the logic of that, right? I've got it on my screen. I put it in the chat. So this is Orion sort of punching. It's like he's...
This is just silly because we all know, as someone who lives in Minnesota, that the feet would be hidden by the horizon, not the arm.
Well, I've got the arm. I'm at Kupang, which is where as close as I can get on the equator. And the arm is going underground. I've put the picture in the chart. We can debate it. I mean, his foot's also kind of getting close. But they often draw him different ways, don't they? I'm not sure about Orion, but other ones. But Regal, I think, is his right foot, and I don't think that's under it. No. He doesn't have a bow in this. That to me is his bow. But I guess he's got a club in this one.
Wait, I don't see the right arm. I don't see the left arm of the guy. Does that mean he's been amputated? I mean, they cut it off?
Left and right, wrong? Yeah, so I think I would say I still think his bow, Orion's bow as I would call it, is below the horizon.
Oh, because it's curving.
No, just because it's always...
What do you mean no?
No, let me explain why. Let me explain why.
Let me look at the bow. Are you saying that the bow is not
you want
curving?
to just not let me speak?
What? I'm asking you a question.
It's so transparent, you don't want to let me
Orion. You said no, the bow is not curving. Orion's bow.
What's the bow curving? Or
I told you the bow was curving.
Not disappearing because it's curving. Oh, I mean, sure, yeah, the bow's curved, yeah.
Yeah, and you said no.
It was like 5 little curving stars. I mean, I didn't know that's what you were talking about. You just be clearer. I said it was disappearing, and you said because it's curving. I'm like, no, it's not disappearing because it's curving. It's disappearing because there's earth in the way, right? There's earth and a tree in the way in this rendition of it, which is just
is the bow curving or not?
I mean, it's stars.
That's the important part. Eggshells is the bow
explain why it's
curving.
Important. Go for it. I've said yes multiple times. Explain why it's relevant.
Yeah, because the bow is curving. Therefore, you live on a globe.
Yeah, whoever said that is wild and says really wildly illogical things in order to
Well,
run
it's
from
pretty close
having
to
a
what
real
you're
discussion.
saying. Look, you're pointing towards
It's wildly
Orion's.
different. You know it is.
You're pointing towards
transparent,
Orion's
man.
arm, right? We can't see Orion's arm, therefore Earth is a globe. I say Orion's
said that?
arm is holding Orion's bow, and the bow is curving. Therefore, Earth is not curving.
That's really insane. That's just.
I mean, it's pretty close to what you're saying.
But it was.
It's not the
was
same.
just going. If I pretend Harry's logic is really weird.
Listen, it's not the same as you're saying, but it's related. It's similar, and it's about the same frame of reference and view of the same observable phenomena that we're talking about. You're saying you see the arm, therefore Earth is globe, or you don't see the arm, therefore Earth is globe. And I say, I don't see the curving bow, therefore Earth is not a globe. Is that okay?
No. I mean, if you want to hear what I think, you obviously want to tell people what it is I think because you find it easier to rebut the crazy things you said.
Don't want to hear what you have to say. But
I know.
if you
I'm
insist
terrified of it.
to, go ahead. Say it.
Sure. So I've shown there the bow where his elbow is at about horizontal and the bow is about underground. The question I've got is, do you get why other people, these wild, crazy people like mariners and astronomers and everybody...
These crazy people? They're crazy? How do you know?
Yeah,
are you like
crazy.
A doctor? Are you a psychiatrist? Are you like the family doctor?
Do you get
know
why
that
me
they
among
are
them,
crazy?
all these crazy
How do you
people?
know? How do you know they were crazy? How do you know that?
Because I'm crazy. So do you think that all of these people...
So you're just making wild nonsense claims about